In the realm of the Empire, the warrior Surdak, a member of the infantry regiment under the Duke of Newman in the province of Benna, participated in the planar wars of the Warsaw dimension. During the Battle of the Forest, he rescued a young man who, despite his injuries, was mute. Surdak brought him into the military camp, and thus begins the tale of this enigmatic youth. Prologue. As the deafening clamor of battle gradually receded, the northern slope of the battlefield in the Handinal County lay strewn with lifeless bodies in disarray. The forest floor, rich with decayed leaves, was exceptionally soft. Three mighty thunder rhinoceroses, burdened with heavy military supplies, ambled down the slope, leaving behind three colossal footprints in the pathways carved by hundreds of lumberjacks. These majestic creatures, each nearly 20 meters long and towering above 9 meters, resembled terrestrial three-masted ships, their bodies adorned with various supplies. The thunder rhinoceroses, with their 4 robust legs, sank deeply into the soft earth with each ponderous step. Their footprints, over a meter in diameter and half a meter deep, appeared as if they were designed to thwart cavalry charges. A contingent of soldiers clad in metallic armor followed closely behind these behemoths. They belonged to the 4th Squad of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment under Duke Newman, having recently withdrawn from the front lines. After a week of recuperation, their current task was to cleanse the northern slope of this battlefield. This task of battlefield clearance was orchestrated by Baron Sidney, the squad leader, whose familial ties to the regiment commander afforded them this fortunate assignment. The bodies of fallen comrades were uniformly collected and placed onto corpse carts, their armor and weapons stamped with the insignia of the 57th Infantry Regiment, registered as property on the regiment's inventory. While damaged weaponry could be repaired, irreparable items could be exchanged at the logistics office. However, during the battlefield clearance, such equipment could not be claimed as spoils of war. The personal belongings of the deceased soldiers were also not to be appropriated by the clearing soldiers unless they were mercenaries not affiliated with the Legion or local noble lords. The removal of a soldier's nameplate signified their official death, which would accompany their personal effects and a sum of compensation sent back to their hometown. The only opportunity for the clearing soldiers to profit lay in scavenging the belongings of fallen enemies. Once the frontline soldiers slain the adversaries, they would claim the enemy's heads and the most valuable possessions. Following them, auxiliary troops would scavenge the battlefield, and by the time the clearing infantry arrived, they would be in the 3rd or even 4th round of looting, meaning the spoils from the enemies would be scant. Yet diligent searching could still yield valuable items. I end this encounter at the northern slope of the forest against the Abyssal Demon Legion. The forces under Duke Newman included the 4th and 7th Construct Knights and the 57th and 59th Heavy Infantry Regiments. Duke Newman had assembled nearly 1,000 Construct Knights and around 3,000 heavy infantrymen at the edge of the forest, all to annihilate a search party of fewer than 300 demons at the onset of battle. Under the rain of steel arrows unleashed by the heavy infantry's archers, the 300 demons found themselves encircled by the 1,000 Construct Knights. Just as the knights employed a wolf-pack tactic to gradually overwhelm the demons, an additional group of demons, having received a distress signal, swiftly breached the western side of the northern slope, allowing the remaining demons to escape. The 7 Construct Knights pursued relentlessly, leaving behind hundreds of demon corpses along their path. Several vultures circled the azure skies above, their shadows cast upon the earthy ground mingled with the scent of manure. Surdak bore a square shield on his back and wielded a steel axe with an ebony handle at his waist. Over his shoulder hung a bulging sack, soaked with blood, which seemed burdensome as he left deep impressions in the soft leaf litter with each step. The others in his squad were engaged in transporting the bodies of fallen human warriors. Once confirmed deceased by the squad leader, seasoned veterans would hastily arrange the remains, gathering scattered limbs to piece them together, wrapping them in linen to resemble mummies. The identification tags and valuables of the fallen warriors will be placed in standardized linen pouches, secured with the corpses for transport back to camp. Perhaps due to the frequency of such grim tasks, the faces of the veterans appeared somewhat numbed. Veteran Sam would mutter phrases such as, "You are dust, and to dust you shall return." These words were not meant to console the spirits of the departed, but seemed more a balm for their own weary souls. Surdak found such remarks tiresome, however. His duty in the battlefield clearance did not involve the handling of the fallen human soldiers. As the sole member of the squad skilled in skinning, Surdak was responsible for collecting the bodies of the demons that had perished. Though the heads and the precious black-patterned demon hides had been taken, many valuable materials remained on the corpses, requiring someone with Surdak's expertise to process. Less than 20 meters away, the body of a demon, towering over 3 meters, lay sprawled, Its deep purple blood had congealed, and the gash on its neck resembled a cleave from a mountain axe, though not neatly severed. It bore no additional signs of dismemberment, suggesting that an experienced warrior had taken the demon's head and departed. With a bloodied horn dagger in hand, Surdak sliced through the demon's fabric armor, woven from an unknown material, revealing an iron blue shoulder adorned with a palm-sized black enhancement rune. Surdak exhaled in relief, secretly congratulating himself on his good fortune. He had amassed 5 pieces of such small black patterned hides during his journey. He crouched down, carefully using his knife to make a cut in the demon's hide, which was tougher than raw cowhide. After merely an inch-long incision, the horn dagger became stuck. Realizing he could not proceed further, Surdak withdrew the knife and retrieved a fist-sized whetstone from his pouch, sharpening the blade with a few vigorous strokes, making the task of skinning much easier. The edge of this knife was nearly worn down, and Surdak always exercised caution while sharpening it, wishing to prolong its lifespan. This skinner's knife needed to be sent to the blacksmith for restoration, but the blacksmiths at the camp were of average skill and charged exorbitantly for repairs. Surdak planned to return to the town of Handanal, seeking a small blacksmith shop, which would save him at least 3 silver coins. With his hand stained in the thick, purple blood, Surdak stuffed the bloody black patterned hide into his pouch and continued to search the decapitated demon's body for other valuable materials. Although the large black patterned hide from its back had been taken, the demon's posterior markings were not yet fully developed, lacking a complete pattern. He sighed softly, then set his gaze upon the demon's arm, pulling with all his might to turn the body over, hoping to reveal a complete black magic pattern on its abdomen. However, the corpse was too heavy. He called out to veteran Sam, who was nearby moving bodies. "Hey mate, come help me. I want to flip this big fellow over. Perhaps there's a complete black magic pattern on his belly." Sam's face was adorned with numerous brown freckles, and when he smiled, a set of decayed teeth was revealed. He set down the linen roll in his hands and approached Surdak with a carefree demeanor, exclaiming, "Dak, have you not yet awakened?" If there were demonic runes on the abdomen, this wretched fiend would not be sprawled in the mud like this. Though Sam voiced his grievances towards Surdak in a teasing tone, his feet did not falter as he marched straight to the corpse of the demon. He grasped one of its legs, assisting Surdak in turning the body over. The demon's chest was marred by extensive magical hide that had been severed, exposing a gruesome sight of blood and broken ribs protruding from the flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. Suldak's gaze was fixated on the demon's body, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him. Beside him, Sam released the demon's thick thigh and pointed to a human figure crushed beneath the demon, exclaiming in astonishment, "My God, who is this?" Instinctively, he stepped forward and lifted the mud-caked face of the individual. Upon touching the stubbled chin, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted, "He seems to still have a pulse. Hurry, someone fears a living person here." The soldiers of the second squad, scattered elsewhere, swiftly abandoned their tasks and rushed toward the commotion at Sam's call. The man exhibited only the faintest trace of breath, and the group gathered around the survivor, engaging in hushed murmurs. "He isn't wearing a military uniform. He doesn't appear to be one of ours." "Then where did he come from?" inquired a young soldier with a scarred face, crouching curiously. Awakening .1 at the moment of awakening. He Buqiang stirred from slumber, the first sight greeting him being a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man brandishing a bloody dagger, squatting before him with a foolish grin. Lying on the grass, his head throbbed painfully, and he struggled to sit up, yet his body felt devoid of strength. The air was thick with the stench of manure and blood. He longed to inquire about his surroundings, but his throat felt as though it were stuffed with an apple, rendering him voiceless and slightly convulsing. The dagger-wielding man, however, spoke to He Buqiang in a series of strange words, observing the purple-black goo smeared across his face, seemingly without malice. A tremendous rumble shook the ground, and a massive rhinoceros, resembling a small hill, entered He Buqiang's field of vision. The creature sported 2 enormous horns, the longest exceeding 2 meters, with murky eyes the size of basins and nostrils capable of accommodating a basketball. Heavy chains were shackled around its body, with colossal wooden crates hanging from them like cumbersome baggage. Boom, boom, boom. He watched as the giant rhino passed by, its sturdy legs leaving deep impressions in the earth. Only in dreams does one find oneself unable to articulate thoughts, and only in dreams does one encounter such bizarre phenomena. He Buqiang lay on the grass, attempting to take a few deep breaths despite the pressure weighing down on his chest, which felt like a massive stone, causing a searing pain. Throughout his lungs, he chose to believe this was merely a dream and attempted to close his eyes. Yet closing his eyes did not usher in darkness, nor did it awaken him from slumber. He found himself adrift in an abyssal void, surrounded by flickering stars. As he floated aimlessly in this emptiness, countless paper fragments, resembling snowflakes, began to drift down. Each fragment shone like fireflies on a summer night, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. He instinctively reached out to touch a fragment that floated before him, and a peculiar electric sensation coursed from his fingertips into his mind. It was a series of clear yet blurred images, akin to disjointed film reels. When pieced together, these images formed dynamic scenes, albeit with more peculiarities than he could comprehend. He Buqiang touched several more fragments, each one vanishing the moment it made contact with his hand. Each fragment contained only brief snippets of imagery, resembling memories that were now flooding into He Buqiang's consciousness, leaving him in torment. It is said that if one sleeps too soundly, one may easily become trapped in terrifying nightmares. In such times, one can provide oneself with psychological prompts to forcefully awaken. He Buqiang yearned to slap himself awake, raising his hand to deliver a resounding blow, only for his palm to pass through the side of his face, confirming he was indeed still. Dreaming that moment, numerous memory fragments began to infiltrate He Buqiang's being. Though he could not fully grasp the entirety of this experience, he was absorbing knowledge at an unimaginable pace. Among these, the strange languages seemed to be the most swiftly acquired. Although these sounds emanated from his throat, they were evidently different from his previous manner of speech. During his school years, He Buqiang had dreaded foreign language classes, yet now he found himself compelled to learn this peculiar and bizarre form of communication. Waves of fragmented memories surged into his mind, causing a splitting headache, yet the effects were surprisingly effective. He sensed someone slapping his face and heard a peculiar voice calling to him. Joy surged within He Buqiang as the memory fragments in the void began to dissipate. He forced his eyes open once more. This time, he was met with the sight of soldiers clad in armor reminiscent of the European Middle Ages, with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man among them. Surdak crouched beside He Buqiang, casually remarking to his companions, "Could he be daft?" To his astonishment, He Buqiang understood the man's words. "You are the one who's foolish. Your entire family is foolish." He Buqiang longed to retort loudly, yet as the words reached his lips, they lodged once more in his throat, unable to emerge. As if his vocal cords could not produce such tones, It felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, his bones scattered and aching, a relentless pain pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. He felt on the verge of losing consciousness again, a sensation that felt far too real to be a dream. Yet, the reality before him was utterly incomprehensible. Surdak, veteran Sam, and 10 other comrades belonged to the 2nd Squad of the 4th Company of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Sam was the leader of the 2nd Squad. Surdak, possessing exceptional skinning skills, distinguished himself among the 11 and ascended to the position of deputy leader of the 2nd Squad. While clearing the battlefield in the northern forest, Surdak discovered a barely conscious He Buqiang beneath the demon's corpse. However, He Buqiang bore no identification tags, indicating he had no affiliation, nor did he wear the attire of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Even his weapons and shield were missing, rendering him an unlikely soldier of the 57th Regiment. Consequently, the logistics personnel of the 4th Company were reluctant to allow him to occupy their limited supply carts. The logistics personnel insisted on providing He Buqiang with basic first aid before leaving him beneath a large tree at the battlefield's edge, reasoning that if he had comrades, they might return to find him. Though the logistics personnel expressed these sentiments with little confidence, the 4th Battalion, stationed in the rear, was tasked with the grim responsibility of clearing the battlefield, primarily dealing with the corpses left behind. Each cart was laden with supplies to be transported back to the camp, leaving no room for the injured to be placed alongside the dead, nor could they be bound like cargo upon the back of the Thunder Rhino. This predicament compelled the logistics personnel to abandon the nameless He Buqiang. After uttering these words, the logistics officer appeared somewhat embarrassed. Noticing that none of the soldiers in the 2nd Squad opposed him, he brushed the dirt off his trousers and hastily turned to leave as someone in the distance called for him. I knew Geister wouldn't concern himself with this matter, that Miser would prefer to haul back some valuable timber instead, Surdak remarked, glancing at Captain Sam, awaiting his decision. Captain Sam lifted He Buqiang's eyelid and observed that his eyes could still follow his finger's movement. The evident fear in his gaze as Sam brought his finger closer to the pupil led him to conclude, he may be mute, but he doesn't appear to be foolish. As Surdak utilized a skinning knife to cut away the blood-soaked garment from He Buqiang's body and bandage his wounds, he expressed to Captain Sam, "We have no knowledge of his unit's designation. What shall we do?" Captain Sam, a seasoned veteran with 15 years of military experience, inspected some of He Buqiang's injuries and sighed, in such a dire state, not bringing him back to the camp is tantamount to killing him. Ignore the nonsense from those logistics personnel. All we need to know is that he is a citizen of the Green Empire. His identity is a matter for the logistics and administrative department. We cannot simply leave him to perish here. Surdak replied, "You're right, I shall assist as a stretcher bearer." Sam firmly grasped Suldak's arm and said, "You stay here and help us gather materials from the demons. After this battlefield cleanup, whether we feast on meat and drink or subsist on gruel depends entirely on your findings. There lies a demon corpse ahead. Quickly, strip the useful black-patterned demon skin from it. Jelonan, go chop wood for the stretcher." A quiet young man who had been squatting nearby immediately stood up, drew a short knife from the side of his trousers, and responded eagerly, "Understood, Captain." The smoke-filled battlefield seemed to gain a touch of humanity amidst the chaos. In the twilight hours, the dying rays of the sun painted the clouds in a vibrant crimson hue. A large flock of copper-billed finches soared across the camp, heading towards the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, where numerous nests had been constructed. The soldiers meticulously recorded the names of their fallen comrades, leaving only their nameplates and valuable personal belongings. The bodies were wrapped in linen, coated with oil, and stacked into a tall pyre surrounded by a mound of red pine branches. A priest clad in a long robe held a somewhat tattered prayer book, standing solemnly before the pyre as he softly recited a requiem. Colonel Mond, Goss of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, personally ignited the pine branches, and thick smoke billowed upwards as the oil-soaked linen quickly caught fire, the flames swiftly consuming the entire pyre. The wood crackled and popped, while within the pyre, a sharp sizzle could be heard, the sound of the fats from the bodies being rapidly rendered by the intense heat. 10 sentinels would remain vigilant until dawn, ensuring the flames did not spread. The 4 captains of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment stood expressionless behind Colonel Mond, Goss, awaiting the conclusion of the ceremony before returning to their respective camps. After each battlefield cleanup, Baron Sidney, the captain of the 4th Company, wore a faint smile of satisfaction. Even within the barracks, he took great care in his appearance, ensuring his uniform was impeccably pressed and spotless. He donned a pair of gleaming knee-high boots, and his belt scabbard was adorned with 3 thumb-sized sapphires, while 2 copper noble medals, polished to a shine, hung near his chest. Before returning to his tent, it was customary for him to inspect the 4th Company's encampment, beginning with the animal pens, which housed 12 thunder rhinos. These magnificent beasts were not his personal property, but rather belonged to his brother-in-law, Colonel Mond, Goss, and were primarily responsible for transporting valuable supplies within the camp. The thunder rhino's favorite delicacy was starchy cassava cakes, which required mashing the cassava, steaming it, and allowing it to cool, resulting in cakes the size of wheels. Given their substantial appetites, each thunder rhino would consume at least 50 of these cakes in a single meal, though they were only fed twice daily. Afterward, Baron Sidney would make rounds through the 5 subordinate companies, checking on the arrangements of the night watch, finally returning to his tent once darkness enveloped the land. However, this evening he wished to retire early. His adjutant had discreetly informed him an hour prior that representatives from the merchant caravans trailing the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment awaited him outside his tent. Although this battlefield cleanup yielded no substantial riches, the bounty was still commendable, as they could always procure some black-patterned demon hides from the fallen fiends, an item coveted by magical merchants. Baron Sidney was acutely aware of the intricacies surrounding the spoils of war, what could be taken, such as the small pieces of black-patterned demon hides from the fiends, and what must not be taken, valuable items from the fallen soldiers and standard-issue military gear. Yet, at that moment, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction when a few soldiers obstructed his path after he had finished his inspection. Among them stood the veteran Sam, a squad leader from the 5th Company, whom Sidney recognized. "What do you want?" the Baron inquired, his displeasure evident. Veteran Sam hesitated, but it was Surdak who stepped forward. Addressing Baron Sidney, "My lord, the situation is as follows." Sam braced himself, standing beside Surdak, waiting for him to relay the full account. With 300 warriors under his command, although Baron Sidney might not recall every name, he possessed a general impression of each soldier. Surdak, in particular, stood out for his exceptional skinning skills, making him a valuable asset within the company. Thus, the Baron endured patiently as Surdak continued. Upon concluding Suldak's explanation, Baron Sidney furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. "Why bring such matters to me?" he retorted. Veteran Sam cast a furtive glance at Surdak, his expression reflecting a mix of concern and reproach, as if to say, "I told you so. If the Baron is displeased, you will bear the consequences." Surdak, visibly anxious, gazed at Baron Sidney with earnest eyes. Perhaps moved by Suldak's sincerity or eager to resolve the issue swiftly, the Baron instructed, "Take him to the logistics department." "We are not a field hospital," Surdak replied earnestly. "We approached the logistics department, but the individual lacks identification, making it impossible to verify if he is one of our soldiers or from an allied regiment. They refused to accept him. Baron Sidney, well aware of the bureaucratic inefficiencies within the infantry regiment, contemplated the situation. His adjutant leaned in, whispering a few words in his ear. A spark of realization lit up the Baron's eyes as he spoke to Soldak. In that case, inquire about his origins and pass him on to the merchants outside the camp. I believe they would not mind transporting an injured man back to Grain, provided his family pays a fee. Reflecting on the fact that the man, though not foolish, had remained silent since regaining consciousness, Soldak further explained, "My lord." He has yet to utter a word. The Baron's patience wore thin, his expression growing increasingly indifferent. "Very well. Ordinarily, we cannot harbor individuals without identification. But I can feign ignorance. If he cannot endure the next few days, simply find a spot in the woods outside the camp to bury him. If he survives and can walk, let him leave at once. And remember, do not create any trouble for me." With that, he strode past Soldak and Sam, leaving them behind. "Yes, my lord." Soldak trembled slightly, hastily bowing in compliance. Meanwhile, Hibwochiang lay in a tent reeking of sweat and foot odor, feeling for the first time like an extraneous presence in the world. After rescuing him from the battlefield, Soldak had racked his brain to find a suitable place for Hibwochiang to receive care, be it the logistics department's shelter or the merchant caravans following the infantry. Regrettably, none were willing to take in the gravely injured Hibwochiang. Ultimately, Soldak could not abandon Hibwochiang to his fate in the woods beyond the camp. He persuaded the veteran Sam and all members of the second squad, and only after obtaining their consent did they carry Hibwochiang into the tent within the camp. They found a quiet corner, and although there was no military doctor and no supply of medicinal potions, they could only retrieve some oatmeal porridge from the mess hall each day, pouring it into Hibwochiang's stomach in a crude manner, as if force-feeding a duck. Despite such arduous living conditions, Hibwochiang discovered that his body was as resilient as wild grass, imbued with remarkable vitality. In the midst of this adversity, his injuries began to show gradual improvement. Each day, he closed his eyes and faced the swirling fragments of memories in the void, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a peculiar world, where a group of low-ranking soldiers were fighting tenaciously to survive. It dawned on him that this was not a dream. He had traversed into another realm. During his days of recuperation in the tent, Hibwochiang, relying on the colorful fragments of memories from his mental realm, gained a general understanding of this world. Among those memories, what resonated most deeply was not the bizarre nature of the world itself, but the repetitive drills and practices year after year. The motions of wielding a sword and blocking with a shield seemed to have become a conditioned reflex. There was also a gentle blonde lady with faint freckles and a sea of flames capable of incinerating everything. He referred to the starry expanse as his spiritual realm. Upon closing his eyes, remnants of memories would continually emerge, gradually merging with Hibwochiang's being, not in a possessive sense, but in a harmonious integration. He discovered that the original owner of this body was named Qiangba, a noble born in a northern city of the empire, enjoying a life free from want and receiving a fine education. As the second son of the family, Qiangba did not have the right to inherit titles or lands. Thus, the old count had planned for him to attend a prestigious warrior academy, aiming for promotion to a first-tier warrior, which would allow him to inherit a set of magical armaments and a warhorse from the family treasury, thus becoming a knight of magical constructs. Indeed, Qiangba followed the old count's plan, but just as he stood on the cusp of becoming a first-tier warrior, an unexpected incident occurred. He joined a small group called the Wind Chasers, and during a mission, a dark sorcerer abducted his companions. While pursuing the sorcerer, he found himself engulfed in flames. Although he was rescued from the inferno by others, his body sustained severe burns, seemingly robbing him of his chance to ascend to greatness. This portion of memory was fragmented, and for reasons unknown, Qiangba began to wander. Unbeknownst to him, he encountered malevolent spirits in the northern slopes of the Glow Forest in Handanar County. As a knight with a spirit of sacrifice, he resolutely chose to stand his ground to protect his companions, sustaining grave injuries, while the body of a malevolent spirit fortuitously fell upon him. Perhaps from that moment, the original owner of this body, Knight Qiangba, had perished, and it was Hibwochiang who had been revived by Soldak from beneath the corpse of the evil spirit. Outside the camp, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed once more. Recently, small-scale skirmishes had frequently erupted near the Glow Forest in Handanar County, where the expelled malevolent spirits often emerged from the dense woods to assault the surrounding strongholds. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment was stationed at the foot of the forest, routinely harassed by these malevolent spirits. Soldak and the entire second squad had been accompanying Baron Sidney for nearly a day and night, and just as Hibwochiang was drifting into a daze, fearing he might starve, the soldiers returned, clad in heavy armor, barely able to muster the strength to remove their gear before collapsing onto the rawhide laid out in the tent. The last to enter the tent was Captain Sam. As the most seasoned heavy infantryman of the 57th Regiment, veteran Sam had countless survival tips to impart to the younger soldiers. His heavy iron boots stomped near Hibwochiang's face, emanating a strong scent of blood, as he wielded a long knife wrapped in leather. shooing away the soldiers lying in the tent. "Everyone, come drink a bowl of hot soup. Even if you wish to sleep, remove your armor to avoid suffocating yourself. The straps may cripple your arms and legs." Sam chattered incessantly while helping the other soldiers remove their armor, his idle talk prompting thoughts of silencing him. Soldak, carrying a large wooden bowl, laboriously made his way to Hibwichang's side, plopping down on the moisture-proof mat on the ground. He reached out to feel for a breath beneath Hibwichang's nose, and upon sensing a hint of life, he relaxed. Hibwichang, weak and feeble, opened his eyes just enough to catch a glimpse of Soldak, the soldier who had rescued him from beneath the malevolent spirit's corpse, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Soldak unfastened the straps of his iron boots and remarked, "I say, mate, you truly are like an indestructible cockroach. You seem to be improving, though your complexion could use some work." The unusually heavy iron boots were deftly tied together and hung at the tent's ventilation. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a pungent aroma reminiscent of snail rice noodles throughout the tent. Having liberated his feet, Soldak did not rush to remove his heavy armor. Instead, he first took out a greasy black cloth to meticulously wipe the blade of his military knife before sheathing it. He then leaned down, cradling Hibwichang's head to pour a bit of hot soup into his mouth. With food finally in his stomach, Hibwichang felt the sharp pain in his belly subside. However, it was soon replaced by pain in other parts of his body. Soldak paid no heed to the agony etched on Hibwichang's face and quietly said, "You would never guess what we encountered last night. A whole horde of malevolent spirits passed through our defensive perimeter. Fortunately, they weren't after us. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. When will these harrowing days come to an end?" He seemed to merely need a confidant, requiring no response from Hibwichang. As he unfastened the heavy chain mail and tossed it into a corner of the tent, Soldak reeked of blood, yet he appeared oblivious to it. Cautiously producing a palm-sized piece of black-patterned demon hide from his pocket, his face alight with pride as he excitedly shared with Hibwichang. "But our squad ambushed a solitary malevolent spirit. The credit primarily belongs to Baron Sidney, but we all managed to make a tidy profit. Heh." He then offered Hibwichang another sip of hot soup. "You need to recover quickly." Upon seeing the thick demon hide, Hibwichang finally grasped that the foes faced by these soldiers were not human, but a horde of malevolent spirits, far stronger than any human. No one informed him where these spirits came from, as though their existence was a matter of course. During the period of Hibwichang's recovery in the tent, other soldiers from the second squad would often bring him food from outside, mostly oatmeal porridge and meat soup. Occasionally, a careless soldier would return with a piece of roasted meat, cutting it into small pieces and stuffing it into his mouth. The following day, when Soldak discovered that the piece of roasted meat still lingered in Hibwichang's mouth, having never been swallowed, he berated the soldiers. It was through this painful ordeal that Hibwichang gradually began to heal, slowly acclimating to this perilous new world. 4. The meaning of life at the foot of the forested hill, vast expanses of lush cassava thrive on the gentle slopes. As a warm breeze sweeps through, the cassava vines undulate like waves of grain. This region, blessed with abundant rainfall and a temperate summer climate, is devoid of natural predators like ground squirrels, allowing the cassava to flourish remarkably. The tender stems and leaves serve as the favored sustenance of the mighty thunder rhinoceros, yet to sustain their vigor, it is essential to feed these creatures cassava rich in starch. The warriors of the second squad, braving the scorching sun, wielded their sickles to harvest the abundant cassava, utilizing iron picks to unearth the tubers buried deep in the soil. Each cassava root, as thick as an arm and measuring nearly a meter in length, exudes a pale yellow sap containing a mild toxin. For an ordinary person, consuming this cassava would result in swollen lips resembling sausages and a tongue that protrudes like that of a dog, rendering half of the face unable to articulate properly. Thus, it is seldom consumed within the Green Empire. However, the thunder rhinoceros and certain large livestock remain unfazed by this slight toxin, as the cassava is resilient and yields abundantly, often found in wilderness areas. The 6th team of the 4th squad was tasked with preparing a fortnight's worth of provisions for the thunder rhinoceros. All 5 teams within the squad mobilized, dedicating 3 full days to excavate the cassava from the hillside. Shirtless and wielding a sickle, Soldak led the charge, acutely aware of the most efficient posture to conserve energy and effectively grasp the roots. Hibwichang followed closely behind, binding the cassava vines into neat bundles with prepared vines, arranging them uniformly on the slope, creating a visually pleasing sight. Jiluinen, the dark-skinned lad, and Klaus, with his fiery red hair, energetically dug out the cassava roots from the fertile, loose soil. The collaboration of these 4 individuals, as proposed by Hibwichang, proved to be significantly more efficient than solitary efforts, and the division of labor rendered the task of harvesting cassava more enjoyable. Captain Sam, observing the neatly arranged cassava, approached Hibwichang and playfully thumped him on the shoulder, revealing a toothy grin. "Not bad. You seem robust. Who would have thought you could handle a farmer's work?" Soldak paused, straightening up to take a long swig from his water jug before tossing it to Hibwichang. He Wuqiang, not one to refuse, gulped down the remaining water. Are you from the north? Captain Sam inquired, sitting atop a bundle of cassava and squinting at He Wuqiang. The latter, recalling the endless snow-capped mountains from his fragmented memories, hesitated before nodding slowly. Once this war concludes, we will gather some funds for your journey home, Captain Sam said, pulling out a pipe and taking a couple of dry puffs before speaking in a hoarse voice. He Wuqiang squinted, reminiscing about another world, his smile tinged with bitterness. What? Do you not wish to return home? Captain Sam pressed. Although He Wuqiang could understand the Empire's language through fragments of knowledge, he struggled with precise pronunciation, resulting in a communication barrier where he could only listen. Surdak, having cared for He Wuqiang during this period, had grown close to him, but he seldom broached such topics. Now, with Captain Sam's inquiry, he seized the opportunity to ask, you haven't forgotten where your home is, have you? Surdak was taken aback when He Wuqiang nodded, leaving him speechless and unsure how to console him, muttering only, damn the dimensional wars. And what do you plan to do moving forward? Captain Sam asked He Wuqiang. Noticing his silence, he assumed He Wuqiang was merely a mute with normal hearing and turned to Surdak. Dak, don't you know any merchants from Terrapagan? Perhaps they are short-handed. Surdak agreed. I'll make time to inquire tomorrow morning. As one of the few soldiers in the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment skilled in skinning, Surdak was clearly favored by the merchants who accompanied the regiment into the war-torn Handanar County. Sam's suggestion for Surdak to approach those merchants was not without purpose. Jaluan interjected. Captain, why not keep the big guy around? Since He Wuqiang awakened and his injuries gradually improved, he had not yet regained the ability to speak. But that did not hinder him from contributing. Many innovative ideas emerged from the fusion of his fragmented memories with experiences from another world. While some ideas were constrained by various limitations, others proved remarkably effective, leading the second squad to accept He Wuqiang despite his injuries. Captain Sam, biting his pipe, grumbled indistinctly. Nonsense. We are serving in the military. The conscription system of the Green Empire is evident. Who would willingly come to fight and live such a perilous life if not for forced recruitment? His words left Jiluanin momentarily speechless, causing him to pull out a piece of baked flatbread from his pocket and swallow it hastily. He Wuqiang observed with clarity as Jiluanin struggled to swallow the dry bread, his throat bulging like a ping-pong ball, and he noted the difficulty of the task, which he managed without a sip of water, his gaze somewhat vacant. The freshly harvested cassava vines were to be transported back to the camp and deposited into the feeding trough outside the animal pens. The massive thunder rhinoceroses, resembling small hills, gathered from all directions, opening their wide mouths to devour bundles of cassava in a single gulp. These voracious beasts were the most formidable transporters within the camp. Yet feeding them was a laborious task, typically managed by dedicated caretakers. Only when provisions for the temporary thunder rhinoceroses were needed would a group of soldiers venture into the wild to collect the necessary supplies. After the 4th Squad was assigned the honorable task of clearing the battlefield, they subsequently undertook several reconnaissance missions, including this operation to gather fodder for the thunder rhinoceroses, all orchestrated by Count von Gosberg to maintain equilibrium among the other squad leaders. Once the cassava was returned to the camp, the work of the 2nd Squad was not yet complete. Next, they had to mash the cassava and deliver the resulting puree to the logistics kitchen, where it would be steamed into cassava cakes using large steaming trays, the favored delicacy of the thunder rhinoceroses. The preparation of cassava cakes was one of the few tasks He Wuqiang found particularly engaging, as it allowed him to observe the thunder rhinoceroses up close. He harbored a desire to ride atop one of these colossal creatures, yearning to experience their immense weight. However, the caretakers within the camp were vigilant, reluctant to permit anyone to approach these magnificent beasts. Despite his boundless curiosity about this world, He Wuqiang often felt a profound sense of alienation. During the days spent in the tent recovering from his injuries, he resorted to self-hypnosis to endure the pain, repeatedly assuring himself, do not fear, this is merely a dream. When the dream ends, all suffering will vanish. This mantra became a nightly ritual before he succumbed to sleep. As the dawn of a new day unfolds, he seeks the essence of existence in the morning sunlight. The innate warrior, He Wuqiang, has fully regained his strength after 2 months of recovery, and his time in the barracks has allowed him to settle into a semblance of calm. Within the Green Empire, many infantry regiments operate in the field without dedicated logistical support, and the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment is no exception. As the commander, Count von Goss, like other regiment leaders, entrusts logistics to the accompanying merchant convoys. The merchant caravans following Duke Newman into Handanar County are numerous, with affluent traders trailing behind the Duke's main contingent of armored knights. Only a few smaller caravans venture to engage in business with the Heavy Infantry Regiment, most of which hail from the territory of Baron Sidney. These merchant groups not only facilitate the delivery of soldiers' wages and letters back to their hometowns, but also occasionally bring news from their families. Surdak often manages to procure some black-striped demon hides, which has allowed him to form acquaintances with many of the merchants, leading to jovial exchanges whenever they gather. He Buqiang sits at the earthen rise at the camp entrance, observing Soldak conversing with a merchant clad in silk trousers and a long tunic with short sleeves. The bearded merchant occasionally casts glances towards He Buqiang, initially dismissing Soldak's words as jest before gradually adopting a more serious demeanor. Soldak waves to He Buqiang, who rises from the grass, brushing off the remnants of his seat before hastily descending the slope. The merchant, tilting his head slightly, locks eyes with He Buqiang, narrowing his gaze like a cunning fox. A northerner? He inquires, his eyes lingering on the bulging biceps of He Buqiang's arms. He Buqiang nods, aware that the locals take pride in their northern identity. Soldak quickly interjects, "Hey, Lakin, he may not speak due to the aftermath of his injuries, but he can certainly follow your commands. Just don't expect him to respond." Lakin scrutinizes He Buqiang from head to toe, finally resting his gaze on his feet, exclaiming, "Quite robust. I bet he was a soldier in his past life. Are you truly considering incorporating him into your caravan?" Lakin's last remark is tinged with jest. Soldak furrows his brow, growing impatient as he retorts, "Let us cut to the chase. If you're unwilling, I'll seek out Big Eye Peak." Realizing Soldak is earnest, Lakin hastily attempts to smooth over the situation. "I'm not saying no. Please, have a bit of patience. We're from the same hometown. You look after me, and I'll look after you. It's only right." Soldak senses Lakin's playful demeanor and is about to reprimand him, but Lakin preempts him by patting Soldak's shoulder and exclaiming, "All right, I understand your intent. Just leave him to me. He doesn't seem to need much care, and I will pay him for his work." He Buqiang is led away from the military camp by the merchant Lakin, while Soldak waves gently from the camp's entrance. The merchant's temporary lodging is not too far from the barracks, resembling a bustling marketplace. Tents line the streets, displaying various goods and daily necessities. As merchants seize every opportunity for profit, soldiers frequently emerge to procure essentials, and many venture out seeking a hearty meal. However, for these merchants, such small transactions are not their primary focus. The main business revolves around substantial military supplies, including food, textiles, and iron goods, as well as the collection of war spoils, converting them into gold and silver coins, providing soldiers with a sense of security. Some larger trading companies even offer delivery services, ensuring that soldiers' hard-earned savings reach their hometowns. The 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment is tasked with defending the northern slope of the forest, where malevolent spirits occasionally emerge. The last battle took place a month ago. Though He Buqiang does not express it outwardly, he feels immense gratitude towards Soldak. He reflects on Soldak's respect among merchants, largely due to his exceptional skinning skills. Glancing down at his own calloused hands and concluding that he should revive his own expertise, suddenly, Lakin halts, nearly causing He Buqiang, who is following closely, to bump into him. Turning, Lakin asks, "Oh, I forgot to inquire. What is your name, so I might address you properly?" He Buqiang attempts to form the words, his face reddening as he instinctively recalls the sounds of AoE, realizing he must completely forget them. "Big guy?" Lakin suggests tentatively. He Buqiang's expression darkens. "Northerner?" Lakin continues to probe. He Buqiang glances sideways. Why not pick a random name? After all, it's just a moniker. How about Morgan? There was a tall fellow named Morgan in my previous caravan, a skilled cart driver. Lakin, undeterred, proposes to He Buqiang. Just as He Buqiang contemplates using his previous name, Lakin slaps his forehead and asks, "All right then, what would you like me to call you?" "Little Dak." Seeing He Buqiang hesitate but not frown further, Lakin enthusiastically pats his shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha! I think that name is indeed splendid." The two walk side by side into the makeshift marketplace, with Lakin chattering incessantly. He expresses curiosity about how Soldak brought He Buqiang back from the battlefield, asking, "I heard that Dak unearthed you from the pile of demon corpses?" He Buqiang nods occasionally under Lakin's gaze. Lakin leads He Buqiang to a camp composed of 3 groups of tents, calling over a curly-haired youth guarding a stall and a burly man sleeping outside a tent. He introduces them, stating that the curly-haired lad is Gabby, and the drowsy giant is Ulysses, indicating that they will all be working together henceforth. Gabby, appearing rather slick, offers a friendly smile to He Buqiang before returning to his post. Ulysses, however, shows genuine interest in He Buqiang, extending his hand. He Buqiang instinctively grasps it, feeling as though a massive iron clamp is tightening around his hand, with the pressure increasing. Ulysses beams with triumph, but before his grin can fully manifest, his dark complexion subtly stiffens. He Buqiang discreetly loosens his grip, causing Ulysses to retract his hand as if bitten by a venomous snake. Lakin, observing these subtle exchanges among subordinates, chooses to remain oblivious. After greeting the 2 hired hands, Larkin arranged accommodation for He Buqiang. He led He Buqiang to the entrance of a canvas tent, lifting the flap to reveal what resembled a vast warehouse within. Large wooden crates were piled high, many of which bore labels inscribed with various words. At the entrance rested an open wooden crate, and as He Buqiang peered inside, he spotted a sizable leg bone lying at the bottom, its surface adorned with sinister black runes that seemed to possess a life of their own, undulating slowly. He Buqiang felt dizzy from merely glancing at it. "This is a temporary storage for low-level magical materials," Larkin explained to He Buqiang. "I will have a wooden bed placed here for you. You'll stay here for now, helping me guard this warehouse. Your daily tasks will involve inventorying the supplies, as there will be sporadic deliveries by cart to Handanarl County." He Buqiang nodded in understanding. The interior of the tent was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with a faint scent of oil lingering in the air. As He Buqiang navigated through the stacked crates, he reached the far end of the tent, where he discovered an array of swords and shields, standard military weapons one would expect to find in a barracks. He was astonished to find such a significant cache of military supplies within this modest merchant caravan. Unable to resist, He Buqiang seized a knight's shield from the rack, raising it to his chest and striking it with his hand, producing a series of dull thuds. The rack also displayed a row of heavy Roman swords with bronze handles intricately engraved with ancient patterns, though these designs were merely ornamental. Unlike the leg bone, these swords did not induce a sense of dizziness. The blades measured less than 3 feet in length yet felt remarkably weighty. As He Buqiang grasped the hefty Roman sword, he was surprised by the fluidity of his movements. Especially upon gripping the hilt, he experienced an inexplicable sense of nostalgia, effortlessly executing a flourish before smoothly returning the sword to the rack. "Do you fancy these weapons?" Larkin inquired, his eyes gleaming as if he had unearthed a hidden treasure. He Buqiang nodded in affirmation. His gaze then wandered to other weapon racks. In addition to the Roman swords, there were several dark-bladed daggers with brown leather grips, which appeared comfortable to hold. Nearby, around the main support pillar of the tent, lay a dozen Pagria spears, fully metallic long weapons meant solely for heavy infantry. Larkin seemed to place great trust in Surdak, showing no concern that He Buqiang might pilfer from the tent filled with weaponry and magical materials. He continued, "Do you know how to maintain these weapons? It involves periodically taking them out, wiping them down, and applying some animal grease to the edges." As he spoke, he produced a greasy cloth and demonstrated on one of the Roman swords. Taking the cloth from Larkin, He Buqiang chose not to follow the same method of cleaning. Instead, he picked up a whetstone from the weapon rack and expertly honed the blade before meticulously wiping it down with the oily cloth. Larkin regarded him with satisfaction and clapped a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Excellent. You will be responsible for weapon maintenance from now on." The warehouse was permeated with the musty odor of decaying bones, prompting Larkin to exit quickly, pausing at the tent's entrance to say, "Oh, by the way, we have 2 meals daily. You may choose to eat here or join the others. As for your pay, it will be 15 silver coins per week for now. If you perform well, I may consider a raise. Let's see how it goes." Evidently, Larkin was lenient, likely due to his association with Surdak. The weekly wage of 15 silver coins was considered moderately above average for the common folk in the Green Empire. However, in a war-torn region like Handanarl County, this sum was somewhat paltry, likely reflecting He Buqiang's probationary period, with potential for slight increases later. Having conveyed these details, Larkin melded into the bustling crowd of the merchant street, engaging in conversation with 2 armored warriors. Meanwhile, He Buqiang squatted at the entrance of the tent, observing the lively throng of the simple market, his mind clouded with uncertainty about the future. At a stall in the camp, a knight's light shield, 2 daggers, 3 Roman swords, and a Pagria spear were displayed. Gabby sat behind the stall, yawning in boredom, tossing 2 copper coins in the air. Even as soldiers passed by, Gabby showed no inclination to promote his wares, waiting patiently for someone to stop voluntarily. The standard military equipment belonged to Count Gasper, and while some weapons might be damaged in battle, soldiers could always replace them at logistics, provided they had a valid reason. However, there existed a noticeable disparity between standard weapons and those of superior quality. If the standard military knife felt too light, the Roman sword, resembling a bludgeon, was a suitable alternative. After a lengthy wait without any inquiries, it seemed Larkin was indifferent to the stall's profitability, and Gabby mirrored that nonchalance. He Buqiang sensed that Larkin did not harbor high expectations for this stall's earnings. After suffering a loss at He Buqiang's hands, the burly Ulysses had become unusually subdued. Retreating into the tent for a nap, Gabby turned and waved at He Buqiang, who approached the stall and squatted beside him, mimicking Gabby's posture. The stall offered not only weapons but also whetstones and, near Gabby, 2 small palm-sized black runestones and several dark, oval stones. He Buqiang picked up one of the egg-sized black stones. "These are magic cores," Gabby pointed to his head, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "They are extracted from the brains of fiends. However, this one is a bit small. They are not believed to contain magic crystals. Only those with magic crystals are valuable. Purchasing magic cores is akin to gambling. If you strike a crystal, you profit. Otherwise, you end up with a worthless stone." Gabby scratched his straw-like curls and gestured to a pile of smaller magic cores, stating they cost 50 silver coins each. He then pointed to another pile, roughly the size of a fist, declaring them pricier at about 1 gold coin each. Many in the military enjoy gambling on these, he added. Hearing Gabby's words, He Buqiang likened buying magic cores to gambling on jade. Gabby, as if performing a magic trick, produced a piece of beef jerky from seemingly nowhere and handed it to He Buqiang, tossing another piece into his mouth. I hope you won't take offense at what happened earlier. Ulysses meant no harm. He simply enjoys wrestling with people. He settled back against the stall, explaining to He Buqiang. Our daily tasks are quite simple. I watch the stall, while Ulysses keeps watch at night. Recently, there has been little fighting, and we only get busy after a victory. Gabby has several brown freckles on his high cheekbones and a slender frame. Like Lakin, once he opens his mouth, he tends to chatter endlessly. I don't suppose you're a Benarian, are you? 7. The incident. The first rays of morning sunlight seeped through the tent's seams, casting a straight beam onto the damp mat. A flock of emerald-feathered forest birds flitted out from the woods, appearing from a distance like a small-scale dust storm. According to Surdak, the meat of these thieving birds is tender and delectable, marinated with pepper and salt, coated in flour, and tossed into a frying pan. They can achieve a crispy exterior. However, capturing them proves to be quite a hassle, and preparing such ingredients requires ample patience. Ulysses, draped in a thick tarpaulin raincoat, sat on a cargo truck, yawning, with dewdrops adorning his attire and a spear cradled in his arms. The lush green grass blades glistened with sparkling droplets. Once Lakin learned of He Buqiang's commendable culinary skills, he entrusted him with breakfast duties. With half a roasted rabbit remaining from the previous night, He Buqiang planned to concoct a meat porridge by mixing it with oats. The diet of the Green Empire is rather monotonous: oat porridge, baked flatbreads, roasted meat, and an array of meat broths. Essentially everything can be boiled into a soup, resembling a hodgepodge stew. Mornings typically feature a simpler fare, sometimes just a bowl of porridge or a shared flatbread. Ever since his last misadventure, Ulysses had become quite earnest. Upon seeing He Buqiang emerge from the tent, he fetched a wooden bucket and made his way to the river for water. The small river at the foot of the forest was not far from the camp. Although the path was rough, especially in the morning when the grass was soaked with dew, making one's trousers damp and uncomfortable. The stove was set up outside the tent, and He Buqiang scooped out some charcoal ash from the cold stove. He retrieved a blowpipe and blew gently at the embers, causing sparks to fly and ignite the nearby grass, flames leaping up in a sudden burst. Of course, if there were no sparks at all, it was no matter, as Lakin had flint on hand, making it easy to start a fire. Hey, little Dak, good morning. Captain Sam approached with the entire second squad from the camp, greeting He Buqiang from afar. He Buqiang rose, attempting to respond, albeit struggling to master the art of speech. As Captain Sam drew closer, he patted He Buqiang's shoulder and inquired, "How are things going with Lakin's caravan?" He Buqiang nodded vigorously, indicating that all was well with the caravan. Captain Sam smiled and remarked, "It seems Surdak found you a good job." Surdak approached from behind, informing He Buqiang, "Today our squad is on duty. We'll conduct a routine inspection along the mountain road on the west side of the forest. The indigenous people of Handanar County have been rather restless lately, constantly attempting to set up roadblocks, which has impacted our logistical transport. We have carried out several joint operations with the Brotherhood, but those natives always take advantage of their familiarity with the terrain, retreating into the woods when the infantry returns, only to pop back out like tenacious gum. Quite bothersome indeed. Eventually, the infantry had no choice but to arrange for them to patrol that forest path in shifts," Surdak expressed with a hint of frustration. "These fellows, they want to even wait for me. I must be off. Hopefully, luck will be on our side this time." Surdak, equipped with a standard-issue saber and square shield, donned chainmail and hastened to catch up with the second squad. Surdak's mention of good luck referred to the possibility of encountering rare game while executing their duties in the dense forest surrounding the lumberyard. A short journey westward would lead into the Gandur Mountains, a vast forest that serves as a territory for monstrous beasts. A perilous area that even the Demon Legion dares not tread. This lumberyard frequently sees the presence of large wild animals. Last time, a small team from the 3rd Squad of the 57 Regiment hunted a male wild boar in the woods, with tusks exceeding a meter in length. Almost all the soldiers of the 3rd Squad enjoyed a feast of wild boar meat, a tale they relished, much to the envy of soldiers from other squads, all of whom were eager to hunt such magnificent creatures. The 57 Regiment was stationed in a remote area near the monster forest, rarely encountering demons but often troubled by the indigenous people of Handanar County, displaced by the demons, who would scurry about the woods causing trouble for the armored infantry. This time, the 2nd Squad's patrol was also aimed at clearing out the lurking natives near the forest path. Naturally, they did not expect to capture those elusive natives that resembled tree monkeys in a single sweep. They merely hoped that such patrols would make the natives more discreet. Of course, the infantry soldiers were not averse to teaching those tree monkeys a lesson. As the leader of the 2nd Squad, Sam did not harbor many expectations. He did not wish for too many encounters, as each encounter equated to a measure of danger. Nevertheless, as the second squad ventured into the woods west of the lumberyard, like other squads, several ordinary soldiers carried beast traps at their waists. It was only when the members of the second squad vanished into the forest at the foot of the mountain that Yibuqiang withdrew his gaze. Yibuqiang crouched before the stall, gripping a sturdy Roman sword. At that moment, he felt as though the sword was an extension of his arm. Immersed in this subtle atmosphere, his senses sharpened, allowing him to detect the slightest movements around the stall. Gabby, the curly-haired lad, wished to explore the temporary market. So Yibuqiang kept watch over the stall, not forgetting Lakin's instruction to maintain the fine-quality weapons in the warehouse with an oilcloth. He gripped the Roman sword tightly and swung it, executing a series of combat techniques that seemed instinctual. Lakin remained as elusive as ever, rarely seen. Perhaps the most unreliable proprietor Yibuqiang had ever encountered. This small caravan had not operated like a proper trade company. For 3 consecutive days, the stall had not opened. Instead, Gabby gleefully acquired a piece of black-striped demon hide from a soldier, receiving praise from Lakin. How much for this dagger? Yibuqiang pointed to the dagger beside the wooden board, which clearly stated the price. Dagger price, 35 silver coins. The writing on the board was done by Gabby, albeit in a crooked and hasty manner. The buyer silently glanced at Yibuqiang, picked up the dagger, and ran his thumb along the blade's edge, gauging its sharpness. Could you lower the price? He inquired. Yibuqiang shook his head. Seeing Yibuqiang's unwillingness to negotiate, the buyer, not wishing to linger, simply pulled out 35 silver coins from his pouch, tossed them to Yibuqiang, and took the dagger, turning to leave. When the curly-haired Gabby returned from the street, he was astonished to find that Yibuqiang had sold 2 daggers and a Roman sword in just half a day. By this time, noon was fast approaching. Yibuqiang spotted a bloodied figure stumbling out from the forest at the foot of the mountain. He suddenly straightened his body. The soldier rushing from the forest was unmistakably the young black man, Jaranam. The camp of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment was situated atop a dirt slope at the foot of the forested hillside. To the west lay the Kandahar Mountains, and from this earthen mound, one could behold the expansive plains to the south of the forest. A river, winding down from the Kandahar Mountains, flowed into the southern plains. And it was now the season of the heaviest rains in Kandahar County. Bloodied, Jaranam emerged from the dense underbrush, his upper body clad in chainmail. While his lower half was reduced to blood-stained linen shorts, he clutched a standard military sword, but his shield was nowhere to be found. His face a mask of panic as he sprinted toward the camp. A makeshift market was located between the camp and the forest, and it was from this marketplace that the first cries of alarm arose, alerting the townsfolk to Jaranam's disheveled return from the woods. "Hey, young Zach!" shouted the curly-haired Gabby towards Yibuqiang. At that moment, Yibuqiang had already taken long strides toward Jaranam, skillfully weaving through the bustling crowd of the market. Moving as lightly as a breeze. "I used to run as swiftly as he does," exclaimed an inebriated old man seated at an open tavern, addressing a similarly tipsy lodging. Squinting, lodging tracked Yibuqiang's retreating figure, responding absently, "Of course I know." Apart from Yibuqiang, several other soldiers clad in the standard chainmail of the regiment surged from the market. Their attire clearly marked them as warriors of the 57th Infantry Regiment. Due to their heavy and finely crafted armor, Yibuqiang was the first to reach Jaranam, who was staggering unsteadily. Behind Jaranam, a few wooden arrows were slung from his chainmail. These arrows were ineffective against armor, capable of causing harm only in unprotected areas. Jaranam bore a gash on his shoulder, resembling a throat wound, but slightly misplaced. Sweat mingled with blood as he gasped for breath, his face etched with urgency. Upon seeing Yibuqiang approach, he seized his arms with both hands, utterly exhausted. "Quick, take me back to the camp. I must report to Baron Sidney. A band of indigenous warriors has appeared in the valley west of the forest. Sam and the others are currently engaged with them. I need to request reinforcements from Baron Sidney to eliminate those wretched natives." Jaranam frantically implored Yibuqiang. Without hesitation, Yibuqiang lowered himself and supported one of Jaranam's arms, preparing to carry him back to the 57th Heavy Infantry camp. At that moment, the soldiers from the regiment who had followed Yibuqiang caught up and inquired, "What has happened? Were you ambushed by demons?" Yibuqiang was momentarily blocked by 2 of the infantrymen. Jaranam repeated to them, "We encountered a large ambush of natives from Kandahar County." One of the infantrymen asked, "Which squad are you from?" Jaranam quickly replied, "Our commander is Baron Sidney of the 4th Squad." Subsequently, Jaranam, supported by 2 soldiers in armor, hastened toward the camp, while another soldier inquired further about the situation. No one paid attention to Yibuqiang. For the moment, it seemed he was of little concern. He stood on the grassy slope, momentarily dazed as he watched Jaranam rush toward the camp. Jaranam did not even spare a glance back at Yibuqiang. Jaranam had not provided Yibuqiang with much useful information. only mentioning that their patrol team had discovered a band of natives in the valley west of the forest. Yibuqiang was unfamiliar with these natives of Handanar County, having heard only fragments of information from Surdak. Though these natives were once the rightful owners of this land, they remain entrenched in a primitive tribal society. To the regular army of the Green Empire, these natives are akin to uncivilized monkeys. The soldiers of the Heavy Infantry Regiment have never regarded the natives of Handanar County with any seriousness. Little did he expect that this time, the trouble for the second squad would stem from those armed with wooden bows and stone spears. Hearing that Surdak and Sam were still engaged in battle with the natives in the western valley of the forest, Yibuqiang felt a surge of blood boiling within him. He recalled Surdak's earlier words, hoping for favorable luck on this mission, but now it was evident that this was far from good news. Yibuqiang felt the weight of a sword in his hand and looked down to discover that he still gripped the Roman sword he had carefully polished behind the market stall. Perhaps it was the strength inherent in this body that emboldened him to make a startling decision. He did not return to the market stall, but merely turned silently to glance back at the bustling temporary market. He noticed many people were watching, some observing the three soldiers supporting Jeranam as they hurried to the camp, while others craned their necks to see if enemies might suddenly emerge from the forest. A few individuals even scurried back to their tents, preparing to pack their belongings. He did not see Lajin or Gabby in the crowd. He wished to convey to Lajin that he merely wished to borrow his Roman sword. However, as he could not locate Lajin, Yibuqiang had no intention of going back. He simply raised the sword in his hand toward the market, hoping Lajin would understand his intent. Waiting for Lajin to respond, Yibuqiang thought, perhaps he hasn't even seen me. Subsequently, he turned and began to run, plunging into the dense forest. He intended to trace the path Jeranam had taken to find Surdak and Sam. With a Roman sword in hand, he believed he could be of some assistance. Yibuqiang was aware of his own robust physique, though he had yet to experience combat. As he dashed into the dense undergrowth, excitement coursed through his veins. A surge of warmth traveled from the soles of his feet upward, filling him with an inexplicable strength. He plunged into the foliage without reservation, yet upon entering, he realized he had no idea which path Jeranam had taken. He paused momentarily, feeling somewhat lost, then veered toward the western side of the forest. Recalling Surdak mentioning that the valley path lay west of the forest, leaves, serrated along the edges, brushed against his face, cutting a line of blood on his skin. These leaves bore toxins that stimulated the sensory nerves, making the delicate wound on his face throb painfully. As he treaded upon the moist, decaying leaf litter of the forest floor, he felt as though each step could yield water. Insects scurried from the decayed foliage, fleeing in all directions. Yibuqiang took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, and wiped his face vigorously before resolutely pursuing the western side of the forest. Not far away, the cries of owl chicks echoed through the tranquil woods, sending shivers down Yibuqiang's spine. He cautiously pushed aside a cluster of thorny trees, carefully circumventing a family of fierce owls, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he reached a place where their cries could no longer be heard. Surdak had often complained that during patrols and duties, it was difficult to encounter wild beasts within the forest area. Yet he never anticipated that upon entering the dense woods west of the forest, he would encounter such powerful terrestrial predators. The family of owls was gathered in the woods, feasting on a spotted deer. In this hierarchy of owls, familial status dictated the order of feeding. Perhaps the eagerness of the young ones to break this feeding order led to their mother delivering a stern reprimand, after which their cries gradually subsided. The forest was dense with foliage, the ground perpetually deprived of sunlight, with many leaves having fallen and slowly decaying. The soft, rotten earth concealed numerous twigs, resembling skeletal arms buried beneath the decaying leaves, ready to trip the unwary. Some damp, rotting wood was covered in clusters of black fungus, while pale brown moss thrived around many tree roots, accompanied by various greasy yellow mushrooms and light yellow ferns. If one could discern the edible fungi and wild vegetables, a bountiful harvest could be gathered without venturing far. This forest was vast. Walking along the hillside, he could still spot enormous tree stumps. Yibuqiang, having identified the correct direction, hurried onward, yet despite his efforts, he failed to locate the supply line hidden within the valley. Along the way, he encountered various small creatures of the forest, which exhibited little fear of humans. Indeed, a leopard cat chased him from a tree, emitting a series of agitated calls as if he had trespassed into its territory. Yibuqiang traversed the forest and waded through a shallow stream, finding no paths through the woods ahead, and was left to search aimlessly along the riverbank. In the dense forest, apart from the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves, silence reigned. After a short distance, he spotted blood on the rocks by the riverbank, suspecting it was left by Jailangan. As he approached to examine it closely, he suddenly heard a strange, chattering sound and glimpsed several peculiar natives, clad only in animal skins and banana leaves, encircling a large stone by the river, dividing a white-scaled fish among themselves. Several wooden spears lay on the rocky beach, alongside a few crude wooden bows that appeared to have a very limited range. There were no signs of a battle, indicating that Surdak and Sam had not fought these natives. Soon, the bloody fish was entirely consumed by the natives, who did not hasten to leave. Instead, they shed their animal skin garments and jumped into the stream with splashes. Buqiang, having searched the area without discovering the whereabouts of the second squad, chose not to disturb the natives and continued deeper into the forest. Just as Buqiang began to doubt whether he had lost his way, he finally discovered a narrow path winding through the woods. Although the pathway was not particularly wide, it bore faint traces of wheel ruts, now blurred by rain. Yet nearby footprints were clearly visible. These footprints were unmistakably left by soldiers in iron boots. After running so far without finding any trace of the second squad, Buqiang felt his boiling blood cool as he contemplated the potential threat posed by the natives. He paused for a moment when suddenly a blinding light flashed before him. Without turning to look, he swiftly concealed himself behind a tree. Just then, an arrow shot silently from behind, embedding itself into the trunk with a soft thud. Had he not been alerted in time and taken refuge, this red-feathered arrow would have struck him in the back, sending cold sweat cascading down his brow. Following the direction of the arrow, he noticed a dark figure darting away into the thicket. It turned out to be a native trailing him. Buqiang chose not to pursue, instead cautiously retrieving the red-feathered arrow from the tree trunk. This arrowhead was fashioned from polished bone, adorned with a striking red feather whose origin he could not discern. The arrowhead bore stains that suggested it had been smeared with poison. Continuing along the narrow path, the native shadowed Buqiang closely, seizing every opportunity to shoot arrows at him, yet never confronting him directly. Each time a feathered arrow was loosed, the native would swiftly retreat into the dense forest, offering Buqiang no chance to counterattack. With such a persistent follower, Buqiang's senses remained on high alert, and the strain of it began to wear him down. He carefully scanned his surroundings, seeking a wider clearing along the path, and from a distance, he again spotted the native slipping through the underbrush. The native was garbed in a tunic woven from branches, wielding a wooden bow and carrying a quiver of red-feathered arrows on his back. Moving with remarkable agility, he pursued the native to his hiding place. But the native had already vanished. However, the sense of danger lingered. As Buqiang lingered momentarily, 3 red-feathered arrows zipped past him. He gasped and fell to the ground. After a considerable time, he heard rustling in the thicket, and a young native, dressed in a garment of leaves and holding a wooden bow, cautiously emerged. He stopped 10 meters from Buqiang, aiming his bow at him, poised to shoot another arrow. In that instant, as the native drew back his bow, Buqiang sprang to his feet and hurled his Roman sword directly at the young native. The sword sliced through the air with a whoosh, striking the young native squarely in the chest. The weighty sword pierced through his ribcage, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps and pinning him against a sturdy tree. Blood bubbled from the young native's mouth as he clutched the sword's hilt, yet despite his desperate strength, he could not extract it. Blood flowed profusely from his chest. Buqiang approached, coldly observing the young native, and with a swift motion, he drew the sword from his youthful visage, at this moment devoid of expression. With flared nostrils, his skin exhibiting a reddish-brown hue. He is barefoot, yet the soles of his feet are thickened with calluses from traversing the dense jungle with remarkable agility. Were it not for Buqiang's strategic ambush, it is likely that his presence would have remained undetected within the foliage, perhaps ignited by memories of combat. A new vigor coursed through Buqiang's body, rendering him seemingly inexhaustible, and he found the Roman sword in his grasp more adept than ever. However, the captured wooden bow proved largely ineffective. It required minimal effort to draw, and the bone arrows lacked sufficient force, necessitating close proximity to unleash their potential. This inadequacy likely explains why a native approached within 10 meters to fire at him. Overall, the wooden bow was not particularly reliable. Buqiang had encountered the alloy bows used by infantry regiments, which belonged to the category of hunting bows, characterized by a moderate length yet commendable range, making them ideal for jungle warfare. Regrettably, he had not been able to procure an alloy bow upon arrival. With no means to address his wounds, he could only allow the toxin to spread, though fortunately, it was not particularly potent, merely causing a tingling sensation in his left arm. Adopting the indigenous method, Buqiang gathered branches adorned with green leaves to camouflage himself and smeared mud from the ground onto his face. He then wiped his bloodstained Roman sword against a native's leather armor and, contemplating further, decided to strip the animal hide from the native's body to don it himself. The leather armor emitted a pungent odor, nearly suffocating him. Buqiang understood he had entered the native's alert zone, and, upon discovering this narrow path through the forest, surmised he must be near the second squad. There were no signs of conflict in this area, compelling him to press onward into the jungle. After traversing the path for some time, he suddenly observed the distant bushes shaking violently, and then a reddish-brown arm extended from the thicket, quickly gesturing for him to find cover. Bewildered, He had not anticipated a native hiding within the bushes. Had the native not signaled, he might have remained oblivious. It seemed the natives regarded him as an ally, prompting He to conceal himself within the foliage. Pondering how many natives were concealed in the opposite bushes and whether he could stealthily approach and eliminate them, as He contemplated, the jungle erupted with a cacophony of calls, the initial shout originating from an unknown source, soon followed by echoes of responses throughout the forest, sending chills down his spine. He realized he had unwittingly stumbled into the periphery of a native encirclement, yet his disguise of animal hide allowed him to pass as one of them. Before long, he witnessed swift figures darting through the jungle, armed with wooden spears and bows, leaping from tree to tree as they charged toward a slope ahead. The foremost natives brandished woven shields, and several steel-tipped arrows shot through the foliage, toppling the first 3 natives carrying vine shields. Yet these casualties did not deter the others. Instead, they accelerated their advance toward the densely wooded slope. From his hiding place, He could not discern the specific details of the battle, but it was evident that many more natives were streaming into the fray. The opposing slope resembled a gaping abyss, silently consuming the advancing natives without a trace. A native leader adorned with a colorful feathered headdress rode atop another native, wielding a staff with a vibrant flag, positioned behind a large tree. Surrounded by a dozen robust natives, he incessantly rallied his comrades for the next charge, displaying no signs of discouragement from the previous failure. Rather, he fervently called upon the others. Responding to his summons, numerous natives emerged from the underbrush, gradually forming a cohesive group, emboldened by the leader's fervor. This time, however, the leader refrained from issuing an immediate attack command, instead calling out once more, gathering several dozen more natives from the thicket and treetops. It appeared the leader intended to unleash all his forces, incorporating his strong companions into the attacking ranks, leaving only 2 to guard him. 3 natives emerged from the thicket, one of whom had previously gestured for He to hide. Now, these individuals joined the charge, waving at He to signal him to join their ranks. However, He remained motionless, feigning ignorance of their call. Seeing He in action, the 3 natives did not press further. Under the leader's continued urgings, the attacking force swelled to hundreds of natives, densely packed within the forest, clad in animal hides and woven garments made of branches, emitting guttural sounds reminiscent of monkeys. Their numbers imposing. He had anticipated the leader would lead the charge, but to his surprise, the native leader, after theatrically vocalizing a few calls, shamelessly stepped aside, waving his staff and producing a lengthy, drawn-out sound. Hundreds of natives surged from the jungle, rushing toward the slope. Meanwhile, the leader remained behind, accompanied by his 2 guards. Gripping his heavy Roman sword, He felt a sense of assurance within him. His body responded positively to the prospect of battle, and his robust physique showed no signs of fatigue despite his lengthy pursuit, instead igniting a restless impulse within him. In that moment, he made a bold decision, adjusting the foliage on his head and straightening the animal hide draped over him. As the battle cries resounded, he sprinted from the thicket. However, rather than charging toward the slope, he seized the opportunity to dart swiftly toward the native leader. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled light upon the forest floor. The humidity was palpable, and though the sunlight was obstructed, the heat permeated the jungle, transforming it into a vast steamer. The native shouts echoed far and wide. The indigenous people of Handan County had been driven from the plains into the mountains by malevolent spirits. Yet they seemed to harbor little resentment toward these apparitions, instead causing considerable trouble for the soldiers of the Grin Empire. Their guerrilla tactics in the jungle had become a significant nuisance to the logistical supply lines of the empire. The Grin Empire occupied this land solely for its abundant resources, and some slave traders within the empire merely captured a number of natives to sell to the lords of the Roland continent, reducing them to servitude. In the eyes of the malevolent spirits, these indigenous people merely reeked of rancid sustenance. 2 natives stationed beside their chieftain quickly recognized He, mistaking him for a straggler from their ranks. As he approached, they pointed their wooden spears at the advancing battalion, urging him to hasten his pace. He remained silent, and it was only when he was within 20 meters of the chieftain that the 2 natives discerned the dissimilarity between him and their kin. At that moment, the chieftain too realized that he was no native. He emitted a peculiar cry, commanding the burly warriors at his side to retreat. While the 2 natives brandished their spears and charged toward he, the distance of 20 meters seemed but a mere few seconds for both he and the 2 natives. Unfaltering in his speed, he barreled toward one of them, and just as they were about to collide, the native thrust his spear viciously at he. In a swift response, he exerted his legs, leaping high, and with a lightning strike, his Roman sword cleaved through the native's spear with precision. The hardwood spear shattered, and seizing the opportunity, he elbowed the native in the face while driving his knee into the native's chest, resulting in a cacophony of cracking bones. The native collapsed, and he swiftly stepped over his body, pursuing the retreating chieftain. Realizing escape was futile, the chieftain urged his burly warriors to confront he. Armed with a wooden staff adorned with a flag, the chieftain swung it toward he, igniting a flash of crimson fire. Startled by the flame, he sidestepped, the fiery staff grazing his cheek, its heat inflicting a sharp sting. The chieftain, pleased by the effectiveness of his strike, barked orders to his warriors to advance. Though he was robust, he lacked combat experience. The hulking native charged, lifting his foot to kick he in the abdomen. He stumbled back, instinctively thrusting his Roman sword forward, his wrist flicking upwards, creating a gash over 2 feet long across the native's chest. The blade severed the abdominal and thoracic cavities, causing the internal organs to spill forth, saturating the ground in blood. The warrior let out a howl before collapsing, dragging the chieftain down with him. He was astonished by the ferocity of his own instinctive reaction. Moments earlier, he had felt a surge of panic. Now, his subconscious actions had led to the demise of the mighty native. As the chieftain fell, he dropped his staff. In that instant, as he attempted to retrieve it, he would not allow him to reclaim his weapon. Clenching his Roman sword, he lunged at the chieftain, plunging the blade into his back. From behind, a native guard lunged at he with a spear aimed at the back of his neck. Reacting instinctively, he hunched forward, narrowly evading the thrust. Grasping the spear with one hand, he retaliated by driving his Roman sword into the guard's chest, who then collapsed atop the chieftain. Wary of the guard's potential struggle, he seized the guard's disheveled hair and brutally slashed the sword across his throat, extinguishing his life. After slaying 3 natives, he felt his blood surge with adrenaline, his heartbeat resonating like a drum. Exhausted, he sank onto a patch of ground strewn with dry leaves, the Roman sword slipping from his grasp, its blade stained with blood that quickly congealed. Desiring to wipe the grime from his hands, he searched for dry leaves. Before he could catch his breath, the natives hidden within the dense thicket discovered their chieftain's demise, unleashing a flurry of urgent cries that echoed through the forest. The news of the chieftain's death spread rapidly, and nearby natives converged upon his location. Though they had yet to arrive, errant arrows began to rain down, one wooden arrow falling at his feet, losing its momentum. As he witnessed the multitude of natives encircling him, fear gripped him, compelling him to flee without hesitation. Grasping the Roman sword and the chieftain's staff, he sprinted toward an opening in the encirclement. The natives in the front ranks, upon learning of their leader's death, immediately faltered, abandoning their pursuit of easy victory to chase after the solitary he. Fearing the wrath of the enraged natives behind him, he exerted every ounce of his strength to escape. As he ran, some natives attempted to impede his progress, yet none could deter him. Behind him, hundreds of natives formed a fan-shaped formation, fervently shouting as they pursued him. He had not anticipated that by single-handedly slaying the chieftain, he would incite the fury of all the natives, and he dared not glance back. Focusing solely on his desperate flight, uncertain of the distance covered, he felt his legs grow heavier, the air filling his lungs insufficient. The saltiness crept into his throat, a sign of impending exhaustion. The natives relentlessly clung to his trail, never falling far behind. Suddenly, he stumbled, his foot snagging on an unseen obstacle, propelling him forward uncontrollably. His face struck the leaf-strewn ground with force, and his body flipped akin to a crashing aircraft, scattering a significant portion of foliage. Dazed and disoriented, one thought echoed in his mind: it's over. In that moment of despair, a resounding horn echoed from the opposite side of the clearing, followed by a cacophony of battle cries. A black feathered arrow zipped through the dense underbrush, severing blueberry leaves in its path, producing a sharp sound in the air. The white feathers at the arrow's tail bundled together as it flew, and a native warrior, charging forward, spotted the ominous black too late. By the time he recognized it as a steel-tipped arrow, evasion was impossible. It struck him squarely in the chest. The force of the impact sent him sprawling backward, blood pouring forth from the wound. A deluge of arrows rained down upon the forest, decimating the foremost natives. These steel-tipped arrows, capable of piercing through leather armor, proved to be lethal for the indigenous people of Handano County. Warriors from the 57th Heavy Infantry Battalion's 4th Company surged from the thicket, scattering the natives with overwhelming force. The indigenous warriors stood no chance against the Imperial soldiers clad in metal armor, wielding superior weaponry. Their wooden spears and bows were futile against the armored onslaught, and the clash of forces in the forest resulted in the indigenous warriors being thrown into disarray. In the face of absolute power, their resistance was utterly in vain. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled beams of light in the forest. He Boqiang struggled to rise from the ground, bewildered as hundreds of Imperial soldiers brushed past him. Their metallic armor gleamed under the mottled sunlight, while the cacophony of battle cries resounded in his ears. The Imperial warriors seemed to grant no hesitation to the indigenous people, brandishing their standard military sabers and severing heads with ruthless efficiency. The retreating natives turned to flee into the thick woods, yet many were claimed by a torrential rain of arrows. He Boqiang stepped aside and retrieved the indigenous chief's flagstaff from the ground, also pulling a bloodied Roman sword from a nearby tree trunk. This Roman sword had been borrowed from the merchant lodging, and He Boqiang had intended to return it. With the natives scattering through the forest, it signified the complete dissolution of their last resistance. They were as fragile as parchment before the organized infantry regiment. The infantry soldiers were preoccupied with hunting down the fleeing natives, leaving He Boqiang momentarily unnoticed. From deeper within the thicket came the sounds of combat. The fleeing natives appeared trapped within the dense underbrush. Gathering his courage, He Boqiang ventured back, witnessing a chaotic scene that could hardly be deemed a battle. Rather, it was a one-sided slaughter. The natives fled in disarray, pursued relentlessly by the infantry, creating a tumultuous uproar in the woods. Amidst the turmoil, He Boqiang spotted familiar figures. Sam and Surdak, leading several soldiers from the second squad, were drenched in blood, wielding their standard military sabers, and effectively blocking the retreat of a group of natives. Perhaps no one anticipated that a rescue mission would devolve into a hunt for the indigenous people. Though these natives possessed no valuable spoils, their eradication held significant importance. For over a month, they had been active near the logging area, aware of their inability to confront the infantry regiment head-on. They targeted the smaller patrol squads on the perimeter instead, inflicting considerable losses on several teams. Moreover, these natives had been ambushing passing merchant caravans along the forest paths, causing great distress to the infantry's logistics department. The heavy infantry regiment primarily relied on supplies from these caravans. Any disruption to this trade route could severely impact the daily lives of the 57 heavy infantry soldiers. Naturally, the heavy infantry bore the responsibility of protecting the caravans. Yet the natives moved through the forest with remarkable agility. They would emerge from the trees in a flash, hundreds of them assaulting the caravans. And upon the arrival of infantry reinforcements, they would scatter like flies, swiftly vanishing into the thicket, leaving no chance for pursuit. Now, with the natives subdued, a significant burden had been lifted from the logistics department and the merchant caravans. After the battle, the soldiers of the second squad were heralded as heroes. Surrounded by the heavy infantry soldiers who hoisted the few still able to stand into the air, celebrating their victory with jubilant cheers. The logistics personnel hurried to bandage the wounded. In the past, it had been the priests sent from the temple who tended to the injured. But since the onset of the planar war, no priest had emerged from the temple. Consequently, bandages had become the most widely used first aid supplies in the army. Surdak limped through the throng of celebrants, a genuine smile on his face as he approached the overlooked He Boqiang, extending a blood-stained hand, unperturbed by He Boqiang's disdainful expression. He placed a hand on He Boqiang's shoulder and said, "We all saw it. You charged forward and slew the native chief, diverting those natives in our most perilous moment and saving everyone in the second squad." He then inquired, "Have you seen that scoundrel Jai He Boqiang nodded and pointed to an arrow wound on Surdak's shoulder. Surdak waved dismissively, replying, "Fortunately, the arrowhead was not poisoned. It merely grazed the skin. Nothing to worry about." I knew that fellow was the fastest runner in the squad. Noticing the arrow wound on He Boqiang's left shoulder, Surdak pulled aside He Boqiang's clothing to examine the darkening injury, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Were you also hit by the natives?" Without waiting for a response, he produced a dagger and scraped away the blackened flesh surrounding the wound, causing He Boqiang to wince in pain. From his pocket, he retrieved a vial and carefully dripped a drop of pale green liquid onto He Boqiang's wound. The natives of Handanal County are known to coat their arrowheads with a mixed poison. It not only paralyzes, but can also induce certain illnesses. This antidote will neutralize most of the toxins on the arrowhead, though it's becoming increasingly difficult to procure. At that moment, Sam, the captain of the second squad, emerged from the crowd, approaching He Boqiang. Observing the flag in He Boqiang's hand, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Well done, lad. The entire second squad owes you a debt of gratitude." He Boqiang smiled at the blood-splattered captain and gestured in mutual acknowledgement. Captain Sam, brimming with enthusiasm, embraced both Surdak and He Boqiang, striding toward the camp. Upon reaching the camp, the second squad, nearly all bearing injuries, sat bandaged in the military tent. Baron Sidney, clad in immaculate military attire, bent low to enter the tent. The odor within caused him to wrinkle his nose as he gestured for the guards behind him to lift the doorway curtain. He paused at the entrance, his expression a mixture of arrogance and satisfaction, nodding to the members of the second squad inside, saying, "Well done, everyone. I have submitted a commendation to the Earl, and I hope you all continue to exhibit such fearless spirit in the face of adversity." Captain Sam stood tall, leading all members of the second squad in a salute to Baron Sidney. The Baron did not linger, turning to leave, leaving behind the words, "Should you need anything in terms of medical assistance, feel free to come to me." With that, he exited the second squad's tent. Captain Sam, an experienced veteran of the battlefield, immediately understood the implication behind the Baron's words, quickly limping out of the tent to follow him. When Captain Sam returned to the tent, his expression triumphant, he held a bottle of bright red potion in his hand. This potion was contained in a round glass vial resembling a perfume bottle, with the vibrant liquid bubbling upward. It was a bottle of inferior healing potion, the lowest tier of magical remedies. Nonetheless, it represented the second squad's most valuable asset, capable of healing Captain Sam's minor injuries in an instant. Certainly, the healing potion is not to be utilized in such a manner. It is meant for moments of peril on the battlefield. Now that everyone has safely returned to camp, even without the use of this precious elixir, the wounds will gradually mend. Thus, Captain Sam has made the decision to reserve the potion for a time of genuine need. This serves as an additional reward from Baron Sidney to the second squad, while the infantry regiment's accolades are based on combat achievements. When the war concludes, each soldier's combat merits may be exchanged for corresponding rewards. After dinner, Captain Sam, brimming with excitement, gathered with everyone to review the day's battle, making an exception to invite Hibuqiang to join the discussion, since the Demon Legion had driven the indigenous people of Handanar County into the mountains. These natives had become a significant nuisance for the infantry regiment. They lived a nomadic lifestyle, hunting in the forests, making it challenging for the scouting teams to track their movements. Recently, patrol units of the regiment have encountered attacks from these indigenous peoples, and the heavily armored infantry found it impossible to catch up with the natives clad in animal skins. Typically, when these natives encountered a large group of heavy infantry, they would scatter like flies in the dense forest, avoiding casualties as long as they were not targeted by the regiment's archers. During their time stationed at the Handanar County Forest, the greatest adversary for the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment was not the Demon Legion itself, but rather these elusive natives hiding in the woods. The ambush faced by the second squad ultimately transformed into a classic encirclement operation. The discussion among Sam and the members of the second squad revolved around the stark contrast in outcomes. Why did other patrol squads suffer heavy losses, while the second squad not only escaped unharmed but also successfully assisted the infantry regiment in exterminating the group of natives? Eventually, their gaze fell upon Hibuqiang, who was huddled in the corner of the tent. Indeed, the natives, upon losing their leader, impulsively pursued the one responsible for his death. In the eyes of the natives, most citizens of the Green Empire moved slowly. Imperial soldiers often encased themselves in cumbersome metal armor, leading to a subconscious belief among the natives that Green Empire individuals lacked speed. Though intent on capturing Hibuqiang, he was not clad in heavy metal armor, allowing him to run as swiftly as the natives. Exhausted by the chase, Hibuqiang found himself pursued by natives who were themselves nearly out of breath, desperately clinging to the last remnants of their energy. Unfortunately for them, they soon encountered the infantry regiment's reinforcements, and by the time the regiment's fresh troops entered the fray, the natives were rendered incapable of escape. Lying on a wolfskin mat, Jai longed and chuckled at Hibuqiang, likely thinking this was the best way to convey his goodwill. I must say, it was fortunate that Surdak saved this fellow at the front lines. Looking back now, rescuing him was akin to rescuing ourselves. This was spoken by Ian, the veteran of the second squad, second only in age to Captain Sam, who spoke with a hint of pride in his gaze. Surdak, seated beside Hibuqiang, was wrapped in bandages. The wooden spears and bows wielded by the natives had proven ineffective against the regiment's standard armor, causing only superficial wounds. Nevertheless, to prevent infection, these injuries were meticulously dressed. Regardless, we must express our gratitude, Surdak insisted, disregarding Hibuqiang's gentle nudges. Hibuqiang was somewhat aware of the situation among the members of the second squad. Any form of gratitude would serve as an additional burden for them. Upon hearing Surdak's statement, most members of the second squad concurred. Veteran Ian, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, asking, "What do you think he needs?" One member named Aldous quickly suggested, "He has nothing. I have an extra marching sleeping bag that he might find useful." Other members also expressed their desire to gift Hibuqiang with various necessities, leaving only veteran Ian without a response. Under the gaze of the others, Ian finally mustered the courage to say, "You know, I spend whatever little money I have at the tavern. I've never been able to save much. Even these are just the weapons and gear issued by the infantry regiment. I propose we pool our resources to buy him a drink." This suggestion from veteran Ian immediately garnered a response from the other squad members. Indeed, in our Tarapa, expressing gratitude means treating someone to a drink. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus to take Hibuqiang to the open-air tavern in the market. At this moment, Captain Sam, who had been silent, gently cleared his throat and remarked, "Let us postpone the drinking for now. The most critical matter is to recover from our injuries. Who knows when we may be called to battle? We must always be in peak condition." Captain Sam made the final decision, which the squad members readily accepted. And Surdak agreed as well. "Very well, we shall wait until our wounds have healed." The conversation then shifted as Aldous, grinning, produced several leather quivers he had scavenged from the natives, saying, "Speaking of which, I collected a few quivers from the natives. Although their wooden spears and bows are unimpressive, the quivers are quite exquisite. I wonder if any merchants would be interested in purchasing them." Surdak barely glanced at the quivers, scoffing as he replied, in my opinion. These natives are truly impoverished. What could these quivers possibly fetch? They are worth less than the animal skins they wear. The night overhead in our county was adorned with a tapestry of stars. The mountain breeze swept away the heat of the day, with the occasional plaintive cry of a leopard cat echoing through the distant woods. The merchants at the makeshift market closed their stalls, leaving only a disheveled array of tents, while the open-air tavern at the market's end remained open, illuminated by the magical light of moonstone lamps. This tavern, set on a grassy slope, comprised 3 tents, with the proprietor primarily serving home-brewed ale and simple fare. The tavern's tables were made from tree stumps the owner had brought from the forest, with the tree rings clearly visible on the surface. The bark had been stripped away and coated with a layer of varnish. The benches were equally rudimentary, fashioned from raw logs split in half and affixed with wooden legs. However, at this late hour, the patrons still drinking were not soldiers from the camp, but rather merchants who had closed their stalls. The camp enforced a curfew, and those who dared to drink here risked punishment. A lamb leg was skewered on the barbecue spit, the roasted meat having been sliced 3 times, exposing the bone beneath. The charcoal beneath the spit was nearly spent, with the last few embers buried in the silver ash, sparking only when the wind blew. The dining table was cluttered with empty wine glasses as Hee carefully laid a crisp flatbread on the surface, artfully placing succulent pieces of roasted lamb upon it. With delicate precision, he folded the flatbread, producing a gentle crackling sound as the brittle edges crumbled, sending flecks of bread and the juices from the lamb splattering across the table. Taking a hearty bite, he realized this was his first truly exquisite meal since arriving in this world. Also resting on the table was a sharp-edged Roman sword, which, as Lodging had explained, was crafted by the most renowned blacksmith in Talapagan. The blade bore intricate and uniform patterns, and the silver-plated hilt was claimed by Lodging to be pure silver. The grip was wrapped in fine cords made from ulu grass, known for its sweat-absorbing properties, ensuring a firm hold even when stained with blood. Despite the visible remnants of blood having been wiped clean, a faint metallic scent lingered, which Hee suspected might merely be a figment of his imagination. Lodging, holding a large wooden mug brimming with ale, flushed with inebriation, enthusiastically recounted to a bearded merchant, "Behold, it was this very sword that severed the native chief's head. The unique forging technique of this heavy blade allows it to absorb the blood of its foes, transforming its hue from ancient bronze to a deep crimson. Do you not see traces of red within the blade's patterns?" The bearded merchant, equally intoxicated, gazed in astonishment at the sword, inquiring, "Is it truly this sword that beheaded the native chief?" With pride, Lodging exclaimed, "Would I lie? We merchants value integrity above all." He then swung the hefty sword down towards the edge of the table, embedding it deeply into the wooden stump, rendering himself helpless to retrieve it. Ultimately, it was Ulysses who resolved this predicament for the intoxicated Lodging. After draining the last sip of ale, Lodging gestured to the tavern owner, signaling for the bill. At that moment, the bearded merchant stood up, clasping Lodging's hand and addressing the tavern owner, "Bring us 2 more. No, for mugs of beer. This round is on me. The hour is still early, and with the absence of conflict, we may indulge at our leisure." The tavern owner silently poured 4 substantial mugs of beer, which a young server carried to Hee table. After a while, with both men flushed from drink, the merchant finally broached the subject with Lodging. "Are you willing to part with that sword?" Lodging, his head nodding like a bobblehead from the effects of the ale, decisively responded, "Such a fine sword. I intend to keep it to adorn my wall at home. Only a fool would sell it." Seizing Lodging's hand, the merchant's expression was animated. "Lodging, let me tell you, we are friends, both exiles in this trade, hailing from Warsaw County. We should assist one another in times of need. I've invested heavily in the grains brought from Warsaw, and while I have little else to show for my efforts, possessing a sword that symbolizes victory would surely evoke envy among my peers back home." Lodging hesitated momentarily before replying, "Odotada. I have several brand new Roman swords in my tent of the same quality, and they are quite reasonably priced." Odotada, seemingly uninterested in further negotiation, slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "I desire this one. I admire its intricate patterns." Lodging appeared torn, rubbing his forehead as he addressed Odotada. "Perhaps when you sober up tomorrow, you may reconsider. It would be wise to reflect." "I am already quite sober," Odotada retorted, belching loudly, his stout frame resembling that of a robust dwarf, albeit much taller. With a resigned sigh, Lodging conceded, "Very well, since you insist." It must be said that Lodging was indeed a shrewd businessman, adept at maximizing the value of all that surrounded him, a quality that Hee greatly admired. In the days following the skirmish with the natives, Lodging had sold the native chief's ceremonial staff seized by Hee to a merchant of magical materials, and even the ragged furs stripped from the bodies of the natives to a leatherworker. Now, he was on the verge of selling the very sword that had slain the native chief. Hee felt a pang of regret at the thought of losing the Roman sword, yearning to keep it. Since slaying those natives, he had experienced a stirring within, as if the warrior's blood coursing through him had awakened fully. Only when wielding the Roman sword did he feel truly alive. However, Lajin had promised that should he sell the sword, he would gift He Buqiang a brand new Roman sword and a small round shield covered in iron, making the transaction seem worthwhile. He Buqiang sensed an exhilarating heat within him each time he grasped the long sword, as if the very essence of battle was transforming him. Indeed, when individuals realize the possession of formidable power, they often embark upon a journey of self-inflation, discovering an astonishing lack of fear towards death. As if the world were merely a canvas of black and white. Yet, deep in He Buqiang's heart, there resided a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he was still in a dream, and only the overwhelming terror of death could rouse him, allowing him to return to the world he once knew. In recent days, the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment had faced little conflict in the forested areas where they were stationed. Each morning, the soldiers would emerge from their camp to engage in drills, and He Buqiang would often stand outside his tent, observing their training maneuvers, strikes, shield blocks, thrusts, while the soldiers trained vigorously, drenched in sweat, igniting within him a sense of belonging. Standing atop a hill, he would close his eyes, allowing the rising sun to bathe him in warmth, using this moment to delve into his mental realm, capturing the fleeting fragments of memories that lingered around him. Each memory fragment unveiled a part of the experiences of his predecessor. Recently, he had been haunted by dreams of a great fire, the very blaze that had consumed the nightly aspirations of his former self. The inferno left scars across his body, remnants of burns that told tales of destruction. An exceptional night was said to require not only a set of priceless enchanted armor but also intricate magical patterns inscribed upon their skin. For only by harnessing the power of magic could one ascend to greatness. Lajin fulfilled his promise, and at last, He Buqiang possessed a finely crafted Roman sword and a small round shield covered in iron. The shield, elegantly fastened to his left arm, was just slightly larger than a forearm guard. Regarding the indigenous chief's ceremonial staff seized by He Buqiang, Lajin sold it to a merchant of magical materials in the marketplace, receiving not a single copper coin in return. 3 days later, the merchant returned with a brand new set of leather armor. This armor comprised long leather boots, hard leather greaves, a leather cuirass, shoulder guards, and bracers. It fit He Buqiang rather snugly. Lajin boasted to He Buqiang that the armor had cost him a hefty 11 gold coins. Although it appeared ordinary, it was crafted from the hide of a low-tier magical beast known as the blue deer. However, He Buqiang noticed that the cuirass was marred by various patches of mismatched leather. Fortunately, the leatherworker possessed some aesthetic sense. Most of the patches were symmetrical, rendering the armor visually acceptable. 2 weeks later, the second squad fulfilled their promise and collectively indulged in a round of ale at an open-air tavern. The soldiers of the Heavy Infantry Regiment were predominantly from humble beginnings, with little spare coin. A portion of their pay was allocated to daily expenses, while the remainder was saved to send home. An elite soldier like Surdak earned approximately 40 silver coins monthly, with additional earnings from battles, making him the most affluent member of the second squad. In contrast, the pay of second-class soldier Jailonen was half compared to Surdak's, often leaving him with insufficient funds for his own needs. They pooled their resources for the drinks, and He Buqiang insisted on contributing his share. This gesture won him the favor of many in the second squad, particularly the veteran Ian, whose smile was especially radiant during the revelry. Though Ian enjoyed his drink, he exhibited restraint, matching the others sip for sip without overindulging. While the Heavy Infantry Regiment did not explicitly forbid drinking, it was not encouraged either. Of course, those found drunkenly causing a ruckus in the barracks would face punishment. Captain Sam imposed a limit on the ale, allowing each person a maximum of 3 cups, while hearty stew and baked bread were available in abundance. This meal represented a modest improvement for all members of the second squad. Not far from the tavern, a gentle slope led southward toward the Handanar forest, where dense woodlands melded seamlessly with rolling mountains. Verdant grass, azure skies, and billowy clouds adorned the landscape. The alfalfa on this slope grew to a height of 2 feet, while several thunderous rhinoceroses grazed by the riverbank, where the vegetation was lush. Surdak laid his shield on the grass, reclined back with his head resting on it, and placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the cerulean sky. Squinting to savor this rare moment of leisure, He Buqiang sat beside him, one leg stretched out on the grass while the other was bent, one hand resting on his knee, with his Roman sword lying beside him. Surdak plucked a sweet grass root to chew and remarked to He Buqiang, "In 4 months, I will complete my military service." To He Buqiang's surprise, Surdak was still serving, and he had presumed all members of the second squad were seasoned veterans like Captain Sam. "I've decided not to stay here any longer," Surdak said casually. He Buqiang smiled in response, offering a silent blessing. Surdak continued, "I have saved enough money and earned sufficient military merit to return home through the planar portal. I will head directly from the forest to the town of Handanar to obtain the portal pass, and then take a magical airship to Tulara City, where there is a portal that can transport me back to the capital of Benna." Though He Buqiang remained silent, Surdak anticipated his thoughts and naturally added, "Yes, Benna province is indeed my homeland. A radiant smile illuminated Surdak's face as he spoke of his hometown. However, my family does not reside in Benna city. I was born in a remote mountain village with barren land but sparse population. I long to return home and use the skills I've acquired to improve the lives of those there. I believe I can succeed. After saying this, he glanced at Hebuqiang. Were you about to ask where I live? Hebuqiang felt an urge to roll his eyes at Surdak, internally muttering. What makes you think I'm inquiring about your address? Surdak snapped his fingers, laughing, huh? It's rare for you to be curious about something. You're insane. Hebuqiang typically found himself at a loss for words whenever Surdak entered his self-amused state. Surdak did not even look at Hebuqiang as he continued, listen. I'll say this only once, so pay attention. I live in the village of Wool in the Tarapagan region of Warsaw County. Benna province's family awaited his early return. It had been over 3 years, and he wondered how much had changed at home. Surdak stared at the clouds, a wave of nostalgia washing over him into silence. After a long pause, he emerged from his reverie and sat up abruptly, addressing Hebuqiang. By the way, would you like to come back with me? I have a lovely sister who is still unmarried. If you're willing to join me, I would gladly offer her hand in marriage. Surdak's grin was akin to that of a cunning fox. Heh, your silence implies consent. Damn it, a stampede of alpacas rushed through Hebuqiang's mind. Surdak, invigorated, stood up, brushing off the grass clippings, and declared to Hebuqiang, yes. That's a splendid idea. The only challenge is obtaining the planar portal pass, which is not easily secured. Without further ado, he pulled Hebuqiang up from the grass, exclaiming, all right then, let us make the most of our time and earn more military merit. Perhaps we can acquire 2 portal passes. Hebuqiang remained at a loss for words. The military life in Handanar County is situated on the eastern edge of the Gandhara Mountains. The 57th Regiment is one of the most inconspicuous heavy infantry regiments under the command of Duke Newman of the Benna Legion. This infantry regiment guards the northern slope of the forest to prevent the return of the indigenous people who may flee into the woods. Duke Newman's main armored knight regiment is gathering in the Grey Bear Hills of Handanar County, while the dark demonic legion from the Abyss remains encircled by the Benna coalition forces, awaiting the completion of the Knight Regiment's assembly before Duke Newman launches a full-scale assault on the demonic legion. The Handanar Forest can be regarded as one of the periphery battlefields of this major conflict, although it is unlikely to see significant combat. It is equally challenging to accumulate military merits, which suits Colonel Mond Goss, who has led a rather lackluster life, perfectly. A leaf lazily drifted down, landing directly in front of Hebuqiang, obscuring his view. He lay still in the mire, refraining from any movement, with a dense cluster of glass grass perched atop his head for over half a day. Most of his body was submerged, and the camouflage on the exposed portion had become somewhat desiccated, rigidly clinging to him, preventing him from brushing aside the fallen leaves before him. He attempted to hold his breath and blow the leaves away, but they swayed precariously in the artificial breeze he created. If only I were just a tad closer, he thought, feeling a sense of discouragement as the world around him dimmed, a symptom of his brain's oxygen deprivation. Just as he could no longer resist the urge to reach out and part the leaves, a subtle movement from the opposite thicket caught his attention. A wooden bough emerged from the underbrush. He quickly held his breath as a native, clad in animal skins, cautiously emerged, scanning his surroundings with alertness. He did not rush forward but instead drew his bow, loosing several arrows into suspicious areas, one of which landed perilously close to Hebuqiang. At that moment, his heart nearly leapt from his chest as the arrow struck the ground. Had it not been for the leaf obstructing much of his view, he might have noticed the native's aim before it was too late. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, but fortunately, the native did not fire a second arrow. Barefoot, he cautiously stepped forward, his broad feet making no sound on the dry leaves. One hand gripped the bough while the other held a wooden spear. He lunged beside the mire, startling a frog that leapt into the puddle, only to be speared through by the native. The hunter, standing with feet firmly planted, plucked the frog from his spear and secured it to a grass cord at his waist, revealing a portion of his pendulous anatomy beneath his animal hide skirt. As the native tied the cord, Hebuqiang seized the moment, springing from the mire and slashing the hunter's abdomen with his Roman sword. The native barely had time to cry out before Hebuqiang crushed his windpipe with a fist, pinning him to the mud and severing his head with his sword. Just as he sought to catch his breath, he noticed a rustle among the circular leaves of the thicket to his left. He quickly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding an arrow that whizzed past his neck. He sprang toward the thicket but only glimpsed a fleeting silhouette, akin to a nimble deer, before it vanished into the depths of the forest. He stood frozen, feeling the chill at the nape of his neck, considering himself fortunate this time. Covered in mud, his upper body hardened as the clay dried, while his lower half, clad in leather armor, was caked in muck, rendering him unable to pursue the native who had effortlessly escaped his sight. He cast aside the glass grass atop his head, searched the native's body for valuables but found nothing of worth, and thus dug a shallow pit beside the mire to drag the native's corpse into, covering it with a thin layer of soil before continuing his pursuit in the direction the other native had fled. In the past 2 weeks, 3 small merchant caravans had been ambushed in this vicinity. According to the merchants who managed to escape, they were attacked by a group of cunning native hunters skilled in archery and adept at setting traps within the dense forest. The methods employed by these hunters were ruthless. They never left survivors, suggesting a singular intent to kill. One of the caravans had connections to the distant relatives of Count Gosper, and they had come to the Warsaw region by the Count's influence. The unfortunate young man had hoped to earn enough to purchase land upon returning home. As a third-tier baron without territory could never hold his head high among other nobles. Count Gosper greatly admired such ambition and even intended to marry one of his daughters to the young man. Tragically, before he could reach the lumberyard, he fell victim to a group of natives that had sprung forth from the mountains. Enraged, Count Gosper ordered Baron Sidney, the captain of the 4th Division, to handle the matter. Captain Sam of the 2nd Squad had been searching the mountainous terrain for 5 days, and Ian suspected the natives had already fled to another location. It was Ibuchiang who suggested that members of the 2nd Squad take positions near various water sources in the area, hoping for some success. Yet they had waited for most of the day without results. Suppressing his revulsion, Ibuchiang placed the native's head into a linen sack and made his way to the rendezvous point. Upon entering the camp of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment alongside the members of the 2nd Squad, the soldiers at the entrance barely glanced at him. As an auxiliary member of the 2nd Squad, many recognized him but could not recall his name. Passing by Baron Sidney's command tent, Captain Sam nudged Soldak, signaling that it was Soldak's turn to report. Soldak took the linen sack from Sam and walked directly to the tent's entrance. The guard at the door lifted his chin and, glancing at Ibuchiang amidst the 2nd Squad, smiled at Soldak, asking, "Hey, Dak, is your squad new?" "Not quite," Soldak replied, waving to the members of the 2nd Squad to return to their tent. He turned to the Baron's guard and inquired, "Is the Baron in?" The guard, familiar with Soldak, leaned closer and whispered, "Yes, he's inside. You know, just returned from Count Gosper's, not in the best of moods." He then subtly gestured, lowering his voice, "It's best to come back tomorrow if it's not urgent." Soldak raised the sack with a confident smile, replying mysteriously, "Oh, I have something quite important. Perhaps it will lift his spirits." The guard's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, well then, I shall inform him." Inside the tent, the air was laced with a faint scent of perfume. Baron Sidney sat at a square table, engrossed in a thick tome bound in sheepskin, illuminated by a magical lamp with a moonstone wick casting a gentle glow. The guard parted the tapestry door, and Soldak strode in, leaving a trail of muddy, blood-stained footprints on the beige velvet carpet. Carrying the linen sack, droplets of thick blood dripped from it, causing him to feel a mix of anxiety and embarrassment as he glanced at the marks he left behind. He offered a sheepish smile and a military salute to Baron Sidney, who sat with an impassive expression, his gaze fixed intently upon Soldak. Soldak felt as if his heart was gripped by a colossal hand, rendering him unable to breathe freely. He held his breath, instinctively straightening his posture and mustering the courage to speak. "My Lord Baron, we have discovered the indigenous people in the northern mountainous region of the forest." Baron Sidney concealed his displeasure, though it lingered in his mind. Upon hearing Soldak's report, he lifted his gaze and inquired, "Oh, have you found them?" Soldak subconsciously touched the crescent-shaped rib plate of his breastplate and replied, "Yes, my lord." They stealthily approached the water source, and we took the opportunity to slay 3 of them, regrettably failing to capture any alive. Baron Sidney's attention first fell on the bloody bag at Soldak's waist. Then he strode to the desk where a parchment map hung by the tent's edge. Holding a magical lamp, he nearly pressed its shade against the map and asked Soldak, "Can you decipher this?" Following Baron Sidney, Soldak approached the map, rubbing his hands vigorously before drawing a large circle over a specific area, stating, "This is the vicinity of the forest." "Excellent. Can you indicate where the indigenous people of Handanar County were discovered?" Baron Sidney's eyes glimmered with approval, and his tone became notably more melodious. Soldak did not rush to respond. Instead, he meticulously studied the map for quite some time before saying, "It should be around this area." He then refined the marked region, pointing to a ridge on the map, informing Baron Sidney, "This group of indigenous hunters is currently hiding in a cliffside cave, which offers a broad view and has an exceptionally narrow entrance, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault." Baron Sidney nodded slightly, placing the magical lamp back on the desk. "Are the severed heads of those indigenous people contained within that bag?" "Indeed, my lord," Soldak affirmed, preparing to remove the linen bag. Baron Sidney waved his hand, signaling Soldak to withdraw, stating, "Gather all soldiers from the 4th Brigade tomorrow morning. I shall request Captain Gos to mobilize the longbowmen for a thorough eradication of the northern forest region." As Soldak retreated to the tent's entrance, he asked, just before departing, "Soldier, what is your name?" "Soldak, my lord." Baron Sidney nodded slightly and remarked, "Soldak, you have done well. I shall inscribe your name at the forefront of the military merit application." He then waved his hand, indicating Soldak could leave. Exiting the tent, Soldak excitedly clenched his fist. The tent flap lifted, and a faint scent of mint wafted through the air, effectively repelling the surrounding biting mosquitoes. Hibuqiang looked up to see a sprig of mint hanging from the tent's apex. This invigorating aroma was both refreshing and sleep-disrupting. The curly-haired lad, Gabi, brought over a steaming bowl of corn porridge and sat at the entrance of Hibuqiang's tent, occasionally making slurping sounds. Merchant Lakin sat opposite Hibuqiang, with several grimy magic cores before him. He scrutinized each core with a magnifying glass, first weighing them in his hand, then biting the protruding parts, and finally examining them for blood patterns. Once he completed his assessment, Lakin exhaled deeply, his previously tense expression softening. With corn porridge lingering at his lips, Gabi leaned closer to Lakin, inquiring, "Boss, how did it go?" Merchant Lakin placed the magic cores into a pouch, securing them carefully, and replied, "They should all be legitimate. Young Dak, do you and your companions venture into the mountain hollow before dawn to hunt magical beasts?" Hibuqiang shook his head and swiftly mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, signaling Lakin that these magic cores were acquired from the indigenous people. Lakin nodded, then patted Hibuqiang's shoulder, saying, "In the future, you may bring back cores of this quality. I will gladly accept them." Lakin then asked, "Will you be accompanying Sam and Soldak to the forest tomorrow?" Hibuqiang nodded. "Be cautious. Those indigenous people navigate the forest as if returning home, and you are not clad in iron armor. Leather armor will not withstand their wooden spears and bows." Lakin warned before departing with Gabi. Hibuqiang reclined on the leather mattress within the tent, contemplating his dismal recent existence, feeling as though he could never return to his former world. It seemed he was merely a traveler in this realm, surrounded by everything so novel. Yet he felt utterly out of place. Fortunately, the original owner of this body possessed robust physique, which Hibuqiang deemed his greatest blessing at present. Recently, Hibuqiang had been active with the second squad in the forest vicinity, and Lakin's place had become his temporary residence. However, with Lakin's guidance, Hibuqiang had reciprocated by trading some of the magic cores acquired by their squad. He rolled up the sleeves of his linen shirt and gazed at the mottled burn scars adorning his arms before shutting his eyes, unwilling to delve into those terrifying memories. To be honest, Hibuqiang felt somewhat tempted by Soldak's invitation, especially when Soldak mentioned introducing his beautiful sister to him, which deeply touched Hibuqiang. Perhaps he should strive to obtain a teleportation pass to the province of Benna to visit Soldak's homeland. Soldak had once stated that war is a game for the brave. Hibuqiang considered himself far from courageous. However, upon reflection, he realized that his previous bold actions were perhaps fueled by the notion of treating everything as a role-playing game. He awaited the day someone would proclaim, "Game over," at which point he would awaken from this dream. Yet, Captain Sam advised, "If you wish to survive longer in the heavy infantry regiment, you must remain obedient and never overreach." As these thoughts swirled, drowsiness overcame him. 18. Entering Gandrel, countless star-like lights drifted in the void. Initially, Hibuqiang believed these luminous points, akin to the stars in the night sky, were exceedingly distant. However, upon merging with the memories of the body's original owner one night, this void seemed to become a part of him. According to Dak, Hibuqiang was experiencing his own spiritual realm, a wondrous phenomenon indeed. Thus far, the Green Empire has yet to devise effective methods to guide individuals in experiencing their spiritual worlds. It is said that those who glean certain insights within this realm will possess the key to unlock the doors of magic. Soldak recounted that at the age of 12, he accompanied his peers to the city of Halansa, where he participated in the magic awakening ceremony at the Halansa Junior Magic Academy. At that time, over 6,000 civilian children gathered in the square, yet only 2 were identified by the magical crystal as possessing a magical pool. Magic is synonymous with nobility. Hibuqiang is able to sense his own spiritual realm, which may warrant a conversation with Captain Mont Goss, the leader of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, a quintessential first-tier armored knight. However, given Hibuqiang's current status, he lacks the privilege to meet with the esteemed Count Mont Goss. Hibuqiang cannot disclose to Surdak that after experiencing the ocean of the spirit, the stars that once resided in the void have all converged within him, with one particular star upon his shoulder ignited by his own will. Indeed, this extraordinary sensation fascinates Hibuqiang, yet proves to be of little utility. On a bright morning, the 4th Division, under the command of Baron Sidney, ventured into the mountain hollow on the northern slope of the forest, accompanied by a squadron of longbowmen from the Heavy Infantry Regiment. Baron Sidney, mounted on a magnificent gobble-eye steed and adorned in resplendent silver armor, stood out strikingly among the ranks. Their mission was to subdue a band of indigenous hunters dwelling on the cliffs within the mountain hollow, who had inadvertently slain a distant relative of Count Mont Goss during a raid on a merchant convoy. In light of this, Count Mont deemed it necessary to bring back the severed heads of these indigenous hunters as trophies to present to his distant cousin, ensuring a proper reckoning upon his return to Talapagan. As the most direct force under Count Mont The 4th Division was naturally compelled to alleviate the Count's concerns during such dire circumstances. The previous day, Count Mond, frustrated by the lack of progress on this matter, had summoned Baron Sidney to his tent and chastised him vehemently. To everyone else's surprise, by dinner time, Baron Sidney returned with intelligence regarding the indigenous hunters and personally reported his findings to Count Mond, who readily approved Sidney's request to allocate a squadron of longbowmen to the 4th Division. As the morning sun filtered through the forest, the lingering mist had yet to dissipate, and the entire woodland radiated with vibrant life. The infantry of the 4th Division traversed the underbrush, startling a flock of birds. He Buqiang, clad in blue deer leather armor, with a round shield on his back and a Roman sword at his waist, melded into the ranks. The dense forest exuded a primal essence, as the higher-tier magical beasts had long since retreated deeper into the mountains, leaving the area devoid of apex predators and transforming it into a haven for smaller woodland creatures. As the troop passed beneath a fallen tree, a dozen feral leopard cats, baring their sharp teeth, lounged atop the trunk. These small beasts posed no threat to the soldiers, and their soft fur, though of little value, was sought after by minor nobles. He Buqiang, following the procession, mused about the scenic beauty of the area, contemplating its potential for tourism. Just then, a leech, adorned with suction cups, fell with a thud onto Surdak's armored back, promptly clinging to him like a strand of pasta. He Buqiang hastily set aside his daydreams to assist Surdak in removing this minor nuisance. Whenever the infantry regiment undertook any substantial operation, the merchants residing on the earth slopes would spring into action, eager to procure spoils of war, magic cores, leathers, ores, magical materials, and herbs, anything the soldiers were willing to sell, as long as it held value. This time, with the 4th Division fully mobilized, the merchants took notice. However, Merchant Lodging did not rush to pack his belongings. Instead, he leisurely squatted before his tent, observing the bustling merchants in the market, unknowingly nurturing a sense of superiority within himself. Jelinan, the swiftest warrior of the 2nd Squad, had always acted as a semi-scout. It was he who had trailed a native hunter, uncovering the whereabouts of their hideout. Now, the young warrior walked at the forefront of the group, having traversed the forest and entered the Gandal Mountains along a narrow path. Exiting the northern slope of the forest essentially meant leaving the jurisdiction of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. Once they ventured into the eastern mountainous region of Gandal, they would be entering the territory of potentially hostile magical beasts. The realization of this brought a heightened sense of alertness among the members of the squad. Yet, the 2nd Squad felt little trepidation. They had nearly tread down every hill in this area recently, becoming thoroughly familiar with its dangers. They knew well that they still had quite a distance to cover before reaching the mountain hollow, and that there were currently no threats in this woodland. As they journeyed, Sam, the captain of the 2nd Squad, had dismantled numerous traps along the way. After an entire morning of travel, the squad decided to rest by a riverbank. Baron Sidney spread a map upon a large stone by the water, gazing silently at a particular point on the map. Sam and Surdak were escorted before Baron Sidney, who finally looked up and inquired of Surdak, how much further? Just as Surdak was about to bluntly complain about the 4th Division's current pace, fearing they might not reach their destination before nightfall, Sam elbowed him sharply. Surdak quickly acquiesced, stating, "At our present speed, we should arrive before dark." Baron Sidney remained silent, and the 6 squad leaders behind him dared not utter a word. After a moment, Baron Sidney instructed his 6 squad leaders, "Summon all squad leaders here. We shall strategize our deployment." "Yes, my lord." Following this, Baron Sidney dispatched 5 scouting teams into the dense forest. The warriors of the 4th Division had traversed the woods for a better part of the day without encountering a single indigenous hunter, and Baron Sidney's expression grew increasingly grim. The group halted by a creek in the valley, where Baron Sidney convened the officers of squad leaders and above for initial battle preparations. The remaining heavy infantrymen collected water from the river, kindling fires on the stony banks to prepare their meals. The troops carried only the simplest of military rations, which he Buqiang had been consuming for the past few days, an easily prepared food resembling rice flour that could quickly be boiled into a porridge, paired with hard, baked wheat cakes. If the cakes were too tough, one could crumble them into the porridge for a softer meal. It was not unpleasant, but certainly not a gourmet delight, merely a convenient sustenance to quickly fill the belly. Each ration was wrapped in dried banana leaves, easily torn open when needed. Jelinan scooped a spoonful of thick porridge into a wooden bowl, staring at it with little appetite, while Ian beside him relished his meal, scraping the edges of his bowl clean with his fingers. As 5 scouting teams departed, a palpable tension enveloped the camp, and few dared to speak loudly. He Buqiang found the military rations rather unremarkable, quietly finishing his portion and leaning against a large stone, closing his eyes to rest. The young lad Jerinan replenished his canteen with the crystal-clear water from the stream. Soldak squatted beside the fire, pressing the smoldering charcoal down with stones. Garcia leaned in curiously and inquired, "Soldak, what do you think Baron Sidney wants to discuss with the captains?" Garcia, a member of the second squad, was affectionately nicknamed Red Socks due to the crimson socks he wore year-round, despite their numerous patches, a keepsake knitted by his fiancée before he enlisted. He was the most skilled archer in the squad, equipped with one of the two alloy bows they possessed. Surdak turned to Garcia and replied, "Who knows? However, we are still quite far from the mountain hollow, so for now, we needn't worry about being ambushed by indigenous hunters. It is certainly easier to blend in with the larger troop than to venture alone." At that moment, Captain Sam returned from Baron Sidney's side, settling against a rock. Jaron promptly rushed back to present the portion of food he had reserved for the captain. The porridge in the wooden bowl had congealed into a lump as it cooled, prompting Sam to push it aside and instead munch on a piece of hardtack. Surdak remarked, "I have a feeling something is amiss. We must tread carefully on the upcoming path." Sam tore off another piece of hardtack but hesitated before placing it in his mouth, asking Surdak, "What's the matter?" Surdak cast a glance at Ibuchiang, then slowly said, "I suspect the natives are trying to lure us in." Sam pondered for a moment, remaining silent. Ian, standing nearby, interjected, "With our entire 4th squad deployed and an additional company of longbowmen at our disposal, we have ample strength to deal with those natives. There is nothing to fear." Jaron and Garcia, along with others, fervently agreed with Ian's sentiment, echoing his words in affirmation. At that juncture, Ibuchiang raised his head, sensing an unseen gaze penetrating through the dense foliage, although he could find no compelling evidence to substantiate this feeling. After nearly an hour of rest, the 4th squad resumed their trek through the thick forest towards the mountain hollow. In the afternoon, the woods were largely devoid of wildlife, save for the occasional troublesome venomous insect. However, the soldiers carried antidotes with them, ensuring that poisoning did not diminish their numbers. During this time of day, the forest often felt stiflingly hot. The line of soldiers stretched long through the woods, where the path was arduous, littered with decaying branches and leaves accumulated over the years. These decomposed leaves enriched the soil, yet some fell into naturally formed pits, filling them with dry foliage that became treacherous traps. One heavily armored soldier happened to glance upward, spotting a green snake slithering along a branch, its cold, unblinking eyes fixed on the soldiers below. As the troop passed beneath its perch, the snake dripped a strand of venom, startling the soldier. Just as he contemplated warning his comrades behind him, he heard a shout, "Hey, watch your step." Before he could react, the soldier stumbled, his foot slipping, and he fell headfirst into a pit filled with dried leaves. Fortunately, the pit was deep with only leaves at the bottom, and his comrades quickly pulled him out, resulting in only a minor ankle twist. As they passed a carnivorous tree adorned with sharp thorns, its vines ensnared unsuspecting armored soldiers, dragging them towards the trunk. Without the assistance of their companions, they would have struggled to escape. Once immersed in the dense forest, such incidents occurred frequently, inadvertently slowing their march. It was not until dusk that the 4th squad finally reached the mountain hollow where the indigenous hunters lay in wait. Bathed in the evening glow, they glimpsed a stark white rock face emerging from the western side of the valley, the very hideout of the hunters as per Jaron's prior reconnaissance. Baron Sidney ordered the 4th squad to halt and rest, planning a night raid on the indigenous hunters. The 5 scouting teams that had separated from the main body returned one by one. Baron Sidney convened a meeting for officers of squad leader rank and above. Their camp was established on a hillside within the hollow, not far from the river valley. Dinner appeared considerably more sumptuous, as one scouting team had successfully hunted 2 wild boars, providing roasted boar meat complemented by wild celery and white bread. According to Surdak, Baron Sidney always treated the soldiers to a hearty meal before battle, and this time was no exception. The battle horn sounded at the very moment darkness enveloped the land. The second squad, alongside the main force, stealthily approached the cliff base. Below the cliff lay a narrow cave, passable only by one person. Ascending this rocky tunnel for about 200 meters led to a naturally formed cavern in the cliff center, which could be secured by just 2 or 3 individuals stationed at the cave's exit. Baron Sidney stationed the 1st company to guard this exit while he personally led the 4th squad up the mountain under the cover of night. According to the Baron's strategy, once the assault team reached the summit, they would lower ropes for the soldiers to descend to the mid-slope, infiltrating through a ventilation shaft. This area was characterized by steep cliffs, necessitating a detour to the mountain's rear. The nighttime trail proved even more treacherous, consequently. Baron Sidney abandoned his horse and joined the squad on foot. Ibuchiang trailed behind, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. As night fell, weak flickers of firelight emanated from the cliff, revealing that indeed, there were inhabitants above. Strangely, the natives appeared remarkably composed, as the 4th squad encountered no resistance during their approach to the mountain hollow, which only deepened Ibuchiang's underlying apprehension. In the darkness lurked the threat of death. The mountains and dense forests echoed with the cries of owls, while the heavy armored infantry of the 4th Brigade trudged through the underbrush all day. Despite having taken 2 brief rests, the soldiers clad in metallic armor were beginning to feel the weariness of the late hour, and a few started to lag behind. Though the sky above sparkled with countless stars, the forest remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness, forcing the troops to advance cautiously. To ascend the slopes on the western side of the mountain hollow, they would need to take a significantly longer route. Small creatures, usually hidden during the day, occasionally darted from the underbrush in fright, startling a flock of gray magpies returning to their nests. At the forefront of the line, Baron Sidney leaned upon a silver cane. After a full day of riding, he found himself more invigorated than his fellow soldiers as night fell and the rugged trail demanded more effort. Nevertheless, the thorny bushes on the hillside presented a considerable challenge. His meticulously groomed light blonde hair had grown somewhat greasy and disheveled, with an oval leaf clinging to his head. Following closely behind, a captain gently suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should allow the troops a moment to rest." Baron Sidney surveyed the pitch-black wilderness and slowly shook his head, replying, "Let the soldiers endure a little longer. This is no place for rest. We must muster our strength and reach the summit." The captain, with a grim expression, saw that Sidney was resolute and relayed orders to the soldiers behind. "Everyone, keep up." In the inky blackness of the forest, countless vine traps lay hidden among the bushes and trees. A moment's inattention could ensnare a soldier's ankle, leaving him dangling from a tree. While such traps were not lethal, rescuing a soldier would often result in injuries that could lead to reduced numbers. In this dark night, the dense forest resembled a monstrous entity with gaping jaws, gradually consuming the combat effectiveness of the 4th Brigade. Yibuqiang gently nudged Surdak, his gaze falling upon a drooping vine to the left. Surdak instantly understood, swiftly sidestepping the vine, and whispered to his comrade, Redsocked Garcia, "The indigenous hunters have set numerous traps in the forest. We must tread carefully." Garcia conveyed the warning to the others and followed in Surdak's lead, avoiding the taut vine. Walking behind Yibuqiang, Surdak quietly complained, "We could find a sheltered cliff to rest. After a full day of marching, everyone's energy is severely depleted. Engaging in night combat is simply unrealistic." Yibuqiang cautiously advanced, meticulously navigating the traps concealed in the underbrush. In truth, he had little experience in detecting traps. His awareness stemmed solely from careful observation and a healthy skepticism of his surroundings. The deliberately camouflaged traps always bore some dissonance with their environment, and this subtlety aided Yibuqiang in identifying the dangers hidden within the forest. As Yibuqiang led the way, he moved slowly, causing the second squad to fall behind. The incline of the mountain grew steeper, making progress increasingly arduous. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed through the thicket. The last soldier in heavy armor quietly inquired of his companion, "What was that sound?" The comrade, dragging his weary legs, responded weakly, "It sounds like a hyena. Back home, these creatures prefer to linger in graveyards. They consume everything." The armored soldier, feeling a twinge of unease, instinctively touched his weapon, attempting to calm himself with humor, including the corpses buried in the graves. His companion halted, a look of terror overtaking his features, and replied in a shivering voice, "In the grave robbers." Following his companion's gaze, the soldier saw, amidst the darkness of the forest, a pair of blood-red eyes greedily fixated upon them. The two soldiers hurried to catch up with their comrades, but from the shadows emerged another pair of blood-red eyes, soon revealing dozens more. They wished to alert the front, but the eyes merely served to distract them. Two massive shadows loomed from behind, their furry claws resting upon the soldier's shoulders. Assuming it was a fellow comrade, they turned around, only to be met with a gaping maw that swiftly clamped down on their throats, toppling them to the ground. Before they could struggle, their bodies went rigid, and the immense shadows dragged them into the abyss of darkness. The sound of gnashing teeth resonated through the air, causing Yibuqiang to shiver. Meanwhile, the other heavily armored soldiers at the back of the line felt the shift in atmosphere and looked back, only to see a multitude of blood-red eyes advancing. The nearest pair revealed the outline of a spotted hyena, each the size of a calf, their white fangs glimmering ominously in the night. "There are hyenas!" someone shouted in the dark, prompting the entire brigade to halt and turn their gaze backward. Indeed, several hyenas emerged from the undergrowth, their blood-red eyes multiplying in the gloom, leaving the soldiers uncertain of how many were trailing them. At the rear of the formation was the 6th Squad, and the captain of the 4th Brigade's 6th Squad stepped forward, commanding the rear soldiers in a low but firm voice, "Everyone, stay quiet and refrain from shouting. Shield bearers, to the back. Longbowmen, prepare to follow my orders." The soldiers of the 57th Heavy Infantry Battalion were seasoned veterans, with clear leadership. They quickly raised their shields to form a defensive wall, the members of the 2nd Squad mingling among them. Yibuqiang lifted his small round shield, while Surdak stepped protectively behind him, brandishing a large square shield. Being trained soldiers, they formed their defensive line with remarkable speed. The longbowmen in the center of the formation deftly knocked their arrows, lining them up against the dense foliage behind them. The captain decisively issued the command, "Prepare, fire." A deluge of arrows soared from the formation, vanishing into the forest, followed by the anguished cries of the hyenas. Just as the captain intended to order a second volley, the hyenas charged from the rear, heedless of the danger. "They're attacking!" Someone shouted. Hold them back. Spearmen, form up. 21. The Wish of Jeranam. The inky darkness enveloped the mountain forest, and countless pairs of blood-red eyes flickered open from the shadows. The foremost hyena, riddled with steel arrows, crumpled to the ground. Having been struck by the powerful projectiles of the longbowman, whose arrows could effortlessly penetrate the hyena's formidable skull. As the hyena fell, it kicked up a flurry of dry leaves. The heavily armored infantry at the rear, under the command of their captain, quickly formed a shield wall. Bracing themselves against the onslaught of the frenzied hyenas, who charged forward like reckless calves. The hyenas attempted to scale the shields, their massive claws leaving deep gashes in the iron-bound shields. With their powerful hind legs, the hyenas strained to break through the wall. But they were met with the piercing spears of the pikemen, who thrust their weapons with deadly precision. The heavy bodies of the hyenas collided incessantly against the shield wall, producing a dull thud with each impact. Each assault tested the resolve of the shield warriors, their formation resembling a fragile canoe buffeted by stormy seas, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. In such dire times, it was imperative for the soldiers behind to press their shoulders against their comrades' backs, fortifying the shield wall against collapse. The pikemen behind exerted every effort to pierce the advancing hyenas with their long spears. Another volley of arrows rained down, inflicting devastating casualties upon the hyena ranks. Hibuchiang pressed his shoulder against Surdak's back, witnessing a gigantic claw reaching for Surdak's face. Without hesitation, Hibuchiang thrust his Roman sword forward, piercing the hyena's paw. The creature let out a piercing wail as toxic drool dripped from its gaping maw, aimed at Surdak's throat. Surdak attempted to raise his shield to fend off the hyena's bite, but the creature's forepaw pressed down on the top edge of his shield, rendering him unable to lift it. Just as the foul stench from the hyena's mouth assaulted Surdak's face, a small round shield, wrapped in iron, struck the hyena squarely on the snout. Instantly, the surface of the small shield caved in dramatically, nearly shattered by Hibuchiang's forceful blow, while the hyena's nose contorted grotesquely, leaving two sharp canines embedded in the shield. The hyena's body was sent flying backward, its cries silenced. Beside Hibuchiang stood the red-socked warrior, his eyes wide with astonishment. Unable to utter a word, one hyena attempted to leap over the head of the red-socked warrior, and Hibuchiang seized the opportunity to slash open a 2-foot gash in the creature's belly with his Roman sword, spilling its innards all over the red-socked warrior. Hibuchiang then patted the red-socked warrior on the shoulder, urging him to focus on protecting their shield-bearing comrades. As another hyena charged, it was swiftly impaled by a spear thrusting through the gaps in the shield wall before it could reach Surdak. In no time, the ground before the shield wall was littered with the corpses of the hyenas. These vicious round-eared hyenas did not belong to the category of mythical beasts. Rather, their numbers were vast, and their penchant for pack hunting rendered them formidable in the forest, posing little threat unless confronted by powerful adversaries. Incidents of hyenas attacking humans were not uncommon, yet the ferocity and bloodlust exhibited by the ones before them, with their crimson-streaked eyes, were indeed rare in the county of Handanar. Observing the relentless advance of the hyenas from the darkness, the captain of the 6th Squad commanded the shield warriors to retreat. At that moment, the 4th Battalion also sprang into action, with Baron Sidney leading a cadre of elite soldiers to counterattack the hyena horde. The heavily armored soldiers, undaunted by the hyena's bites, surged forward with Baron Sidney at the forefront, enveloped in a swirling white aura. The hyenas could not breach his presence, being cleaved in half by his dual-edged sword. Baron Sidney's timely arrival greatly alleviated the pressure on the rear defense line. The soldiers surrounding him, inspired by the Baron's godlike demeanor wielding the massive sword, rallied their spirits, joining him in repelling the hyenas. Baron Sidney stood as a flag-bearer at the front of the line, drawing the attention of numerous hyenas. The pressure on the defense line eased significantly. And seizing the moment, Surdak wiped his face and spoke to Hibuchiang behind him. You see, Baron Sidney is one of the 7 construct knights of our 57th Regiment. The envious Jeranam, standing nearby, exclaimed, I hope to become a construct knight one day. As he spoke, a hyena charged forward, and Captain Sam swung his shield with one hand, bringing his hammer down fiercely upon the hyena's head, causing blood to spray in all directions. He then kicked the lifeless hyena aside and turned to Jeranam, scolding him. What are you thinking? Do you believe you can break through the first transformation barrier? Even if you become a first-tier warrior, can you afford a magical construct? Jeranam felt humiliated by Captain Sam's harsh words and dared not retort, offering only a sheepish grin in response. Captain Sam slapped Jeranam's face twice and advised, just focus on being an infantryman. Once your service is complete, return home, marry, and live a stable life. Do not entertain such unrealistic dreams. Jeranam quietly protested, Uncle Sam, this is my dream. Reflecting on the 57th Heavy Infantry's origins from the Terrapagan region of Osornok County in Benna Province, Jeranam felt it reasonable to address Captain Sam as uncle. Captain Sam, however, showed no leniency, reprimanding him. Put away your dreams and go home once your service is over. With the hyena's assault momentarily abated, the soldiers could exchange a few words in the lull of battle. Veteran Ian, trembling, lit a pipe and took a couple of deep puffs before passing it to Captain Sam. The pipe circulated among the members of the second squad until it reached Jeranam, who took a resentful draw from the nearly burnt-out stub. Bochiang initially assumed the hyenas would retreat after suffering so many losses, but to his surprise, more blood-red eyes appeared in the woods on either side of the formation, indicating that the hyenas were not withdrawing but rather gathering in greater numbers. Surdak was the first to notice the unsettling change and remarked to his companions, "What is wrong with these hyenas? They refuse to retreat even after suffering so many casualties." "A pack of mad dogs." Bochiang handed Surdak his water flask, which still contained the river water collected during the day, now nearly depleted. Surdak drank the last drop and strapped the flask back to his waist. Captain Sam addressed the members of the second squad. "Hold on a little longer, stay focused." The hyenas surged forth once more from the forest, akin to a tidal wave. 22. The retreat to the stone wall. The battle against the hyenas raged on until midnight. Baron Sidney stood atop a mound of hyena corpses, his feet submerged in a river of blood, as countless hyenas continued to surge forth from the dense forest. The once pristine visage of Baron Sidney was now smeared with blood, and his great sword appeared to be soaked in it. The layer of white aura enveloping his body had diminished to an almost imperceptible whisper, and his pallor suggested fatigue, with his hands trembling slightly as they gripped the sword. The heavily armored soldiers behind him clung to their last vestiges of fighting spirit, their resolve wavering. The entire squadron of longbowmen had exhausted their arrows. In this desperate moment, they clutched their longbows and stood shoulder to shoulder with the spearmen, using the bowstrings to strangle the advancing hyenas. The once formidable shield wall had crumbled, and the second squad had rotated through 3 shifts of rest. Bochiang felt the weight of his Roman sword was almost unbearable, each swing demanding immense courage. Suddenly, a hyena sprang forth from the heap of corpses, its head slightly raised as it sank its teeth into Baron Sidney's armored calf. With a violent tug, the Baron stumbled, losing his balance and tumbling down from the summit of the carcass pile. His loyal guards rushed to his aid, pulling him back from the throng of hyenas, though tragically, 3 of them were swallowed by the relentless tide of beasts. Captain Sam, caught amidst the second squad, bore a wound on his left calf, for puncture marks from hyena bites causing him to limp. After applying a few drops of antidote and a hasty bandage, he rejoined the front lines. Baron Sidney's 4th squad was fully manned with 300 heavily armored infantry, and he had even borrowed an additional 60 longbowmen from Count Maud. They had fought through the night in the valley, and preliminary estimates indicated that at least 40 heavy infantry had been dragged back by the hyenas, with nearly every remaining warrior sustaining injuries, including over 20 severely wounded. The hyena corpses piled high, yet they were not magical beasts, lacking cores within their skulls, and their pelts were of little value. To the Baron's dismay, the horde of hyenas that had appeared at night numbered at least in the thousands. He was likely regretting his decisions as he longed for an immediate cessation of the conflict. At last, the squad leaders received Baron Sidney's orders. The 6th squad leader, Sam's direct superior, conveyed the command to retreat in an orderly fashion towards the stone wall, where they could form a defensive line. As long as they could hold out until dawn, the frenzied hyenas would surely retreat, protecting the archers. Surdak exchanged a glance with Bochiang, who understood the unspoken message. Retreating could easily lead to chaos, providing the hyenas an opportunity to strike. In this critical moment, they needed to be more cautious than ever while reserving as much strength as possible. "Stick close to me, and whatever you do, don't fall behind." Captain Sam warned the young soldier Jyalongnan, while the expressions of veteran fighters like Garcia and Ian reflected the gravity of their situation. With no time for respite, the squad leader's orders were set into motion, retreating towards the rocky wall. Baron Sidney insisted on being at the rear with the most elite combat team, earning Bochiang's admiration for his noble resolve. The formation stepped back, and the defensive line crumbled under the relentless pursuit of the hyenas, who were undeterred in the darkness. Fortunately, the soldiers of the heavy infantry were clad in metal armor, which, while cumbersome in ordinary circumstances, proved advantageous against the hyenas, who found it difficult to penetrate their defenses. This armor afforded the 4th squad the utmost protection. Bochiang, caught in the throng, retreated towards a steep cliff. Following Baron Sidney's directive, the soldiers at the rear extracted their limited supply of oil and poured it over the mountain of hyena corpses. As they ignited the pile, flames rapidly engulfed it, the cries of the still-living hyenas echoing in the night, forming a fiery barrier against the advancing horde. Baron Sidney, dragging his weary body, was drenched in blood, with even his magical patterned armor showing signs of damage. They aimed to reach a stone cliff at the western incline of the valley, a strategic position for establishing a defensive shield wall, thereby avoiding being attacked from both sides. After a night of battle, Bochiang was also fatigued, yet he felt his energy gradually replenishing. At this moment, he sensed the stars within his spiritual realm swirling gently, a warm current radiating from the bright star by his shoulder, while another star nearby began to flicker, poised to ignite. There was no time to ponder the peculiar sensations within his body as the group swiftly traversed through the dense underbrush, the hyenas relentlessly nipping at their heels. Soldak, injured in his left leg, leaned on Ibuchiang's shoulder for support, inadvertently falling behind. As they neared the cliff, they encountered little resistance. The hyenas regrouped, their countless red eyes glimmering in the shadows of the forest. The first soldiers to arrive at the base of the stone wall quickly began to establish a defensive line to cover their comrades. The wounded were sheltered beneath the cliff in makeshift tents as the soldiers constructed a half-circle wall from dry branches, dousing it with the last of their oil. When the wall of flames roared to life, Baron Sidney led the final contingent of soldiers back from the onslaught of hyenas. The most pressing concern was maintaining the fire barrier throughout the night. The dense forest lay just 50 meters beyond the fire, but it was firmly occupied by the hyena horde. To secure firewood, they would need to search along the stone wall's flanks, ensuring that the soldiers wouldn't be caught off guard by the hyenas. The first squad was tasked with guarding the gap in the fire wall, preventing the hyenas from breaching it. In truth, the hyenas were quite fearful of fire, deterred by the blazing flames and unwilling to approach. The soldiers also felled several nearby trees, quickly converting them into firewood with their axes, tossing the logs into the roaring flames. At last, after a grueling night of combat, the weary soldiers were afforded a moment of rest. Baron Sidney retrieved a palm-sized scroll of parchment from his pocket and handed it to a nearby guard. Without waiting for instructions, the guard hurried to the stone wall, unfurling the scroll and affixing it to the rock. Then, to Ibuchiang's astonishment, a clear spring of water began to flow from the center of the scroll, cascading down the parchment in a steady stream. Though the flow was slender, it was at least as thick as a finger. The guard produced a water flask and quickly filled it, delivering it to Baron Sidney. Next, the soldiers of each squad lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their share of water. What Ibuchiang initially thought would be a brief respite before daringly venturing out in search of a water source transformed into sheer astonishment as he gazed at the parchment scroll affixed to the stone wall. The young lad, Jilongnan, seized Surdak's water flask and declared, "I shall fetch water," before dashing off to join the queue. 23. The rolling stones at the summit. The mountain wind howled through the peaks at night, producing a haunting hoo sound. The soldiers stationed at the base of the cliff took turns resting, hesitant to remove their armor, and thus they huddled closely together against the stone wall. The heavily armored infantry of the Green Empire were clad in full-plate armor, which enveloped their bodies almost entirely, leaving only their hands, feet, and neck exposed. This armor was exceptionally burdensome, and without ample stamina, it could easily become a confining prison. However, its advantages in battle were unmistakable, particularly when engaging the indigenous tribes of Handanal County, where the heavy infantry suffered virtually no casualties. In fact, it provided significant leverage against the packs of hyenas, though the aggressive battle plans of Baron Sidney led to a considerable depletion of the soldiers' energy during their march, leaving them vulnerable to the hyena attacks before they could rest. Otherwise, the hyenas of the Gander Mountains posed no real threat to the armored infantry. The firewall effectively barred the hyenas, yet it also trapped the soldiers of the 4th Squad against the cliff, with the sweltering heat rendering everyone parched. The soldiers of the 1st Squad did not need to guard the breach in the firewall, as the hyenas were exceedingly fearful of fire and dared not approach. Even if 1 or 2 red-eyed hyenas occasionally ventured into the opening, they would swiftly be slain by the soldiers stationed at the exit, their carcasses tossed into the flames, where the fire quickly consumed their fur, turning their bodies to char. Soon, limbs and tails ignited in the intense heat, and eventually, the charred remains began to emit flames, becoming part of the firewall. Jilongnan returned breathlessly, carrying 10 jugs of water, and, imitating the other squads, set a cast-iron pot beside the firewall to brew a thick porridge for the men. The usually unpalatable rice porridge became surprisingly delightful, and Ibuchiang felt he could easily swallow it without effort. Clad only in a thin leather armor, Ibuchiang did not charge to the forefront during the hyena skirmish. Despite the soreness in his muscles, he was unharmed. Leaning against the stone wall with his eyes closed, he sensed the 2nd star in his mental ocean had been ignited, radiating a gentle glow alongside the 1st star, gradually replenishing his stamina. He yearned to ask Surdak if he too experienced this phenomenon within his body. The concept seemed too fantastical. The existence of a celestial map inside him was beyond his comprehension, and he could not articulate it through simple gestures, leaving him to ponder in silence. Noticing Ibuchiang rising swiftly to offer his spot to the young Jilongnan, the members of the 2nd Squad, including Surdak, speculated that Ibuchiang's rapid recovery was due to his light leather armor. Surdak's left leg bore the marks of a hyena's bite, the greaves wrapped tightly around it, with the beast's sharp fangs having pierced the armor, leaving 4 bloody holes yet avoiding further tearing. The wound had been treated with an antidote at the time of injury. Ibuchiang then assisted Surdak in removing the greaves, noting that the bite marks had scabbed over and showed no signs of infection. After cleaning the wound and applying a simple bandage, he helped Surdak don his greaves once more. An old soldier leaned against the wall, recounting tales of the battle against the Demon Legion at the Kinpado River. Though that conflict had been a significant victory for the Warsaw Plain in recent years, few knew that nearly 70 heavy infantry squads had been completely obliterated in that encounter. For him, the current skirmish was merely an appetizer. However, only He Buqiang noticed the tremor in the old soldier Ian's hands as he lit a cigarette, almost extinguishing the flickering flame. Ian's story helped alleviate some of the tension among the second squad members. Jalongnan leaned against the wall, wishing to remove his arm and leg armor for a brief respite. But his action was immediately curtailed by Captain Sam, observing other squad members shedding their breastplates. Jalongnan found himself perplexed by Captain Sam's decision, but refrained from voicing any complaints, sitting quietly with a glum expression. Before long, Baron Sidney's orders came through, instructing the soldiers to set up camp and rest beneath the cliff. Throughout the night, the haunting howls of hyenas echoed, the creatures still lingering beyond the firewall. It was He Buqiang's first night spent outdoors, and as he lay on the uncomfortable rocky ground, sleep eluded him. He harbored concerns that if the firewall were to extinguish, the hyenas would pounce upon the sleeping soldiers of the 4th Squad, tearing them to shreds. Beside him, Jalongnan slept soundly, despite the discomfort of his armor, muttering in his dreams about wanting to shed it. Gazing up at the star-filled sky, He Buqiang felt his strength fully restored and the soreness dissipated. He yearned to wander the camp, but feared he might disturb Surdak and Captain Sam with unnecessary questions, compelling him to shift restlessly instead, trying to force himself back to sleep. A faint gurgling sound emanated from the mountain wall, which initially went unnoticed by He Buqiang, dismissed as a natural sound produced by the wind. However, when a few grains of dirt and small stones fell upon his face, he became alert, sitting up. The sound escalated, resembling raindrops pattering on palm leaves, followed by the cacophony of countless drummers, the rolling noise intensifying as the mountainside began to tremble, giving way to visions of massive boulders cascading down the slope. He Buqiang sprang to his feet, disregarding everything as he kicked Surdak and Jalongnan awake. Surdak, roused from his slumber, immediately pulled him up without awaiting further explanation. He then kicked each member of the second squad awake, leading them frantically toward the breach in the firewall. What's happening? Surdak, limping due to his injured leg, asked in confusion. He Buqiang remained stoic, pointing upward with urgency. Hearing the ominous rumbling, Surdak's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted to the bewildered Jalongnan, "Jalongnan, wake Sam. The mountainside is collapsing." Surdak's shout jolted the soldiers of the 3rd Squad on watch into full awareness, sending the camp into a state of chaos. At that moment, He Buqiang and Surdak reached the exit of the firewall, gazing at the countless pairs of menacing, blood-red eyes outside. He Buqiang gripped his Roman sword tightly and seized a rectangular shield from the pile of weapons, charging headlong into the fray alongside Surdak. The members of the 2nd Squad followed closely behind, bursting forth from the camp as the debris rained down like a torrential downpour. Before dawn, a boulder the size of a coconut shattered at He Buqiang's feet, sending sharp fragments flying onto his legs. Despite wearing leather armor, he felt the sting of the debris. Many of the shards fell into the fire, causing sparks to erupt. As He Buqiang pulled Surdak's arm and dashed into the forest, the red-eyed hyenas lunged, eager to bite him. However, as a torrent of rocks cascaded from above, the hyenas, losing their nerve, emitted frantic cries and retreated into the dense woodland. He Buqiang and Surdak were among the first to emerge from the camp. Just as He Buqiang prepared to sprint down the slope, he was halted by Captain Sam's call. Following him were Jeronim and the Red Sox among others. Captain Sam gestured towards the eastern slope, and He Buqiang and Surdak immediately understood, joining him in their flight towards the wooded area on the hillside. With keen instincts and remarkable reflexes, they adeptly avoided several falling boulders along the way. A few hyenas attempted to pounce, but were buried beneath the descending stones, their companions quickly fleeing in fear. He Buqiang raised his shield to shield himself from the debris raining down. Fortunately, their swift actions allowed them to reach a safe zone on the left side of the hill before a deluge of rocks fell. Baron Sidney, along with a throng of warriors, emerged from beneath the mountainside, protected by a cadre of guards. As larger boulders plummeted, the indomitable Baron Sidney cleaved them in two with his great sword, his white aura transforming into fiery flames, emanating an overwhelming sense of power. The hyenas howled in distress, disappearing into the impenetrable dark of the forest amidst the hail of stones. Baron Sidney, leading the surviving warriors of the 4th Brigade, bore a gash across his face, evidently incurred during their escape. His double-edged sword lay askew at his side. The tumbling rocks, a torrent of gravel, branches, and dirt cascaded down like an earthen dragon, burying the mountainside in an instant, obliterating vast stretches of the forest below. Many soldiers, having removed their armor during moments of respite, now stood in the woods clad only in linen shorts, exposed to the elements. They gazed as boulders the size of houses tumbled down, carving deep ravines into the mountain path. As the tumult subsided, the mountain wind dispersed the dust, revealing the first light of dawn. Stars faded from the sky, yielding to a deep blue as wisps of clouds floated between distant peaks. A group of soldiers stood awkwardly on the slope. Only the members of Yibuqiang's 2nd Squad wore armor, alongside a few from the 2nd Platoon on night watch. Baron Sidney had led the 4th Brigade and the archers of the 1st Platoon, yet fewer than 200 warriors remained standing on the hillside. Surdak patted his chest, bewildered, and asked the Red Sox beside him, "Am I still alive?" "Indeed, you are alive. We all are," replied the Red Sox, gazing at the subsiding landslide with a dazed expression. The black youth sat beneath a crooked tree. Captain Sam approached Yibuqiang, patting his shoulder in gratitude. "If it weren't for your alertness, we might not have escaped." The events of that day and night had transformed into a nightmare for Baron Sidney, plunging him from the heights of power into a hellish inferno. His eyes burned with fury, deterring even his loyal guards from approaching him. He offered no solace to his despondent warriors, his expression dark as he drew his great sword from the earth, abandoning all to charge madly toward the summit. His strides were immense, his leaps astonishing, each landing perfectly on protruding rocks as he navigated the treacherous terrain. His concerned guards hastened after him, while several captains grimly followed the remaining soldiers. The western ridge of the mountain valley was a branch of the Kandahar Mountains, with its highest peak now largely diminished. Baron Sidney ascended several hundred meters to the summit, surveying the devastation. Beside a massive crater, a tremendous gouge had been excavated, revealing the mountainside beneath. Baron Sidney found it hard to believe that indigenous hunters could dislodge such a colossal rock. He leaped into the crater, peering over the edge into what was once the mountainside. Yibuqiang spotted dozens of enormous wooden stumps, severed by human hands, and realized that the great rock had not rolled down by mere chance. Rather, the indigenous hunters had hollowed out the ground beneath it, propping it up with massive timbers. If someone were to sever those supports, the rock would tumble under its own weight, taking the timbers with it. The 4th Brigade had narrowly escaped being buried by these indigenous hunters, and the thought sent shivers down his spine. The first light of dawn grew brighter, revealing a clearer view, and Yibuqiang glimpsed a group of indigenous people disappearing into the forest across the valley, seemingly intent on venturing deeper into the Kandahar Mountains. Though he had narrowly avoided entombment beneath the falling stones, Yibuqiang felt an inexplicable admiration for those indigenous hunters. Despite being driven from their homes by imperial soldiers, they had not relinquished their resistance against such overwhelming force. Atop the mountain, Baron Sidney felt an indescribable sense of disarray. Despite the indigenous hunters having decimated half of the 4th Brigade's strength with the aid of the terrain and the red-eyed hyenas, they still lacked the courage to confront Sidney's warriors head-on. It was evident that the disparity in power between the indigenous people of Kandahar County and the imperial soldiers was profound. As dawn broke, the red-eyed hyenas had retreated deep into the forest, and the sun, a harbinger of hope, slowly ascended between the mountains. Yibuqiang and Surdak sat back-to-back atop a colossal rock, silently gazing at the rising sun. 25. The promotion path of Surdak when Baron Sidney led the soldiers of the 4th Battalion into the cavern nestled within the cliff. They discovered that the indigenous people who had once inhabited the cave were long gone, leaving behind only an empty expanse of rock. Yibuqiang was not surprised. Given the considerable pit the natives had dug for the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, it was only natural that they would have fled. The soldiers descended from the mountaintop using ropes, sliding down to the cave's mid-level, entering through a stone passage that allowed for ventilation. The cavern was an intricate network with hundreds of stone chambers, divided into living quarters and combat zones. The rooms in the living area were lined with soft hay, showing traces of animal skins, while the stone walls bore graffiti and peculiar symbols. According to Surdak, these symbols were the natives' method of recording the seasons, as they needed to store ample food before the onset of winter. The combat zones featured rows of lookout points from which arrows could be shot into the valley below. If the longbowmen of the 57th Regiment had been present, their arrows could have reached deep into the valley. It seemed that the natives had not shot a single wooden arrow from this position, likely due to the futility of such an action against the infantry, and thus had been compelled to retreat. Originally, this was a natural cave that the natives had significantly expanded, resulting in its current scale. The cavern contained a designated dining hall, restroom, and long corridors. Near the dining area was a square pool of water, fed by a hidden channel carrying fresh mountain spring water. Once the pool was filled, excess water flowed down a spillway into a trench. It was surprising to discover such a refuge within this vast valley. Even Baron Sidney, of noble standing, was taken aback by the cave's grandeur. In truth, this cavern could serve as a medium-sized defensive stronghold. The 4th Battalion had suffered the loss of 268 soldiers, leaving Baron Sidney in a state of profound discontent. However, he could not assign blame to anyone. The trap laid by the natives was a consequence of his own hasty actions. What was even more intolerable for Baron Sidney was that during the operation to eradicate the natives from the valley, No indigenous individuals had been captured. His eyes were bloodshot. His lips cracked, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Let us hope that the charm of the Baroness sister is potent enough, Surdak remarked softly to Hebuchiang. Could this incident implicate us? The anxious young soldier Jelonin inquired. Surdak gestured for silence, whispering, It is likely we will be held accountable. I suspect we will be branded with the label of ineffective reconnaissance. Jelonin. With wide, anxious eyes, urged Captain Sam. We must find a way to take action. I do not wish to return to camp only to be bound to the rack for punishment. That would be utterly humiliating. Captain Sam maintained a stern demeanor. Unwilling to elaborate, we shall discuss it upon our return to camp. Fortunately, the first squad, stationed at the entrance of the cave below the cliff, incurred no losses during the skirmish. Last night, when the red-eyed hyenas surged forth, the soldiers of the first squad attempted to repel the pack. However, upon witnessing the sheer number of hyenas, Knight Jonah, the squad leader, decisively ordered all soldiers to conceal themselves within the cave, using stones to block the narrow entrance, thereby successfully evading the hyena onslaught. The soldiers of the first squad were unaware that the indigenous people above them had evacuated during the night. They had not considered testing the vertical shaft above them to probe the situation. The cave constructed by the natives within the cliff featured 7 exits, 4 of which were conspicuously placed, while the remaining 3 were ingeniously concealed. Only by venturing inside and meticulously studying the cave's architecture could one uncover all the exits. Hebuchiang and the 4th Battalion would not leave the valley until 2 days later. Baron Sidney, having not forgotten the soldiers buried beneath the landslide, spent a day and a half clearing away the debris, unearthing over 50 bodies before returning to the camp with the remains of his comrades. When Count Mongosber learned of the 4th Battalion's entrapment by the natives in the northern mountains and the consequent loss of over 200 soldiers, he hurled a magical lamp at Baron Sidney's face, his furious shouts echoing beyond the camp's confines. Despite the scathing reprimand, Baron Sidney faced no substantial repercussions. This incident illuminated a crucial truth to the astute observers in the camp. Nepotism held significant sway. After the 4th Battalion suffered nearly half its forces, there was an urgent need to replenish their ranks with fresh blood. Several small teams had been entirely decimated, and the newly enlisted soldiers were not yet prepared to sustain a unit independently. Thus, they required experienced veterans to impart battlefield survival wisdom. Consequently, veterans would be reassigned from intact squads. Captain Sam of the 6th Squad's 2nd Team received his transfer notice a week after returning to camp. Appointed as the leader of the 11th Team under the 5th Squad while also serving as the deputy squad leader, marking a modest advancement. Captain Sam's transfer to lead the 11th Team in the 5th Squad also meant that Jelonin and veteran Ian would accompany him. Surdak was elevated to the position of leader of the 2nd Team, prompting a mix of emotions as he reflected on his unexpected promotion just before his impending discharge. Although his pay remained unchanged, his military record would now boast a notable achievement. On the day Captain Sam departed the 2nd Team, they welcomed 2 new recruits from the city of Halansa in the Talapagan region. Eager to learn about his homeland, Surdak eagerly inquired about their experiences. Upon hearing that they had endured a severe drought the previous year, which had halved their crop yield, he could not help but worry about his family's situation. Unfortunately, these new recruits were not from the same village as Surdak, and the distance between their villages meant they were unaware of the circumstances in Wool Village. Remarkably, the 2nd Team faced no repercussions, leaving both Surdak and Hebuchiang somewhat astonished. Baron Sidney had unexpectedly taken full responsibility, sparing them from blame. Witnessing their commanding officer deflecting culpability fostered a newfound appreciation among the soldiers of the 4th Battalion for their superior, aside from the typical arrogance and prejudice of nobility. He seemed to possess few significant flaws. As the 286 soldiers who perished in the valley were laid to rest, their belongings yet to be returned to their hometowns, it felt as if they were already beginning to fade from memory. After all, those who remained must continue to struggle for survival, awakening each new day to fight for the Empire of Green. And what of the deceased? Perhaps they would ascend to the realm of the divine or be reborn as spirits. Due to Surdak's influence, Hebuchiang did not enlist in the new recruits for the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. He remained a free agent outside the ranks. Surdak had begun to plan for the application of a second teleportation pass, intending to return to their homeland alongside Hebuchiang after their discharge. 26. The turmoil of the level assessment outside the camp, a temporary market displayed an array of red-eyed hyena skins. These creatures, roughly the size of calves, are said to be a new species resulting from the hybridization of the native hyenas of Handinal County and hellhounds. The red-eyed hyena not only inherited the prolific breeding capabilities of its native counterpart, but also possessed some lineage from hellhounds. While they have not directly ascended to the status of lower-tier magical beasts, they have exhibited notable changes in size and strength, coupled with an extraordinary ferocity. The pack of red-eyed hyenas roams the Kandar mountain range, and after decades of proliferation, they have become a formidable force. Even in the presence of magical beasts such as the spike-tailed crystal lion and the earth-shattering bear, the red-eyed hyenas display no signs of fear. Of course, this does not imply that the red-eyed hyenas possess the terrifying power of a second-tier magical beast. A full-grown earth-shattering bear could effortlessly tear apart dozens of red-eyed hyenas. However, what does it matter? Even the mightiest of magical beasts can find themselves exhausted, and the red-eyed hyena is the type that, once it has identified its prey, will cling tenaciously to its target without relent. Thus, even these magical beasts refrain from provoking them. The madness and alarming reproductive capacity of the red-eyed hyenas have swiftly established them as one of the dominators within the Kandar mountain range. Little did anyone anticipate that the indigenous people would summon such a horde of red-eyed hyenas against the soldiers of the Green Empire, resulting in the loss of half the warriors from Baron Sidney's 4th Division. Consequently, the soldiers of the Green Empire undertook frenzied retaliatory actions against the indigenous people of Handanal County and, under the auspices of Count Mongosber, began an orderly campaign to hunt these red-eyed hyenas within the Kandar Mountains. With sufficient supplies and bows, the infantry soldiers, resembling tin cans, found dealing with the red-eyed hyenas to be a trivial matter. As a result, a substantial influx of hyena pelts flooded the temporary market, quickly saturating it. The streets were filled with this brown fur adorned with black spots. This low-quality fur, coarse and prickly, was unsuitable for crafting leather coats and could only be fashioned into damp-proof and cool dogskin mats. Lodging frowned as he watched Yibuqiang tightly clutching a large bundle of hyena skins and followed him to the tent entrance, lamenting, "Surdak, I say you all have hunted so many red-eyed hyenas lately. It's about time to ease up. There is nothing of value on this creature aside from its skin, which can only be made into mats." Yibuqiang smiled as he placed the hyena skins in a corner of the tent. With the recent lack of military engagements, this tent, serving as a warehouse, appeared rather empty. Red Sox Garcia, carrying a bundle of hyena skins, followed closely behind Yibuqiang. "What can we do? We can only hunt red-eyed hyenas. Only then will they approve our requests for external missions." Merchant Lajin's brow furrowed as he continuously complained, "Red Sox, it's not that I'm against hunting red-eyed hyenas. You could certainly hunt fewer and bring back some local specialties from the Kandar Mountains. Bringing back so many dog skins is nearly overwhelming the market." Standing at the tent entrance, Red Sox spoke while sipping water. "Our captain has instructed you to find a tanner to craft 13 dogskin mats for us and insisted that I bring you a deposit." With that, he produced a palm-sized pouch from his pocket and handed a stack of silver coins to Lajin. Upon seeing the coins, the merchant Lajin's face lit up, and he exclaimed to Red Sox, "Captain Surdak is truly a great benefactor." In recent weeks, the market had become saturated with spotted dog skins, as Lajin had noted. Indeed, hyena pelts had become ubiquitous. At this point, using these inexpensive hyena skins to craft dogskin mats for personal use was the most practical choice. It was evident that Lajin understood Surdak was likely footing the bill to provide benefits for his team members, thus granting Surdak a card of goodwill. Yibuqiang seldom ventured to the military camp, only accompanying the second squad on missions. Residing in the tent where Merchant Lajin stored his goods, Yibuqiang engaged in appropriate morning exercises and, during his leisure time, would help tie up goods with Gabby at Lajin's stall. The stall held little of value, so guarding it was certainly preferable to idleness. Yibuqiang had long wished to discuss the peculiar condition within himself with Surdak, yet he struggled to articulate it. Recently appointed as the captain of the second squad, Surdak had been quite busy, leaving little room for him to decipher the anatomical sketches drawn by Yibuqiang on the ground. After pondering for a quarter of an hour, Surdak concluded that Yibuqiang was attempting to practice a form of battle aura. He reassured him that only by comprehending one's momentum and successfully advancing to a first-tier intermediate warrior could one be eligible to cultivate battle aura. Furthermore, this advanced combat technique could only be acquired through a military academy, mentorship, or by becoming a squad leader in the army. For all ordinary warriors, grasping the concept of momentum was paramount, as it was crucial for breaking through bottlenecks and achieving advancement to a first-tier warrior. Yibuqiang earnestly gestured to Surdak, inquiring about the true nature of momentum. Surdak's answer left Yibuqiang somewhat perplexed. He explained, "Momentum is the point at which one's spirit reaches a certain threshold and then manifests externally, thereby using mental force to enhance a specific aspect of the body." This statement was not of Surdak's own invention, rather. It was something he had heard during military training in Halansa City from an instructor addressing all the soldiers. At the time, Surdak merely appreciated the highbrow nature of the statement, unable to grasp its meaning, yet he memorized it nonetheless. Surdak provided an example. The white cyclone emanating from Baron Sidney was his momentum. It is said that when one releases their momentum during battle, they are fully engaging in combat. Surdak's words opened a door for He Buqiang, igniting his curiosity to further explore the first-tier warriors ranked above squad leaders within the military camp. Whenever He Buqiang accompanied the second squad on missions, his displayed stamina was unmatched among his peers. Consequently, Surdak hoped He Buqiang would participate in the monthly soldier rank assessment to ascertain his current capabilities. When the day of the rank assessment for the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment arrived, Surdak brought He Buqiang along with 2 newly joined recruits from the second squad to the tent outside the logistics department. Upon arrival, they discovered a long queue of new soldiers awaiting their assessments. Most of the soldiers present for the rank assessment were newcomers, and the captains of various squads seized this opportunity to gauge their abilities. He Buqiang was filled with curiosity regarding the soldier rank assessment. Although he inherited some memories from his previous self, he remained somewhat unclear about how these ranks were determined. Surdak, a level 6 warrior, had been promoted to captain of the second squad as an exception, with the recommendation of the former captain, Sam, playing a pivotal role alongside his skinning skills, which gained him recognition from other squads. Typically, squad leaders in the Heavy Infantry Regiment need soldiers to surpass the threshold of level 7 warriors. The captain of the 6th Squadron stands merely a step away from his first promotion to a higher rank, having reportedly been ensnared at the 9th level warrior bottleneck for over 3 years without yet grasping the essence of momentum to take that final leap. Conversely, Baron Sidney, the commander of the 4th Battalion, is a warrior in the early stages of his first promotion, blessed with a set of ancestral battle armor passed down through his family. Were it not for this inheritance, his sister's marriage to Count Mond Gosber would hardly suffice as a justification for his ascension to the role of commander of the 4th Battalion. It is noteworthy that the women surrounding Count Mond Gosber far surpassed the number of those accompanying the leader of the 57 Heavy Infantry Battalion, underscoring the undeniable truth that personal strength is paramount. Consequently, Surdak brought He Buqiang to the logistics department for a warrior-level assessment, to which He Buqiang readily acquiesced. As the newly appointed captain of the 4th Squad, Surdak led several recruits to the logistics department of the military camp. Upon his arrival, the other squad leaders, noticing him, approached with friendly greetings, some even exchanging pleasantries despite not having a close acquaintance. This manner of social interaction thrived within the military, where individuals of varying ranks formed distinct circles. With Surdak's promotion to squad leader, his social circle expanded to encompass the captains of other squads. A simple greeting and a few exchanged words could cultivate a bond that might yield assistance in times of peril, especially on the battlefield of Handanar County, where danger lurked at every corner. Thus, Surdak endeavored to maintain a demeanor of humility, graciously accepting the congratulations and encouragement from his fellow leaders. He Buqiang stood among 2 other recruits, resembling 3 bewildered geese in the lengthy queue, quietly awaiting their rank assessment. This was the central area of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, flanked by rows of tents adorned with various departmental flags. The banner of the logistics department featured an ear of wheat and a sword, while soldiers emerged from the white tent with commendable efficiency. Squad leaders represented the most fundamental tier of the military's non-commissioned officer system, forming a substantial collective. A group of them gathered outside the logistics tent, engaging in lighthearted conversation. Surdak, with his gentle disposition and a knack for humor, seamlessly integrated into their ranks. After a protracted wait, it was finally He Buqiang and the 2 new recruits' turn. Upon presenting their soldier insignia, the second squad's recruits successfully entered the inspection area within the tent. Only He Buqiang was halted, as he lacked the insignia of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. At that moment, Surdak observed He Buqiang being blocked at the tent's entrance, causing a brief pause in the line. He hastened over, wearing a broad smile, and addressed the logistics officer stationed at the entrance. "Please allow him entry. He is part of our squad. I can vouch for him. We belong to the 2nd Squad of the 6th Division." Surdak adopted a humble posture, likely to avert complications. The logistics officer glared at Surdak with evident displeasure, remaining silent, yet gesturing for both him and He Buqiang to step aside. Surdak presented his insignia before the officer once more, reiterating with a smile, "You may consider him as me. This is my insignia. Kindly permit him to undergo the assessment." At that moment, the logistics officer fully raised his head, revealing a familiar countenance. Surdak realized that this officer was the very individual he encountered while cleaning the battlefield on the northern slope of the forest. Surdak's expression faltered slightly, and in his quest to ensure He Buqiang's participation in the soldier ranking test, he felt compelled to plead once again. The officer, raising his voice sharply, declared, "This is utterly absurd. Your insignia only represents you. He lacks a soldier insignia and, under no circumstances, can I allow him entry. I even question how such an unauthorized individual managed to infiltrate the camp. Are the guards at the gate blind? A bunch of negligent fools." His outburst drew a crowd of onlookers, and Surdak's face turned pale at the harsh reprimand. The other squad leaders, witnessing the scene, instinctively rallied to Surdak's defense. Why must you be so rigid? It is merely a rank assessment. I know this soldier. Please allow him to enter. The captains of the other squads echoed their agreement. Indeed, indeed. To their shock, the logistics officer slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation, and sternly addressed the gathering squad leaders. This is impossible. Unless you can procure a written order from Count Mont Gosper, I will not permit it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other squad leaders became awkward. The logistics officer seemed intent on furthering his tirade, pointing an accusatory finger at Surdak with a scowl. Furthermore, I advise you not to loiter around the camp. Should I catch you again, I will report you to the military law office. Do not think I jest. As he vented his frustration, Surdak's face turned crimson with anger, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strike the officer, only to be discreetly restrained by Hibuqiang. The other squad leaders, recognizing Surdak was on the verge of losing his composure, quickly pulled him aside. An older squad leader, speaking softly to Surdak, advised, Surdak, ignore him. He is simply a stubborn individual. These assessments occur routinely each month. Perhaps next month, he will not be the one at the gate. You should return then. Do not make an enemy of the logistics personnel. While they may wield little authority, they control our living allowances. Surdak nodded sullenly, acknowledging, I understand. Today has been quite unfortunate. Thank you all for your support. Let us depart. With that, he led Hibuqiang away from the logistics department, his demeanor darkening as they returned to their quarters. Surdak's application for the rank assessment was unexpectedly denied by the logistics officer, leaving him despondent throughout the day. Conversely, Hibuqiang felt indifferent, recognizing that the officer was merely adhering to protocol. He understood he did not belong to the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment and had no right to the soldier's benefits, thus feeling no wrongdoing on the officer's part. Instead, he felt a sense of guilt, as if he had unwittingly become a parasite within the camp. Contemplating this, Hibuqiang resolved to take the time to familiarize himself with the camp's regulations. Surdak escorted Hibuqiang out of the camp, and the two settled on the grassy slope outside. Hibuqiang inquired of Surdak why he consistently received such special consideration, not only rescuing him from the battlefield but also expressing concern for his well-being. Fearing that Hibuqiang's hasty enlistment in the infantry would lead to a 4-year service term with the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, Surdak gazed at Hibuqiang, a hint of pride gracing his features. That is because you remind me of myself. Hibuqiang, somewhat perplexed, regarded Surdak with confusion. Surdak rose from the grass and explained, in you, I see my former self, kind-hearted yet somewhat stubborn, undoubtedly harboring many unspoken burdens, which has led to your reticence. Moreover, since I personally saved your life, I could never allow you to perish so easily. Hibuqiang found this reasoning somewhat acceptable, as long as it didn't involve anything sinister. Surdak hurried back toward the camp, while Hibuqiang prepared to head towards the market to join the curly-haired lad, Jabi, in setting up their stall. In the early morning, the mist in the mountain forest had yet to dissipate, with wisps of fog gently flowing through the valleys, rendering the landscape akin to a celestial paradise. Under the leadership of Surdak, the 2nd Squad departed from the encampment of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment at the Handanar County Forest. The dew on the grass soaked the soldiers' pant hems, and the damp linen clung to their legs, making movement uncomfortable and cumbersome. The entire squad carried a week's worth of rations, and Surdak intended to treat this search and rescue mission as a field training exercise for the team. This marked Surdak's inaugural mission as captain, leading all members of the 2nd Squad. A few days prior, Surdak had ventured into the northern part of the forest with squad members to hunt red-eyed hyenas near the Gondir Mountains. However, that expedition was organized by the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment as a net operation, with only 5 seasoned veterans from the 2nd Squad participating. And Surdak was merely one of the participants without command authority. This mission, conducted independently, saw Surdak not only devising a comprehensive plan overnight but also acquiring a rudimentary sheepskin map from Baron Sidney, which featured simple lines outlining the contours of the Gondir Mountains. With a sense of pride, Surdak unfurled the sheepskin map, pointing to a specific area as he addressed Hibuqiang, saying, Look, this is our camp's location. Gazing at the map, which was only a foot square, Hibuqiang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This hand-drawn sketch map could only indicate the approximate location of the camp. It was primarily designed for recording, to mark significant landmarks encountered while traversing the Gondir Mountains, thus preventing them from losing their way. This knowledge stemmed from fragments of memories of the original owner, and Hibuqiang had been organizing these memories in his mental realm during his spare time, gaining considerable insights. Though communication with Surdak remained limited to basic gestures for the time being, Surdak seemed unfazed, often engaging Hibuqiang in conversation. Most frequently, he spoke of his hometown, the village of Wool in the outskirts of Halansa. In Surdak's words, that small village was a sanctuary far removed from war, with vast fields of golden wheat stretching across the landscape. Standing amidst the autumn fields, one could spread their arms, face the sun, and close their eyes to bask in its warmth, while the breeze, fragrant with the scent of wheat straw, whispered like a melodious pipe. The objective of the second squad's mission was to locate a Benna swordsman within the Gondir Mountains and escort him back to the camp. Baron Sidney had received word that this Benna swordsman was a combat swordsman under the command of Duke Newman, who had pursued an injured demon from the Kimto River in the northwest of Handanar County into the Gondir Mountains, after which he had vanished without a trace. The document did not disclose the swordsman's identity, but speculation suggested he must have been a person of considerable significance. Otherwise, Duke Newman would not have issued military orders commanding all regiments stationed near the Gondir Mountains to dispatch reconnaissance teams to locate the Benna swordsman. Upon receiving this task, Surdak and the second squad entered the dense forest of the Gondir Mountains before the morning mist had fully lifted. Simultaneously, 16 other squads from the infantry regiment embarked on their missions, disappearing swiftly into the expansive wilderness. Surdak led the second squad along the eastern edge of the forest, circumventing to a ridge that stretched for dozens of kilometers, beneath which lay a river valley. The squad searched northeast along the ridge, free from concerns regarding water sources. Surdak harbored little hope of finding the Benna swordsman. The Gondir Mountains sprawled for hundreds of kilometers, crossing the Kimto County, Handanar County, and Oltens County. Not to mention, even if the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment entered these mountains, they would hardly make a significant impact. The forest was not perpetually dense. The fertile soil surrounding the forest nurtured vast stands of fir, red pine, and oak. Upon exiting the forest, the hillside opened up, revealing a landscape dotted with waist-high weeds and low-lying trees, with clusters of wild blueberries peeking through the underbrush, while wild grapevines sprawled across the hillside, their unripe fruit hanging in bunches, awaiting full ripeness to attract the short-tailed doves residing nearby. Standing atop a large rock on the hillside, Surdak held the sheepskin map, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Below lay a gently flowing river valley, lush with aquatic vegetation, while further away from the riverbank, bushes flourished. On the opposite bank, a herd of unicorn bison grazed by the water's edge, with a few crystalline lions lurking behind the rocks. Their pelts shimmered in the sunlight like flowing mercury, making them conspicuous despite their attempts at concealment. However, these crystalline lions were swifter than cheetahs. Should they come within 100 meters, the bison would certainly not escape. Due to the immense value of the crystalline lion's pelt, they were viewed by hunters as running gold, leading a multitude of hunters to flock to the Warsaw realm, specifically to hunt this region's unique spike-tail crystalline lions, resulting in their dwindling numbers along the edges of the Gondir Mountains. Had Surdak possessed any confidence in the squad's ability to conquer a crystalline lion, he might have unhesitatingly abandoned this mission to remain by the river, attempting to capture the creatures. Alas, Surdak could only steal a distant glance before leading the second squad onward. For the two new recruits in the second squad, this location was undoubtedly a place of wonder, as they expressed awe at every new discovery, unlike the veterans who focused solely on items of utility or danger. When encountering threats, they would maintain a safe distance, whereas useful finds were claimed without hesitation. Surdak had prepared hyena skin bedding for the squad members, which proved invaluable. During this season of high humidity in the mountains, setting up tents and sleeping on the grass would leave one damp upon waking. The red-eyed hyena leather's moisture resistance allowed for a comfortable rest, alleviating the fatigue of the day. After traversing the river valley toward the northeast for 2 consecutive days, the squad spotted several indigenous people across the river. They were a group of women adorned in animal skins, forming a line as they emerged from a forest path, each balancing a pottery jar atop their heads. Upon reaching the riverbank, they squatted to draw water, their vigilance palpable as they lingered only for a brief moment. Once their jars were filled, they swiftly retreated from the river's edge. By the riverbank, several distinct water lines emerged, heading straight towards the spot where the indigenous women were drawing water. By the time they reached the river's edge, the women had already departed, leaving the monstrous creatures of the water to thrash about in the shallows, creating a significant splash that revealed a glimpse of their white-scaled underbellies before they quietly retreated into the depths. From a distance, it was difficult to discern whether these beasts were crocodiles, but one thing was certain, they were not benign. Fortunately, those indigenous women departed swiftly, otherwise, they would have been in peril. Such thoughts surged through Buqiang's mind. He quickly realized that he must conceal these thoughts from those around him, as all the soldiers of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the natives. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel these notions. It was said that the deep mountains and vast waters of the Gondor Mountains were home to countless ferocious beasts, and it seemed this assertion held true. Buqiang had accompanied the second squad along the ridge for 2 days and had not yet strayed from the periphery of the Gondor Mountains. At that moment, Red Sox emerged from the tent and approached Buqiang, following his gaze towards the river valley. Just then, the indigenous women vanished into the underbrush, leaving only the massive creatures thrashing in the shallows. attempting to return to deeper waters. My heavens, what do I see? Those are Tim fish. Surdak. Captain, come quickly. Look down in the river valley. There's a school of Tim fish. What? Where? At the sound of Red Sox's exclamation, Surdak dashed over with the speed of a rabbit. By the time he arrived at Hibuoqiang's side, the Tim fish had already submerged, leaving only faint ripples behind. Red Sox Garcia excitedly craned his neck, his lanky frame resembling a slender reed. He confidently declared to Surdak, "Indeed, it must be Tim fish. I recognize these large fish. During a battle in the Kemtaro River Basin, I witnessed an adult Tim fish drag a unicorn wild bull into the river to drown it." The other squad members, hearing Red Sox commotion, gathered around, their eyes gleaming with eagerness at the mention of Tim fish in the river valley. Kager turned to Surdak and asked, "What shall we do?" "Captain?" His face was adorned with a bushy beard, and although he was younger than Surdak, he appeared to be a middle-aged man. Without a moment's hesitation, Surdak replied, "Let us scout further. If we truly encounter Tim fish, our journey will not have been in vain." Red Sox Garcia eagerly volunteered, "I'll go." Surdak patted his shoulder, cautioning, "Be careful. Don't let those giants drag you into the river. If you end up inside one of their bellies, I won't be able to save you." Red Sox, brimming with anticipation, seized his long spear and raced down the slope. "I know." Tim, transliterated from the ancient Elven language, translates to water arrow in the Green Empire tongue. In fact, these Tim fish are known for launching a water arrow from the water to hunt land animals. They typically lurk beneath the surface, inching closer to the riverbank when an animal approaches, then leaping out of the water with a powerful tail flick, unleashing a jet of water from their gaping jaws. Even a robust creature like a unicorn wild bull would be rendered unconscious when struck by a water arrow. Tim fish are a specialty of the Kemtaro River Basin, and it was surprising to discover such a first-tier magical beast in the river valley of the Gondar Mountains. All magical beasts possess a magic core within their skulls, and Tim fish are no exception. However, the probability of a first-tier magical beast yielding a magic core is slightly lower, and most of these cores, slightly larger than pigeon eggs, do not contain magic crystals. Even if a magic core does contain a crystal, the diminutive size renders it merely a shard. Currently, in the magical market of the Green Empire, magic shards are far less valuable than before. Nevertheless, the Tim fish remains one of the few low-tier magical beasts that the second squad could hunt, which explains why the soldiers' eyes were transfixed upon the prospect of encountering them, a chance to obtain a magic core from a primary magical beast. This opportunity coincided perfectly with the second squad's independent mission, the highest degree of autonomy in their search task, which only required Captain Surdak's nod of approval to proceed. Surdak's tacit acceptance of Red Sox scouting near the river valley indicated his approval of the hunt. After discovering a school of Tim fish in the river valley, the soldiers of the second squad did not act hastily but rather returned quietly to the ridge. After a few hours, they found some small animal tracks on the hillside and eventually stumbled upon fresh droppings at the edge of a white birch forest. Augustus, the squad's most adept scout, deduced that these were likely from wild boars, suggesting that a herd of them resided nearby. Augustus, skilled in setting traps, constructed simple snares using ropes the thickness of his fingers, scattering some rations near the traps. Then, they returned to their tent to wait. After dinner, the soldiers revisited the birch forest, discovering that Augustus's snares had indeed captured 2 wild boars, which were not much larger than domestic dogs. The other snares had not failed. Rather, the wild boars had bitten through the ropes, escaping with the snares still attached to their legs. The 2 captured boars, seemingly less cunning, lay quietly on the ground, failing to attempt biting through the ropes. Upon the soldiers' arrival, the boars panicked, but it was too late to flee. Augustus swiftly dispatched them with a wooden stick, and the soldiers joyfully hoisted the 2 boars back to their tent. The following morning, Hibuoqiang did not partake in the wild boar meat, as the 2 boars had been taken directly to the riverbank. Augustus made several incisions on one of the boars and impaled it on 2 sharpened wooden sticks, binding it into a cross shape. After securing the thickest rope to a large tree on the riverbank, he cast the bound boar into the water. Hibuoqiang witnessed this brutal method of hunting for the first time. They did not wait long, as the boar was submerged. The congealed blood within its body began to diffuse into the river, creating ripples that quickly attracted the attention of the lurking Tim fish. The foremost creature, heedless of everything, opened its massive jaws and leaped from the water, devouring the boar in one swift motion. The Tim fish, its dark blue back rising above the surface, measured over 2 meters in length. After consuming the boar, it swiftly sank beneath the water, but the stout rope connecting it to the tree tightened, causing the tree to creak under the strain. 13 individuals, including Hibuoqiang, collectively pulled on the hemp rope, forcibly dragging the massive Tim fish, weighing several hundred pounds, onto the shore. The Tim fish, with a mouth stuffed with a piglet, was unable to unleash its water jet, despite its desperate struggles upon being pulled ashore. It was swiftly dispatched by 2 soldiers wielding spears. The river valley exhibited a significant elevation change, resulting in turbulent waters. Less than 100 meters downstream from the fishing site of the second squad lay a natural dam formed by a landslide, creating a tranquil bay where the hefty Tim fish found refuge. The riverbanks were strewn with fist-sized pebbles, polished smooth over the years by relentless erosion. The piglet, once tethered to a wooden cross, had been reduced to a mere skeletal frame, and the climbing rope was frayed and on the verge of snapping. Exhausted, the soldiers of the second squad rested beneath an ancient willow tree, its limbs strewn with broken branches and decayed leaves, as though it had recently weathered a storm. Occasionally, a Tim fish would leap from the water, directing a water jet towards the willow, which, although harmless to the soldiers, stripped the tree of nearly all its leaves, creating a scene reminiscent of light rain. Though the Tim fish had not awakened any semblance of rudimentary intelligence, these first-tier magical beasts were not devoid of cunning. By midday, no Tim fish would take the bait on the large hook. In front of the stony beach of the river valley lay 15 Tim fish, each weighing between 200 to 300 pounds. Their heads, adorned with azure scales, had been cleaved open by an axe, and the magical cores within their skulls were extracted by the bearded youth, Cargill. Regrettably, among the 15 Tim fish, only 5 marble-sized magical cores were found, as the smaller size diminished the likelihood of yielding magical crystals. Despite this, the members of the second squad remained elated, for even without the gamble of magical crystals, the sale of these cores, each valued at around 50 silver coins, promised a substantial return. To evade the disturbances caused by the Tim fish in the river, Surdak instructed the team to drag the catch further into the thicket away from the waterway. Surdak, possessing commendable skinning skills, crouched beside a Tim fish, skillfully peeling away its skin with a sharp knife. This fish skin was excellent material for crafting scabbards or boots, and merchants in the market outside the camp were eager to purchase such low-tier magical beast materials. Alas, none of the Tim fish bore natural magical patterns, which would have further enhanced their value. Surdak clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, wiping his cheek with the back of his hand holding the skinning knife. Nonetheless, the potential profit from selling the magical cores and fish skins could amount to nearly a month's worth of allowances for an infantry regiment. It was no wonder that so many adventuring parties were willing to undertake such perilous quests. Red Sock Garcia squatted next to Surdak, brimming with excitement. As the conversation turned to the distribution of spoils, Surdak took a sip of water while pointing at the magical cores before him, stating that selling them to the merchant lodging would yield approximately 250 silver coins, resulting in about 19 coins for each of the 13 members of their squad. During his stay in lodging's tent, Yibuqiang had helped the curly-haired youth, Gabby, set up a stall where several pigeon egg-sized magical cores were displayed. Hence, he was well acquainted with the market prices, confirming that such cores were indeed valued at that rate. He picked one up, noting its faint scent and the hard exterior that concealed the magical crystal inside. Surdak addressed his team, informing them that each member would receive a piece of Tim fish skin, which, whether sold or kept for personal use, could fetch at least 10 silver coins in the market, with the potential to double if taken home. Of the 15 pieces of skin, 13 would be evenly distributed, leaving the remaining 2 for the captain and the skinning specialist, Surdak. Cargill, the bearded youth, appeared somewhat dissatisfied with their haul. Gazing at the magical core in Yibuqiang's hand, he sighed, wishing that all the cores would yield magical crystals. Augustus, sitting beside Cargill, brightened up, daringly suggesting a wager. If even one of the 5 cores revealed a magical crystal, their earnings could double. Cargill rolled his eyes in response, countering with the possibility of none yielding anything. Augustus shrugged nonchalantly, asserting that if they failed, they would leave with nothing but a piece of Tim fish skin. Red Sock Garcia, cautious, remarked that merely selling the cores would be sufficient profit, deeming the wager unnecessary. As some listeners began to show interest in Augustus's proposition, Surdak decisively waved his hand, cautioning Augustus that he had seen individuals open such marble-sized magical cores without a single magical crystal emerging, as the yield rate for first-tier magical beasts was too low. If he wished to gamble, Surdak suggested he should purchase the cores outright, claiming all rewards for himself should they yield any magical crystals. Augustus, exasperated, spread his hands in defeat, expressing his lack of funds and dismissing the idea. Yibuqiang quietly returned the magical core to its place, having just noticed a faint aura emanating from it, flowing up his arm to his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a multitude of stars in the void of his spiritual realm, dimly reflected in his body. The second star, which had been ignited days prior, stabilized completely, while a dark star adjacent to it began to shimmer faintly as the core's aura permeated him. The emanation from the core was capable of illuminating the stars within his spiritual world. He quickly placed the core back, instinctively picking up another, yet no such aura reappeared. Yibuqiang continued to handle the other cores, but only the first one elicited any response. As the heat of the day intensified, the Tim fish would soon spoil. Now resting in the shade of the thicket, the soldiers of the second squad diligently sliced the finest portions of the fish, laying them out in thin strips on the clean rocks by the shore to dry into fish jerky. Each fish weighed approximately 200 to 300 pounds, and the total yield from 15 tim fish would exceed 1,000 pounds of meat, given the impracticality of transporting all of it. They could only select the best cuts for drying. The flesh of the tim fish was tender and flavorful, and the squad's lunch consisted of a hearty fish porridge. In the wild, culinary finesse was unattainable, yet the meal was satisfying nonetheless. Due to the presence of indigenous people nearby, the second squad could not linger for long. They waited until the sun was about to set, packed some dried fish into their rations, and each returned to the temporary camp with over 20 pounds of dried fish. Hibuchiang was sleeping soundly in the tent when he heard the voice of Red Sock Garcia outside. "Captain, Soldak." It seemed that calling him captain was ineffective, as it failed to rouse him, so Red Sock Garcia boldly reverted to the old name, Soldak. Upon hearing someone call out, Soldak, who was lying at the tent entrance, immediately awoke and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Hibuchiang forced himself to open his eyes and looked outside. The sky was just beginning to brighten, with the canopy turning blue, stars fading away, and a brilliant white band appearing on the horizon. Red Sock, clad in heavy armor, was half squatting outside the tent, reporting to the just-awakened Soldak, "Captain, that group of indigenous people has crossed the river to steal fish." The term indigenous people had recently become a highly sensitive word in the military camp. Once uttered, it would invariably attract numerous gazes. The Red Sock's voice was not loud. The sleeping soldiers in the tent were all awakened, scrambling out of their sleeping bags, eyes still closed, asking Red Sock, "Where are the indigenous people?" "Where?" Soldak was the first to emerge from his sleeping bag, quickly donning his linen trousers, grabbing his armor, and bursting out of the tent, shouting, "All members of the second squad, assemble." The tent instantly descended into chaos, as everyone rushed out, hastily putting on their armor and grabbing their weapons. Forming a line at the tent entrance, Hibuchiang stood among the ranks, positioned at the very back, as an auxiliary member of the squad. He felt it appropriate to remain at the rear. The two new recruits stood with Hibuchiang, having recently endured many tales concerning the indigenous people of Handanar County. Aware of the grievances the 57th Regiment held against them, feeling both nervous and excited for the impending battle, upon hearing that indigenous people had been spotted, the soldiers in the squad were naturally stirred, clamoring, "This time, we must teach them a lesson." In the eyes of these imperial soldiers, the indigenous people of Handanar County were nothing more than uncivilized primitives. According to Red Sock, the indigenous people were currently gathered on the riverbank, stealing the tim fish caught the previous day. Soldak led all the soldiers down a small path along the ridge, hastening towards the river valley. However, before the squad reached the stone beach downstream, they could see a group of indigenous women, clad only in leaves, crouching on the riverbank, fiercely smashing the fish bones of the tim fish with stone axes. Several remnants of tim fish had already been broken open by these indigenous women. A group of young indigenous girls carried pieces of bloody fish bones on their heads, wading through the shallow waters of the river to the opposite bank. At that moment, the indigenous women stationed as sentinels on the riverbank spotted the second squad and quickly called out a warning to all the indigenous women, who hurriedly escaped towards the shallow waters, attempting to cross the river to safety. The soldiers of the second squad looked bewilderedly at Red Sock Garcia and asked, "Why is it a group of indigenous women?" Red Sock Garcia shrugged innocently and replied, "Just a group of indigenous women. I said we found them stealing fish by the river." All the soldiers turned to Soldak, awaiting the captain's decision. After a moment of contemplation, Soldak waved his hand and said, "Let us go take a look. It would be best to capture one and inquire about their gathering place." Upon being discovered by the indigenous women on the riverbank, the second squad did not rush forward at once. They lingered on the hillside for a moment before making their way down to the riverbank. The scene was already chaotic, with many tim fish bones left behind, and the indigenous women had long since fled. Soldat appeared to have no intention of pursuing across the river. He and his soldiers stood at the river's edge. Noticing that the indigenous women, who had previously approached the river to fetch water in a state of fear, now possessed the courage to wade through the shallow waters. Hibuchiang, standing in the ranks, contemplated whether to share his discovery. Earlier, when rushing down the hill, he had spotted an indigenous woman who had not managed to cross the river, hiding in a thicket of thorns. He could even feel the bright eyes peering from the bushes but chose not to mention it. Soldak led the second squad away from the riverbank, continuing their exploration along the predetermined route. As they passed the thicket, Hibuchiang could not resist glancing back, unexpectedly locking eyes with those bright, green eyes. The eyes in the thicket widened momentarily before disappearing from his view as he calmly averted his gaze and walked forward through the knee-high grass. Having spent nearly 3 months in this unfamiliar world, the initial days were spent recuperating in the military camp, utterly oblivious to the outside world. The only means of acquiring knowledge was through fragmented memories left by the body's former owner. Once recovered, He Buqiang moved to stay with a merchant named Lajin, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. He joined the second squad on missions, as he was uncertain of what else he could do. It was not until one day, when he and the second squad members ventured into the woods to eliminate the indigenous people who had attacked merchant caravans, that he fully comprehended the role he was playing, that of an invader, encroaching upon the homes of others. The imperial soldiers drove these indigenous people from fertile plains into the mountains, with the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment stationed near the forest to prevent the indigenous from regrouping and colluding with the fiends of the abyss to disrupt the upcoming great battle in Handanar County. He averted his gaze, intentionally gesturing to the new recruit walking ahead, successfully diverting the young soldier's curious attention. Thus, they passed by the thicket without incident. "I hope to have another chance to hunt some Tim fish. Perhaps I could buy a Linka silver hairpin," the new recruit remarked as they walked. Considering He Buqiang a good listener, someone who wouldn't spread rumors, He Buqiang merely smiled in response. The next time He Buqiang saw those bright green eyes was on the 5th evening of the second squad's mission. He was perched on a branch of an oak tree outside the camp, keeping watch until midnight. A task that would rotate every 7 days and was not difficult to endure. Laughter erupted from the camp nearby, as the members of the second squad appeared to be sharing a rather crude joke. The owner of the pair of emerald green eyes crouched atop the crown of a maple tree opposite him, her figure obscured by the dense foliage. Had He Buqiang not remembered those striking green eyes, he might have alerted his companions. Upon being discovered, the lithe form sprang from the tree with the grace of a young deer, leaping with every few steps, swiftly vanishing into the dusky forest. He Buqiang leapt down from the tree, eager to pursue her, yet found himself uncertain of where to chase. He fretted through the night, and when the guard shift changed, he had yet to witness an ambush from the natives. Returning to the tent, he remained anxious about whether the natives might seize the opportunity to attack. Even a pack of red-eyed hyenas would be overwhelming for them. Perhaps he should not have let her go. Restlessly tossing and turning in his sleeping bag, he drifted in and out of slumber until dawn broke. When he awoke, the dark circles under his eyes startled Surdak, who initially thought him ill. The second squad's warriors concealed themselves among the underbrush, their expressions tense as they fixated on a grove of pear trees halfway up the mountain. A colossal earth bear, exceeding 4 meters in length, leaned against one of the pear trees, its enormous paws shaking the branches forcefully. Pears, nearly the size of fists, rained down upon the forest floor as 2 cubs, each over 2 meters long, gleefully feasted on the fallen fruit. These pears were far from delectable. Not only were they exceedingly sour, but even when ripe, the sweet juice was accompanied by an unpalatable pulp that was difficult to swallow. For the empire's inhabitants, such unappetizing pears were only suitable for brewing fruit wine. With pears littering the ground, the adult earth bear finally lowered itself, resting quietly beneath the tree. Seemingly uninterested in the fruit, He Buqiang was taken aback by the lazy demeanor of the bear, which was one of the dominant creatures of the Gandaral Mountains. It was said that an adult earth bear at the peak of its strength could touch the threshold of a 3rd-tier magical beast, though in reality, most earth bears were merely 2nd-tier. To the warriors of the second squad, this bear loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Rumor had it that earth bears possessed earth-based magical powers, rendering ordinary weapons nearly ineffective against their thick hides. When an earth bear crouches, it possesses an inexhaustible strength, far beyond what the current squad could hope to overcome. With an acute sense of smell, the earth bear could detect prey from 2 kilometers away, and its temper was volatile. It could easily enter a berserk state if it sensed danger. At that moment, the warriors, hidden in the underbrush, beheld a rather tender scene, a mother bear with her 2 cubs munching on pears in the orchard. He Buqiang felt that the indigenous girl's appearance was not without reason. Last evening, she had appeared atop the trees, and upon being spotted, had swiftly vanished, evidently warning him of the dangers lurking in this forest, which had robbed him of a restful night. As the squad packed up their tents and pressed onward, He Buqiang remained vigilant, wary of a sudden ambush by a horde of native hunters or red-eyed hyenas. It wasn't until they encountered the massive earth bear in the wooded slope that He Buqiang realized this creature was the source of the unknown peril, and the danger was drawing nearer. The body of the 2nd-tier magical beast resembled a moving treasure trove, its skull housing a magical core imbued with crystal stones, while its pristine hide was worth a fortune. However, Surdak was not foolish enough to attempt hunting the earth bear. The second squad's numbers were insufficient to withstand even a single swipe of its paw. To avoid detection by the bear, Surdak led his team into a thicket of wild vines, which emitted a foul odor, effectively masking their scent. This tactic proved prudent for self-preservation. He Buqiang sensed that the earth bear might be aware of their presence and hesitated in its approach. After lingering in the pear grove for some time, the bear ultimately decided to leave with its cubs. Once the bear had crossed the ridge and retreated, Surdak allowed everyone to emerge from the vines, and they collectively exhaled in relief. "It appears we have ventured deep into the heart of the Gandaral Mountains. We must exercise utmost caution," Surdak admonished his squad. Red-socked Garcia could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Captain, how long will this mission last? We are tasked with finding a person in this vast expanse of forest. Yet we have no specific area to search. Where are we supposed to look? Bearded Kager wiped the sweat from his brow and chimed in. They say the timeline suggests that the swordsman should have reached the sector our regiment oversees. Surdak pondered for a moment before replying. We have supplies for 7 days of marching, and our provisions remain adequate, so let us continue our search, treating it as a wilderness training exercise. As noon approached, the soldiers ignited a fire in the forest to prepare a pot of fish porridge. The timfish, a first-tier magical beast, was reputed to enhance physical constitution, making it a rare delicacy. However, after several meals of fish porridge, He Buqiang felt no significant boost in stamina. It was indeed more filling than nourishing. Sitting on a root protruding from the soil, he sipped his porridge, accompanied by a dry, toasted wheat cake. His gaze fell upon a patch of forest not far off, where he spied the edge of a beast-skin skirt peeking from behind a maple tree. Frustrated, he pressed a hand to his forehead. Although he appreciated her warning from the previous night, the second squad's movements had been laid bare before this indigenous girl, leaving no semblance of secrecy, which was quite vexing. He Buqiang resolved to stealthily pursue her, hoping to scare off the girl who had been trailing the squad. Silently setting down his bread, he gestured to a nearby recruit to step out. This gesture typically indicated a need to address personal matters. He quickly made his way through a low patch of cassava, carefully concealing his presence as he approached the tree where the indigenous girl had hidden. Upon reaching the maple tree, he discovered that the girl had already vanished. He Buqiang sighed. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he still wished to make the attempt. At the very least, he needed to prevent her from undertaking any reckless actions. For if the other squad members were to discover her, peril would surely ensue. Augustus, a member of the second squad, was known for his adeptness at reconnaissance. Just as He Buqiang was about to turn back to the temporary camp, he felt a sudden intuition. Turning, he spotted the slender indigenous girl peering at him from behind a tree several dozen meters away. Biting her lip, she ultimately decided to risk fleeing deeper into the woods. Adorned in animal skins, her gray hair braided into delicate plaits, her face obscured by the foliage, she darted away as He Buqiang sprinted towards her, her nimble steps making her difficult to catch. Amidst the dense undergrowth of the forest, patches of fallen leaves filled the uneven ground, making each step perilous and causing He Buqiang to struggle with the pain in his ankles. He pursued the indigenous girl through a thicket of red pines, leaping over a nearly dry creek, losing track of the distance he had covered on the stony bank. It was only when his heart seemed ready to leap from his throat that he paused. It was evident that each time the girl vanished from his sight, she would stop ahead, waiting for him to draw closer, only to dart away again like a deer in the wild. She was cautious, ensuring she did not stray too far from him nor allowed him to come too close. After some time, He Buqiang mused that the indigenous girl would likely not continue trailing behind the small team, prompting him to turn back. Upon returning to the temporary camp, he found Surdak and the soldiers of the second squad searching the area for him, worried he had fallen victim to an ambush by indigenous hunters. Indeed, that night while camping, He Buqiang noticed that the indigenous girl had not followed him. On the 6th day since departing from the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment's camp, Surdak led the second squad to the end of a valley where it met the mountains. This marked the upstream of the river, formed by numerous streams flowing from the Kandare mountain, which split into 2 tributaries from this point onward. Venturing deeper, they would no longer traverse a single ridge but instead navigate through overlapping mountain ranges, where the forests were primarily populated by white birch and 5-leaf maples, interspersed with stretches of red pines and fir trees. Concerned about losing their bearings in the mountains, Surdak decided to set up camp here, intending to rest for a day before retracing their steps. He Buqiang, along with Garcia in his red socks and the bearded Kager, erected tents in the woods while Augustus accompanied Surdak to scout the surrounding forest for suitable game. In the morning, they spotted a herd of elk galloping along the valley towards the team's route, and occasionally glimpsed small creatures darting through the underbrush. Just as He Buqiang and the squad had finished pitching their tents and constructing a simple stove, Augustus and his companion returned, breathless and alarmed. Augustus, drenched in sweat, reported a troubling discovery in the forest, urging the captain to join them. Kaguya rushed to meet him, inquiring about what they had seen. Were they indigenous people or monsters of the woods? After catching his breath against a tree, Augustus replied that they had encountered a pack of red-eyed hyenas. At the mention of red-eyed hyenas, Kaguya seized Augustus by the throat, pinning him against the tree, and scolded him fiercely. How could you abandon the captain and return alone upon encountering a pack of red-eyed hyenas? Augustus struggled weakly, unable to respond, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Eventually, He Buqiang intervened, pushing Kaguya away, and once freed, Augustus coughed violently before explaining, those red-eyed hyenas were dead, as if devoured by some beast, leaving only a layer of skin. Upon hearing this, Garcia relaxed slightly, saying, what is so surprising about that? There are numerous beasts in this forest capable of dispatching red-eyed hyenas. Moreover, there are even more formidable monsters here. Hunting a few red-eyed hyenas is hardly a cause for alarm. Garcia ventured into the area where the incident had occurred without revisiting their earlier conversation. He cautiously sidestepped a bloody piece of flesh, covering his mouth and nose against the overwhelming stench of blood. The second squad soon arrived, equally stunned by the scene before them. The forest was in disarray, shredded hyena skins littering the ground, mingled with bloodstains, flesh, and bones. It appeared that the red-eyed hyenas had been dismembered by some monstrous creature, with traces of the carnage scattered throughout the area, and some bones even crushed, indicating an astonishing bite force. Surdak crouched among the debris, holding a bloodied hyena bone that still bore traces of a viscous, pale red substance, reminiscent of animal saliva. The scene was gruesome. Dozens of red-eyed hyenas had been slaughtered, with no intact bodies remaining, as if these sizable creatures had been entirely consumed by the beast. As the squad members gathered, Surdak turned to Kagere and asked, what kind of beast could devour even hyenas? Kagere, frowning, replied solemnly, I do not know. Perhaps that creature has not strayed far. Augustus chimed in, suggesting, it could also be a pack of ferocious jungle iguanas. Kagere patted Augustus on the shoulder. Addressing the group, I've never heard of jungle iguanas in the Kendare mountain range, and they would hardly pose a threat to these large hyenas. I cannot pinpoint what this creature might be, but we should distance ourselves from here as swiftly as possible. The soldiers of the second squad turned their attention to Surdak, who pondered for a moment before stating, I recognize this is somewhat perilous, but I wish to ascertain what it is. If it manages to reach the forest beyond, our camp will be in grave danger. He then instructed the soldiers to divide into 4 small teams to search for clues in the area, regardless of whether they found anything, to regroup in 1 hour. Upon hearing their captain's orders, the soldiers of the second squad steeled themselves, affirming their understanding. Surdak, Hibuchiang, and 2 new recruits formed a group, as no one was willing to team with the novices, prompting Surdak to lead them. Hibuchiang arrived at the site of the fiercest fighting, resembling a slaughterhouse, where copious blood had seeped into the soil, staining the ground a deep crimson. Pieces of torn fur were strewn about, and many red pines bore claw marks, likely from the red-eyed hyenas during the attack. The pines also exhibited sharp, conical puncture wounds, with bloodstains at the edges. Surdak examined the blood on the edges of the holes, pondering whether they could have been made by the sharp horns of a scorpion-tailed lion. Hibuchiang shook his head, gesturing at the area and explaining that scorpion-tailed lions were not pack animals. 1 or 2 could not have caused such havoc. Surdak stood upright, surveying the chaotic landscape with a grave expression, stating, it seems as if this pack of red-eyed hyenas encountered a stampede of wild buffalo, their bodies crushed, only to be devoured by a horde of ravenous piranhas. No, piranhas could not leave them in such a state. The 2 new recruits trembled as they trailed behind Surdak, feeling like timid quails, wishing to retract their heads into their chests for safety. Hibuchiang took 2 steps forward, bending down to examine the ground. He pushed aside several blood-stained leaves in the forest, revealing a few fresh footprints that were peculiar in nature. They were notably longer than those of an ordinary human and had only 2 toes at the front, resembling a Y-shaped tree fork. Unfamiliar with such strange prints, he raised his head to look at Surdak. These are the footprints of the long-horned demon. Surdak's complexion darkened as he spoke to Hibuchiang. We must hastily gather our team and leave this place. The long-horned demon is not something we can confront. With that, he ceased his exploration of the forest and turned to stride back, signaling the other members of their small group to evacuate. Hibuchiang had heard countless mentions of the Demon Legion from others. This time, Duke Newman was preparing for a grand battle in Handanar County against the Demon Legion from the Warsaw realm. To his surprise, Surdak's immediate reaction upon tracking the Longhorn Demon was to decisively lead the entire team away from the forest, seeing their leader signal for retreat. The other team members quickly gathered around Surdak and promptly exited the woods. Confronting the Demon Legion is the duty of the constructed knights. We heavy-armored infantry are mere cannon fodder in the presence of demons. We must return to the camp swiftly to report our findings to Baron Sidney. Surdak remarked as they walked. Only after the second squad had completely vacated the forest did Surdak's pallid complexion show signs of relief, indicating the significant psychological impact the demons had on him. At that moment, Hibuchiang recalled yesterday's events. The indigenous girl had approached the temporary camp of the second squad, seemingly not tracking them, but attempting to divert him from this perilous area. Otherwise, she would not have led him so far away. Regrettably, he had not understood her intentions at the time, and now, reflecting on it, Hibuchiang felt a chill run down his spine. A thunderous roar echoed from the valley below, shaking the entire ravine. This roar heralded the madness of a great earth bear. Below in the valley was a great earth bear. Captain, we must leave immediately. Once a frenzied great earth bear sets its sights on us, no one can escape. Augustus urgently whispered to Surdak. Move quickly, this place is exceedingly perilous. Surdak waved to all team members and plunged toward the temporary camp. As he ran, he turned to Yibuqiang and began, "Do you think that giant might encounter?" His voice faltered, trembling as he halted abruptly. Gripping Yibuqiang's arm with a look of sheer terror directed towards the slope below. Following Surdak's gaze, Yibuqiang beheld two young bears sprawled by the riverbank at the foot of the slope, blood pooling around them. A longhorn demon crouched beside the young bears. The great earth bear, towering at 4 meters, raised its massive forepaws, lunging at a similarly sized longhorn demon. The ground beneath the bear's paws shattered into fragments. In a shocking display, the longhorn demon arched its body, aiming its meter-long black horns directly at the great earth bear by the riverbank. As the great earth bear charged forward, the longhorn demon suddenly sprang up, its horns piercing the bear's chest with brutal efficiency. In that moment, the frenzied great earth bear reared up, its colossal paw crashing down onto the spiny back of the longhorn demon, collapsing its chest and sending viscous black-purple blood splattering in all directions. The great earth bear then leaned down, staring disdainfully at the longhorn demon, now completely devoid of reason in its berserk state. Ignoring the horns embedded in its own body, it bit down fiercely on the demon's neck, tearing it away with brutal force, decapitating the demon and pulling its horns free in the process. The massive body of the longhorn demon crumpled to the ground, its head, still attached to a bloody segment of its spine, flung away several meters. Blood gushed from the 2 gaping wounds in the great earth bear, staining its brown fur crimson. A soil-colored aura emanated from beneath its feet, quickly staunching the flow of blood. The bear disregarded the twitching, headless corpse of the demon, instead moving slowly to the side of the 2 young bears, gently nudging their lifeless bodies with its nose. Alas, the young bears were already cold, and as the mother bear nudged them, they merely rolled limply. After several futile attempts, the mother bear unleashed another furious roar into the valley. Just as Yibuqiang sensed impending danger, 2 iron-gray longhorn demons emerged from the thicket. Upon closer inspection, he realized these demons had no skin. He could clearly see the robust muscles encasing their bones, covered only by a thin layer of fascia. The longhorn demon that had just lost its head sported 2 long horns and a seemingly tough purple hide, with sharp bone spurs protruding from various joints and vertebrae, indicating a significantly larger physique. However, despite their size of over 3 meters, these 2 demons crawled out of the foliage, blood still smeared across their mouths and bodies. Upon spotting the great earth bear by the river, their eyes glinted with malice and greed as they extended their long tongues to lick their faces. Although these 2 demons lacked horns, their bony hands bore sharp, menacing claws. Sensing the scent of blood in the air, the 2 demons grew agitated. The great earth bear, having just lost its 2 cubs, perceived this as a new target for its wrath. It began to writhe its shoulders and arch its body, preparing to charge at the 2 demons like a steam locomotive. The 2 demons, realizing the formidable opponent before them, hesitated and retreated a couple of steps. In that moment of indecision, the great earth bear charged forward, its enormous paws swatting the hesitant demons aside as if they were mere leaves, leaving them broken and struggling to rise on the rocky riverbank. Just as the members of the squad sighed in relief, a faint black mist enveloped the 2 demons, and their previously shattered limbs rapidly reformed, allowing them to rise once again from the rubble. At that moment, 3 more demons emerged from the forest behind the great earth bear, encircling it and slowly closing in, realizing its retreat was blocked. The great earth bear stood upright on its hind legs, its claws poised to strike as it emitted deep, menacing growls toward the advancing demons. A faint soil-colored aura swirled around the great earth bear, creating a circle approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Within this circle, numerous fist-sized pebbles appeared to be drawn towards the bear, gravitating around its form. As the 5 fiends trespassed into the aura of the light wheel, they were immediately subjected to an unseen force, wrenching them forward. Their talons dug deeply into the sandy riverbank in a futile attempt to resist this invisible pull. But the shifting sands offered no purchase. The fiends were inexorably drawn toward the dire bear. Realizing resistance was futile, they abandoned their efforts to withstand the pull and instead adopted aggressive stances, preparing for a desperate assault. The 5 fiends lunged at the dire bear in unison. The bear, overwhelmed, could only parry the 3 attacking from the front. 2 were swatted away by its massive paws, while the 3rd met a gruesome end as the bear's jaws clamped down on its skull. The fiend's head, crushed in the bear's maw, exploded like a shattered melon. The remaining fiends, attacking from behind, leapt onto the dire bear's back, plunging their razor-sharp bone claws into its flesh. The dire bear roared in agony, thrashing and twisting to dislodge its attackers. It tore the 2 fiends from its back with its immense claws and ripped their heads off with its powerful bite, finally ending their assault. The 2 fiends that had been swatted away earlier renewed their attack, finding the dire bear now riddled with fresh wounds, its brown fur stained crimson with blood. One fiend seized the opportunity to rake its bone claws across the dire bear's abdomen. causing its entrails to spill out onto the ground. From his concealed position in the distant thicket, Hibokiang inwardly lamented the bear's imminent demise. In the end, the dire bear vanquished the remaining fiends. It collapsed to its forelegs, staggered back to the stream, and sank down beside the gently flowing mountain spring. The massive head gazed upon the lifeless forms of its two cubs before succumbing to exhaustion, resting its head upon a large stone as if drifting into slumber. The warriors of the second squad were astonished by the dire bear's decisive victory against the horned fiends. Is it dead? Garcia, the red-socked warrior, peered out from the thicket, his bird's nest hair adorned with several oval leaves. The warriors emerged cautiously from the thorny bushes, the sharp barbs inflicting minor but irritating pricks. Augustus, clambering out of the undergrowth, exclaimed with glee, "They say a dire bear pelt is worth at least 50 gold coins. Are we about to strike it rich?" Red Sox, ever cautious, cast a wary glance at the battlefield by the stream below and inquired, "Do you think there might be more fiends lurking in those woods?" Augustus, a skilled scout, stretched his limbs and confidently declared, "Don't worry about it. You guys stay here, I'll go scout ahead." Having studied the practical skills of a ranger at the Junior Warrior Academy, he served as the second squad's primary scout. Seeing Augustus' eagerness, Soldak simply cautioned, "Be careful. And don't take any unnecessary risks." The Terrapagan native bounded off, using the trees for cover, and swiftly descended the slope. Soon, Augustus' voice echoed faintly from below, "Captain, the woods seem clear for now. There aren't any other fiends in there." 35. Saving the bear, Augustus and Red Sox kept watch from behind an oak tree at the edge of the woods, observing the happenings by the stream. "I think that bear must be dead, right?" Red Sox said to Augustus, hesitantly staring at the dire bear collapsed on the riverbank, with injuries that severe, and its guts spilling out. "It's probably dead," Augustus replied, trying to sound more certain than he felt, hoping to encourage his timid companion. "Oh," Red Sox gazed at the stream, the prospect of claiming such a magnificent pelt dancing before his eyes. For a third-class infantryman in the heavy infantry regiment, acquiring a dire bear pelt was a dream come true. The two men continued their hushed conversation behind the tree, too afraid to approach the blood-soaked riverbank. Hibokiang perched on a branch of a large tree, vigilant against the possibility of fiends emerging from the dense forest. While the reason for the fiends' presence remained a mystery, the squad members' priority was to scavenge the area before attracting unwanted attention. Collecting the fiends' corpses was undeniably risky, but the potential reward was too great to ignore. After consulting with the squad, Soldak made the decision to retrieve the bodies. Augustus signaled to Soldak with a thumbs up, indicating that the depths of the forest were clear. The second squad swiftly descended to the riverbank. Hibokiang's signal put Soldak at ease. The warriors dragged the 6 fiend corpses to a clearing in the woods. Soldak carefully excised the tattooed hides from the horned fiends with his skinning knife, a task he was particularly adept at. Regrettably, the other 5 fiends lacked hides. Their muscles merely covered by a thin layer of connective tissue, the reddish muscle fibers visible and unsettling. Disappointed by the inability to collect more black tattooed hides, Soldak found solace in the fact that the scavenging process would be significantly expedited. Once the hides were removed and the battlefield cleaned, they could retreat swiftly, before more fiends or other magical beasts were drawn by the dire bear's roars. Among the 6 fiends, 3 had their skulls crushed by the dire bear, leaving only fragments of bone. The remaining 3 heads, however, were relatively intact. The true value of a fiend's head lay in the black magic core contained within. These cores could be refined into precious black magic crystals. Unlike the magic crystals produced by magical beasts, black magic crystals were valued at 10 gold coins each within the Grinnell Empire's military system, and could be exchanged for substantial military merits. For ordinary soldiers, these merits translated into considerable wealth, while for nobles, they represented a path to higher titles. The second squad recovered 2 black magic cores from the riverbank, and the 3 remaining fiend heads were placed in a linen sack, which Soldak instructed Red Sox to carry. Red Sox, scowling, unceremoniously passed the blood-soaked sack to a new recruit, ordering him to guard it carefully. The recruit meekly accepted the sack, having extracted the last vestiges of value from the fiend corpses. Soldak stood up straight and addressed his comrades. These fiends seem much weaker than the fiend warriors and the fiend legions. Augustus seized the opportunity to kick one of the skinless fiend corpses and remark, "Why do you think they don't have any skin?" The bearded Kegel replied dismissively, "Who knows?" Augustus relished adventure as he licked his lips, gazing at the fallen earth bear on the riverbank. He turned to Soldak and inquired, "Shall we approach and skin that earth bear?" Soldak remained silent, casting a glance at Hiboqiang, asking him, "Do you believe it is truly dead?" Before Hiboqiang could gesture not dead, Augustus interjected, "Look, it has been lying there motionless for ages. It must be dead, even if it isn't. It likely has but a breath left. We could easily slay it with a single thrust." Standing nearby, Red Sox initially intended to approach for a better look. But upon hearing Augustus, he halted and asked, "Is it really dead?" Augustus chuckled, What significance does it hold to dwell on that? We'll know once we get closer. Shall we simply leave this bear skin for someone else to take? With that, he rubbed his hands together, preparing to investigate the earth bear's condition. Just as he was about to step forward, He seized him. He then gestured for everyone to fall back, and under their watchful eyes, he boldly approached the earth bear sprawled beside its two cubs. Though uncertain whether the bear still drew breath, he could sense a faint earth magic aura lingering nearby. The earth bear had not entirely succumbed to death. He cautiously drew near the massive form of the earth bear, which remained still. Its wounds no longer bleeding but grievously severe. A nearly 2-foot-long gash marred its abdomen, with a portion of its greasy intestines protruding, while its chest and back bore gaping. Torn wounds. Mustering courage, He leaned closer to the bear's chest, feeling a faint heartbeat. He signaled to Surdak, hidden among the trees, indicating that it was still alive. Upon seeing this gesture, Surdak waved vigorously, urging He to retreat swiftly. However, He ignored Suldak's signal. Despite the earth bear's feeble breath, it emanated an astonishing vitality. The bear's closed eyes quivered slightly, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Compelled by an inexplicable force, He placed his hand upon the bear's head. A warm current coursing through his arm and into the bear's body. He felt the stars on his shoulder blaze with heat, leaving him bewildered about the transformation occurring within him. He assisted the earth bear, tucking its protruding intestines back inside, then rushed to Surdak, procuring some thread and needle from Red Sox. In the astonished gaze of the second squad's warriors, he returned to stitch the bear's belly with ordinary thread, before quietly stepping back. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, the earth bear slightly opened its eyes before slowly closing them again. The return journey, the second squad's warriors voiced their discontent over abandoning the near-death earth bear by the stream. Yet, since Captain Surdak had made this decision, even the daring Augustus refrained from further protest. Although they remained silent, the air was thick with dissatisfaction, rendering the return journey somewhat somber. 2 days later, as the squad members traversed a colossal, sun-scorched red rock mountain devoid of shade, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. The bear fishing by the river bend." The second squad stood atop the red rock, forming an orderly line, all witnessing the massive bear beside a large boulder at the river bend. The terrain was steep, with tumultuous waters and several perilous bends. A tim fish fought against the current, approaching a low waterfall where it splashed vigorously, attempting to leap into the next pool. In that moment, the bear extended its massive paw, swatting the hundreds of pounds heavy tim fish onto the rocky shore, allowing it to flop helplessly on the pebble-strewn bank, desperately trying to return to the water. The enormous bear, with its cumbersome body, lazily ambled to the riverbank, pinning the tim fish down, baring its sharp teeth to grasp the fish's skin near its gills. With a swift motion, it tore the skin away, devouring several bites before consuming the liver and swim bladder, gradually savoring the fish's flesh. It was unclear how many tim fish it had consumed to master such fishing techniques, capable of hiding entirely within the shadow of the boulder, rendering the first-class magical fish completely oblivious. At that moment, the bear seemed to notice the observers atop the mountain, abruptly rising to its full height and letting out a roar towards the ridge. The stitched wound on its abdomen was faintly visible. Augustus instinctively took a couple of steps forward, but as he stood on the slippery red rock ledge, he nearly slipped off, saved only by He firm grip. His heart racing from the fright. The bearded man cast a complex glance at He before stammering, "It is that earth bear, Red Sox," whose disposition was rather gentle, stared wide-eyed at the valley below. Disbelief etched across his face as he whispered, "It truly is alive." After roaring at the second squad, the earth bear resumed feasting on its quarry. The warriors, having recovered from their shock, continued their trek across the red rock. The atmosphere within the squad lightened. Conversation shifting to the earth bear. Kager, a devotee of the earth goddess, seized the opportunity to share his beliefs, stating, "I've heard that the earth bear possesses the bloodline of Gaia, the earth goddess, often receiving her blessings. Hence, despite such grievous injuries, its recovery is remarkably swift, showcasing an extraordinary resilience." Augustus countered the bearded man's assertion, saying, even if that were true, it would be so diluted as to be nearly non-existent. Nevertheless, its recovery is indeed impressive. Red Sox chimed in, muttering, "This is surely thanks to Suldak's remarkable first aid skills, and of course, my needle and thread." The second squad ignored Red Sox, leaping down from the red rock wall and re-entering the dense forest. The mountain ridge, shaded by trees, offered a refreshing respite from the sun's harsh rays, and the cool breeze through the woods was invigorating. The bearded man wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with a rough linen cloth, reflecting, "I am grateful that we did not act foolishly back there. Remaining in the camp with several demon heads in tow seems rather commendable." "Upon hearing your words, it indeed appears so." The soldiers engaged in lively discussion, no longer considering it foolish to forego the bare pelt of the earth bear by the stream. Their thoughts were straightforward, emotions openly displayed on their faces. Upon spotting the earth bear by the stream, they ceased their complaints against Surdak and Hibwichiang. The warriors began to deliberate that although the rescue mission was not accomplished, the journey yielded significant rewards. The second squad returned to the shores of Lake Yanset, where they observed shadows moving along the bank. Once again, the timfish gracefully sliced through the water, silently gathering towards them. This time, the soldiers of the second squad, armed with experience in catching timfish, once more harvested a bounty beneath the great willow tree. The fishing endeavor concluded only when the timfish had devoured the bait down to the bare bones. While Surdak was skinning the timfish, he suddenly looked up and asked Hibwichiang at that moment. "You knew that bear was still alive, didn't you?" Hibwichiang nodded without hesitation. "You also understand. If it wished, it could rise at any moment and kill us, correct?" Hibwichiang cast a glance at Surdak, but remained silent. In truth, he too was uncertain whether the bear would rise, only sensing the impending danger. For several days, the soldiers had grown weary of the fish porridge, nearly to the point of nausea. They only took 2 choice cuts from the spine of the timfish, discarding the rest haphazardly along the riverbank. However, due to the sweltering heat, the cut fish had to be dried into jerky before spoiling. Fortunately, the stony beach lacked any large trees for shade, and the scorching sun rendered the pebbles unbearably hot. The fish, sliced thinly and sprinkled with white pepper and salt, dried rapidly on the heated stones. The catch of timfish this time was slightly less than the last, totaling only 12. Yet Augustus managed to extract 5 magic cores from the fish heads, a stroke of luck compared to the previous haul, adding to the earnings of this rescue operation. As the soldiers of the second squad prepared to pack the dried fish jerky and set off again, Hibwichiang spotted the indigenous women on the opposite bank. Several women stood quietly beneath a large tree, gazing at the leftover timfish meat with eyes full of longing. However, Hibwichiang was disappointed not to see the indigenous girl among them. Hibwichiang felt a surge of keen perception, often noticing what others overlooked. Like the group of indigenous women standing at the edge of the forest on the opposite bank, distant yet visible to him. He paused, contemplating whether to speak of this discovery, but Surdak, at the front of the group, called out his name, urging him to catch up. Ultimately, Hibwichiang decided to keep this matter to himself. He looked up at the setting sun and hurried to rejoin the departing squad. As night fell, the second squad arrived at the campsite before sunset. They chose a location beside a large rock on the ridge, where the trees were sparse, and a remarkably flat stone platform awaited. Surdak deemed it suitable for resting that night. The remnants of the previous campfire still smoldered on the stone platform, which was elevated enough to facilitate tent setup. The squad moved with urgency. Surdak harbored concerns that demons lurking in the mountains might pursue them. Given the current capabilities of the second squad, their only option when faced with demons would be to flee. Surdak could not comprehend why the demons in the mountains appeared so terrifying yet were weaker than the cannon fodder of the demon army. He occasionally discussed these matters with Hibwichiang, who mostly listened quietly, rarely sharing his opinions, finding the gestures of communication too cumbersome. Utilizing the wood left from their last camp, the soldiers quickly erected their tents. Surdak glanced at the sky, where fish-scale clouds filled the evening air, painted crimson by the setting sun. He remarked, "It's about to rain. Let us elevate our bedding in the tent." A drop of water fell from the tent, landing squarely on Hibwichiang's face, jolting him awake. As he opened his eyes, darkness enveloped him. Lying in the tent, listening to the gentle patter of rain on the canvas, the wild night proved challenging. Everything was damp and chilly. He could only cocoon himself in his sleeping bag, grateful for the logs and branches he had gathered to elevate his bedding. The rain began to seep into the tent. It never reached Hibwichiang's sleeping area. Amidst the chaotic sound of the rain, a light footfall could be heard, rhythmic even as it splashed through the puddles. Hibwichiang sat up abruptly, emerging from his sleeping bag, and grasped his Roman sword as he exited the tent. The rain continued to fall, cold droplets chilling his face and body, fully awakening him. The night was dark, and as Hibwichiang stepped through the puddles, he followed the sound. Though visibility was limited in the inky darkness, he sensed a figure standing by the large tree. As he approached, he discerned that it was an indigenous girl with green eyes, clad only in a piece of animal hide, drenched from the rain, her long hair clinging to her face. When she noticed Hibwichiang, he stood merely 2 steps away, and she instinctively stepped back, her slender back against the tree trunk, her bright eyes gleaming like emeralds in the night. At that moment, Hibwichiang finally saw her face, which appeared youthful yet somewhat dull, far from his standard of beauty. Before him, she resembled a frightened fawn, yearning to flee but caught by Hibwichiang's firm grip on her delicate wrist. The indigenous girl desperately attempted to break free, producing a dagger from somewhere, hesitating on whether to strike. Alarmed, Hibwichiang promptly released her, and she dashed away from the camp. He followed closely, but the darkness of the rainy forest rendered it impossible to track her after only a few meters, forcing him to halt in the rain. Hibwichiang was perplexed by the indigenous girl's repeated presence behind the squad and wondered what her intentions might be. though she seemed devoid of malice. The rain fell relentlessly throughout the night, finally ceasing at dawn, leaving the forest refreshed. Water droplets continued to fall from the canopy above, and the ground was saturated. Emerging from the damp tent, He Buqiang stretched at the entrance. The red-socked soldier squeezed past him, gazing at the mist-laden forest, exclaiming in astonishment. Last night's rain was truly torrential. At that moment, Red Sox noticed a piece of animal hide soaking in a puddle in front of the tent. Surprised, he approached it and retrieved the hide from the water, exclaiming, "How did this animal hide get here? And there are some inscriptions on it." Red Sox returned with the hide and handed the rain-soaked parchment to He Buqiang, inquiring with a touch of embarrassment, "What does this say? Is this a letter?" Red Sox ventured. He Buqiang accepted the animal hide, realizing that Red Sox was illiterate. The inscription was in standard Grin Empire language, penned by someone of noble birth and refined education, evident in the distinctive calligraphic style that emphasized fluid letter forms. Although He Buqiang had yet to master the pronunciation of the imperial language, he was familiar with the script through fragments of memories from the original owner of his body. The animal hide bore the following message, written in charcoal: "Should you find this missive and deem it credible, place your trust in the indigenous maiden who stands before you, whose name is Alma. Adore. She shall guide you to my presence, for I am in dire need of your assistance. Bajale. Gilgood Swordsman, 7th Constructed Swordsman Regiment, Osorna Legion. Benna Province." These were the only words inscribed on the entire animal hide. Upon deciphering the message, He Buqiang discerned that it was a plea for aid, indicating that the swordsman was likely incapacitated, necessitating the dispatch of an indigenous maiden as a messenger. Well, this is somewhat perplexing, he mused, since when have imperial soldiers and the natives of Handanal County fostered such amicable relations? He Buqiang's initial inclination was to dismiss the letter as a snare. But who could have aided the indigenous people in composing such a message? These questions swirled in He Buqiang's mind, until his gaze settled upon the signature, Bajale Swordsman. He Buqiang was immediately reminded that the 2nd Squad's mission was to locate an imperial swordsman who had ventured alone into the Gonar Air Mountains. He turned and entered the tent, rousing Soldak from his slumber. Soldak gazed at He Buqiang with bleary eyes, inquiring, "What is it?" He Buqiang displayed the damp animal hide before him. Fortunately, Soldak, though struggling somewhat, could decipher the script. After much deliberation, he grasped the general meaning of the message and, upon seeing the name Bajale Swordsman, abruptly sat up. "Where did you find this animal hide?" Soldak asked with a furrowed brow. "In a puddle near the entrance," Red Sox replied, poking his head into the tent. "In a puddle?" Soldak muttered, clutching the damp hide with disbelief. "Indeed, Captain. I emerged from the tent this morning, intending to prepare porridge as you instructed, when I noticed it submerged in the puddle. I retrieved it, but I am unable to decipher the inscriptions." "All right. I understand. Is the indigenous maiden outside? Wait for me. I shall speak with her." "Hold on. Captain, what indigenous maiden? You don't suppose I also found an indigenous maiden, do you?" "I swear, I haven't even seen a single strand of hair from an indigenous maiden." Red Sox protested, his face contorted in dismay. As if on cue, a strand of gray hair clung to the palm of his hand as he swore. No warrior in the 2nd Squad had long hair. Red Sox stared at his palm, utterly crestfallen. At that moment, the other warriors in the tent, having been awakened by the commotion, turned their attention to the hand he held aloft. 8. Rescuing the Benna swordsman time seemed to stand still within the tent. Red Sox desperately tried to convince Soldak, "Captain, I truly did not see any indigenous maiden." Soldak hastily donned his greaves, emerged from the tent bare-chested, and carried the damp animal hide outside. The other warriors in the tent also scrambled out of their sleeping bags, following Soldak out of the tent without even pausing to put on their armor. Morning light filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the forest. Dewdrops clung to the leaves of plants and trees, reflecting the sunlight in a myriad of colors. Soldak circled the tent, but found no trace of the indigenous maiden. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed a series of delicate footprints in a shallow puddle beneath a pine tree. They were unmistakably a woman's footprints, with slender arches and toes splayed evenly across the forefoot, resembling a dandelion seed head floating in the air. Beside these delicate footprints were other, heavier footprints belonging to men. Although the rain had blurred the tracks in the mud, the faint impressions were enough to suggest a great deal. Red Sox stared blankly at the footprints, at a loss for words to explain himself. Fortunately, He Buqiang stepped forward and gestured emphatically at Soldak. The other warriors watched the two men in bewilderment, but Soldak quickly understood the meaning of He Buqiang's gestures. "Are you saying you saw the indigenous maiden last night?" Soldak inquired. He Buqiang nodded and gestured in a departing motion. "You mean, she left last night? Do you know where to find her?" "You don't know either. We can only search?" Soldak continued, piecing together the information. Soldak soon grasped the general situation. The indigenous maiden had sneaked in under cover of the rainy night, only to be discovered by He Buqiang, prompting her hasty departure. Suldak's face grew serious as he gathered all the members of the second squad around him. The 12 warriors of the second squad encircled Suldak as he solemnly declared, "Very well, Baron Sidney tasked our squad with venturing into the forest to locate Bajal. Gilgut swordsman." Suldak continued, "It appears we have indeed stumbled upon some clues." Therefore, the warriors took turns examining the animal hide, finally realizing that the message on it was quite likely genuine. Even if it were not, the indigenous maiden undoubtedly possessed information regarding Bajal swordsman. Therefore, the second squad's mission must continue. Suldak paused, then surveyed the group before stating, "As per the instructions of our superiors, we must ensure the safety of Bajal swordsman upon locating him. Every swordsman is a precious asset to Benna province. Therefore, regardless of the veracity of the message on this animal hide, we must investigate. Upon discovering Bajal swordsman, we must immediately initiate a rescue." Suldak's words were resolute. The warriors' smiles slowly faded, and their gazes fixed upon Suldak. Suldak continued, "Before we proceed, I require someone to return to camp and report our findings. As per tradition, we shall draw lots to determine who shall deliver the message." With that, Suldak retrieved the iron pot from the tent. The warriors removed their identity tags from their necks and tossed them into the pot. Reaching Hibuchiang, Suldak realized that, as an unofficial member of the squad, Hibuchiang did not possess an identity tag. Surdak placed the iron pot on the ground and solemnly removed his nameplate. Addressing all members of the second squad, "As the captain of the second squad, I must remain. Therefore, my nameplate will substitute for Little Dak's. If my nameplate is drawn, then Little Dak will return to the camp to deliver the message." As he was about to toss his nameplate into the iron pot, Hibuchiang stopped him. Hibuchiang gestured, reminding Surdak that if he left, there would be no one to lead the way to find the indigenous girl. At that moment, Hibuchiang wanted to shout at Surdak, "Idiot." "All right, I understand," Surdak said, awkwardly wiping the sweat from his forehead. He stirred the nameplates in the large iron pot and randomly pulled one out. Then he examined the front of the nameplate and called out to the young, bearded man. "Kaggle, step forward." "Yes, Captain," the young, bearded Kaggle responded, stepping out of the group, much to Red Sox envy. Surdak hung all the spoils of war the squad had collected on Kaggle and said to him, "Take these spoils and return to the camp swiftly to report to Baron Sidney, informing him that we have found a lead on Lord Bacalier." "Understood, Captain," Kaggle replied, puffing out his chest. Kaggle, with a massive pack on his back, set off alone along the mountain ridge. Under Surdak's leadership, the remaining warriors returned to the Swallow Lake where they had been catching tim fish. After a night of rain, the river water was turbid and filled with wind-blown broken branches and leaves. The water level had also risen significantly, and the original shallows had completely disappeared. However, Hibuchiang was right this time. The indigenous girl, wrapped in an animal hide, was standing by the river, seemingly contemplating how to cross it. As the warriors of the second squad emerged from the dense forest, she became somewhat alarmed, taking a few steps back in a panic. 1 foot already in the river water, Hibuchiang, at the front of the group, noticed the indigenous girl's fear and held up the animal hide in his hand, displaying it before her. He then gestured to the indigenous girl. To the second squad warrior's astonishment, she seemed to understand. Indeed, she stopped retreating into the river and stood in place, uttering a series of words in a strange tone that Hibuchiang could not comprehend. Hibuchiang was dumbfounded, thinking, "What are you saying? I can't understand either." Hibuchiang tried pointing to the animal hide in his hand, and the indigenous girl finally nodded earnestly. Subsequently, she lowered her guard and allowed Hibuchiang and the warriors of the second squad to approach her. The somewhat slender indigenous girl was clad only in a layer of animal hide, styled like a simplified tube top and miniskirt, with a glimpse of her honey-colored legs beneath the leather skirt. Surdak coughed loudly in the ranks, and several warriors finally averted their gazes from the indigenous girl's alluring bosom. She pointed to the animal hide in Hibuchiang's hand, then turned and walked into the river, wading across ahead. The river was relatively wide at this point, and the current was not swift. The deepest part only reached the indigenous girl's slender waist. The warriors of the second squad followed behind the indigenous girl, quickly wading across the river as well. Surdak had been worried about tim fish attacking the squad, but until all the warriors had reached the shore, not a single tim fish was seen. The indigenous girl traversed the mountains and forest barefoot, displaying a deep familiarity with the terrain. She chose the easiest paths, yet she still had to stop frequently so that the second squad warriors could barely keep up. First, they entered a forest of fir trees, then passed through a hollow tree trunk over 10 meters long. After trekking through the dense forest for the better part of the morning, traversing 3 mountain ridges, the indigenous girl finally stopped. She stood barefoot on a large rock. Red Sox Garcia, standing below the rock, looked up and felt a surge of heat from his nostrils. Hibuchiang jumped onto the large rock, and the view suddenly became extremely expansive. Before them lay a lush, verdant canyon. The rock was situated at the very top of the canyon's stone cliff, Standing on this massive rock and looking down, the entire canyon was visible. The indigenous girl skillfully climbed down the cliff along the wild grapevines growing there. The warriors of the second squad had no choice but to follow, gritting their teeth. These wild grapevines were not sturdy, and they had to use both hands and feet to ensure the vines were not snapped. They descended to the bottom of the cliff with some trepidation. At the bottom of the cliff was a large stone crevice, and the indigenous girl skipped and jumped into the crevice. 39. Alliance. The rock crevice beneath the stone cliff appeared to be a fissure in the mountain, extending deep into its core. In reality, the indigenous girl did not venture too far inside, only about 20 meters to the end. From this vantage point, the sky was reduced to a narrow line. The walls of the crevice revealed mottled traces. At the end of the crevice sat a dozen indigenous hunters, appearing quite weary. When they saw the indigenous girl leading He Buqiang and his party, the hunters' gazes became wary. They all picked up the weapons beside them, but did not point them at the second squad warriors. Instead, they simply stared coldly at He Buqiang and his party with hostile eyes. The strongest of the indigenous hunters immediately questioned the indigenous girl in a loud voice. The indigenous girl, like a child who had done something wrong, stood by the stone wall with her head lowered, not uttering a word. At this moment, a rough, indigenous phrase rang out from the crowd, and all the indigenous hunters' gazes fell upon the speaker. Which heavy infantry regiment do you belong to? Someone asked in fluent Jhelum Empire language. He Buqiang followed the voice and saw an imperial man among the indigenous hunters. He wore high-grade leather armor with intricate patterns and a conspicuous longsword hanging from his waist. Judging by the 7 gems embedded in the hilt, the sword was definitely not ordinary. He also wore a silver badge on his chest. He Buqiang did not understand the meaning of the patterns on the silver badge, but it seemed similar to the exquisite badges that Baron Sydney possessed. Surdak stepped forward from among the warriors, saluted the imperial swordsman, and respectfully replied, "I am Surdak, captain of the 2nd Squad of the 6th Company of the 4th Battalion of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment under Duke Newman. These are all the warriors of our squad." Upon hearing Surdak state his rank and name, the swordsman also stepped forward and stood up straight, saying to Surdak with a solemn expression, "Baccalier Gilgud, captain of the 11th Squad of the 7th Armored Swordsman Regiment of the Osorna Legion." Hearing him state his name accurately and seeing that he was in good spirits and did not appear to be injured, Surdak breathed a sigh of relief and said to the armored swordsman, "Our squad's mission was to enter the Gandhara Mountains to find you, sir. After learning of your whereabouts, I have already dispatched a subordinate to the regiment to notify Baron Sydney. I estimate that it won't be long before our people arrive to support us." The Baccalier swordsman nodded, then turned and spoke a string of unintelligible words in the rough, indigenous language to the indigenous hunters. Only then did the indigenous hunters relax their expressions, sitting down on the rocky ground inside the crevice. These indigenous hunters bore some injuries, but they clearly trusted the Baccalier swordsman greatly. The Baccalier swordsman smiled faintly at us and casually remarked, "I told them, you two have come to confront the malevolent spirits." Upon hearing the Baccalier swordsman speak in such a manner, Surdark's expression shifted slightly. He did not allow the swordsman to continue and stepped forward to interrupt, stating, "The malevolent spirits. Lord Baccalier, our orders are to assist you in safely departing from the Candareel Mountains." The Baccalier swordsman stood before Surdark, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Surdark's, saying, "Indeed, since we must leave the Candareel Mountains, I happen to require your assistance. If you help me destroy the portal to the malevolent spirits within the valley, we shall depart from here." His words carried an undeniable authority. Surdark swallowed hard, a look of difficulty crossing his face as he replied, "We, with you? But we are merely heavy infantry, and we possess only a small squad of warriors. I fear we cannot defeat any malevolent spirit. I worry that during the battle, we would only hinder you." In truth, this was accurate, as the 2nd Squad of heavy infantry had no experience fighting malevolent spirits. The Baccalier swordsman waved his hand dismissively at Surdark, saying, "Of course. It is not just you and me. We also have these indigenous hunter friends." He gestured towards the indigenous hunters, a hint of pride gracing his features, suggesting a harmonious rapport between him and these hunters. He Buqiang stood in the back, pondering whether this group of indigenous hunters had taken part in the operation a month prior. If they were indeed the ones responsible, would Surdark not act violently? However, Surdark seemed unconcerned, replying to the Baccalier swordsman, The strength of these indigenous people may be inferior to ours. What assistance can they offer in battling the malevolent spirits?" The distrust towards the indigenous people is not an uncommon view among the Empire's citizens. Most imperial soldiers perceive the indigenous tribes of Candanarl County as completely uncivilized. The indigenous hunters, aside from setting traps in the woods, are thought to lack any real combat prowess. The Baccalier swordsman, slightly impatient, waved his hand again and said to Surdark, "I understand that once I propose an alliance with the indigenous people, such an action will undoubtedly invite skepticism." Surdark lowered his gaze, standing before the Baccalier swordsman, his thoughts straightforward. His sole intention was to escort the Bacalier swordsman back to the military camp to fulfill the mission. As for battling the malevolent spirits, that was the responsibility of the constructed knights. As expendable heavy infantry, dying in this nameless valley would hold no significance. Seeing Surdak remain unmoved, the Bacalier swordsman placed a hand on Sudak's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Before entering the Kandariel Mountains, I, along with the other imperial knights, shared the same thoughts and attitudes as you, initially regarding the indigenous people of Kandariel County with disdain. However, upon witnessing the deep love these indigenous people have for their homeland, their courageous battles to protect it from infringement became evident. They do not wish for the malevolent spirits to continue invading the home they have diligently cultivated. Only by fighting alongside the indigenous people of Kandariel County can we halt the malevolent spirits' grand invasion. It must be said, the Bacalier swordsman's words were profoundly stirring. And Sudak's gaze visibly shifted. Yibuqiang perceived a rekindled determination igniting within Sudak's eyes. The Bacalier swordsman raised his voice. I will report all of this to Commander Tangerner upon our return to headquarters. He paused briefly before continuing. But the immediate task is to destroy this portal to the malevolent spirits. We cannot allow it to continue channeling malevolent spirits into the depths of the Kandariel Mountains. Understood, Lord Bacalier. Not only Surdak, but all the warriors of the second squad echoed in unison. Yibuqiang, standing among the soldiers, sighed inwardly, thinking, youth has its folly. If only Captain Sam or the veteran Ian were here, they would undoubtedly refuse this undertaking. The valley lies upon a fault line in the Kandariel Mountains, with its widest point measuring less than 2 kilometers and its narrowest barely exceeding 30 meters. The valley is flanked by cliffs that drop dozens of meters, with the northern side serving as the gathering place for the indigenous tribes of Kandariel County. Dense forests cloak the valley, making it difficult to spot even from the mountain's peak. Nearly 1,000 indigenous people reside hidden within this valley. Their dwellings are wooden houses elevated about half a meter off the ground. Given the humid and rainy conditions of the mountains, thatched roofs built at ground level would soon mold and decay. Only by raising the wooden houses can they remain habitable longer, allowing airflow beneath. The roofs are composed of dried banana leaves, tied at both ends to a wooden frame. Generally, these wooden houses lack walls. Instead, strips of thatch hang down from the roof like curtains, swaying gently in the wind. The wooden houses, positioned on the northern slope of the valley, create a picturesque scene. The Bacalier swordsman led the second squad of soldiers to the indigenous village, aiming to visit the village's shaman, Inoyatila. The indigenous hunter's acceptance of the Bacalier swordsman was largely due to the persuasion of this very shaman, Inoyatila. As they entered the village, most of the indigenous people they encountered were women clad in grass skirts, either sitting or standing in the wooden houses, curiously peering outside. Fish bones from tinned fish hung from the rafters, presumably remnants of those caught by the second squad along the river, with the best parts of the fish meat having been taken by the soldiers, and the bones subsequently returned to the village by the indigenous women. The indigenous people possess a waxy yellow skin tone, their eyes ranging from dark green to light green. Their hair is typically braided into fine strands, and many indigenous hunters are bald. In Yibuqiang's eyes, the women of Kandariel County were not particularly beautiful. They appeared somewhat greasy, with many carrying indigenous children on their backs, their chests resembling swaying oilcloth bags. The indigenous girl who had guided the second squad to this location vanished almost instantly upon entering the village. The indigenous children, shy and timid, retreated into the wooden houses on either side of the village entrance, refusing to come out. The dwelling of the indigenous shaman Inoyatila is situated at the highest point of the village, comprising 3 circular, pavilion-like structures closely interconnected. The wooden houses on either side are somewhat smaller, while the central one spans nearly 100 square meters, likely designated for receiving guests. Following closely behind the second squad, Yibuqiang noticed some indigenous girls seated on the steps of the wooden house. These girls were notably slender, being the boldest among the indigenous residents. The shaman Inoyatila, an elderly woman, bore loose skin and missing teeth, making her age indiscernible. She stooped, leaning on a cane as she stood on the steps of the wooden house, until the Bacalier swordsman approached the base of the steps and uttered a greeting in the indigenous language. Her voice was hoarse yet remarkably steady, her gaze fixed intently upon the swordsman of Bacalier. However, Yibuqiang and the other warriors of the second squad, like foolish birds, stood by, unable to comprehend the indigenous language. The high shaman welcomed the Bacalier swordsman and the warriors of the second squad into the grand wooden lodge. In the center of the lodge lay a pit filled with a crackling fire, around which everyone gathered. At that moment, an indigenous girl emerged from nowhere, lifted a hissing pot from the fire, and tossed in a heap of crushed herbs such as licorice, boiling them for several minutes, filling the lodge with an unusual aroma. Yibuqiang initially thought someone was ill and that this foul-smelling concoction was a medicinal brew. To his surprise, after a while, the indigenous girl returned with wooden cups, offering them to the warriors seated around the pit. With her lively, expressive eyes, she was hard to refuse. Thus, a row of foolish birds cradled the oddly scented potion, sitting in the Grand Lodge, utterly unsure of what to do. Her name was Anastasia Mori, but you may call her Mori in the imperial tongue, a term she could comprehend. She was the granddaughter of the shaman Inoyatila and the youngest heir of this tribe, with the caveat that she must first become a shaman herself to claim that heritage. The Bacalier swordsman introduced the young indigenous girl to the warriors of the second squad, who exchanged glances, astonished to discover her prominent lineage. He Wuqiang had just perceived Mori's casual demeanor in the lodge, unaware of her esteemed status as the granddaughter of the high shaman. The Bacalier swordsman presented 2 Roman swords as gifts before shaman Inoyatila, who appeared quite pleased and instructed someone to take the weapons. In this indigenous tribe, the standardized weapons of the Grin Empire were highly coveted. Interestingly, these 2 swords had been borrowed from Surdak. Subsequently, the Bacalier swordsman began conversing with shaman Inoyatila in the indigenous tongue, while she sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, occasionally nodding. The purpose of the swordsman's visit was primarily to discuss a joint effort against the Gate of Evil Spirits. Yet the warriors of the second squad were puzzled as to how much assistance the indigenous people could provide in this endeavor. Shaman Inoyatila's aged face remained rather impassive, and she seemed somewhat drowsy as she sat. He Wuqiang took a sip of the herbal brew and found it less unbearable than anticipated, though its taste was peculiar. It proved invigorating. For the warriors of the second squad, the sole captivating sight in the Grand Lodge was the girl Mori, her long, rounded legs swaying before their eyes. Augustus even spilled some of the potion on his armor, causing Mori to hide behind shaman Inoyatila, stifling a giggle. The swordsman shot Augustus a stern glance. The high shaman then whispered a few words to the indigenous girl, who dashed outside. Shortly thereafter, dozens of indigenous hunters gathered outside the lodge. They settled on the ground beneath the shade of the trees. Shaman Inoyatila emerged from the lodge and stood on the steps, addressing the hunters with a string of words, prompting them to kneel in reverence. Mori, carrying a ceramic jar, walked past the hunters, who then drew bamboo sticks from the jar, yet their expressions remained rather neutral. "What are they doing?" Red Sox murmured to Augustus. Augustus craned his neck to observe closely, replying, "It seems they are drawing lots." Red Sox leaned out further, asking, "Do you think those chosen will join us in eradicating that Gate of Evil Spirits?" Augustus nodded in agreement. "You might be onto something." After the drawing concluded, 3 indigenous hunters rose from the crowd. With chests puffed out, they approached the steps and presented the bamboo sticks marked with red to shaman Inoyatila. The shaman lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the 3 hunters, dipping her hand into a box offered by Mori to apply a touch of white powder, drawing strange symbols on their foreheads while uttering an unintelligible phrase of indigenous language, likely a blessing. Surdak, seated beside He Wuqiang, whispered, "That phrase probably means blessing." The 3 hunters joined their hands in prayer, kneeling before the shaman, their foreheads touching her feet. The other hunters behind them followed suit, their worshipful demeanor suggesting they beheld a deity before them. At this moment, the Bacalier swordsman addressed the warriors seated in the lodge. "We are about to participate in their ritual. Be mindful to avoid any disrespectful behavior during the ceremony." His gaze was stern, especially directed at Augustus, who had exhibited a lack of decorum while conversing with the shaman. Hearing the swordsman's words, Augustus feigned respect but wore an indifferent expression. He muttered, "Swordsman, I feel we might not need to rely on the indigenous people's strength." The Bacalier swordsman offered no further explanation, merely stating, "You have not witnessed that Gate of Evil Spirits. You cannot fathom its terrifying nature. You will understand soon enough." Augustus shrugged, and under the pressure of the swordsman's authority, finally fell silent. The only stone structure in the indigenous village was the circular altar before them. The altar featured a platform roughly 10 meters square and about 3 meters high, accessible by stone steps on all 4 sides, constructed entirely from pebbles. It stood as the most imposing edifice within the village. 10 young indigenous men stood beneath the altar, sounding horns whose deep tones reverberated throughout the village. Indigenous people of all ages, regardless of gender, emerged from their wooden homes, converging towards the altar. Notably, the women comprised over 70% of this gathering, accompanied by numerous indigenous children, swiftly encircling the altar. The members of the second squad also positioned themselves at the altar's edge. He Wuqiang glanced back and estimated the village's population to be several hundred, yet only a handful of adult hunters had been selected for the ritual. To He Wuqiang, it appeared as though nearly all the indigenous men had perished. With Mori's assistance, shaman Inoyatila ascended the altar, pausing twice on the dozen steps. Following her were the 3 chosen hunters, clad only in loincloths, their bronze skin gleaming as they accompanied the shaman up the altar. The grand sorceress stood upon the altar, her aura shifting dramatically, as if she had transformed into an entirely different being. Her stooped form straightened, emanating a sacred radiance. The loose wrinkles on her face seemed to diminish significantly, and her eyes became so intense that one could hardly gaze into them. She raised her staff, gazing skyward, murmuring a series of indigenous incantations. 3 native hunters knelt side by side at the altar, their hands joined in reverence at their chests, appearing devout and focused. Upon the completion of her incantation, an astonishing sight unfolded before He Buqiang's eyes. It was a splendid afternoon, and a beam of sunlight descended from the sky, enveloping the Grand Sorceress. Gradually, a colossal ethereal figure emerged behind her, a deity with 2 faces, 4 arms, and 2 legs, towering at 7 to 8 meters. Witnessing this apparition, the indigenous people gathered at the altar, regardless of age or gender, knelt in unison to worship their deity. Only the Beijiale swordsman and the second squad of warriors remained perplexed at the foot of the altar, gazing around in bewilderment. At the 4 corners of the altar lay 4 pottery jars, which had silently ignited, emitting ethereal blue flames that flickered half a meter high. He Buqiang felt an intense sensation, an instinct telling him that the flames within the jars were cold. Heeding the prior warnings from the Beijiale swordsman, the second squad refrained from making any sound. Standing at the base of the altar, He Buqiang felt as though he were witnessing an utterly absurd magic performance. Yet, within, he was profoundly shaken. At the moment the beam of light struck the altar, an intangible force seemed to pull him into the void. In his mental realm, the void was no longer merely a reflection of his corporeal form and the countless stars that surrounded it. Opposite his ethereal self, a 4-armed deity suddenly manifested, bearing 2 starkly contrasting visages. One face radiated fear, destruction, and hatred, while the other embodied courage, righteousness, and hope, evoking sentiments within He Buqiang that were difficult to articulate. The immense deity lingered in his consciousness for merely a second before vanishing, as if it had never existed. He Buqiang regained consciousness to see the Grand Sorceress momentarily sway, while Inoyatila cast a startled glance in his direction. Fortunately, the ritual continued uninterrupted. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to explain the inexplicable occurrence. Would he truly need to sketch the event in the sand with a twig? The girl, Molly, standing beside the Grand Sorceress, also glanced at He Buqiang with an odd expression. Before he could ponder further, a commotion arose from beneath the altar. Following the sound, He Buqiang observed 4 indigenous hunters emerging from the woods, carefully carrying a massive stretcher upon which lay the corpse of a malevolent spirit. The hunters meticulously lifted the body onto the altar, the head having been severed and placed upon the chest. Shortly thereafter, 4 more hunters brought forth another malevolent spirit's corpse, culminating in the ritualistic display of 3 such bodies upon the altar. The Grand Sorceress produced a black-horn dagger inscribed with symbols, appearing to be an ancient bone knife. She bent down, gripping the long horns protruding from the malevolent spirit's forehead with one hand while plunging the dagger into the crown of its head with the other. Reverently, she placed the severed head upon a tray, positioning it in front of the deity's ethereal visage at the center of the altar. He Buqiang recognized from the memories of the original owner that this was an exceedingly rare sacrificial ritual, one that had been passed down exclusively among certain indigenous sorcerers. In the Glen Empire, such practices imbued with dark magic were expressly forbidden. As the Grand Sorceress chanted, the severed head began to disintegrate into ashes amidst the azure flames. The afternoon sun cast beams into the forest, creating patches of light upon the damp earth. The dense canopy obscured the sky, enveloping the mountainous terrain in vibrant green. A gentle breeze stirred the treetops, resembling a sea of leaves. Around the altar, a small clearing emerged where the villagers stood in the sunlight, their faces filled with utmost reverence as they gazed upon the indistinct visage of the deity. The Grand Sorceress offered her sacrifice, and the azure flames swiftly consumed the severed head. Raising her staff high, she prostrated herself at the feet of the deity, seeming to enter a frenzied state as she swayed rhythmically, akin to performing a seaweed dance, all while chanting incantations that made He Buqiang feel dizzy. Overwhelmed, he pressed his thumbs against his temples, seeking relief. Within the protracted sound of the incantation, the deity's dual-faced head began to rotate slowly, maintaining a smile on one visage, which now faced forward. The mask-like face bore closed eyes that suddenly fluttered open, emitting 2 beams of golden light that shone brilliantly even beneath the blazing sun. These rays first fell upon the Grand Sorceress, bestowing upon her a palpable power, causing her cheeks to flush. As she rose and turned, He Buqiang was astonished to see her eyes transformed into a radiant gold, akin to a burning sun, blinding to behold. No one dared to meet her gaze at that moment. The Grand Sorceress, one hand clutching the staff and the other gripping the dagger, approached the headless corpse of the malevolent spirit. Crouching, she began to carve with the dagger upon the body. Augustus turned to Surdak, whispering, "This Grand Sorceress possesses superior skinning skills compared to our captain." Surdak shot him a serious look, hissing in a low tone, "Silence." Augustus chuckled and withdrew his head. At that moment, the Grand Sorceress had already removed a substantial piece of black-patterned demonic skin from the malevolent spirit's body. Holding the dripping purple bloodied skin, she approached one of the native hunters, making an incision on the hunter's forehead, allowing blood to trickle down his cheek. Using the indigenous blood to inscribe strange symbols upon the bloodied side of the black-patterned skin. Once again restless, Augustus quietly inquired of Surdak, "Captain, is this the black-patterned demonic skin from the malevolent spirit? What is the Grand Sorceress planning to do?" The Beijiale swordsman at the forefront turned, his expression grave. casting a penetrating gaze at Augustus, imbued with an intense sense of authority. Augustus quickly raised his hands in surrender, signaling his silence. At that moment, the Grand Sorceress pressed her hand upon the native hunter's forehead, infusing him with divine energy, and then draped the black-patterned demonic skin across his back. The body of the indigenous hunter underwent a profound transformation upon the altar. His muscles swelled rapidly, and amidst the agony he struggled to suppress, he astonishingly morphed into a towering figure of 3 meters in height. The black-patterned demonic hide draped across his back fused entirely with his form. When this indigenous hunter opened his eyes once more, his visage was adorned with dark demonic markings, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Exuding the breath of an enraged bull, he clenched his fists and struck them together fiercely at his chest, producing a deafening explosion of air from the altar. The second squad of warriors standing below the altar were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Qiang and Surdak exchanged glances, their faces betraying their astonishment. The Grand Sorcerer drew a rune upon the heaving chest of the transformed hunter, signaling the gradual return of his consciousness. Grand Sorceress Inoyatila placed her hand upon the robust arm of the indigenous hunter, gesturing for him to step aside. She then proceeded to enact the same ritual upon the second and third indigenous hunters, continuing until the sun began to set, marking the conclusion of the sacrificial ceremony. The towering 8-meter shadow of the demonic deity shattered into countless motes of light, vanishing above the altar, while the 3 corpses of the malevolent spirits were rendered unrecognizable by the Grand Sorceress, who was aided by several indigenous hunters as they removed the remains from the altar, disappearing into the dense forest shortly thereafter. The divine power enveloping the Grand Sorceress began to wane, and she hunched over, slowly descending the altar with the support of the young girl, Molly. The 3 indigenous hunters followed behind her as the villagers parted to create a passage, allowing the Grand Sorceress to proceed first. In the eyes of the indigenous women and children, there was no joy or excitement as the hunters passed by. They placed their hands upon them, their faces etched with concern, uttering the same words of farewell, resembling a final goodbye to tribal warriors. The second squad of warriors stood behind this group of indigenous people, with Hong Sox expressing astonishment. I never knew these natives of Handanar County could produce such formidable warriors. Augustus joined in from behind, reflecting with a sigh, Captain, had they employed such means against us, our lives in the 57th Regiment would certainly not be as comfortable, and we would not have easily established ourselves at the foot of the Linchong Mountain. The Baijali swordsman approached and remarked, in truth, such sacrificial rituals demand a heavy toll. These 3 indigenous hunters forcibly acquired power their bodies cannot sustain. This power is akin to a double-edged sword. Once the blessing of the divine body is lost, this strength could easily cause their bodies to rupture. A group of indigenous people followed the 3 transformed hunters until they reached the Grand Sorceress's wooden hut, where they finally dispersed. The second squad of warriors also entered the wooden hut of Grand Sorceress Inoyatila, where the 3 indigenous hunters silently seated themselves beside the pit, appearing conscious yet strained. The Grand Sorceress was assisted by the indigenous girl, Molly, into a side room to rest. Apart from the warriors of the second squad, only the 3 indigenous hunters remained in the hut. Gathering his courage, Hong Sox asked, Baijali swordsman, do you mean to say that they will perish shortly after gaining this immense power? The swordsman, lost in thought, replied, indeed. Hong Sox struggled to comprehend why these hunters, fully aware of their impending demise, would make such a calm choice. Why would they choose this fate? He pressed. The Baijali swordsman surveyed the indigenous village outside and suggested, perhaps it is for the sake of others in their tribe, so they may live better lives. He pointed towards the opposite side of the valley, explaining, that portal of malevolent spirits lies within this valley. Should the fiends successfully pass through, the indigenous village here would be the first to suffer their onslaught. My reluctance to leave this valley stemmed from the fact that I alone could slay those fiends. He concluded. I instructed Molly to seek aid from the warriors of the Green Empire beyond the valley, which is how you came to be here. The plan to eliminate the portal of malevolent spirits was devised jointly by myself and Grand Sorceress Inoyatila. I believe we can attempt it with the strength we currently possess. Before long, the Grand Sorceress emerged from the eastern wooden hut, pale and supported by the indigenous girl, Molly, indicating that the sacrificial ceremony had taken a significant toll on her. She first addressed the Baijali swordsman in a string of indigenous words, then relayed a few instructions to the 3 hunters. They rose and bowed to the swordsman, acknowledging his leadership. The Grand Sorceress did not invite anyone to dine on this side of the indigenous village. After exchanging a few words with the Baijali swordsman, she led the second squad of warriors and the 3 indigenous hunters back to their temporary lodgings within the rocky crevice of the valley. In the corner of the crevice, a fire crackled, its wood entirely consumed, leaving only a smoldering ember roasting a massive fishbone, stripped of most of its flesh, now merely a charred skeleton. The indigenous girl squatted by the fire, wielding a dagger to extract the last morsels of fish, not from a lack of satiety, but rather from the habits instilled by her impoverished existence. She possessed large, emerald-green eyes, a petite nose, a pointed chin, and a forehead that appeared somewhat broad. By imperial standards, her unremarkable features were not deemed beautiful. The Bajili swordsman approached, retrieving a bundle of provisions wrapped in banana leaves, which he offered to the indigenous girl. This meager ration, pilfered from the second squad's nearly inedible military rations, was a rare delicacy for her. The three indigenous hunters, their bodies now imbued with the black-patterned demonic hide, sat quietly in the corner, their faces marked with dark patterns as they struggled against the torment within, requiring time to acclimate to their newfound power. Regardless of running, leaping, or striking, they felt a disconnection from their previous familiarity with their bodies. The Bajili swordsman intended to conduct some training with them before nightfall. He Buqiang longed to approach and observe, yet the hunter's demeanor suggested they were not to be disturbed. And he ultimately relinquished the thought. Surdak informed He Buqiang that a prolonged diet of demonic beast flesh could enhance one's physique, but after consuming fish porridge daily, he felt no improvement in his own condition, even as the third star in his mental sea inexplicably ignited. The Bajili swordsmen, the 13 warriors of the second squad, and 20 indigenous hunters formed an impromptu combat unit, departing their rocky crevice lodgings under the cover of night and venturing into the dense forest of the valley. The indigenous girl, Molly, was among the accompanying personnel, taking the lead as she was well acquainted with the valley's environment. In truth, the temporary lodgings were not far from the portal of malevolent spirits, which was under constant surveillance by indigenous hunters who would immediately report any disturbances to the lodgings in the crevice. In typical circumstances, malevolent spirits emerge from the ominous door, a challenge beyond the capabilities of the indigenous hunters, necessitating the direct intervention of the Bajili swordsman. It is imperative to eliminate the evil entity before it acclimatizes to the laws of the Warsaw dimension. The valley at night exuded a profound serenity, with glimpses of twinkling stars visible through the dense foliage, while the forest path remained shrouded in darkness. The native hunters navigated this environment with ease, moving swiftly through the underbrush, while the members of the second squad struggled to keep pace, yet no one complained, exerting their utmost effort to follow. Parting the thicket, He Buqiang finally beheld the sinister door of the malevolent spirit, its form far exceeding his comprehension, revealing to him that it was, in fact, alive. In the distance, unencumbered by the lush branches, a faint light illuminated the scene, allowing him to discern the silhouette of a 4-meter-tall, green-faced demon leaning against the stone wall. He could see its eyes diligently surveying the surroundings, while the wall behind it was smeared with dark purple blood, appearing as mere shadows in the night. It was no wonder that Surdak had mentioned this Bajili swordsman had pursued a green-faced demon from the Kanpado River basin into the Kandura Mountains. The demon, clutching a massive bone club, appeared relatively alert, though a deep gash marred its chest, stretching from its collarbone down to its waist. This 2-meter-long wound oozed dark purple blood, continuously seeping from the edges. As the second squad pondered the whereabouts of the malevolent door, a bloodied hand suddenly emerged from the demon's abdominal wound, forcefully tearing it open. The demon's face contorted in agony as another hand followed suit, accompanied by a head emitting wisps of green smoke. Upon contact with the air, the demon's facial skin corroded rapidly, as if exposed to a potent acid, and it emitted a pained howl while extricating itself from the green-faced demon, its body releasing foul-smelling smoke. The two indigenous hunters stationed by the thicket, upon recognizing the arrival of the Bajili swordsman, promptly reported the situation in their native tongue. The swordsman wore a grave expression, nodding attentively as he listened. He then patted the shoulders of the two hunters and exchanged a few words with the girl, Molly, who handed them 2 packs of roasted fish. The hunters quickly retreated to devour the food, gathering the members of the second squad. The Bajili swordsman lowered his voice to explain the situation. This is the power of the laws of the Warsaw dimension. For the demons from the abyss, the air here acts as a potent toxin, rapidly eroding their skin upon contact. However, these demon warriors possess remarkable adaptability. Given sufficient time, they will gradually develop new skin that conforms to the laws of this world. Observe their movements. Their arms and thighs are strikingly uncoordinated, also influenced by the laws of the world. Yet, with only half a day of acclimatization, they can fully adapt. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, the second squad members would have found it difficult to grasp the swordsman's words, but his explanations made it easier for them to accept. He Buqiang recalled the demons he had encountered earlier in the upstream woods, realizing that their lack of skin was likely due to the same reason. Yet, those demons fought with apparent ease, suggesting they had adapted to the laws of this world, even slaughtering a pack of red-eyed hyenas and consuming their flesh. Unfortunately, before they could fully digest that energy, they encountered the more formidable earth-shattering bear, which ultimately led to their demise. The Bajili swordsman continued, to vanquish these demons, we must strike while they are still unfamiliar with this world's laws. This is why I cannot afford to leave this valley lightly. His gaze swept over each warrior's face as he earnestly declared, "Now, my goal is to eliminate this portal to the demons. Only by slaying this green-faced demon can we completely seal the door. I require your assistance." Upon hearing the swordsman's resolve, the members of the second squad felt invigorated, their spirits undeterred by the prospect of danger. The swordsman elaborated, "Each time I attempt to approach it, the green-faced demon disregards its own physical limitations, forcefully tearing itself apart to unleash a multitude of demons, while I can only watch as the tide of battle shifts against me." Qiang turned to observe the demon before the portal, its joints twisting grotesquely as it writhed. Suddenly, a wooden arrow shot from the shadows of the dense forest, striking the demon squarely at the nape of its neck. The demon, sensing discomfort, attempted to grasp at the arrow, but its limbs moved erratically, eliciting a series of frustrated growls. It writhed in agony before the portal, its purple eyes filled with negativity, hatred, pain, fury. The indigenous hunter who had loosed the arrow swiftly retreated, the surrounding foliage rustling as the demon caught a whiff of life. Without hesitation, it lunged toward the thicket. This towering demon, nearly 3 meters long, loomed over the citizens of the Green Empire by more than a meter. Its fingers bore razor-sharp claws, resembling wickedly elongated blades. Though its steps were unsteady, it covered ground rapidly, reaching the thicket in mere strides. Leaning forward, the demon's black claws tore through the dense underbrush, a vine snapping back and ensnaring its head. The sudden force yanked the demon into the air, but it flailed its limbs wildly, swiftly severing the vine with its claws. Once it landed, its agility increased, and it pursued the fleeing hunter, licking its crimson tongue as it prepared to strike the hunter's back with its claws, unyielding and ruthless, akin to a farmer spearing a fleeing field mouse. However, just as its claws were about to connect, they were met with a shield that had emerged from behind a tree, the claws piercing through the shield with a shrill metallic sound. The bladesman, wielding a double-edged greatsword, thrust forth from the shadows, piercing the left flank of the malevolent demon. A spray of purplish blood erupted from the wound as one of the demon's clawed appendages became ensnared in a square shield, rendering it immobile. In a fit of rage, it lifted its leg, aiming to kick aside Surdak, who had emerged from behind a tree, shield in hand, while the other claw swung menacingly towards the bladesman. With a deft kneel and a slight lean back, the bladesman narrowly evaded the demon's swipe, driving his sword deep into its flesh. The demon retaliated with a powerful kick to Surdak's right thigh, sending him careening backward. The metallic greaves on his leg buckled under the impact, and he crashed against a pine tree, the force momentarily disorienting him. Standing behind Surdak, Qiang witnessed the demon's brutal assault. Gripping his Roman sword, he aimed to strike at the demon's ankle. However, the sword met the demon's flesh with a dull thud, rebounding as if striking rubber, leaving only a shallow gash. Simultaneously, 2 pagarillo spears erupted from the demon's back, deeply embedding themselves, though not penetrating fully. One of the demon's claws, still shackled to the damaged shield, swung towards the bladesman. Reacting swiftly, the bladesman rolled forward, evading the shield and extracting his sword from the demon's abdomen, creating a gaping wound that exposed its dark, viscous entrails. The demon held in agony, lunging at the bladesman in an attempt to overpower him. At this moment, Qiang positioned himself alongside the bladesman, seeking to evade the creature's onslaught, but found himself too late to escape. The demon's predatory gaze seemed to anticipate Qiang's retreat, ready to pierce him with its claws. In a moment of bravery, Qiang inhaled deeply and charged at the demon, wielding his Roman sword. The demon instinctively raised a claw to parry, but upon contact, the sword lost all momentum, sending it flying away. Seizing the opportunity, Qiang pressed against the demon's claw, slipping behind it. The Roman sword tumbled through the air before descending rapidly. Qiang leaped to catch it, leveraging the momentum to swing it back at the demon's rear. The demon emitted a low growl but could not evade the strike, the sword piercing its nape. Concurrently, the bladesman delivered a swift blow, severing one of the demon's claws at the wrist. Despite its injuries, the demon attempted to resist, but was pierced by the spears of 2 warriors from the second squad. A vine was thrown from above, ensnaring the demon's neck, as a dozen native hunters pulled with all their might, toppling the hulking creature onto the forest floor. Seizing the moment, the bladesman advanced, raising his great sword to decapitate the demon, its head rolling gruesomely across the clearing. As Surdak regained his footing, he pointed towards the demon's gate by the stone wall, warning the others, "We mustn't linger, another has emerged." Before Qiang could catch his breath, he approached the thicket, spotting 2 more demons crawling out from the living portal. As the bladesman had foreseen, the green-faced demon was aware of the impending danger, hastening the spawning of its kin. 3 enhanced native hunters emerged from the woods, evidently acclimated to their newfound abilities. The bladesman wiped his sword clean on the fallen demon and strode towards the thicket. The green-faced demon, sensing the threat, writhed in agony, clawing at its own wounds while a cacophony of tormented wails echoed through the valley. From the portal on the demon's body, several ghostly hands emerged, clawing at the gaping wound, causing a gruesome spectacle as they struggled to climb out. The demons, enveloped in a haze of green smoke, disintegrated upon contact with the air. In mere moments, 3 demons had already crawled forth from the portal. The accelerated spawning exacted a heavy toll. As the green-faced demon's abdomen bled profusely, a harbinger of destruction etched across its ghastly visage. "We must organize against this portal swiftly. We cannot withstand more," urged the bladesman, brandishing his great sword with urgency. "Let us proceed according to plan," Surdak replied, signaling to a fallen warrior from the second squad. A soldier, concealed behind the thicket, drew a composite bow and loosed an arrow at one of the demons. The steel-tipped arrow struck true, embedding itself in the demon's back. Yet it remained standing, pivoting with fury towards the source of the attack, followed closely by 2 more demons that bellowed in rage. This time, the second squad soldiers failed to divert the trio of demons. The native hunters charged forward, shields raised, colliding solidly with the advancing foes. The sound of heavy impacts reverberated through the air. Surprisingly, the native hunters matched the demons in strength. One demon attempted to pierce the shield of a native hunter with its claws, but instead became ensnared, giving the hunter the opportunity to flip the shield and break the demon's claws at the wrist. The demon shrieked in pain as another claw lunged for the hunter's head. Undeterred, the hunter lifted the shield, clashing it against the demon's strike. Though the claws penetrated the shield, inflicting 5 wounds upon the hunter's arm, he appeared impervious to pain. Grappling the injured demon closer and delivering a crushing blow to its skull, the sound of bone cracking echoing in the air. Surdak and Buqiang followed closely behind the native hunter, witnessing the struggle against the demon. Surdak swiftly drove his Roman sword into the demon's side, aiming for its heart. At the same moment, Buqiang leaped, thrusting his sword into the demon's nape. Recognizing the vulnerability, Buqiang realized that only by severing the demon's head could it be truly vanquished. As the demon's massive form collapsed, Surdak pulled his sword free and knelt upon its chest, wielding the weapon to deliver a flurry of strikes until the head was finally severed. He raised his gaze, only to find the battle with the remaining 2 demons far from favorable. The plight of the 2 indigenous individuals was far from favorable. Upon their encounter with the malevolent spirits, although the 2 fiends had yet to acclimate to the laws of this realm, they wasted no time in plunging their claws into the bodies of the native hunters. In the initial clash, both hunters found themselves pierced through, yet, fortuitously, the claws inflicted only penetrating wounds. The talons pierced through their shields and limbs, directly entering their chests. Despite the profuse bleeding from their wounds, the hunters displayed commendable fortitude. Refusing to succumb to despair, they valiantly grappled with the fiends, collapsing to the ground yet rolling amidst the forest underbrush. A group of warriors brandished their spears, intent on dispatching the one-armed spirit, hoping to slay one outright. Their sharpened spears struggled to find a mark as the entangled fiend and the native hunters spun in a chaotic dance. Several warriors wielding Roman swords sought to capitalize on the tumult, aiming to decapitate the fiend, yet opportunities eluded them. The 2 inexperienced recruits floundered, eager to prove themselves. But their efforts only hindered their comrades' assaults, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Surdak spat on the ground and declared, "Let me take over with that." He brandished a Roman sword and surged forward. However, the veteran soldier, the gladiator, did not assist the 2 native hunters, but instead charged past them towards the green-faced fiend that had manifested as the portal of malevolence against the stone wall. If he could vanquish this fiend, the portal would cease to exist, and the relentless onslaught of spirits would be thwarted. At that moment, a faint visage of a crusader knight materialized behind the gladiator, mirroring his every movement, endowing him with an apparent reservoir of boundless power. With each stride, his speed increased, culminating in a blur of motion. The green-faced fiend, seeing the gladiator approach, revealed a cruel smile. Grasping the gaping wound in its chest, it pulled with force, and 3 spectral hands emerged from the gash. The gladiator, reaching the pinnacle of his speed, leaped high, raising his great sword above his head, and swung down towards the fiend. Despite being pinned against the wall, the fiend was not without its defenses. It wielded a bone staff and met the gladiator's strike with a clang as the dual-edged sword struck the staff, producing a resonant clash. The staff failed to fully absorb the impact, and the sword cleaved a gash across the fiend's forehead, causing a trickle of purplish blood to cascade down. The fiend emitted a muffled cry of agony as the spectral hands continued to widen the wound, emitting a wisp of smoke. Yet, undeterred, the hands lunged toward the gladiator. He narrowly evaded, retreating a step as he lamented the missed opportunity to eliminate the fiend and obliterate the portal. With urgency mounting, the gladiator swung his sword horizontally at the green-faced fiend, but the spectral hands thwarted his attack. One hand was severed, while the others sustained deep lacerations. Yet this did not prevent the emergence of more fiends from the portal. Striking the fiend's bone staff aside, the gladiator aimed to sever the head of a writhing fiend attempting to crawl forth. Before he could withdraw his sword, several spectral hands grasped the blade tightly. The gladiator resisted relinquishing his weapon, even as the bone staff descended upon him. In that critical moment, the Crusader Knight's apparition sprang into action, supporting the staff with both hands. The standoff ensued, yet the balance of power clearly favored the green-faced fiend, as another spirit was poised to emerge from the portal. Should any fiend breach the threshold, the gladiator would be compelled to abandon his sword and retreat. Observing this precarious situation, He Buqiang rushed towards the gladiator. For an extended period, He Buqiang had been perceived by the soldiers of the second squad merely as a drifter favored by Soldak. He possessed no identity, nor could he articulate his homeland. He shared an uncanny resemblance with Soldak. Both were robust and well-proportioned, with piercing blue eyes and strikingly similar facial features. They enjoyed serene moments atop grassy knolls, gazing at the evening sky ablaze with the hues of sunset. The soldiers jested that they must be long-lost brothers. Seeing the gladiator ensnared in a perilous predicament, He Buqiang acted on instinct, sprinting towards the portal with his Roman sword drawn. Although the bone staff was momentarily restrained by the Crusader Knight's apparition, the gladiator's exertion of strength was time-limited, dictated by his own spirit. The essence of battle, once summoned, diminished rapidly. For the gladiator, the embodiment of strength and resilience was paramount, yet he found himself ensnared, unable to unleash his full potential. The portal, created by the fiend's abdominal gash, could not accommodate the simultaneous emergence of three spirits. The green-faced fiend bled profusely, weakened and vulnerable. As the three fiends squeezed through the portal, one was decapitated by the gladiator, but the remaining fiends continued to struggle, their hands gripping the gladiator's sword while enduring the corrosive forces of the realm. He Buqiang arrived at the portal. Witnessing the green-faced fiend's visage twisted with pain and despair, he raised his Roman sword, stepping forward from the left and exerting all his strength to strike at the spectral hands extending from the portal. The green-faced demon let out a fierce growl, hastily relinquishing the bone club in its grip. Its arms, adorned with azure scales, met the Roman sword with a resounding clang. Sparks erupted as the blade struck the demon's arm, sending a jolt through He Buqiang's hands, leaving them tingling and causing his blood to race as if it might burst forth. Despite his mental preparation, he was still caught off guard by the force of the recoil. The green-faced demon lunged to grasp the guard of He Buqiang's Roman sword, but he stepped back nimbly, evading the demon's claw-like hands. The bone club clattered to the ground, and the spectral image of the Crusader warrior behind the Bacchus swordsman returned to an upright position, though it had significantly faded. In every battle, He Buqiang possessed an intense intuition, allowing him to make optimal decisions based solely on instinct rather than deliberate swordplay. In those moments, his movements were as precise as a textbook, a sentiment echoed by Augustus, a trained soldier from the War Academy. The momentum that manifested behind the Bacchus swordsman shattered a fragment of his spiritual memory, leaving him with a haunting sense of déjà vu, yet unable to grasp its essence. Within the depths of He Buqiang's spiritual sea lay an ethereal figure resembling himself, enveloped by countless dim stars, with only two illuminated, radiating a gentle, sacred light. Although faint, he felt the weak power surging within. At that moment, a soft glow emanated from his right arm, nearly imperceptible. He pondered that this might be his own momentum, yet it did not transform his Roman sword into a blade capable of cutting through iron. For the green-faced demon's arm remained unscathed, though He Buqiang failed to injure the demon. He enabled the Bacchus swordsman to forcibly retrieve a double-edged sword from the clutches of the two demons, severing several clawed fingers in the process. The Bacchus swordsman gripped the sword tightly, his armor radiating a cerulean glow as the magical runes seemed to come alive. Decapitate them, he urged fervently, striking at the green-faced demon while leaving the two demons, ensnared at the demon gate, for He Buqiang to handle. Trapped and unable to retreat, their fingers severed. The demons writhed in agony as their exposed skin corroded, emitting thick green smoke. The Bacchus swordsman's heavy strike was parried by the green-faced demon's arms. Seizing the moment, he found himself lying on a wooden bed covered with fine grass, in a room that contained a pile of burnt charcoal remnants from a fire, with a grimy pot suspended above it, leaving him puzzled about his whereabouts. Suddenly, he heard the sound of light footsteps, rhythmic and lively. Before he could discern their source, a swift figure swept by, stirring up a gust of wind. In his line of sight appeared the indigenous girl, Molly, who was holding a large wooden bowl emitting wisps of white steam. Upon noticing He Buqiang waking up, her large green eyes widened in surprise, and she beamed a smile before speaking a string of unintelligible native words. He Buqiang gazed at her in confusion until she paused. Realizing that he seemed unable to comprehend her words, Molly appeared a bit distressed. Seeing the steaming bowl still in her hands, she patted her broad forehead, scooped a sticky morsel with a wooden spoon, and, disregarding whether He Buqiang was willing, directly stuffed it into his mouth. The flavor resembled that of crushed red ginger. He Buqiang gazed helplessly at the sliver of blue sky visible from the roof, bewildered by how Surdak and the second squad had left him in this indigenous village. He Buqiang lay in the thatched hut for a full week before he could gradually rise and move about. During the tedious hours spent on the wooden bed, he would delve into a wondrous mental realm, where his ethereal form was illuminated by 3 stars. However, he soon discovered that these stars were not celestial bodies, but rather tiny particles of dust within his mental sea. The 3 illuminated stars represented the accumulation of countless minuscule particles around him, gradually growing stronger. The luminous particles wandering in the mental sea seemed endless, and he merely needed to let the 3 stars rotate gently. They possessed an inexplicable attraction, drawing in the surrounding particles to expand themselves. As the 3rd star stabilized, the 4th star within him was ignited. He could distinctly feel that with each star ignited, his physical prowess surged significantly, a palpable enhancement. During his recuperation in the thatched hut, the person he encountered most frequently was the indigenous girl, Molly, who attended to his meals and administered herbal remedies twice daily. Occasionally, other indigenous women would visit, dressed casually in grass skirts and animal hides, sometimes without even the latter, their youthful forms radiating vitality. Once Yibuqiang's condition improved, Molly presented him with a rolled-up animal hide. Upon examining the hasty script, he realized it was a note from Surdak, which scarcely resembled a proper letter, more akin to a brief message. The gist conveyed that he had been severely injured by a kick from a green-faced demon, and after vanquishing the demon's gate, the warriors of the 2nd squad had carried him to the indigenous village. The great shaman, Inoyatila, skilled in healing arts, informed them that he had sustained internal injuries, and returning to the military camp in a rough manner might exacerbate his condition. However, the 2nd squad was obligated to return the Beijiale swordsman to the camp for a report, thus leaving him in the care of the villagers. Surdak concluded by stating that once Yibuqiang's injuries improved, he would come to retrieve him. With matters standing thus, lamenting served no purpose. Fortunately, his time recuperating among the villagers was not entirely dull. Molly would visit to teach him some basic indigenous language. Although he remained unable to vocalize, this did not hinder his learning of the native tongue of Handano County. Many simple words, under Molly's guidance through gestures, he quickly grasped. After a week, he was able to communicate with Molly through gestures. During this time, the great shaman, Inoyatila, had visited him 3 times, each time spending little time, primarily checking his injuries and adjusting the herbal concoction for the following day. However, it seemed that Inoyatila consistently addressed him by a peculiar name, somewhat different from Molly's usual reference. Yibuqiang spent 2 days trying to clarify this mystery with Molly, but her explanation transcended the simple indigenous vernacular, leaving him utterly perplexed. It wasn't until half a month later, when the Beijiale swordsman and Surdak returned to the indigenous village with the 2nd squad warriors, that he learned from the swordsman that the great shaman had referred to him as the chosen of the divine, despite the fact that the people of the Green Empire had occupied the Warsaw realm for over 2 centuries. The indigenous inhabitants of Handano County continued to maintain their primitive lifestyle. Here, men were destined to become hunters from birth, beginning their hunting expeditions with the tribe's leaders at the age of 12. The game captured during such hunts belonged to the entire tribe and was distributed equally by the tribal elders upon return. To exert more effective control over the indigenous people, the empire imposed trade restrictions. Commodities such as textiles, ironware, and grain were scarce, leading many indigenous individuals to rely on wooden bows and spears throughout their lives. Many had never tasted baked flatbreads, and indigenous women had never donned linen skirts, instead opting for grass skirts or simply wrapping themselves in animal hides. The greatest aspiration for many indigenous hunters was to possess a finely crafted skinning knife. The village's structures were constructed from locally sourced materials, with trees felled from the forest to build wooden huts topped with a thick layer of thatch. Due to environmental conditions, these wooden huts typically lacked walls, supported only by a few columns beneath a simple circular roof. Indigenous women often remained within the huts, emerging only to welcome the returning hunters, when the atmosphere in the village would momentarily brighten. Recently, the indigenous people of Handano County had faced ongoing conflicts with the imperial legions, resulting in frequent bloodshed and the loss of many hunters. Furthermore, the harsh living conditions around Mount Gondar and the prevalence of beasts had caused mortality rates among the indigenous population to exceed 50% in the hunting community. These factors contributed to a skewed gender ratio within the village, as the number of indigenous hunters had dwindled to fewer than 50. 3 hunters who participated in a sacrificial ceremony had recently completed their final journey, buried in the woods across the valley alongside 7 others who perished in battle. The local customs dictated that the deceased be interred near the roots of trees, ensuring their souls would not descend into the fiery abyss. Yibuqiang found this practice peculiar. Based on what he had witnessed during the sacrificial ceremony, the indigenous people seemed to worship a 4-armed, dual-faced demon, leading him to believe that the souls of the deceased should ascend to the divine realm. Yet, the reality he observed contradicted this understanding entirely. The indigenous hunters, unable to bring back sufficient game, inevitably leave the villagers on the brink of starvation. During these dire times, the indigenous women would gather berries from shrubs, forest mushrooms, and various edible wild vegetables around the village. Occasionally, they might catch some fish by the river. Although such fortunate occurrences as finding Tim fish by the riverbank are rare indeed. This time, Suldak and the second squad of warriors ventured to the indigenous village specifically to escort He Buqiang back to camp. However, Suldak did not anticipate that the Bajal swordsman would decide at the last minute to accompany them. Perhaps it was due to He Buqiang's assistance in rescuing the Bajal swordsman, coupled with his near brush with death at the hands of the ghastly green-faced demon, that the Bajal swordsman felt a sense of obligation to make this journey himself. Suldak procured a Roman sword, 2 alloy bows, and a bundle of fine steel arrowheads from the merchant Lajin, intending to present them as a token of gratitude to the great sorceress Inoitila for her attentive care of He Buqiang over the past fortnight. The great sorceress received these gifts with great delight, expressing her eagerness for Suldak to bring more alloy bows in the future, offering to trade any resources from her tribe in exchange. Judging by Inoitila's demeanor, it seemed she could arrange for the exchange of 1 or 2 indigenous women from Handanar if it meant acquiring bows crafted by the Empire. Upon arriving at the indigenous village, Suldak and his companions discovered that He Buqiang had nearly fully recovered, marveling at the remarkable resilience of the young warrior, who seemed to heal from even the most grievous wounds with astonishing rapidity. The reason He Buqiang was referred to as the favorite of the gods by Inoitila was due to his apparent sensitivity to divine power during a ritual sacrifice in which the great sorceress offered the head of a demon to the gods. At that moment, it seemed He Buqiang could also sense the holy energy. Such individuals, born with the ability to perceive divine forces, are referred to as the favorite of the gods by the Handanar tribes. Should an indigenous person possess this ability, they would inevitably become the tribe's great sorcerer. However, the Bajal swordsman believed that the divine power mentioned by Inoitila was, in fact, the exceedingly rare holy magic element. Warriors of the Green Empire have the chance to awaken magical elemental powers upon each level up, though such occurrences are quite rare, even less likely than the birth of a mage during a magical awakening ceremony. Nevertheless, those who excel in both martial and magical disciplines do exist. Duke Newman commands a cadre of magic swordsmen, and the presence of holy magical power could indeed forge a magic swordsman. According to the Bajal swordsman, He Buqiang, being a shield warrior, could potentially strive for advancement to the first tier and possibly even reach the second tier with proper guidance. Feeling the Bajal swordsman's intense gaze, He Buqiang felt somewhat dizzy, unsure of how to decline the offer. Sitting at the threshold of the thatched hut, the Bajal swordsman addressed He Buqiang, saying, "Little Dak, if you are willing, I can take you back to the swordsman regiment, where you can serve as my retainer for a time. With systematic training in the regiment, I believe you could easily break through to the first tier, and once you do, you would have your pick of the armored knight regiments in Benna province." He Buqiang glanced at Suldak, hoping he would intervene and deflect the Bajal swordsman's proposal. Lowering his head, he rubbed his fingers anxiously, contemplating a future filled with relentless battles, moving from one battlefield to the next, and wondering if life held any joy thereafter. Yet, Suldak remained silent, merely listening to the Bajal swordsman's entreaties. The warriors of the second squad watched with envious expressions, embodying the role of curious onlookers. The Bajal swordsman was not in a hurry for He Buqiang to make an immediate decision, since they were already in conversation. He took the opportunity to examine He Buqiang's injuries. Observing the ghastly scars on He Buqiang's arms, chest, and back, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What happened to you?" Surprised by the Bajal swordsman's concern for his scars, He Buqiang gestured for a long while, and with Suldak's assistance, the Bajal swordsman finally grasped what He Buqiang was trying to convey. Leaning closer, the Bajal swordsman whispered, "It seems you have survived a fire. These scars will significantly impact your future. It is likely that no engraver will wish to invest effort in inscribing magic patterns on you. Such magical engravings on the skin are almost a transformative experience for a warrior." After realizing he might have overstepped, he awkwardly smiled and added, "Perhaps I have digressed. Acquiring exclusive magical patterns on your skin is a matter best considered after reaching the second tier. Come with me. Remaining here at the lumberyard serves no purpose and will hinder your future development." The Bajal swordsman firmly patted He Buqiang's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Before departing the indigenous village, the Bajal swordsman and Suldak bid farewell to the great sorceress Inoitila, once again expressing gratitude for her attentive care of He Buqiang during their stay. The ageless sorceress, the true authority of the village, personally escorted them to the village entrance. The indigenous people followed closely behind her, still wary and guarded towards the Bajal swordsman and the second squad, yet their expressions no longer bore the intense hostility of before. Upon learning that He Buqiang was soon to leave the village, Inoitila appeared somewhat reluctant. Grasping He Buqiang's hand tightly with her weathered, darkened fingers, she spoke at length. Though He Buqiang, having only learned a few basic phrases of the indigenous tongue from the girl Molly, understood very little. He simply stood there, forcing a polite smile to avoid being disrespectful. The Bajal swordsman, noticing He Buoqiang's discomfort, stepped forward and translated. The great sorceress is formally inviting you. If you have the time, you are welcome to visit the village again. She believes you to be a favored one and wishes to share insights on harnessing these divine powers. Upon realizing the nature of Inoyatila's invitation, He Buoqiang eagerly nodded, gesturing that he would certainly return if time permitted. Perhaps due to the period he spent in the village, Inoyatila seemed particularly fond of He Buoqiang. Extending her invitation once more as they prepared to depart. The journey back to camp would be long, and Soldak, having received a simple patrol assignment from Baron Sidney, urged the second squad not to linger, as any delay beyond the designated return time could lead to disciplinary actions from the regiment as well as punishment from Baron Sidney. After navigating through the valley and crossing 2 ridges, they reached the vicinity of the river valley, where they could still see the figure of the indigenous girl Molly standing atop a high cliff, gazing in their direction. The squad trekked along the ridge beside the river, the girl's slender silhouette growing increasingly indistinct in the distance. This expedition had gone smoothly. The warriors of the second squad appeared at ease throughout the journey. The path along the ridge proved to be quite treacherous. The limestone in this area had weathered significantly, with large chunks fracturing under the relentless sun and corrosive rains, becoming dislodged from their main body. A careless step on these crumbling stones could easily result in a loss of balance and a fall down the slope. As the clumsy Red Sox leapt over a pale limestone rock, his body swayed, and the stone beneath his feet gave way, sending him tumbling toward the hillside. Fortunately, He Buoqiang reacted swiftly, grasping his arm and pulling him back to safety. Red Sox, drenched in cold sweat, watched as some debris rolled down the slope, instinctively retracting his neck in fear. The team leader, Surdak, who was leading the way, quickly noticed the commotion and admonished Red Sox, urging him to focus and tread carefully. For a fall from this height was no trivial matter. Hey, Red Sox, if you were to fall and meet your demise here, would your epitaph read, "My dearest companion, perished on the return from a patrol mission"? Augustus laughed from the back. "Curse you." Red Sox spat in Augustus's direction before resuming his forward march. In an effort to lighten the mood, he called out to He Buoqiang behind him, "Little Dak, it seems that the great sorcerer Inoyatila is particularly fond of you. Do you think he wishes to marry you off to Molly, thereby securing your place in the tribe?" Due to the constraints of marching, He Buoqiang was unable to retort. Surdak, at the forefront, promptly interjected, "Step aside. Little Dak and I have already agreed that once I retire, we shall return together to Halansa. If you wish to stay, there are plenty of indigenous women in this village. Perhaps you could marry a harem of them." Upon hearing Surdak's words, the soldiers of the second squad rallied in agreement. Unperturbed by Surdak's authoritative stance, Red Sox rebutted, "Captain, are you perhaps harboring feelings for little Dak? Hey, don't slap my face." As night fell and the camp settled, the other soldiers drifted into slumber. Surdak and He Buoqiang remained by the campfire, where Surdak, wielding a stick, prodded the embers, sending sparks dancing upward like fleeting stars. The glow illuminated his sharply defined features, revealing a solemnity in his demeanor. "What are your thoughts on the offer from the Bacchus Knights?" he inquired, his gaze fixed intently on He Buoqiang. He Buoqiang shook his head, casting a glance at Surdak. After a moment's hesitation, Surdak continued, "If it were me, I would seize this opportunity without hesitation. The Bacchus Knights are among the finest under Duke Newman. Perhaps, as they suggest, you could become a remarkable knight in your own right." Although He Buoqiang had pondered this prospect seriously, he had no desire to become a celebrated knight. He found himself in this strange world without any intention of perpetually fighting. His impressions of knights were far from favorable. Having frequently overheard discussions among the second squad regarding the Duke's main knightly order confronting the Demon Legion directly. "Why would I willingly walk into danger?" he mused. Noticing He Buoqiang's reluctance, Surdak pressed, "Are you unwilling? In the Green Empire, it seems every soldier harbors a knightly dream. Yet, He Buoqiang felt no such inclination. Why not?" Surdak inquired, perplexed. He Buoqiang struggled with this existential discourse, feeling increasingly uneasy as his fingers grew numb. He cast a troubled glance at Surdak. Surdak's gaze was earnest as he said, "This could be a pivotal moment in your life. Not every soldier has the chance to become a knight." He Buoqiang stubbornly shook his head, thinking that if the Bacchus Knights were willing to grant him a portal pass, he would accept it with gratitude. Surdak, taken aback by He Buoqiang's obstinacy, could only reply, "Very well, I believe you should give it some serious thought." Recently, the area around Mayun Ridge had been drenched in heavy rains, causing the alfalfa at the foot of the forest to flourish vigorously. A few robust thunder rhinos grazed by the riverside, resembling small hills. A group of soldiers was repairing the camp's perimeter wall, erecting new posts for reinforcement. Upon spotting the members of the second squad returning from afar, some waved in greeting to Surdak. Amidst a swarm of mosquitoes and flies buzzing through the grass, the path appeared muddy, a winding rut filled with rainwater leading to the forest. As the second squad returned to the 57th Regiment's camp, a Bacchus Knight, somewhat puzzled, trailed behind Surdak, seemingly inquiring why He Buoxiang was not returning with the rest. Surdak patiently explained the situation as they entered the military compound. He Buoxiang returned to the merchant Lajin's residence, where the curly-haired Gabby was not manning a stall, but was instead processing some tinned fish hides in the open space in front of the tent. Although Gabby was not a master tanner, he was adept at handling the preliminary stages of leather preparation. Merchant Lajin was seated before the tent, counting his goods, a look of satisfaction evident on his face. It appeared that the makeshift market had expanded, likely due to the arrival of new caravans bringing large quantities of goods, eager to procure items from the local vendors. These caravans, unlike the makeshift merchants, did not cater specifically to the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment. As Lajin noticed He Buoxiang approaching, he seemed pleasantly surprised, setting aside his ledger and rushing to embrace him. The smile on Lajin's face was warm. The promises made by Surdak had come to fruition, with the spoils collected by the second squad now providing a steady supply for Lajin. "Ah, look who has returned. I heard from Surdak that you were injured. How are you faring now?" Lajin inquired, indicating He Buoxiang's chest wound. Eagerly, Lajin ushered him into the tent, and He Buoxiang initially assumed it was out of concern for his injury. To his surprise, within the tent filled with goods, a new wooden bed awaited him unfinished. It exuded a faint scent of pine resin and was adorned with a red hyena hide, positioned conveniently near the entrance. "Come in and see what I've prepared for you. Behold, a comfortable bed, crafted by a carpenter at my request. Isn't it heartwarming?" Lajin boasted. He then asked if He Buoxiang had dined yet. Upon hearing that he had already eaten, Lajin refrained from pressing the matter further. He seemed quite intrigued by Surdak's recent expedition, and thus he inquired of He Buoxiang. "I heard from Surdak that you encountered malevolent spirits in the mountains. At first, I found it hard to believe." Faced with the enthusiastic Lakin, He Buoxiang could only patiently elaborate on this journey with gestures. The Baijali swordsmen had waited nearly a week in the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, and finally, a squad of constructed swordsmen arrived at the forest camp. These constructed swordsmen stayed with the 57th Regiment for just a day before re-entering the Gondar Mountain alongside the Baijali swordsmen, aiming to seek clues about the gate of the malevolent spirits. The Baijali swordsmen believed that the emergence of this gate was no mere coincidence, as significant evidence suggested that malevolent spirits had been frequently manifesting in Gondar Mountain of late. Moreover, in the past 2 months, sentinels stationed in the vicinity had reported that several squads of malevolent spirits had breached the blockade of the Green Empire and ventured deep into the mountains. Once they entered Gondar Mountain, the search team would likely tread upon territories inhabited by third-tier magical beasts. Therefore, all 11 members of the team were first-tier constructed swordsmen, though the identity of their seemingly mysterious captain remained unknown. This second squad had found the Baijali swordsmen and assisted them in eliminating a gate of the malevolent spirits, allowing Baron Sidney to finally regain some dignity. Commander Mongoss also offered him some encouragement, and all members of the second squad were awarded third-class military merits. What made the other squads envious was that Surdak and the second squad had also acquired black magic crystals, beyond their intrinsic value. These crystals could earn a substantial amount of military merit from the logistics department. Of course, military merit held little significance for He Buoxiang. For about half a month thereafter, every morning He Buoxiang practiced some basic movements taught by Surdak on the grassy slopes. When the fourth star ignited within his spiritual sea, the Roman sword in his hand felt somewhat weightless. He Buoxiang observed that with each star that lit up in his spiritual sea, there was a corresponding enhancement in strength, agility, and constitution, the changes being remarkably evident. Sometimes, he would spar with Red Sox on the hillside, who would often complain, shaking his numb hands and exclaiming that He Buoxiang's strength was excessive. Eventually, Red Sox would retreat at the mere sight of He Buoxiang, unwilling to spar with him under any circumstance. During this time, Surdak had also taken the second squad on several missions, though they were mostly trivial tasks, far less rewarding than sneaking off to the river valley to hunt tim fish. Such fishing grounds, abundant with tim fish, were akin to a gold mine for the warriors of the second squad, who kept this secret closely guarded, never mentioning it in front of outsiders. He Buoxiang leaned against a massive rock on the hillside, eyes closed, attuned to his spiritual sea, with the fifth star now ignited within him. He Buoxiang felt he could effortlessly plunge the Roman sword into the rock behind him. He sought this secluded spot to better understand his abilities. In addition to the enhancement in strength, the gentle radiance emitted by the 5 stars coalesced in his palms, a truly marvelous sensation. Channeling that divine power within him towards his palm, he observed a faint glow emanating, followed by a soft light orb hovering just outside his palm. However, with a momentary lapse in focus, the orb vanished in an instant. He Buoxiang diligently reformed the light orb and carefully maintained it, fearing that he might lose its visibility again. The Baijali swordsman mentioned that this yellowish, faint glow contained the essence of divine magic, and that such light orbs possessed an exceedingly rare healing ability. He Buqiang looked ruefully at his arm, contemplating whether this power might indeed lead him to become a battlefield medic in the future. He then attempted to channel this divine magic to his sword, resulting in a gentle luminescence along the blade, though it seemed to lack substantial effect, merely rendering the Roman sword more dazzling. Suddenly, the rapid sound of hooves approached from afar, and it was unclear how long the ancient horse had been galloping along the muddy path. The rider, raising a silver staff, prompted the guards at the camp entrance to rush down and swiftly push open the wooden barricade. The knight charged into the camp without slowing down. Witnessing this scene, He Buqiang diverted his gaze. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment had been in frequent communication with the command post of Handanarl County, primarily preparing for battle. The search team of Baijali's swordsmen had been in Gondar Mountain for over half a month, yet there had been no news regarding them. Just as He Buqiang stood up, ready to brush off the grass from his rear and return to the merchant Lakin's abode, he spotted a group emerging at the edge of the forest, each clad in exquisitely crafted leather armor adorned with magical patterns. It dawned on him that the Baijali swordsmen had emerged safely from the depths of Gondar Mountain 20 days after their entry. However, the news brought back by the search team was grim. They had discovered a newly formed malevolent spirit legion now establishing a defensive stronghold deep within Gondar Mountain at a location dubbed Moyun Ridge, capable of accommodating thousands of malevolent spirit warriors. The sky was cloaked in dark clouds, pressing down upon the mountaintop of the forest as a fine drizzle fell amidst the swirling mist. The slope at the foot of the Handanarl County forest resembled a lush green carpet. In the distance, a contingent of troops wound through the muddy paths for several kilometers. A mule train hauling substantial supplies was en route to the camp. This army represented the third contingent to arrive at Handanarl County forest this week. Noticing numerous armored warhorses within the ranks, with riders clad like tin cans wielding dwarven chain shields and 5-meter-long lances, He Buqiang surmised that yet another heavy cavalry regiment had arrived. Although not a core unit like the constructed Knight Regiment, the heavy cavalry still possessed formidable combat strength and was among the few capable of confronting malevolent spirits head-on when outnumbered. Recently, a steady influx of troops had been dispatched to the vicinity of the forest, likely prompted by the news of malevolent spirits constructing defensive positions on Mayan Ridge within Gondar Mountain, causing considerable unrest among the lords of Benna province. This influx of forces had led to the establishment of 3 more grand camps adjacent to the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's encampment. The temporary marketplace on the hillside had nearly doubled in size compared to half a month ago, and the palpable tension of the impending war permeated the atmosphere, hastening the pace of those traversing the streets. A few days prior, a newly arrived merchant convoy had procured a significant quantity of red-eyed hyena pelts and was preparing to rush to the next military camp, unfazed by the impending conflict. This group of merchants was not inclined to limit their dealings to just one regiment. They were born travelers. Early in the morning, the crew of the convoy began dismantling tents in the light drizzle, expertly taking them down while damp, binding them up, and securing them onto the backs of their horses. Their campsite on this slope was quite favorable, and some merchants arriving later had already eyed this location, waiting for the crew to depart so they could seize it for themselves. At the last 2 stalls, some items were being prepared for final transactions. This caravan primarily engaged in the trade of leather goods, yet the overseers had also brought along a considerable assortment of other items. Typically, prior to departure, individuals within the caravan would display these personal goods for last-minute sales. At such moments, some would approach the stalls with a sense of opportunism, hoping to find bargains, fully aware that once purchased, returns or exchanges would be impossible. The quality of the items acquired depended solely on one's discerning eye. The variety of goods on display was eclectic, yet notably absent were leather products. Due to the light rain, the crowd around the stalls was sparse. The attendant by the stall was becoming increasingly impatient, likely reluctant to conduct business in the rain. However, they were waiting for the supplies from the horse team to be organized, as these stalls typically remained open until the very moment of departure. Cloaked against the rain, they huddled behind the stalls like small black quails, lethargically avoiding any movement. He Buqiang, with a Roman sword hanging at his waist, ambled back from the river. After igniting 5 stars within himself, he began to sense a disconnect between his combat skills and the enhancement of his physical prowess. The basic movements he had previously mastered felt somewhat disjointed, prompting him to practice by the river each morning. A week prior, Hong Sox had ceased to accompany He Buqiang in training, and in recent days, it was Surdak who engaged in combat practice with him. At times, He Buqiang exhibited the agility and experience of a seasoned shield warrior, yet his combat techniques were fragmented memories, lacking fluidity in execution, rendering him akin to an academic warrior unfamiliar with the art of battle. Although Surdak had not attended the Junior War Academy nor undergone formal training, his nearly 4 years of battlefield experience had endowed him with considerable combat knowledge. The two complemented each other well, and both benefited significantly from their duels. Occasionally, The mercenary swordsman would take time to observe and even impart practical sword techniques to the pair. Recently, he generously shared a comprehensive set of swordsmanship skills, which he referred to as the Swordsmanship Manual. Many students at the Swordsman Academy affectionately called it the Guide Technique, as it merely served as an introduction to swordplay, consisting of 8 styles devoid of complex maneuvers. Each technique transitioned seamlessly into the next, and through the swordsman's insights, it seemed to open a door to a deeper understanding of swordsmanship for both Surdak and He Buqiang. Their progress in recent days had been remarkable. Just yesterday, Surdak excitedly informed He Buqiang of a breakthrough, having tested his warrior level at the logistics department and astonishingly discovered that he had advanced to a level 7 warrior. As He Buqiang strolled into the marketplace, the light rain had thoroughly soaked his light leather armor. He intended to return to his tent to remove the armor and allow it to dry properly, as neglecting this could render it stiff and unyielding. Observing the caravan preparing to depart amidst the drizzle, He Buqiang reflected on the fortunate acquisition of a significant quantity of red-eyed hyena pelts by the caravan. Otherwise, these hides would languish here, unsold for an indeterminate period, leading to dwindling enthusiasm among the 57th Regiment's warriors for hunting red-eyed hyenas in the mountains. He then noticed 2 stalls in the rain, laden with goods that had become wet. Some weapons were wrapped in oilcloth, alongside tattered scrolls, blank parchment, copper plates, military copper kettles, candlesticks, and more. However, these items bore signs of prior use, likely remnants of lost possessions. Regardless of their low prices, soldiers in the barracks would not purchase such items. Only some bargain-hunting merchants and impoverished individuals might consider these second-hand goods. Influenced by Surdak, He Buqiang had initially shown little interest in these wares, but as he passed, he was inexplicably drawn to a pile of coal-sized black magic cores, leading him to halt and step back 3 paces to examine the stall closely. Indeed, he discovered over 30 magic cores displayed. Yet they appeared to have been sifted through multiple times, leaving only a few that were shriveled or significantly flawed, resembling donkey droppings on the wet carpet. Looking even worse after being drenched, numerous merchants in the marketplace dealt in the acquisition of magic cores, and many stalls offered them for sale. These cores, lacking crystal stones, were categorized into various grades. For instance, small cores produced by first-level magical beasts typically fetched around 50 silver coins in the marketplace, with buyers generally accepting all without discrimination. However, the prices at the stalls for these cores were considerably higher. At the stall of Curly-Haired Boy, several low-quality magic cores were available, with merchant lodging offering a base price of 60 silver coins for them. Buyers risked their luck on these cores. Since returning from the native tribe, He Buqiang had not handled any magic cores. Now, seeing them on display, he felt a twinge of curiosity and reached out to touch a crumpled magic core. The attendant at the stall, noticing someone showing interest in the neglected cores, scrutinized He Buqiang closely before inquiring, "How may I assist you? Are you interested in these magic cores?" He Buqiang nodded slightly, yet the core in his hand elicited no response, prompting him to set it down and pick up another. These cores were sourced from the great swamp crocodiles near the Kimto River. Despite their unassuming appearance, each was a remnant from second-level magical beasts, albeit with some imperfections. Nonetheless, they commanded a higher price than first-level cores at 80 silver coins each. "Would you find that price acceptable?" the vendor inquired, perhaps perceiving that He Buqiang was not a significant buyer and thus eager to conclude the exchange. Observing He Buqiang's silence as he continued to sift through the pile of cores, the attendant ceased to press further. Delicate strands of rain fell from the sky. The downpour light, and the marketplace was not heavily trafficked. He Buqiang returned the second core, then proceeded to touch over 10 more. To his astonishment, discovering that none of them resonated with any magical essence. In other words, amidst this heap of cores, there was not a single one containing a crystal stone. A nearby Gu-Bo Lai horse snorted, easily susceptible to illness in the rain. The stall attendant, noting He Buqiang's indecision, deemed him a penniless gambler, casting suspicious glances his way. Each core He Buqiang returned was meticulously repositioned by the attendant, an effort to prevent any potential swapping. Feeling the attendant's watchful gaze akin to that of a guard, He Buqiang pretended not to notice, diligently examining the pile of magic cores, yet finding none that piqued his interest. Withdrawing his damp hand, he prepared to leave. The attendant, appearing somewhat aloof, asked, "Have you made your selection?" He Buqiang gestured towards the pile of magic cores and waved his hand, indicating a desire to see other options. The merchant's assistant squinted as he wiped the rainwater from his face and remarked, "This is all we have left. The other magic cores have already been sold. Among these, did you not find any to your liking?" Upon hearing that there were no other magic cores available, He Buqiang stood up, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment. Are you interested in purchasing magic cores? I have a few more here. Would you care to take a look?" A lean man draped in a defensive cloak stood beside He Buqiang, inquiring tentatively. The merchant's assistant, squatting at the stall, glanced at the lean man and candidly said, "Bazel, don't waste your time. It's clear he has no intention of buying." The lean man, who did not seem like a mere assistant but rather someone of some authority, immediately retorted with righteous indignation, "Hey, how can you say that? Perhaps I have just what he desires." He then enthusiastically led Yibuqiang to a neighboring stall, pointing to a display of several scattered magic cores, and said with fervor, "Behold these magic cores of mine. Their quality surpasses that of his by leaps and bounds. While they are technically priced higher than those over there, if you are genuinely interested, I can offer them to you at the same price." Yibuqiang studied the man named Bazel, thinking to himself, "This fellow surely considers himself a shrewd dealer, intent on making a profit." Nevertheless, since there were still magic cores on the stall, and knowing the likelihood of discovering a magic crystal was slim, he decided to take a closer look. Crouching once more before the stall, Yibuqiang noticed that the magic cores there were indeed slightly larger and more uniformly shaped than those at the previous stall. As he reached to examine one closely, the curly-haired youth, Gabby, squeezed in beside him and whispered cautiously, "Little Dak, do not be deceived. These itinerant merchants will never display magic cores containing magic crystals at their stalls. When they depart, you will realize that what you purchased from them is nothing but a collection of worthless stones." Gabby punctuated his warning with a discreet poke to Yibuqiang's arm. Yibuqiang smiled faintly at Gabby, offering no further response, and continued to inspect a magic core from the stall. Upon closer examination, he discerned that while the cores at the adjacent stall appeared quite unsightly, they were nonetheless authentic magic cores. In stark contrast, those at this stall were mere imitations, carved from stones resembling magic cores. Observing Yibuqiang still sifting through the magic cores, Gabby exclaimed in exasperation, "You are truly a stubborn one." It was evident that the carved stones held no possibility of containing magic crystals, yet Yibuqiang continued to pick through them, unable to decide which one to purchase. "Such fine magic cores, have you truly found none to your liking?" Bazel's gaze bore into Yibuqiang, his peculiar expression suggesting that Yibuqiang's reluctance to buy even one core was akin to an affront. The onlookers surrounding the stall fixated their attention on Yibuqiang, and sensing the absurdity of the situation, he paid little heed to their scrutiny. Just as he contemplated leaving with Gabby, he spotted 3 small black stones, resembling pigeon eggs, tucked away in a corner of the stall. They were likely magic cores extracted from the skulls of first-level magical beasts. The chances of these small cores containing magic crystals were exceedingly low. Even if they did, the quantity would hardly suffice to carve out a standard unit of magic crystal, most likely yielding only slightly cheaper fragments. Yibuqiang pointed to the 3 small magic cores. Bazel, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Those are cores found on first-level magical beasts. They are rather small, selling for 50 silver coins each." Yibuqiang cradled one of the pigeon egg-sized magic cores in his palm, and a faint, almost imperceptible aura emanated from it, swiftly absorbed into his body. To his astonishment, amidst these first-level cores, he had found one containing fragments of a magic crystal. After all, even a grasshopper's leg is meat. He decisively opted to purchase it on the spot, engaging in little negotiation with Bazel. He extracted a hefty stack of silver coins from his pouch, tossing 50 coins into Bazel's hand, and without a backward glance, Yibuqiang left, the entire transaction unfolding in under a minute. Gabby, all the while, was chiding Yibuqiang. "Hey, little Dak, didn't you just recently obtain some magic cores with Surdak? I simply cannot comprehend your reasoning." Upon returning to his tent, Yibuqiang stripped off his drenched leather armor, dried himself off, and changed into a fresh linen robe. Only then did he sit on the edge of his bed, taking out the magic core to examine it closely. Gabby, seated on a chair, earnestly declared, "Trust me. No one in their right mind would part with 50 silver coins for a magic core that is unlikely to yield a magic crystal, except for you." Yibuqiang smiled at Gabby, gesturing with the file in his hand. "Are you truly going to open this magic core? Listen to me. Selling it now would at least mitigate your losses." Yibuqiang nudged Gabby, prompting him to cease his nagging. After which Gabby dashed out to borrow a file from a jeweler at the market. Gabby quickly returned with the file. Courtesy of the favorable reputation enjoyed by merchant lodging in the marketplace, everyone was willing to assist him within reason. Once Yibuqiang carefully used the file to scrape away a bit of the dark brown stone exterior of the magic core, Gabby poured a few drops of clear water over it. Instantly, a warm amber hue shimmered before their eyes, as Gabby took the magic core, now revealing a small opening, to the entrance of the tent. The dim light outside illuminated the glimmering amber magic crystal within. "Indeed, there is a magic crystal. Little Dak, you are truly fortunate." Gabby's voice betrayed an unmistakable envy. However, he quickly reminded himself not to waver from his stance, especially regarding the gamble of magic cores. With a serious expression, Gabby earnestly cautioned Yibuqiang, "Although Lady Luck has favored you this time, such occurrences are unpredictable. I advise you, do not be foolish next time." At that moment, Merchant Lajin entered the tent, seemingly aware of Yibuqiang's recent purchase of a magic core. He addressed Yibuqiang, "Gabby is correct. You may already know that I recently spent 5 gold coins to acquire 10 magic cores from the second squad, but those cores were unfiltered. If even one of them contains a magic crystal, it would be profitable, but the risks are considerable. Out of 10 cores, if I extract 1 magic crystal, I consider myself fortunate. Lodging continued. The magic cores I possess differ greatly from the ones you bought at the stall. Those were likely the remnants after selection. To put it bluntly, they are little more than a heap of worthless stones. Lodging spoke candidly. I just overheard in the tavern that 2 fellows are conspiring to deceive you, which is why I hurried back. If they truly had magic cores from the swamp crocodiles of the Caddo River region, each would be worth around 5 gold coins. How could they carelessly leave them at a stall for you to pick up at a bargain? The curly-haired lad, Gabby, incessantly signaled to Lakin from the side, hoisting the polished magical core that had been ground down to reveal a small window. It was only then that Lakin realized circumstances had shifted once more. He accepted the magical crystal from Gabby's hands, and, facing the light filtering in from outside the tent, he took a moment to exhale gently, exclaiming, "What remarkable luck you have." Merchant Lakin handed the magical core to Hebuiqiang, stating, "Although this magical core is somewhat diminutive, the magical crystal within is quite substantial. It should suffice for precisely 1 unit of magical crystal, and it is of the earth attribute." Hebuiqiang gleaned some insights about magical cores from Lakin. According to him, only the cores of first-level magical beasts carry an element of chance, and their existence is not entirely elusive. The likelihood of a magical crystal being present within the core of a first-level beast can be discerned through various methods. The stronger and longer live the beast, the greater the chance that its core contains a magical crystal. Nearly all adult second-level magical beasts possess cores that include magical crystals. Naturally, if one were to acquire the core of a peak third-level magical beast, it would be imperative to extract the magical crystal, as it is highly probable that it contains a high-grade magical crystal. The rain outside showed no signs of abating, yet the merchant caravan had begun to embark in succession. This caravan boasted numerous steeds. The front ranks had entirely vanished into the curtain of rain, while those at the rear had only just stepped out from the marketplace. The 3 of them sat at the tent's entrance as Hebuiqiang meticulously used a file to gradually remove the outer layer of hardened stone from the magical core. An oval-shaped, amber-hued magical crystal began to emerge. With the arrival of the 4th Heavy Infantry Regiment at the logging area, the number of heavy infantry in the vicinity had swelled to 3,000, while the Imperial Cavalry had surged to 1,000. Daily, the sound of neighing steeds resonated from the foot of the mountain as merchant caravans congregated around the logging area, bringing not only a wealth of logistical supplies, but also new business opportunities. The temporary marketplace was quietly expanding outward. Count Mond Gosper, commander of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, had been engaged in discussions regarding battle strategies with the leaders of 3 other infantry and knight regiments for the past week. Initially, it was thought that the Gabriel swordsmen and their squad would remain until the conclusion of the conflict at Mayan Ridge. However, on the very day the 4th Heavy Infantry Regiment arrived, the Gabriel swordsmen unexpectedly came to the marketplace to bid farewell to Hebuiqiang. Dressed in simple leather armor and linen trousers, and with a modest sword hanging at his waist, he strolled lazily through the bustling crowd, his tall figure easily distinguishable, akin to a poetic swordsman. The Gabriel swordsman approached the tent, where Hebuiqiang was setting up a stall with curly-haired Gabby. Recently, Merchant Lakin's business had flourished. He had not only sold a stockpile of leather, but also exchanged it for finely crafted swords and several knightly shields. The Gabriel swordsman paused at the stall, and Gabby, mistaking him for a potential customer, greeted him warmly. It was only when Hebuiqiang stood up to invite the swordsman into the tent that Gabby realized the newcomer was a friend of Hebuiqiang's. He gazed up at the robust swordsman with an envious expression, admiring the sword at his side, resembling a bewildered goose. "Little Dak, is this gentleman here to see you?" Hebuiqiang nodded to Gabby, signaling him to tend to the stall alone. The Gabriel swordsman was welcomed inside Hebuiqiang's tent, where he noticed a remarkably simple wooden bed at the entrance. With a smile, he inquired, "Have you made a decision?" "The series of investigations here has concluded for the time being. I must return to the constructed swordsman's regiment tomorrow. If you wish to accompany me, you must prepare in advance." Hebuiqiang retrieved a chair from outside the tent and offered it to the Gabriel swordsman. Sitting on the bed, he lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, first patting the wooden bed before gesturing around. The Gabriel swordsman did not expect Hebuiqiang to decline his offer. "Do you wish to remain?" Hebuiqiang nodded slightly. The Gabriel swordsman rubbed his temples, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. After a long pause, he said, "Very well, I respect your choice." He sat in the chair, his gaze steady, as though addressing an old friend of decades. Outside the tent, the sounds of the marketplace mingled together, creating a vibrant ambience. The Gabriel swordsman carefully surveyed the tent, including the various supplies piled inside. Seemingly puzzled by Hebuiqiang's reasons for choosing to stay, was there truly anything here worth clinging to? "I believe I owe you a word of gratitude. Had you not arrived in time, the The one injured and unconscious might well have been me. The Gabriel swordsman expressed to He Buqiang, "Thank you, little Zach." This sentiment had likely lingered in his heart for a long time, and voicing it now brought him a sense of relief. He Buqiang shyly smiled and shook his head. The Gabriel swordsman then recalled something and hastily pulled out a note from his pocket, inscribed with elegant imperial characters. It was a slip detailing an address, which He Buqiang carefully folded and tucked into his money pouch. The Gabriel swordsman continued, "By the way, I reside at 61 Tula Princess Street, District 2 in Benna City. Should you find yourself in Benna City, feel free to visit." He Buqiang nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the Gabriel swordsman produced a flat, round glass vial from his belt filled with a vibrant red liquid. He Buqiang recognized it as a type of healing potion sold at the apothecary in the marketplace, albeit in smaller bottles and less vivid hues. The Gabriel swordsman pressed the vial into He Buqiang's hands, saying, "Take this, it will prove useful on the battlefield." After a brief interval, the Gabriel swordsman rose to take his leave. He Buqiang sat at the entrance of the tent, cradling the precious healing potion in his hands, a wave of profound emotions washing over him. 54. Returned to the indigenous village recently, the warriors of the second squad have been grumbling privately, noting that their patrolling area has nearly doubled compared to a month ago. The patrol zone now encompasses the entire logging area in the nearby mountainous terrain. Baron Sidney even marked a large circle in red on the map. Thanks to Soldak's persistent efforts, the frequency of patrol missions for the second squad had significantly increased. Seizing the opportunity, Soldak led the second squad back to the banks of Yensai Lake in the river valley to catch the local Tim fish. This time, the second squad was well prepared, not only bringing along custom-made fish hooks resembling large iron anchors from the blacksmith's workshop, but also having captured a dozen lively short-tailed salamanders from the mountain streams. The warriors tied the heavy anchors to the plump salamanders, allowing them to thrash and struggle in the shallow waters by the riverbank. The timfish, spotting the bait, swiftly converged, cutting through the surface of the water and sending splashes flying. The salamander sensed the lurking danger within the river and desperately crawled towards the bank. Unfortunately, it was burdened by a heavy iron anchor, rendering its efforts futile. All it could do was emit sharp, piercing cries in the shallow waters, helplessly watching as several Tim fish rushed towards it, only to be devoured whole by the strongest among them. The second squad of warriors seized the opportunity and simultaneously dragged the Tim fish onto the shore. Once out of the water, the fish could only feebly shoot a few jets of water from its mouth before the warriors swiftly split open its skull with their axes, first searching for the magical core within, then hauling the carcass into the forest, awaiting Soldak to skin it. This series of tasks was executed with remarkable proficiency by the members of the second squad, who took turns dragging the fish from the riverbank and drying some of the Tim fish meat into jerky. Though the jerky was not particularly palatable, the consumption of beast meat could enhance their physical constitution, and thus the warriors of the second squad saw no reason to waste it. With only half a day for hunting, they needed to return promptly. Any delay might draw the ire of Baron Sidney, who would not hesitate to punish them for engaging in personal business during patrols. Soldak and the second squad, laden with their spoils, prepared to make their way back to camp overnight. They even gathered some red-eyed hyena skins, crafting excuses for their late return, claiming they had encountered a pack of red-eyed hyenas in the forest. Baron Sidney harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these hyenas in the mountains, and as long as the warriors were hunting them in the woods, a slight delay in returning to camp would typically go unpunished. He Buqiang, observing the fish skeletons left on the riverbank, suddenly recalled the invitation from the shaman Inoyatila of the indigenous tribe. The shaman had suggested that he could visit the tribe if time permitted. Now that He Buqiang had fully recovered, it seemed appropriate to express his gratitude to the shaman. Since he was already in the valley, it would be a splendid opportunity to visit the indigenous village and allow the tribespeople to carry the fish skeletons back to the riverbank, for they would not disdain such delectable Tim fish remnants. However, the warriors of the second squad had to return to the military camp on a tight schedule and could not accompany He Buqiang to the village. He Buqiang persuaded Soldak, and they parted ways at the riverbank, the second squad hastening back to camp while He Buqiang ventured alone towards the indigenous tribe. As he traversed the forest, shrouded in a delicate morning mist, the sun had yet to crest the mountains. The grasslands were drenched with dew, and even in his tall leather boots, his pant legs could not avoid becoming soaked. A droplet of water, the size of a pea, fell from above, striking He Buqiang on the bridge of his nose. He looked up just as branches trembled violently, and a few spotted pandas swiftly darted into the dense canopy, shaking off the dew from the leaves, which cascaded upon He Buqiang like a sudden downpour. Having previously navigated the dense woods with the second squad, he had seldom encountered so many small forest creatures. Now, walking alone, the fearlessness of the small beasts filled the journey with both wonder and frustration. He Buqiang, with a wry smile, brushed the water from his hair, contemplating that he need not travel far to reach the indigenous village. He had spent nearly half a month in the village, becoming quite familiar with the valley. From a distance, he spotted two towering lookout trees, each standing 50 or 60 meters high at the village entrance. He found a prominent boulder and waved vigorously towards the trees. In response, a resounding whistle echoed back, indicating that the villagers had indeed seen him, a clear greeting. As He Wuqiang approached the village entrance, he was met by the exuberant indigenous girl, Molly, who bounded towards him like a joyful fawn. Her hair adorned with a cascade of tiny braids. She collided into his embrace, offering a warm hug, her emerald eyes sparkling like the crystalline waters of a mountain spring. Without hesitation, Molly noticed the linen bag slung over He Wuqiang's shoulder and eagerly took it from him, pulling him towards the village. To support He Wuqiang's visit, Surdak had pulled together the rations carried by the second squad, assembling half a bag of provisions for him. Furthermore, he discreetly gifted He Wuqiang a metal bow, a token for his visit to the shaman in Oyatila. While walking towards the village, He Wuqiang noticed that Molly was still damp. Clad in a simple tube-like skirt made of animal hide, droplets clinging to her hair as if she had just bathed, she led him to the thatched wooden hut he had previously occupied, communicating in the indigenous tongue that the shaman was currently engaged in a ritual to the deities and would meet him only after the ceremony concluded. Fortunately, He Wuqiang had acquired some rudimentary knowledge of the indigenous language, managing to piece together her message through a combination of deduction and intuition. Subsequently, he picked up a piece of charcoal from the fire pit in the middle of the hut and began sketching the valley, the forest, and the village on the ground, drawing simple fish figures nearby. Through a series of gestures, he indicated to Molly that the indigenous women could retrieve the Tim fish skeletons from the riverbank. Molly, displaying remarkable intelligence, grasped his meaning after a moment's contemplation and joyfully embraced He Wuqiang once more before pulling him towards the hut's entrance. He Wuqiang, too, did not resist Molly's eagerness to introduce him to the shaman, following her up the hillside. However, midway, Molly abruptly turned him onto a side path within the village. Not far along, the gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears. As they rounded a wooden hut, the scene before He Wuqiang almost made him lose his composure. A group of indigenous women were bathing in the stream, while nearby, children frolicked in the water and hunters sat on the grass, carving wooden arrows. Molly dashed to the riverbank without a hint of modesty, chattering excitedly to the bathing women in rapid indigenous speech. Before He Wuqiang could fully comprehend the situation, a dozen young women hastily wrapped grass skirts around themselves and hurriedly dashed towards the village entrance, disappearing from sight in an instant. He Wuqiang found himself ignored, like a mere wisp of air. When Molly finally remembered to lead him to the shaman, he was left drowsily waiting in the wooden hut. In the meantime, Shaman Inoyatila stood at the wooden steps of the large hut, visibly delighted upon seeing He Wuqiang. She instructed Molly to bring out a green iguana to host him. He watched as the 3-foot-long iguana was decapitated, its body skewered on a stick made from white acacia, the tough skin scalded off with boiling water, its insides removed and replaced with an unknown bundle of herbs, and peculiar spices smeared on the tender flesh before it was placed over the fire to roast. The thought of having to eat this large lizard made He Wuqiang's stomach churn. Leaning against a mat, the shaman's smile grew brighter as she saw He Wuqiang produce a gift. She leaned in and spoke a string of indigenous words to him, leaving He Wuqiang bewildered. He had assumed that after half a month of learning the language, he would be able to hold simple conversations, but it became clear that he had overestimated his abilities. Fortunately, the astute indigenous girl Molly discerned the embarrassment etched on He Wuqiang's face and promptly offered her assistance in translation. With animated gestures and simplified vocabulary, she managed to convey the message from the great shaman Inoyatila, who declared that since He Wuqiang was chosen by the demigod, he was a friend of the indigenous people of Handanar County. Subsequently, the great shaman placed a green iguana into a wooden tray and led He Wuqiang into a small wooden hut to the side. Molly remained outside, gazing at He Wuqiang with a look of envy. The bedroom, attached to the larger wooden house, was less than 20 square meters and originally circular in shape. Its floor was adorned with exquisite grass mats, and the walls were immaculate, with a single beam of light streaming through a circular opening in the ceiling, casting an elliptical light spot on the grass mat. The room housed a shrine containing an ivory sculpture, which, though aged and yellowed, unmistakably depicted a demigod. Despite the crude carving technique, the great shaman knelt solemnly before the shrine, paying her respects, and then beckoned He Wuqiang to sit beside her. With Molly absent and He Wuqiang unable to comprehend the shaman's utterances, he complied with her request to sit down. The shaman, sitting cross-legged before the shrine, recited a series of incantations, her body swaying like seaweed. Upon completing the incantation, she placed the tray atop the shrine, causing the statue to emit a glow, illuminating the head of the green iguana. Moments later, the iguana's head vanished from He Wuqiang's sight. A beam of light filtered through the circular window in the ceiling, enveloping the shaman in a radiant column, and a phantom of a 4-armed demigod materialized before her. Perhaps due to the meager offerings, the phantom stood only as tall as an ordinary person. The phantom swiftly merged with the shaman, and when she opened her eyes again, They were devoid of any emotional fluctuations, coldly regarding He Buqiang. Under the shaman's indifferent gaze, He Buqiang's form gradually became transparent, and the phantom within his spiritual realm appeared behind him. Initially, he believed that the endless void of his spiritual realm was filled with unlit stars. But as the phantom expanded, it encompassed the celestial bodies. However, he soon realized that the scattered points were merely numerous nodes beneath his physical phantom. When 5 nodes on his shoulders ignited, they interconnected with faint threads. Within the shaman's hollow eye sockets, sparks began to accumulate until they engulfed her eyeballs. Emotionlessly, she pointed her finger at the top of He Buqiang's head, releasing a halo from its tip. The halo drifted towards He Buqiang like a dandelion swaying in the wind. He found his body inexplicably stiffening, rendering him immobile. He thought to himself, "It's over." If the great shaman intended to seize control of him, he felt helpless to resist. The halo, resembling a dandelion, slowly floated into his manifested phantom, causing a tumult in his spiritual realm. The ignited nodes shone brightly, and under their illumination, the delicate threads reflected a ghostly blue light. Confused about what was transpiring, He Buqiang felt a thunderous roar in his spiritual realm. As if a confinement was shattered by the halo, causing the already ethereal phantom to dissipate gradually. The nodes within his body seemed destined to vanish as well, flickering like candles in the wind. A sense of indescribable panic surged within He Buqiang, but soon the luminous seed floating within him began to radiate warmth and gentle light. The phantom, initially on the brink of obliteration, solidified, gradually reshaping itself into a 4-armed demigod. In the following moment, the luminous seed melded into the reformed phantom, igniting the 5 nodes within it, followed by the 6th, 7th, and finally the 9th, restoring a semblance of tranquility. To He Buqiang's astonishment, the 4-armed phantom returned to his spiritual realm. The phantom, once akin to his own body, transformed into the dual-faced demigod, yet the stellar nodes within remained unchanged, merely having more nodes ignited. Amidst this inexplicable dread, He Buqiang noticed his body gradually regaining mobility, allowing him to move his hands and feet. He leapt from the grass mat, seizing the great shaman's black robe. Like a fish out of water, he opened his mouth weakly, but no sound emerged. The electric light in the shaman's eyes faded, her expression returning to calm, as if drained of energy. The luminous column surrounding her vanished, and she appeared feeble, her expression oddly peculiar as she emitted a sound akin to a screeching owl from her throat. Observing the shaman's face flush from asphyxiation, He Buqiang sighed softly and released his grip on her collar. The shaman sat weakly on the grass mat, clutching her throat and coughing, her breathing increasingly labored. He Buqiang, equally disoriented, sat beside her, eager to comprehend what had transpired within him. In the subsequent half-day, He Buqiang scrutinized his physical condition. Aside from the rekindled nodes within him, everything seemed relatively unchanged. If there was any alteration, it was the transformation of the phantom in his spiritual realm into a 4-armed demigod statue, occupying the entirety of his spiritual space, one face expressing fear, pain, and rage, while the other radiated courage, hope, and wisdom. The 9 ignited nodes within his body formed a remarkable arc, with delicate threads tightly connecting them. He began to realize that the illumination of these nodes enhanced certain aspects of his abilities, though not uniformly. For instance, when the 5th node ignited, it merely improved his body's coordination, enabling him to perform extreme maneuvers while airborne. The great shaman sat on the steps outside the wooden house, attempting to convey something to He Buqiang, but her words were too complex for even the indigenous girl Molly to translate, who could only clarify terms such as Divine Chosen One, Soul, and Mark. With the sense that his body remained largely unchanged, He Buqiang felt a semblance of relief. He initially intended to depart from the indigenous village promptly, but in the afternoon, the great shaman regained some of her vigor. Leaning on her staff, she stood on the wooden steps outside the house, her demeanor solemn as she uttered a few concise phrases in the indigenous tongue. Fortunately, these words were relatively simple, allowing Molly to successfully translate. The shaman spoke to He Buqiang about the application of his newfound powers, leaving him astonished at the prospect of her guidance. The grand sorceress descended the steps, her expression calm as she stood before He Buqiang. Grasping her staff tightly, she slowly closed her eyes. Without uttering any incantation, she merely uttered a soft command, and suddenly, a visage resembling a weeping demon emerged behind her. The face of the demon statue remained closed-eyed, yet in that moment, the atmosphere surrounding Inoyatila, the grand sorceress, shifted dramatically, emanating a perilous aura that radiated an overwhelming force from within her. He Buqiang, having engaged in several exchanges with the Baijili swordsman, understood that Inoyatila was unleashing her might. Yet he was taken aback to realize that her might manifested as one of the faces of the demon statue. She swung her staff, producing a series of sonic booms in the air, and without hesitation, she swung it towards He Buqiang. Instinctively, He Buqiang drew his Roman sword, positioning it to intercept the grand sorceress's staff. The staff struck the Roman sword with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through He Buqiang's arm, leaving it numb from the immense force. Seizing the initiative, Inoyatila relentlessly attacked with her staff, offering He Buqiang no respite. He found himself struggling to defend, unable to mount a counterattack. He hoped that once the Grand Sorceress grew fatigued, he would find an opportunity to retaliate. However, she showed no signs of weariness, and his right hand grew sore and painful from sustaining her continuous onslaught. If not for his determination to persevere, He Buqiang would have likely dropped the Roman sword by now. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, Inoyatila shouted another phrase in the indigenous tongue. The nearby indigenous girl, Molly, accurately translated, "Release your power." He Buqiang felt an awakening within his mental realm, igniting 9 nodes that radiated boundless light. In a daze, he perceived a 2-meter-tall, 4-armed demon apparition materializing behind him. An indescribable force surged through his body, banishing fatigue in an instant. It dawned on He Buqiang that amidst the Grand Sorceress's relentless assault, he had successfully unleashed his own might. With this newfound strength, he managed to deflect the staff aimed at him, and, gripping the Roman sword, he thrust it toward Inoyatila's chest, leaving behind a lingering afterimage. Inoyatila's staff was knocked aside by He Buqiang, exposing a gap in her defense. As the Roman sword lunged toward her, she softly intoned an incantation, Kalamadatea. The demon visage behind her abruptly opened its eyes, vanishing from her rear and reappearing in front of Inoyatila in an instant. The weeping mask transformed into a stone wall with a mouth that parted slightly, exhaling a gust toward He Buqiang. A sudden whirlwind erupted, propelling He Buqiang backward, landing heavily on a clearing in the forest. Then, the Grand Sorceress retracted her might, instantly appearing as a stooped old woman. A clear sign that this bout had drained her considerable strength. She approached He Buqiang, who was still reeling from the shock of possessing might. Despite the fall, he was not injured. Before departing, Inoyatila spoke to him in the indigenous tongue. "Chosen of the divine, to wield these powers, you must learn our language." Molly, the indigenous girl, did her utmost to help He Buqiang comprehend this message. At that moment, even He Buqiang, usually oblivious, recognized that Inoyatila was earnestly imparting knowledge to him. Likely due to the advantages of his identity as the chosen of the divine, Molly assisted He Buqiang back to his thatched roof wooden hut, expressing her worries. The Baijali swordsman had previously informed her that He Buqiang was mute and could not speak. Now, Molly found herself troubled, uncertain how to teach He Buqiang the indigenous language. However, since it was a task assigned by Inoyatila, she felt compelled to succeed, viewing it as both a challenge and a form of training for her aspiration to become the Grand Sorceress's successor. Thus, on that sunlit afternoon, the indigenous girl, with a glimmer of despair in her eyes, commenced the seemingly impossible task of teaching a mute who knew not a word of the indigenous tongue how to speak. Molly began to slowly read each syllable of the indigenous language to He Buqiang, her vibrant green eyes sparkling, her voice carrying the crystalline quality unique to her youth. Though her features bore the distinct characteristics of the indigenous people of Handanar County, she possessed a remarkable beauty. With such an engaging instructor, He Buqiang found the prospect of learning the indigenous language far from arduous. In truth, he was not mute. He simply did not know how to articulate sounds with his vocal cords. Each evening, the children of the indigenous village would gather at the village entrance. The older children would climb the tallest lookout tree, basking in the glow of the setting sun as they gazed down the mountain path, eagerly anticipating the safe return of the adults from the depths of the mountains. Meanwhile, the younger ones would perch on the branches of fruit trees, lined up like a flock of birds preparing to return to their nests, chattering incessantly. This time of day was typically the most lively in the village. It was not until the barefoot indigenous hunters, carrying their catches, returned from the rocky trails that the village children erupted in cheers. Each child harbored a hero in their hearts, yearning for the day they could join the hunting party and become proficient jungle hunters. The Gandhara Mountains were rich in resources. Although monsters roamed the depths, they were not encountered at every turn. The notion that one would stumble upon a monster upon reaching a mountain peak was an exaggeration. Some lower-tier monsters could be found scattered throughout the vast forests, and experienced hunters could discern signs in the woods that indicated the presence of monsters nearby, allowing them to avoid danger. Of course, there remained the possibility of an unexpected encounter with a monster, in which case one could only hope that the creature had recently feasted. The indigenous hunters favored hunting wild boars and deer, as these prey were abundant in the forest. A few hunters would set traps and drive small herds of wild boars toward them, ensuring a bountiful harvest. The indigenous women gathered at the village entrance, awaiting the return of the men, who would present their catches to the elders for distribution, a customary practice established within the tribe. In general, men are allocated the highest share of the hunt, as they are expected to continue their pursuit of game. They receive the legs and ribs of the catch, followed by the sick and children, who were given the spine and entrails, with women and the elderly receiving the least, often just the hooves, tails, and scraps of meat. Naturally, the head of the wild boar is reserved for rituals dedicated to the dark deity. Nowadays, the indigenous tribes have seen a dramatic imbalance in their population. A village that once boasted hundreds of inhabitants now contains fewer than 50 adult hunters, with almost no elderly members remaining. Most of those left in the village are women and children, with a higher proportion of women, who also manage to secure some good cuts of meat. The men of the village return with a massive boar weighing 1,000 pounds, and over 30 hunters take turns carrying it back. The boar's tusks alone measure half a foot in length, and its back bristles with spines as hard as pine needles. The creature's fatal wound is a 3-foot gash across its abdomen. The hunters bring the boar into the village, where a wooden table has been set up in the square. A middle-aged man, his belly protruding, expertly uses a short knife to skin the boar, hanging the hide on a nearby tree. He meticulously dissects the meat, ensuring each portion is precisely cut. At the end, the remaining bones are tossed into a large pot to simmer into a delicious broth. The indigenous women add various wild vegetables and tubers, resulting in a thick and savory porridge for the entire village to enjoy together in the square. Hibuqiang finds himself amidst the crowd, watching 2 young boys engage in a playful wrestling match, with the victor receiving an extra piece of bone. The indigenous people's nightlife is rather dull. After dinner, only a few children possess the energy to frolic and spar. The hunters, exhausted, retreat to their wooden homes to rest. While the women often view childbirth as a mission, displaying a fervor that sometimes surpasses that of the men. The wooden structures here lack walls, allowing sounds to travel far and wide. The young girl, Molly, fetches 2 tender pieces of meat from the cook, a privilege she enjoys as the granddaughter of the great shaman, Inoyatila. The 2 of them sit on the steps in front of the wooden house, gnawing on the meaty bones. With bare feet, Molly crouches on the floor, crunching the delicate cartilage, reminiscent of a lioness devouring her prey. The simple and unpretentious life of the valley's indigenous people provides Hibuqiang with a profound sense of comfort. He has been diligently learning the indigenous language over the past few days, and under Molly's patient guidance, he mimics her mouth shapes, successfully producing a scale of sounds that resemble the indigenous tongue, with commendable accuracy. His daily progress delights Molly, as basic communication in their language is no longer a barrier. However, Hibuqiang still struggles with the imperial language, perhaps due to its significant differences from the indigenous tongue, which predominantly employs nasal sounds. He has yet to uncover the nuances of the imperial dialect. To avoid mockery from the second squad of warriors, he refrains from using the indigenous language when interacting with them, believing that with continuous practice, mastery of the imperial language is imminent. Additionally, Hibuqiang's curiosity about the shaman's sacrificial rituals intensifies. He recalls how the shaman, during a ceremony, offered a sacrifice to the dark deity and subsequently received blessings. Even peeling a piece of cursed hide from a demon and affixing it to an indigenous hunter, bestowing immense power upon 3 hunters. Until now, he had been unable to communicate with the great shaman, but now, having grasped some of the indigenous language, he yearns to understand the process. Upon encountering Inoyatila, he poses his questions. After a moment of contemplation, the shaman responds, "Chosen one, we offer sacrifices to the dark deity, and through the ritual, we obtain various blessings. The previous ceremony allowed me to perceive many hidden truths." Hibuqiang listens intently, pondering the meaning of some terms. Seeing his focused attention, Inoyatila continues, "For instance, I discerned the secrets of the cursed hide, which harbors immense magical power. However, while I can glimpse these truths through the deity's strength at the altar, I cannot replicate them. I can imbue this cursed hide into our kin, as you witnessed with that piece of cursed hide. Through the power bestowed upon me by the dark deity, I embedded it within our 3 warriors, granting them a shortcut to the demon's formidable strength." Inoyatila speaks slowly to ensure Hibuqiang comprehends. She adds, "Yet, this imbued hide carries significant risks. If the host lacks the inherent strength to contain the power of the hide, they may be overwhelmed and perish." After gathering his thoughts, Hibuqiang stumbles as he asks, "Are you saying that the 3 hunters, after receiving the cursed hide, perished because their bodies could not withstand its might?" Having articulated the question, Hibuqiang releases a sigh of relief. It seems he has regained his ability to communicate. He never anticipated that engaging in conversation could be such a delightful experience. "Indeed," replies the shaman, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of one hunter who died immediately, while the other 2 lingered for 3 days before succumbing. Hibuqiang inquires, "How did they endure for so long?" "Because during the sacrificial ceremony, the dark deity bestowed upon them the divine protection blessing," Inoyatila clarifies. Inside the wooden house, a fire blazes in the hearth as a plump indigenous woman brings a pot of fragrant broth to the shaman. She squats by the fire, casting furtive glances toward Hibuqiang. The woman moves around the room, her ample figure swaying, until the shaman, growing impatient, waves her away, prompting her to hurriedly retreat. Molly, curled up on the floor like a lazy cat, chuckles and tells Hibuqiang, "Her name is Themis. She seems to have taken a liking to you." Hibuqiang rolls his eyes, choosing not to engage in the topic. The shaman sprinkles some powder into the flames, transforming the fire into an ethereal blue hue. A gust of wind stirs the flames, casting flickering shadows from the leaves onto the wooden walls. He Wuqiang finds the blue flames somewhat stifling. The light reflects on the shaman's face, revealing a somber expression. Sensing her discontent, He Wuqiang decides to rise and bid her farewell. However, before He Wuqiang could utter a word, High Priest Inoyatila inquired, "Do you aspire to learn the sacrificial ritual?" He Wuqiang hadn't anticipated the High Priest's directness and hesitated in his response. In truth, he desired it greatly and countered, "Is it permissible?" High Priest Inoyatila slightly raised her eyelids, her gaze seemingly penetrating all. Her voice, raspy, uttered, "As a divinely favored one, it is indeed within your capabilities." He Wuqiang found the indigenous culture of Handanar County quite intriguing, thus his eagerness was palpable. "What must I do?" The High Priest placed her hand near the bonfire, and an ethereal azure flame leaped into her palm, as if imbued with life. Inoyatila stated, "For some, such knowledge remains elusive throughout their lives. Yet, for us, it is a simple matter, as we can commune with the demon gods through sacrifice. With ample offerings, we can wield extraordinary powers." He Wuqiang recognized that manipulating flames was merely a minor incantation. Moreover, Inoyatila had added an unknown powder to the flames, likely a catalyst, without which she couldn't control the fire. With a solemn countenance, the High Priest addressed He Wuqiang before embarking on the sacrificial ritual. "Remember this. Once you establish contact with a demon god through sacrifice, your offering must be commensurate with your request. Should your demands exceed the value of your offering, you risk becoming part of the sacrifice yourself." He Wuqiang's heart tightened, realizing the delicate balance required in such rituals. The High Priest continued, "However, more often than not, the value of the offering surpasses our needs. Do not expect the demon god to compensate for this surplus. Absolute fairness is absent in this world." He Wuqiang mechanically nodded in agreement. The High Priest then elucidated, "The sacrificial ritual necessitates 3 elements, an altar, an offering, and a recipient." Molly, standing nearby, listened intently, her clear gaze directed at He Wuqiang with evident envy. Inoyatila explained, "The altar need not be a square platform. It requires a soul medium to construct a bridge to the demon god. Upon this bridge, the prepared offering is presented, and your desires are conveyed." She produced a pouch from her person and sprinkled gray stone powder onto the bonfire, causing a surge of azure flames. He Wuqiang understood that this stone powder served as the soul medium. Of course, not all wishes can be granted, the High Priest cautioned. Observing He Wuqiang's puzzled expression, she clarified, "In truth, the demon gods we venerate possess limited abilities." This revelation left He Wuqiang speechless, realizing that the native's deity was a lesser being in the divine realm. Inoyatila continued, "Typically, the abilities bestowed upon us include divine body, representing courage, eye of truth, representing wisdom, shield of blessing, representing hope, whispers of death, representing fear, death's decay, representing hatred, and burning life, representing destruction." Upon hearing this, He Wuqiang surmised that the abilities conferred after sacrifice aligned with the dual nature of the demon god, embodying extremes. "Eye of truth allows me to perceive the essence of the world, enabling me to strip the black skin from the wraiths and transfer it to our warriors, though they struggle to withstand its power," the High Priest explained. Referring to her actions during the previous sacrificial ritual, He Wuqiang then inquired, "Did you bestow divine body upon them to enable them to endure the power of the black skin?" The High Priest nodded, wearily massaging her temples, and replied, "It was unavoidable. Someone must defend this village. Our strength is insufficient. We would be the first to suffer if the wraiths broke through. Thus, we must contribute, as it is our duty." Surprised by Inoyatila's reasoning, He Wuqiang asked, "If I master the sacrificial ritual, can I also acquire these abilities through sacrifice?" The High Priest nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we are both divinely favored." "Very well. I shall elucidate the specific steps of the ritual. Hopefully, they will return with offerings tomorrow, allowing you to attempt a sacrifice." He Wuqiang was at a loss for words, feeling that the High Priest regarded the sacrificial ritual too casually. At that moment, Inoyatila beckoned Molly to fetch 4 earthenware bowls. The High Priest poured stone powder into each bowl and arranged them around her. She explained to He Wuqiang that the white phosphorus powder served as an excellent medium, facilitating a swift trance and easier communion with the demon god through the azure flames. He Wuqiang listened intently, as Inoyatila unveiled the gateway to the sacrificial ritual before him. 59. Ambush in the wilderness, traversing the dense forests of Mount Gandaru alone. He Wuqiang finally understood why Soldar led the second squad along the mountain ridges near the river valley. Ignoring the laws of jungle survival would lead to considerable hardship. He now regretted his decision. Wading through waist-high weeds, he incessantly used his Roman sword to clear the path, his sword-wielding hand growing numb. He Wuqiang licked his parched lips, gazing at the scorching sun overhead, and contemplated seeking a shady spot for respite. The most abundant creatures in the weedy meadow were plump, tawny brown otter rabbits. These large rabbits could exceed 4 feet in length when stretched out, yet they possessed lightning speed in the grass, their fur matching the withered leaves of the meadow. Once they vanished into the dense grass, capturing them was nearly impossible. Another prevalent creature in the weedy meadow was the venomous snake. Carelessness could result in a startling encounter with one emerging from the grass. These grass snakes possessed mild venom and few natural predators, making them highly aggressive. To avoid snake bites on his ankles, He Buqiang had been using his Roman sword to clear the grass before stepping forward, which slowed his progress. He had been traversing this weedy terrain for nearly half a day. He Buqiang mused that perhaps crossing the next mountain ridge would reveal the river valley traversed by the second squad. He touched the water bottle hanging from his waist, shaking it lightly. Only enough water remained for 2 sips, his throat parched to the point of burning. However, He Buqiang wanted to persevere, fearing the consequences of consuming all the water at once should an emergency arise. Having resided in the indigenous village for nearly 10 days, aside from mastering rudimentary indigenous dialects, He Buqiang also acquired the ritualistic practices of sacrificial ceremonies. After bidding farewell to the high shaman Inuitila, He Buqiang departed from the village. Initially intending to take a shortcut back to the mountain ridge beside the river valley, he unwittingly ventured onto an alternate path, soon realizing that he had underestimated the complexity of the terrain. What appeared to be merely a few mountain ridges turned into an endless series of peaks as he traversed one after another. Once lost within the mountains, He Buqiang calmly assessed his direction, concluding that his path was not significantly flawed, and continued to press forward. Suddenly, a malevolent specter sprang forth as He Buqiang extended his hand, towering over him at more than 3 meters, wielding a 2-meter-long, razor-sharp spear. The creature pressed closely against his back, one hand reaching out to choke He Buqiang's neck while the other aimed the spear at his heart. There was no mercy in its approach. As the spear neared He Buqiang's back, he swiftly pivoted, thrusting his Roman sword at the demon while simultaneously raising his shield to block the spear. He underestimated the spear's sharpness, which pierced through the shield and impaled his arm, driving directly into his chest, causing a trickle of crimson blood to seep forth. In that moment of desperation, He Buqiang thrust his sword into the demon's abdomen, and they found themselves locked in a fierce struggle beneath the scorching sun. The demon, undeterred by its own wound, wore a grotesque grin as it relentlessly drove the spear deeper into He Buqiang. He felt his strength waning as blood flowed from his body. The demon let out a terrifying laugh, arching its back to force He Buqiang's sword to withdraw gradually. In the face of this formidable foe, He Buqiang found himself at a distinct disadvantage, further exacerbated by the demon's unprovoked attack. The spear continued to penetrate his flesh, and the excruciating pain served as a grim reminder of his fleeting life. However, a surge of energy erupted within him, awakening dormant nodes throughout his body. As if struck by an unseen force, the demon shielded its eyes momentarily, providing He Buqiang with the opportunity to unleash his latent power. A dual-faced, 4-armed phantom deity emerged behind him, glaring fiercely at the malevolent entity before them. At that instant, He Buqiang felt his strength fully restored. He furiously swung his Roman sword, which glowed with a soft golden light, cleaving through the demon's arm as if it were butter, severing the hand at the wrist in a matter of moments. The demon roared in rage, attempting to grasp He Buqiang's throat, but He Buqiang retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the demon staggering backward. Without allowing it a moment's respite, he hurled his sword, piercing the demon's chest. Yet, he remained vigilant, holding his breath as he pushed the demon's spear from his shield, denying it any chance to counterattack. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he drove the spear into the demon's skull and severed its head with the Roman sword. As the viscous, dark purple blood pooled around him, the demon convulsed violently before falling silent. With a hasty bandaging of his wounds, He Buqiang lay exhausted upon the grassland. The azure sky and white clouds spun above him, and he felt drowsy, struggling to rise from the ground, but his attempts were in vain. The severed head of the demon lay before him, revealing a faintly glowing magical core within the bloodstained cavity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and when He Buqiang finally regained consciousness, the stars twinkled overhead. He laboriously rose from the grass, startling a nearby flower-tailed mongoose that had been feasting on the demon's remains, its fluffy tail disappearing into the underbrush. He Buqiang drained the last drop of water from his flask, feeling slightly rejuvenated. Inspecting his arm, he noted that the majority of his wounds had formed scabs, though his leather armor was stained with blood. After a moment of contemplation, he pried open the demon's head to retrieve the walnut-sized magical core. With a sigh of resignation upon seeing the demon's body, he lamented that if Surdak were present, he would surely skin the creature, but lacking such skills, he discarded the demon's corpse into the thicket. Realizing that one of his arms had become temporarily incapacitated, He Buqiang feared the pursuit of other demons and dared not linger, instead dragging his weary body into the dense grass ahead. As the cool night breeze swept through, the silvery moonlight blanketed the overgrown field, the grass swaying gently in the wind. Not long after He Buqiang departed the area, 3 demons arrived in pursuit. Upon discovering the headless corpse lying in a pool of violet blood, they immediately began to scour the surroundings for clues. neglecting the body itself as they hurriedly examined the wound marks before swiftly following the trail left by Hibuqiang. These demons, each standing over 3 meters tall, were the markings of dark magic, their grotesque faces marred by grotesque protrusions. Although they had not yet reached the strength of horned demons, they stood on the precipice of advancement, capable of contending with first-tier night constructs of approximately level 15 in strength, particularly advantageous in narrow wilderness encounters. This group of demons was patrolling the Dardir mountain region when they stumbled upon signs of a human warrior in this overgrown terrain. The valley, choked with wild grasses, made the search for a solitary human warrior a daunting task, prompting 5 demons to scatter and comb the area. Witnessing the weakest among them decapitated and its magical core extracted by a human warrior, the remaining 3 demons seethed with rage, relentlessly following the trail left by Hibuqiang as he fled. With an acute sense of danger creeping closer, Hibuqiang hastened his pace toward the hillside ahead. Several hundred meters up the slope lay a dense forest of red pines, and he hoped that once he entered the thicket, it would offer greater safety than the open grassland. Little did he know that his attempt to take a shortcut back to the 57th Regiment's camp had led him astray, not only failing to find the river valley, but also encountering demons along the way. Surdak had often recounted the inevitable clash between demon reconnaissance teams and human patrols in the wild, a relentless, fatalistic encounter. Typically, infantry soldiers, upon spotting a demon, would make every effort to retreat at the earliest opportunity. The disparity in strength between the two parties was stark. The primary objective of the patrol team was to relay crucial intelligence back to their regiment, thus avoiding confrontation was paramount. If evasion proved impossible, they would have to set traps in advance, laying deceptive ambushes to eliminate their adversaries. Hibuqiang cast a glance at the penetrating wound on his left arm, his heart heavy with bitterness. It felt as though fire raged within his lungs. Each breath was accompanied by a sharp pain emanating from the gaping wound in his chest. Crouched among the wild grass, he utilized the moonlight to discern 3 malevolent figures pursuing him from hundreds of meters away. Their towering forms were largely exposed, starkly illuminated by the snowy glow of the moon. Watching them stride purposefully through the grasslands, Hibuqiang realized that even if he ran until his intestines ruptured, he could never outpace these fiends. He halted at the edge of the wild grass, confronting the dark, dense forest ahead. The thick foliage rendered the woods a shadowy abyss, and he had initially believed that if he could just penetrate the woods, he would be as a fish returning to the sea, easily finding a hiding spot that the malevolent beings would struggle to discover. He paused, deliberately trampling down some dry grass at the edge of the wild field, and cast his nearly disintegrating iron square shield beyond the grass to create the illusion that he had fled into the forest. Subsequently, he stealthily retraced his steps along the escape route for several dozen meters, intentionally crushing the grass along the path to fabricate a clear trail of retreat. Yet, he slipped into a patch of nocturnal herbs, moving cautiously to avoid trampling the delicate leaves. The herbs were not particularly tall, and with some surrounding weeds, he had to crawl through the foliage to conceal himself adequately. Distant rustling sounds reached his ears, likely the snapping of resilient thorny vines, followed by the unmistakable thuds of approaching footsteps. One of the malevolent beings loomed large in the moonlight. Hibuqiang lay still within the herb patch, barely daring to lift his gaze, lest his scrutiny arouse the creature's suspicions. The fiend halted not far from his hiding place, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Just as it prepared to approach Hibuqiang's location, it noticed fresh disturbances in the nearby grass and hurried over, calling out in a low tone to its companions. In an instant, 2 more fiends joined, and the 3 began to follow the trail Hibuqiang had intentionally laid, moving toward the dark, dense woods on the hillside. At that moment, Hibuqiang forced himself to rise from the underbrush, gritting his teeth as he ventured deeper into the wild grasslands. Aware of his pursuers and his own depleted state, he realized that even if he managed to escape into the forest, evading those fiends was unlikely. His ruse had successfully misled the malevolent beings, but he had no intention of returning to the native village. Such an action would undoubtedly bring disaster upon the inhabitants hidden within the valley. Hibuqiang ran back to the location where he had slain one of the fiends. And as expected, the creature's corpse lay abandoned in the grass, untouched by its kin. He retrieved the head of the fallen fiend and found a dense thicket to burrow into. Quickly, he cleared a small space among the wild grass, extracting 4 ceramic bowls from his pack. 2 of these bowls had been damaged during the earlier confrontation. Yet Hibuqiang paid little mind as he filled them with powdered gray stone from his backpack, even using the fragments of the broken bowls for the powder. He positioned the 4 bowls at the corners of the clearing and ignited the powder within, causing bluish flames to flicker to life. Standing in the center of the space, he felt a twinge of worry regarding the potential failure of his ritual, and so he drew symbols upon the ground before settling into a cross-legged position, reciting the indigenous incantations with which he was only somewhat familiar, while raising his hands in rhythmic motions. As the incantation reached its conclusion, A faint beam of light descended from above, revealing an ethereal figure of a deity before He Buqiang, its presence strikingly similar to his own. The only distinction lay in the air of authority exuded by its eyes. Following the steps imparted by the Grand Sorcerer Inoyatila, He Buqiang placed the fiend's head before the apparition. As he chanted, the head began to burn slowly, until, as the flames extinguished, it vanished completely from his sight. The divine figure smiled at him, and a wave of blessing surged through He Buqiang, akin to a refreshing spring of water. A pale blue six-pointed star array materialized as he recited his incantation. He Buqiang felt a warmth akin to sunlight enveloping him, though his wounds did not heal rapidly. The pain diminished significantly, and the bleeding ceased. His previously exhausted body now brimmed with newfound vigor. Amidst the inky darkness of the wilderness, the beam of light stood out conspicuously. The three fiends would likely use this beacon to navigate back, compelling him to depart hastily. At this moment, He Buqiang not only regained his strength but experienced a considerable enhancement in his physical capabilities. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, to the extent that he believed he could carry the heavy corpse of the fiend with ease. After careful consideration, he resisted the urge to skin the fiend. The Grand Sorcerer had warned him to be vigilant regarding his surroundings when utilizing the Eye of Truth, and cautioned against attempting magical tattooing, especially when the disparity in strength between the host and the magical skin was too great, or when their inherent attributes were incompatible, as it could lead to catastrophic consequences. He Buqiang felt he was not yet prepared for such a risk. After orienting himself, he once again delved into the underbrush, traversing through the wild grass, crossing two ridges, and fording a stream until the dawn light began to break. Upon confirming that the three fiends had not pursued him, he paused on the mountainside. Having remembered to hydrate at the stream, he drank deeply, finishing half a flask. Despite possessing the blessed body magical state, the fatigue from the night's exertions weighed heavily upon him. Above, a woodpecker rhythmically pecked at a tree, and He Buqiang gazed up at the towering fir, its crown resembling an expansive umbrella. Although he could hear the sound, the woodpecker remained hidden. Standing beneath the tree, he studied it for a while, plotting his climbing route before attempting to ascend by hand. The fir was robust. Its trunk at the base required several people to encircle it. The bark was mottled with cracks, and He Buqiang gripped the crevices, his body moving like a lizard, his feet rhythmically pushing against the ground as he ascended. Despite lacking climbing experience, his grip strength was sufficient, allowing him to scale the tree with relative ease. After traversing several branches, He Buqiang suspended his body from a fork in the tree, taking a moment to catch his breath and wipe the sweat from his brow. With renewed vigor, he ascended to the treetop. Suddenly, a woodpecker with a black body and red wings flitted from the depths of the canopy and alighted on a neighboring tree. At the top, He Buqiang located a sturdy branch and, drawing a Roman sword from his waist, severed a few soft twigs from the treetops to construct a makeshift bed resembling a bird's nest. He reclined upon it to test its strength, finding it sufficiently solid, though lying on the branches proved uncomfortable. He then layered it with finer twigs, laboring for some time before finally completing his treetop bed. From his pack, he retrieved a ration of military food. Unable to start a fire to cook porridge, he poured the dry provisions directly into his mouth. The food was not unpleasant, though it required water for swallowing. The small grains of wheat, roasted and seasoned with salt and meat powder, were palatable. After consuming some rations, the fiery pangs in his stomach subsided. Lying on the wooden bed in the treetop, he unfastened his belt to use as a safety rope, lest he inadvertently roll off and plummet from such a height while asleep. Concealed among the foliage, he surveyed the surroundings. The view was expansive. This fir tree stood midway up a hillside. While he could see the valley below, the other side of the ridge remained obscured. The valley floor was densely wooded, with a mountain stream flowing from east to west into a river gorge at the lowest point. He Buqiang had filled a flask with fresh water from the stream. Noticing no signs of malevolent spirits, he let out a sigh of relief. With the magical effect of possessing a divine body, he felt no pain despite his injuries. He examined the wound on his arm, which had reopened during his climb, bleeding profusely. Lacking any sensation of pain, he paid it little mind. But seeing the darkened wound seeping blood, he feared losing too much and hastily tore a strip of cloth from his undergarment to bandage it securely. Exhausted, he lay back on the makeshift wooden bed and soon drifted into slumber. A drop of water struck He Buqiang's face, followed by another. The incessant rain roused him from his dreams. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a sea of green leaves and a gray sky, droplets cascading down. Struggling to sit up, he was constricted by the safety rope at his waist, nearly tumbling from the bed. Damn it, he cursed. The sudden awakening from deep slumber in such a high place sending a chill of sweat down his back. Cautiously peering through the dense foliage, he glanced downward, realizing just how perilous it was to sleep atop the treetops. The rain intensified, and the thick leaves above offered little shelter. He raised his backpack above his head, resembling a foolish bird huddled in the tree, seeking refuge from the unexpected downpour. The trunk was slick and wet, making descent impossible. Gazing at the misty expanse of trees before him, He Wuqiang felt utterly lost in the mountains, unsure of how to find the river gorge, and even less capable of locating the indigenous village. Regretting his choices was futile. Instead, he pondered how to survive long enough to escape the wilderness. The swordsman from the Bajal tribe had warned He Wuqiang about the terrifying high-level beasts lurking deep within the Gandhara mountains, advising against venturing into those treacherous areas. He Wuqiang suspected he had unwittingly wandered into the heart of Gandhara. As the rain began to lessen, he, drenched like a soaked chicken, descended from the tree. The forest floor was flooded, with rainwater pooling into streams cascading down the slope. Soaked to the skin, He Wuqiang resolved to build a fire in the woods to dry his damp clothes and stave off illness. His leather armor hung from a branch, the water stains leaving behind numerous small white circles as the leather absorbed the rain. After being soaked, the armor became stiff when dried. Wearing such armor was typically uncomfortable, as prolonged use in ill-fitting areas could lead to skin abrasions. It usually required maintenance from a leatherworker, but if one were reluctant to spend, they could apply lard with a pig bristle brush, though that would leave the armor gleaming. He Wuqiang squatted before the campfire, clad in linen trousers and bare-chested, carefully tending to his chest wound. The demon's spear had pierced his left arm and grazed his chest, leaving a bloody hole, though it did not penetrate deeply. At that moment, a rabbit, skinned and roasted, rotated over the coals, its rich fat dripping onto the fire, hissing and sparking as it cooked. He Wuqiang wielded a small skinning knife, slicing off a portion of the roasted rabbit meat to consume. After the rain, the air in the forest felt particularly fresh, infused with the subtle aroma of pine resin and damp earth. Suddenly, a flock of mountain sparrows took flight nearby, soaring a short distance before landing on a large tree, only to take off again almost immediately, flitting to another nearby tree. He Wuqiang rose, peering in the direction of the birds, but the thick branches obscured his view. Perhaps a few ocelots were hunting birds among the trees. Though he thought this, his hands did not hesitate. He quickly donned the still damp leather armor, which remained warm against the fire. Once armored, he pushed the roasting rack, along with the unfinished rabbit, into the flames and hastily covered the campfire with dirt using his Roman sword. He dared not linger, glancing at the direction the sparrows had flown, decisively choosing to move in the opposite direction. A quarter of an hour later, a dark red paw with 3 toes crushed the smoldering campfire, emitting a foul smoke as the charcoal burned the demon's foot. The owner of that paw was a horned demon, seemingly unbothered by the pain, its fierce green visage betraying a ruthless demeanor as it gestured to 3 other demons behind it. The trio promptly crouched low, sniffing the air like hounds. It did not take long for one of the demons to ascertain the direction of He Wuqiang's escape. The horned demon waved its hand vigorously, and the 4 demons swiftly pursued the path He Wuqiang had taken. He Wuqiang believed he had successfully evaded the demons, but the fire he had lit became a beacon, drawing the demon squad back to him. He had climbed from the hillside to the mountain's summit, standing atop a large rock just in time to see the towering figures of the demons sprinting through the forest. They moved swiftly, and with their keen sense of direction, it wouldn't be long before they caught up with him. He Wuqiang dared not linger any longer, swiftly leaping from the colossal rock and racing down the gentle slope towards the opposing mountain range. A formidable earth bear, awakening slowly from its slumber in a tree hollow, opened its eyes, which glimmered with a flicker of wrath. It languidly emerged from its arid refuge, the skies outside now clear. Shaking off the thick layer of fat that adorned its body, its fur gleamed with a satin-like smoothness. This very bear was the mother they had encountered by the creek, who, after losing 2 cubs, had valiantly vanquished the malevolent spirits despite its grievous injuries. The wounds it had sustained seemed to have healed completely, and it appeared to have grown even larger, indicating a significant increase in strength. The bear yawned expansively at the entrance of its hollow, its attention drawn to a flock of birds startled into flight in the distance. It crouched before the hollow, listening intently for a moment before gradually moving in that direction. Soon after, another group of birds soared into the sky, and the earth bear, now devoid of hesitation, sprinted towards them. Upon reaching the mountainside, it finally spotted the wicked squad, its eyes glinting with a seething hatred. The bear did not charge recklessly. Instead, it trailed the malevolent spirits at a measured pace, retreating into the dense forest whenever they showed the slightest awareness. The spirits, fixated on pursuing He Wuqiang ahead, were utterly oblivious to the presence of the earth bear lurking behind. One spirit halted, glancing back, yet the forest remained eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. The rain-soaked underbrush made the tall spirits damp as they traversed the woodland, unwittingly drenching themselves in the process. The leading spirit cast a wary glance backward, causing the 3 trailing spirits to hastily catch up. After a brief interval, the last spirit, filled with suspicion, looked back again. Throughout the journey, this spirit frequently glanced behind, yet it detected nothing unusual. Although the longhorned spirit exhibited signs of impatience, it paid little heed to the increasingly sluggish spirit, Only upon reaching the mountain's pinnacle did they realize that 3 spirits had dwindled to 2, one having failed to keep pace. Just as confusion spread among them, a fearsome roar erupted from the mountainside, accompanied by the ominous growls of their fallen comrade. The longhorn spirit, now abandoning its pursuit of Yibuqiang, turned back in haste upon hearing its companion's anguished warning. However, by the time the longhorn spirit and its 2 subordinates reached the mountainside, the straggler lay lifeless in a pool of blood, its head severed and a significant portion of its spine missing. The unmistakable claw marks and the deep indentation on its chest bore testament to the terrifying might of the earth bear. In a fit of rage, the longhorn spirit unleashed a furious growl, frantically searching the nearby woods for the creature that had slaughtered its companion. Alas, despite scouring the vicinity, it found no trace of the earth bear. When it finally ascended to the mountaintop again, it discovered that only one spirit remained by its side. Yibuqiang had never imagined that his salvation would come from the very earth bear he had encountered by the river valley. Although he had not witnessed how it dispatched the first spirit, he had observed the entire process of its assault on the second. Taking refuge atop a towering oak, Yibuqiang watched as the earth bear, well acquainted with the terrain, skillfully concealed itself in the shadows, following the longhorn spirit with utmost stealth. It managed to approach without raising any alarm, drawing in the trailing spirits. The earth bear lay in wait behind a massive rock, its form blending seamlessly with the boulder. As the spirit ventured closer, the bear pounced with the precision of a predator, its powerful jaws clamping down on the spirit's throat. With a fierce shake, it tore the spirit's head from its body. Sensing something, the earth bear cast a glance toward Yibuqiang's hiding place, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, the bear did not advance towards him. Instead, it retreated deeper into the forest, continuing its pursuit of the remaining spirits. Once Yibuqiang was certain that the earth bear had moved on, he swiftly descended from the tree and hurried to the massive rock, using his Roman sword to extract the magical core from the spirit's head. Initially intending to discard the head, he reconsidered and retrieved a piece of hyena hide from his backpack, wrapping the spirit's head securely before stowing it away. With that, he set off in the direction the earth bear had vanished. A sudden downpour had left the sky exceptionally clear and transparent. Beyond the distant peaks loomed a thick layer of clouds resembling overlapping mountains. The trees in the forest had turned a vibrant green, exuding vitality in the aftermath of the rain. Temporary streams formed throughout the woodland, collecting in low-lying areas and flowing into small rivers that exited the valley. Yibuqiang, following closely behind the earth bear, procured another magical core and a spirit's head. His backpack could not accommodate 2 heads the size of watermelons, so he fashioned a strong vine to string through the mouths and out the throats of the heads, securing them together and tying the vine around his waist. As he walked, the head swayed uncomfortably at his back, feeling somewhat burdensome. However, the prospect of the substantial rewards for the spirit heads made Yibuqiang deem the wait worthwhile. He intended to leave the forest, yet no matter which path he chose, the earth bear would invariably emerge from the trees, blocking his way. After several encounters, Yibuqiang discerned that the bear had no intention of attacking him, emboldening him to attempt to circumvent its path. Unfortunately, this provoked the earth bear, which growled menacingly, causing Yibuqiang to retreat several steps in fright. Observing Yibuqiang's retreat, the earth bear ceased its advance, settling on all fours before turning and lumbering up the mountain. After walking 100 meters, the earth bear glanced back at Yibuqiang, who was uncertain of the bear's intentions but felt compelled to follow, hauling the burdensome spirit heads as he ascended the slope behind the earth bear. Not long into the woods, 2 spirits emerged from the hillside. Upon spotting the earth bear, they halted, crouching low while grasping sharp spikes. After a brief pause, they charged down the slope, emitting wild howls. The earth bear, undeterred, raised its forepaws and let out a tremendous roar, summoning a swirling dust storm around its massive form as loose stones began to orbit it. With unwavering resolve, the earth bear surged forward to confront the malevolent spirits, its substantial bulk resembling a mountain of flesh. The longhorn spirit barreled down the slope, colliding fiercely with the earth bear. At this moment, Yibuqiang was not idle. He hurled a sharp spike at another malevolent spirit. The spike flipped through the air several times before being struck down by the spirit, which swung its own spike as it charged forward. Concurrently, Yibuqiang successfully drew the spirit's attention. Aware that he was no match for the spirit, he swiftly dodged behind an oak tree. The spirit's rapid attack missed its target, and as it withdrew its spike from the trunk, it circled around to seize Yibuqiang. With a quick motion, Yibuqiang thrust his Roman sword toward the spirit's palm. The spirit narrowly avoided the attack, yet Yibuqiang's sword re-emerged, deftly slicing the spirit's wrist. Though the sword appeared somewhat cumbersome, it nonetheless inflicted a deep cut. The sight of blood ignited the spirit's rage. Disregarding Yibuqiang's thrust toward its abdomen, it aimed its spike at the back of Yibuqiang's neck. Yibuqiang knelt, rolling forward twice to evade the assault. The muddy ground was a chaotic mess as he tumbled, But before he could regain his footing, he swiftly adopted a defensive stance, raising his Roman sword to block the spirit's lethal strike. Unfortunately, the spirit's immense strength rendered He Buqiang unable to fully counter the blow, resulting in the spike piercing his left shoulder. The enraged spirit then lifted He Buqiang high into the air, desperately gripping his sword. He Buqiang struck the spirit's wrist with the hilt, producing a sharp crack as the spirit recoiled in pain and hurled He Buqiang away. Just as He Buqiang was about to collide with a fir tree, a dual-armed specter emerged from within him, manifesting a gentle force that cradled He Buqiang's body, allowing him to land safely. Nevertheless, a grievous wound remained on his shoulder, leaving his injured arm nearly immobile. The spirit advanced step by step, licking the blood from its spike with a crimson tongue, its face twisted in malevolence. Leaning against the oak tree and gasping for breath, He Buqiang silently regretted his decision to confront the two spirits. Just when the spirit was about to pierce his heart, a chilling howl echoed from afar, belonging to a long-horned demon. The spirit turned toward the sound, witnessing the long-horned demon being torn asunder by a colossal earth bear, its remains strewn across the ground. The earth bear charged toward He Buqiang like a steam locomotive. Upon seeing the long-horned demon dispatched, the spirit momentarily froze. By the time it reacted, the earth bear was upon them. The spirit aimed to strike He Buqiang down before the bear could intervene. However, as the spirit's spike descended, it felt an irresistible force drawing it toward the earth bear. Gravitational field, the innate ability of earth-type beasts. The spirit's feet sank into the soil, carving deep furrows as it struggled futilely against the pull. He Buqiang observed the spirit's desperate attempts to escape, ultimately being forced toward the earth bear, which swiftly pinned it to the ground with a mighty paw, effortlessly crushing its skull. With the spirit vanquished, the earth bear dissipated the gravitational field, and the surrounding debris settled. It vigorously shook its body, dislodging the dirt and leaves before settling in the clearing, coldly observing He Buqiang. Trembling, He Buqiang glanced at the earth bear, blood streaming from his shoulder and staining his leather armor crimson. Removing the armor, he hastily bandaged his wound, thankful that the effect of divine body remained, dulling the pain. Cautiously, He Buqiang nodded at the earth bear, pondering how to distance himself from the creature, while slowly approaching the fallen spirit's carcass to retrieve its severed head. Noting that the bear showed no reaction, He Buqiang felt a measure of relief, stringing the two heads together and securing them at his waist. The four heads, each the size of a watermelon, weighed heavily, hindering his movement. After gathering his belongings, He Buqiang carefully departed from the earth bear, making his way down the slope. Casting a glance back, he saw the bear had not followed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He gazed into the vast forest, momentarily uncertain of his next destination. He Buqiang snapped off a leaf from a canna lily, drinking the clear water from its core. Exhaling deeply, he looked back at the modest mountain ridge, where the earth bear peered down from a prominent boulder, surveying a 1-kilometer radius with its imposing presence, sending the smaller creatures scattering in terror. Indeed, this was its domain, its kingdom. Even if he returned to the camp, he doubted anyone would believe the extraordinary events he had encountered over the past 2 days, being guided through numerous mountain ridges by an earth bear. Standing at the ridge overlooking the valley, He Buqiang couldn't resist waving vigorously at the bear, taking a few steps forward before turning back to bid farewell. The earth bear, an intelligent beast, could comprehend his simple gestures. As he walked toward the camp with the hefty heads hanging at his waist, He Buqiang pondered whether to share these bizarre occurrences with Surdak and the second squad. Who would believe that a bear had saved him and led him from the dense forest? Moreover, how could he articulate such an incredible tale? Would he need to speak in the native tongue? Undoubtedly, if he attempted to express himself in less than fluent native language, the soldiers would likely burst into laughter at the camp's entrance, perhaps even mistaking him for a native of Handanar County. What a vexing predicament. No, he must not divulge the details of his journey nor engage in conversation with them, especially since they were unaware that he had learned the native tongue. He resolved to focus on mastering the common tongue, just as Molly had taught the native language, diligently studying the pronunciation of each word. It seemed a manageable task. As for the 4 demon heads and the 5 dark magic crystals, he would at least need to clarify their origins to Surdak. Perhaps he could recount the truth, explaining that he had witnessed the bear battling the spirits in the mountains and had fortuitously benefited from the encounter. While this was indeed factual, he feared few would be inclined to believe it. Ultimately, if he were in the listener's position, he would also struggle to accept such coincidences. Despite the vine binding tightly around his abdomen, He Buqiang merely adjusted its position, never once contemplating discarding the head strung upon it. After all, a single demon head could fetch a magic crystal worth 10 gold coins. In the realm of the Green Empire, a typical apprentice in a leather workshop or a tailor's apprentice earns approximately 30 silver coins per month, which is the standard remuneration for apprentices. This implies that an apprentice must labor for 3 months and 10 days to accumulate enough wages for a single gold coin, all the while incurring no expenses during that period. Should one be a novice leatherworker or tailor, their monthly earnings may rise to around 50 silver coins. In major cities such as the imperial capital, Qian City, Heiyinci, Shilawite City, and St. Carlos City, it is likely that craftsmen's salaries are elevated by an additional 10 silver coins. Consequently, novice artisans must toil diligently for an entire year to amass sufficient earnings to exchange for a single magic crystal. This is precisely the worth of the 4 demon heads that He Buqiang carries at his waist. He has traversed this ridge 3 times already. As he passes through once more, he has developed some familiarity with the surroundings, alleviating the concern of where to camp. As the most suitable sites have been clearly marked by the soldiers of the second squad, there is even a pile of extinguished campfires, and the stones for constructing a cooking stove need not be sought anew. However, to be precise, the only vessel He Buqiang possesses for boiling water is a military canteen made of lead tin alloy. He has often contemplated replacing this canteen with one of copper, and it seems that wish is soon to be realized. Reclining beside the remnants of the campfire on a stone slab, He Buqiang gazes at the vast expanse of stars twinkling in the night sky, finding it difficult to succumb to slumber. He is acutely aware that the great bear has returned to the forest. The previous 2 nights, his insomnia stemmed from the fear of that bear potentially approaching him as a midnight snack. Yet tonight, his sleeplessness arises from the absence of that sense of security, a sense of safety that the massive earth-shattering bear had provided. The night wind whispers softly, and the forest beneath the cloak of night is far from tranquil. The entire woodland emits a rustling sound, reminiscent of leaves stirred by the wind, or perhaps a multitude of caterpillars feasting on the succulent cherry leaves, or even small hedgehogs rolling about on the ground, their spines laden with sour fruits. In truth, they prefer insects, while some leopard cats relish the opportunity to raid birds' nests at night. As the birds return to their nests, it is akin to a delectable fried chicken for the leopard cats. The flickering campfire has dwindled to mere embers, and a half-roasted otter rabbit remains on the makeshift grill. The otter rabbit, being at the base of the food chain in this forest, is nonetheless remarkably prolific, thriving in abundance and representing one of the easiest creatures to hunt. However, the soldiers of the second squad appear to have little taste for this earthy-flavored rabbit meat. They would rather indulge in guinea pig instead. By the following morning, the 4 demon heads began to emit a foul odor. To prevent them from rotting and stinking further, He Buqiang had no choice but to cover them in plant ash. Unfortunately, lacking suitable tools, he could not fashion a simple wooden box to bury them in the ash, which would have preserved them adequately. Nonetheless, as he was only a day's journey from the 57th camp, He Buqiang deemed it unnecessary to be overly meticulous in his preparations. Continuing along the ridge, He Buqiang encountered a patrol squad emerging from the 57th camp around midday. Among the soldiers, one appeared to recognize him. Upon spotting He Buqiang approaching, the soldier rushed over, greeting him warmly. The soldier, likely aware that He Buqiang was mute, expressed concern, saying, "Hey, little Dake, it's wonderful to see you. When we departed from the camp, Surdak specifically asked us to keep an eye out for you. He was a bit worried that you might encounter some mishap on the road. The 4th squad hasn't been assigned to patrol this area lately. Otherwise, he would have come to look for you himself. It's a relief to see you return safely. I'm sure Surdak will be pleased." Then, upon noticing the 4 demon heads hanging from He Buqiang's belt, the soldier's expression shifted slightly, and with a hint of formality he remarked, "You're a demon hunter? Surdak didn't mention that to us. Well then, good job. We have a task to attend to. See you back at the camp." With that, the soldier waved farewell to He Buqiang and returned to his squad, his face reflecting more reverence than envy. He Buqiang understood that Surdak was undoubtedly concerned for him. It seemed that the second squad had recently received assignments around the Moya Ridge. Evidently, the plans discussed by the 100-legged swordsman prior to his departure were unfolding step by step. Contemplating this, He Buqiang furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, hoping that Duke Newman would dispatch additional construct night regiments this time. As dusk descended, the grassland at the foot of the Gondir forest was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. The final rays of sunlight transformed everything into hues of gold: the clouds on the horizon, the mountains beyond the forest, the vast meadows, the military encampment at the foot of the hills, the thunderous rhinoceros grazing by the river, and the wrinkled face of an old soldier chewing tobacco upon a rock. It had been nearly half a month since He Buqiang departed from the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's encampment, and the sight before him revealed that the camp had more than doubled in size since his departure. In addition to the construction of several arrow towers over 40 to 50 meters high at each corner of the camp, the wooden fence surrounding the encampment had been reinforced into a double layer, compacted with yellow earth to create a rudimentary wall. A contingent of soldiers, armed with alloy bows and shouldering long spears, patrolled the wooden barriers. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's camp had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into a fortified military stronghold. At the entrance, a pair of wooden gates constructed from the wooden fence stood, and from time to time, a squadron of cavalry would pass through the gates. In the distance, against the backdrop of the sunset, groups of cavalry were galloping toward the camp, their knights clad in heavy armor. Hanging from the side of their saddles were 5-meter-long lances, and the leading knight bore a flag that fluttered in the wind as they rode. The temporary market on the hillside was brimming with various supplies, and at that moment, a steady stream of goods was arriving. The bustling atmosphere of the market was palpable, with merchants unloading their wares from the wagons, while the caravan hands led the horses to the river for washing, and others began pitching tents on the grassy slope. Some merchants were selecting their temporary accommodations and engaging with others to ascertain the trading conditions of the market. The once rearward open-air tavern, situated at the far end of the market, was now surrounded by the newly arrived caravans, having transformed into the core area of the temporary market. Not only did it serve barley beer, but the tavern owner had expanded the menu to provide various meals for the nearby caravans. Though the Battle of Moya Ridge had yet to commence, the forest camp already exuded an atmosphere of tension, as dozens of caravans flocked to vie for market share of the spoils of victory, converging on the hillside alongside the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment's caravans. He Buqiang waded through the waist-high clover, ascending a distant hillock, allowing the warm glow of the sunset to envelop him in the lively scene of the encampment. Upon his waist still dangled 4 grotesque demon heads, while a vine had carved a vivid green mark into his leather armor. The armor, soaked in sweat and then parched under the relentless sun, glistened with salt crystals. At that moment, he appeared as disheveled as a destitute vagabond. Had it not been for the heavy Roman sword hanging at his side, the passing soldiers would likely have driven him away. The demon heads were enshrouded in a layer of ash, rendering their original forms nearly unrecognizable. During his journey from the hillocks to the makeshift marketplace, he had endured at least 3 interrogations by patrolling soldiers. Fortunately, the patrols in this area were managed by the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. And although many did not recognize He Buqiang, several were familiar with Surdak, which facilitated his passage through the checks. He Buqiang did not seek out Surdak at the military camp. It was likely not easy to gain entry to the 57 Regiment's encampment. Exhausted, he made his way back to merchant lodging. The temporary marketplace remained bustling at dusk, with the open taverns overflowing with patrons. The aroma of roasted meat and the scent of ale wafting through the air, causing He Buqiang's empty stomach to convulse in hunger. He licked his chapped lips as he approached lodging's tent. Outside, the curly-haired lad, Gabby, had already packed up the stall and was squatting before the tent, counting supplies. It appeared a new shipment had arrived from his homeland, and merchant lodging had been quite busy of late. Sensing someone nearby, merchant lodging instinctively glanced up and, upon seeing the disheveled He Buqiang, widened his eyes in exaggerated disbelief, exclaiming, "Heavens, Zyadek, what on earth have you been through?" The name Zyadek, a long-lost voice, prompted He Buqiang to squint and grin foolishly at Lodging. In that moment, Lodging hastily stood up, disregarding the supplies, and called out to Gabby, "Take him to the river and help him wash up." "Oh no, Ulysses, you lazy fellow, stop sleeping and hurry up to fetch some water." "Gabby, start a fire to boil water. What Zyadek needs right now is a hot bath to relieve his weariness." Ulysses, a robust man, emerged from the tent, bare-chested and looking as if he had just awoken, still disoriented. Without a backward glance, he grabbed 2 large wooden barrels and dashed towards the river. His daily duty was the night watch, so he typically spent the day sleeping in the tent. And managing to catch up on rest amidst the clamor of the marketplace was a testament to his sleeping prowess. Nevertheless, Lodging had reason to chastise him. He had clearly overslept today. In contrast, the slender Gabby appeared far more astute, acting as Lodging's little assistant. Despite his youth, he was quite capable of aiding Lodging in numerous ways. Without hesitation, Gabby set off to gather firewood and prepare the water. Lodging approached He Buqiang, noting that although his wounds had been adequately tended to, the punctured holes in his leather armor, along with the bloodstains on the bandages around his shoulder, arms, and chest, spoke volumes of his injuries. "My heavens, you're hurt," Lodging exclaimed, concern evident in his voice as he helped He Buqiang remove his belongings. "Surdak has been fretting over you these past few days. He intended to find you, but circumstances with the 57 Regiment have changed, and he has been unable to extricate himself." Upon noticing the slightly dulled edge of the Roman sword, Lodging's mouth formed an astonished "Oh, I heard you ventured into the mountains. You truly are a reckless fellow." He Buqiang untied the vine from his waist, allowing the 4 demon heads to tumble onto the grass, resembling coconuts falling from a palm tree, which Lodging glanced at casually. However, his eyes soon became fixated on the filthy heads, and for a moment, he was rendered speechless with excitement. Stammering, he finally managed, "This. By the goddess of liberty, you. I must fetch some boxes. These must be stored properly. You brought them back just like that?" With a look akin to that of a fool, he lowered his voice, saying, "You are incredibly fortunate. Had you attempted this in the wild, death would have been your only fate." Lajin spoke solemnly to He Buqiang, regardless of whether it is slavers, adventurers, or those patrolling squads. Anyone who saw you daring to traverse the mountains alone, adorned with such valuable items, would surely not refrain from taking action against you. He Buqiang gazed at Lajin in silence. Lajin scrutinized him intently, stating earnestly, "Do you not believe me? Hey, this world is far from the paradise you imagine. In truth, apart from the unending multiverse war, He Buqiang had always perceived this world as exceedingly beautiful. Whether it was Surdak, the other kind-hearted soldiers in the second squad, or Merchant Lajin, Gabi, and Ulysses, each individual exhibited remarkable kindness, leading He Buqiang to believe these were indeed the noble qualities of the people of the Green Empire. He was taken aback by Lajin's far more pessimistic perspective. After all that had been said, Lajin finally recalled that He Buqiang bore the demon heads. Given that Zyadek had bested the demons, Lajin's eyes reflected a hint of reverence as he inquired, "By the way, how did you come by these? You wouldn't happen to be a hidden demon hunter, would you?" Soaking in a large wooden tub filled with hot water, He Buqiang felt every pore in his body open, as Gabi poured a ladle of warm water over his head, quickly washing away the fatigue that had enveloped him. He rested his arms on the rim of the tub, allowing his last nerve to unwind. As the effects of the divine body spell faded, a peculiar heaviness settled over him. He examined the wounds on his arms. They appeared to be healing well, but the gaping wound on his shoulder looked rather alarming. Had the demon's spear been a fraction off, it might have shattered his collarbone. Lajin rummaged through the tent, producing 4 wooden boxes into which he carefully placed the demon heads, sealing the gaps with ash, a common method for preserving perishable meats. He then sat down, regarding He Buqiang with skepticism. "You mean to say you found these demon heads in the mountains?" He Buqiang nodded, grasping a pencil and swiftly inscribing a line of text on a wooden board. Merchant Lajin leaned closer, scrutinizing the words as He Buqiang wrote. "You're saying, a bear was fighting the demon, the bear killed it, and you claim the most valuable spoils? My heavens, Zyadek, your luck is truly remarkable." He Buqiang gazed at Lajin in disbelief, thinking, "With all these bloody wounds, where do you see my luck? What do you intend to do with these?" Lajin asked once more. He Buqiang looked at Merchant Lajin, uncertainty etched across his face. In truth, he considered the severed heads of these malevolent spirits to be of little use, aside from being exchanged at the military logistics department for some merits. Not being a soldier of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment himself, he could not claim any military achievements. Thus, he contemplated giving these heads to Surdak. "I mean, would you be interested in selling them?" Larkin asked, his fingers intertwined as he inquired of He Buqiang. He Buqiang looked at Larkin, awaiting further elaboration. Larkin gestured, saying, "You might not be aware, but within each legion, there are certain, well, prominent figures who have come to the Warsaw dimension seeking fortune. They possess ample resources and prefer to purchase merits rather than risk their lives. These severed heads of malevolent spirits would be an excellent choice. The military's merit evaluation is generally stringent. Duke Newman does not permit nobles to encroach upon the merits of lower-ranking soldiers. If discovered, the consequences could lead to military court proceedings, and while nobles have immunity from punishment, such a status becomes irrelevant if they are expelled from the army. Gaining a noble title thereafter becomes exceedingly difficult. Therefore, these heads can be traded discreetly, and the offers are quite lucrative. If you wish to sell them, I can connect you with potential buyers," Larkin assured He Buqiang. He Buqiang did not respond immediately, but indicated that he needed to consider it further. After taking a bath, the curly-haired lad, Gabi, brought forth a large platter of stewed bell peppers and beef, topped with a substantial baked flatbread. It was only when the delectable dish was placed on the table, wafting with a rich aroma of meat from beneath the flatbread, that He Buqiang realized how famished he was, feeling as though he could consume an entire sheep. The indigenous people of Handanar County have rather unconventional dietary habits, with their culinary culture starkly contrasting that of the Green Empire. For He Buqiang, it was akin to a nightmare. The natives not only relished primitive barbecues, but also had a penchant for mashing food into a paste, adding a myriad of spices. The taste was peculiar, and it was perpetually impossible to ascertain exactly what one was consuming. Lying on the wooden bed within the tent, He Buqiang felt his eyelids grow heavy, and he soon drifted into slumber. The following day, Surdak sat outside the tent, gazing at 4 wooden boxes before him, one of which stood open, revealing the charred remains of a ghastly visage within. Without hesitation, he declared to He Buqiang, "Of course, we should sell them." He Buqiang was momentarily taken aback, gesturing to inquire why Surdak did not wish to exchange them for military merits. Surdak shot He Buqiang a sidelong glance and replied succinctly, "What would I gain from exchanging them for military merits?" He forcefully closed the lid of the wooden box. "A year ago, had I acquired 4 severed heads of malevolent spirits, without a doubt, I would have exchanged them for military merits at the logistics department. At that time, the greatest benefit would have been my promotion to squad leader, allowing for a more comfortable life within the military. But now, I have no such intentions. In 2.5 months, I will be retiring. He continued. Once I receive approval from the logistics department, I will obtain a teleportation permit back to the Benna province. I can return to my village of Wool as a peaceful farmer. You may not know, but we have a fertile plot of land in Wool where I plan to cultivate sweet cabbage and tomatoes. Whenever he had the opportunity, Surdak would share anecdotes about his family with Yibuqiang. Noticing that Surdak held a glass of beer yet had scarcely touched it, Yibuqiang realized that Surdak was genuinely yearning for home. The military camp had recently tightened its regulations without an external assignment. It was challenging for Surdak to leave the premises. He pushed the wooden boxes towards Larkin, requesting his assistance in selling them. Larkin eagerly accepted the boxes. Surdak then remarked, "Our 57th Regiment is about to deploy to Mayun Ridge. As the first vanguard for this battle, we will primarily be responsible for infrastructure work at the front lines, where living conditions are quite harsh." Surdak turned to Yibuqiang and said, "I believe you should remain here. The situation there is unstable, and unexpected events could arise at any moment." Before Surdak could finish, Yibuqiang shook his head vigorously. "Do you wish to accompany us?" Surdak inquired. Yibuqiang nodded affirmatively. Seeing the determination on Yibuqiang's face, Surdak did not press further, merely stating, "Very well, but your leather armor may not suffice. However, selling these severed heads will yield a substantial sum, allowing you to purchase a better set of armor." Surdak added, "By the way, Larkin should have a way to exchange these heads for a fine suit of armor, which would be more advantageous." "Are you looking to buy standard armor from the heavy infantry regiment?" Larkin asked. "It could also be any other type, as long as it fits well and is of excellent craftsmanship," Surdak replied. "This sword also requires proper repair. I recently heard that a blacksmith shop is opened on the street." There is indeed a blacksmith shop on the street, reputed for its affordable weapon repairs and commendable craftsmanship. However, the shopkeeper is rather reserved and reluctant to engage with others, and I am not well acquainted with him. "I can take you there," Larkin promptly offered to Surdak. Outside the military camp, the market has expanded significantly, now 3 times its size compared to a month ago. The battle at Mayun Ridge has attracted numerous merchant caravans and craftsmen to this encampment on the outskirts of Handanar County. The temporary market stretches out for quite a distance, as newly arrived merchants began to desire more than a single street. Thus, they opened another street adjacent to the market, where the new blacksmith shop is located. Although the shop is a bit farther from the military camp, it is conveniently situated by the riverside. The makeshift blacksmith shop is quite simple, consisting of 2 tents, with a large anvil in the open space nearby. Beside the anvil are 2 furnaces constructed from fire rock slabs, interconnected, with a large bellows positioned beside one of the furnaces. While this setup cannot smelt iron ore, it is more than capable of fine forging. Larkin led Yibuqiang and Surdak to the front of the blacksmith shop, just in time to see a burly man, bare-chested and wearing a leather apron, wielding a hammer to forge a glowing iron bar. A young apprentice crouched beside the bellows, vigorously pumping it. Each push sent tongues of blue flames leaping a foot high from the furnace. Once the iron bar was heated to a brilliant red, the burly man lifted it from the furnace and struck it forcefully against the anvil. Yibuqiang watched for a moment, observing the blade of a knight's sword slowly taking shape under the blacksmith's skillful hands. Outside the tent, a row of wooden racks displayed an array of iron raw materials and semi-finished swords and knives, along with tools such as pickaxes, horseshoes, and iron pots. At that moment, noticing customers at the entrance, the burly man returned the cooled iron bar to the furnace. He set down his hammer, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck, and approached Surdak with a hearty smile, saying, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Surdak took the somewhat dulled Roman sword from Yibuqiang's hands. The blade was stained with a deep purple hue, soaked in blood, and exuded a strong metallic odor. He presented the Roman sword to the blacksmith and inquired, "Could you restore this sword? Is it possible to reforge a steel edge for it?" The burly blacksmith grasped the sword, ran his thumb along the edge, and polished it with a whetstone a couple of times. Noticing that the blade had not suffered significant wear, he returned it to Surdak, saying, "Certainly, I can reforge the edge for you. However, while the blade may be slightly rolled, it is not irreparably damaged. With a proper sharpening, it could serve you well for quite some time." As he spoke, the blacksmith continued to refine the edge, and indeed, the damage became less pronounced. Surdak glanced at Yibuqiang, then gestured to the sword and said, "I intend to lengthen this Roman sword. It is not only a bit short for my liking, but also feels somewhat light." These words were meant to convey Yibuqiang's wishes. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith nodded in agreement. "Understood. As you wish. I can extend the length and increase the weight of the sword. However, the existing patterns on the blade may not be preserved. I am not skilled in etching designs onto swords. I would use the layered forging method to create a textured edge. Would that be acceptable to you?" Surdak readily replied, "Absolutely." In no time, the blacksmith and Surdak discussed the specifics. A simple repair would typically cost 3 to 5 silver coins for such a sword. But since Surdak requested both a new steel edge and an extension, Additional iron would be required, thus raising the repair cost to a staggering 15 silver coins. This exorbitant price was nearly equivalent to half a month's wages for a commoner. Nonetheless, Soldak deemed the fee reasonable and handed the Roman sword over to the blacksmith, agreeing to return the following evening to collect it. He also promptly paid half of the deposit. Subsequently, Soldak inquired of the robust blacksmith, "Do you sell fine iron shields?" The blacksmith chuckled heartily, pointing to a neighboring shop. "Gentlemen, if you seek finished shields, you might want to visit that shop over there. They offer a variety of styles at prices that 1t exceed what I charge for custom work." With the blacksmith's jovial laughter echoing in the air, He Buqiang followed Soldak into the third shop adjacent to the blacksmith's. While referred to as a store, it merely consisted of 2 rows of weapon racks set up in front of a tent. The racks displayed only one type of armor, shields of various shapes. From small round shields wrapped in thin iron sheeting to square shields made of sturdy oak, the stout dwarven chain shield, the lightweight knight's shield, and even a bone shield crafted from the ribs of a demon, along with bronze shields and more. This was a shop specializing in shields, with the bronze shields being the most expensive. However, it was the bone shield that captivated the attention of both He Buqiang and Soldak. The bone shield was ingeniously designed, utilizing the breastbone and ribs of a demon, supported by a robust metallic framework. As they examined the bone shield, Soldak exclaimed in awe, "I never imagined that the bones of demons could be repurposed in such a manner." Clearly, he regretted not having made better use of the demon carcasses he had previously encountered, as he could have fashioned similar shields from their bones. The shield merchant, an ordinary-looking elder, overheard Soldak's remark and quickly chimed in, "Oh, that's nothing. Some even make bone clubs from the leg bones of demons. The skeletal structure of demons is as durable as fine iron, and these shields have unique benefits on the battlefield." Curious, Soldak asked, "What benefits?" He Buqiang thought to himself, "Wielding the bones of your fallen comrades in battle can't be anything but a source of mockery." As if confirming his thoughts, the shield merchant explained, "A warrior wielding a bone shield will invariably attract the ire of demons, making them a prime target for their attacks. This effect surpasses mere taunting. Acquiring such a shield is primarily to draw the hatred of demons, providing opportunities for allies to strike them down. However, only elite warriors should dare to carry such a shield, lest they fall victim to the demons on the battlefield. We have sold fewer than 10 of these bone shields in total." "Ah, I see there's a rationale behind it," Soldak responded, appearing intrigued. Yet, he decisively led He Buqiang away from the bone shield display and asked, "Which one do you prefer?" He Buqiang's gaze drifted over the small round and square shields, finally settling on the dwarven chain shield. However, before he could express his preference, the shield merchant lifted the chain shield from the rack, visibly straining under its weight. The merchant addressed Soldak and He Buqiang, "If you are infantry warriors, there is no need to burden yourselves with the cumbersome dwarven chain shield. It is forged entirely from the finest iron of the dwarven realm, renowned for its durability, but its significant weight is a considerable drawback." He struggled to return the chain shield to the rack, his face flushed, and continued, "Standard infantry armor is already heavy, and coupled with a Roman heavy sword, opting for the dwarven chain shield could prove excessively burdensome. The oak square shield, which is merely coated with iron sheeting, is far more practical and easier to repair, given the abundance of wood here." The shield merchant demonstrated a wealth of knowledge regarding which shields suited different types of warriors, clearly advising against the dwarven chain shield for Soldak. However, He Buqiang had already conveyed his disinterest in wooden shields, knowing they would offer little protection against the sharp weapons of demons. Soldak, understanding He Buqiang's sentiments, responded to the merchant, "Let us skip the hardwood shields." He then turned to He Buqiang and asked, "Which do you prefer, the dwarven chain shield or the knight's lightweight shield?" Although He Buqiang was drawn to the aesthetically pleasing knight's shield, he hesitated, recognizing that it was designed for cavalry, and considered the practicality of the dwarven chain shield. Just as he was deliberating, the shield merchant interjected, "If you wish to choose between these 2 shields, feel free to purchase one first. You can try it out for a few days since the price difference is minimal. If it doesn't suit you, you can return it here for an exchange without significant wear." Soldak's eyes brightened. "Is that truly possible?" "Indeed," the shield merchant replied with a confident smile. Soon after, He Buqiang and Surdak emerged from the shield merchant's shop, with He Buqiang now burdened by a hefty dwarven chain shield upon his back. While Surdak wished to wander the bustling marketplace, He Buqiang sought a suitable full-plate armor. Just then, the curly-haired boy Gabby dashed over, breathless, and whispered to them that Lakin had found buyers for 4 demon skulls, traversing through the noisy market. He Buqiang and Surdak followed Gabby to a large tent at the outskirts of a hillside, which served as a temporary camp for a grand merchant convoy. The circular tent was surrounded by several smaller ones, resembling stars around a moon, and behind it lay a dozen piles of goods covered with tarpaulins, while at the back, a wooden fence enclosed a stable housing over 20 horses and a few mules. Several shop assistants were busy transferring a shipment of goods from one pile to a cart, presumably bags filled with oats. The camp was adorned with lush green grass, marred by numerous footprints, with some hoof prints filled with rainwater from yesterday's downpour. 2 armored guards stood at the entrance of the tent. Upon seeing He Buqiang and his companions approach, they raised their halberds to block their passage. Gabby respectfully addressed the guard, stating that he was a shop assistant of Mr. Lakin and had been sent by him. His voice echoed into the tent. And without waiting for a response, a gentle voice from within beckoned, "Please let them in." The guard lowered his halberd and pulled aside the tent flap, inviting He Buqiang and Su-Urdak inside. Inside, the ground was covered with soft pelts, and a young noble knight occupied the main seat, flanked by several merchants, including Lakin. Before them lay a small wooden table adorned with a fruit bowl overflowing with green grapes and purple plums. In one corner, a block of ice continuously emitted steam, creating a stark contrast in temperature between the tent's interior and the outside world, making the inside considerably cooler. He mused that this must be what Su-Urdak referred to as the life of nobility. Upon noticing Gabby entering with Su-Urdak and He Buqiang, Lakin promptly gestured for them to approach. He then rose to introduce the young noble, Baron Terry Carnegie. "This is Su-Urdak, belonging to the 57th Regiment. And this is his friend, Little Dak. They are the owners of these demon skulls." The young noble, clad in a black suit embellished with golden embroidery, appeared notably youthful, casually holding a silver goblet. He gently swirled the goblet, causing the ice within to clink against the sides, which instantly silenced the tent. Baron Terry Carnegie inquired of Su-Urdak, "I have heard you wish to part with these 4 demon skulls?" "Indeed," Su-Urdak replied. The Baron raised a finely arched eyebrow, his voice a unique husky tone indicative of youth, and asked, "Could you please elaborate on the origins of these demon skulls?" Su-Urdak hesitated but then stated, "They were acquired in the mountains of Gandarel, approximately a 2-day journey east along the river valley. I assure you, these skulls entirely belong to us and have no ties to the 57th Regiment. If necessary, I can take you to the site, where you might still find some remnants of the demons." Baron Carnegie seemed disinclined to inspect the site, casually remarking, I was merely inquiring. For the sake of avoiding complications, I shall forego a site visit." At this moment, an elderly gentleman seated below the Baron interjected, speaking gently to Su-Urdak. "Baron Carnegie has brought you here not to scrutinize the provenance of these trophies, but rather because Lakin mentioned you wish to exchange them for a suit of armor. The higher the quality of armor, the more stringent the requirements for size and fit, as it must suit your physique." He Buqiang discerned from the elder's tone that he was the one who had initially welcomed them into the tent. The elder, appearing more merchant than noble, scrutinized Su-Urdak and He Buqiang, asking, "So, which of you will the armor be for?" Su-Urdak, pulling He Buqiang along, casually replied, "For him. I already have standard armor from the heavy infantry regiment and do not require a custom suit." This one the elder looked at He Buqiang. "He is mute. We call him Little Dak," Lakin quickly added. Upon hearing this, the elder smiled kindly at He Buqiang and instructed a waiting attendant, "Bring forth the complete suit of bronze plate armor from the warehouse." He paused thoughtfully before adding, "And also bring the suit made of beast hide." The 2 attendants departed and soon returned with 2 distinctly different suits of armor. The elder did not examine the armors but calmly stated, "These 4 skulls are valued at approximately 4 magic crystals in the current market." Lakin discreetly nodded at Su-Urdak, indicating the merchant's assessment was accurate. Su-Urdak was aware of the rough worth of the demon skulls. Seeing no objections from Su-Urdak and He Buqiang, the elder rose from his seat and approached the bronze armor, commencing his introduction. "This suit weighs 35 pounds and is constructed from nearly 1,000 bronze plates. If it were merely a suit of bronze armor, even a brand new plate suit would be valued at around 7 gold coins. However, this armor is exceptional, with each plate coated in a layer of precious magical metal, granting it excellent anti-magic properties. Thus it is worth at least 3 magic crystals. Quite expensive," He Buqiang thought, feeling reluctant as this would nearly consume the entirety of their earnings from selling the demon skulls. He understood that 3 magic crystals could be exchanged for about 30 gold coins, a sum that an ordinary peasant might accumulate over a lifetime. Su-Urdak's gaze fell upon the heavy armor, revealing his keen interest. The standard armor of the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment was far less exquisite. The elder then approached the second suit, composed of beast hide, and described, "This hide armor is crafted from the leather of a second-tier magical beast. The upper garment is made from the skin of a fire snake lizard, while the lower garments consist of thick leather from a swamp giant crocodile. The upper portion does not qualify as heavy armor, but the lower half is indeed considered heavy hide armor." Upon hearing the elder's description, Su-Urdak found himself captivated by the seemingly unremarkable armor, as did Lakin, whose mouth fell agape in surprise. The elder continued his introduction. "This set of beast leather armor is notably lighter than bronze armor, while also exhibiting superior defensive capabilities and magical resistance. Moreover, the most significant value of this beast leather armor lies in its excellent magical conductivity indicating that it has considerable potential for enhancement. Should you attain the rank of a first-tier warrior in the future, you may enlist the services of an inscription master to inscribe a complete set of magical runes upon this armor, transforming it into a precious magical construct. A series of soft gasps echoed within the tent. Note: 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. The purchasing power of 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 10,000 soft currency. In the Green Empire, the wealth of many noble families is generally divided into 3 categories: real estate, land, and magical constructs. Many affluent nobles construct castles on their territories, while lesser nobles build manors. The true financial strength of nobility is measured by the land they control, and there exists a significant disparity between fertile and barren lands. Additionally, nobles possess a type of property that can be inherited by their descendants, which is tax-exempt in the Green Empire: precious magical constructs. Before us lies a set of beast leather armor capable of having magical runes inscribed upon it. Even though the armor temporarily lacks runes, it possesses remarkable defensive and magical resistance properties. This armor has been well maintained, with its leather surface showing no signs of hidden damage. The elder stood in front of the beast leather armor, carefully retrieving a parchment scroll from his pocket and unfurling it. Suddenly, a burst of flames in hues of blue and red leapt from the scroll, narrowly missing the elder's hair. Undeterred by the heat, he held the edges of the scroll with both hands, positioning it beneath the beast leather armor to allow the flames to singe it. The scorching fire continuously emanated from the scroll, as if the beast leather armor could absorb these flames, its surface remaining unchanged. This was merely a commonplace fire-gathering magic scroll, similar to those possessed by Baron Sidney. Such utility magic scrolls are now widely employed by the military. With a fire-gathering scroll, one need not worry about the inability to kindle a fire during inclement weather while marching, and it can provide soldiers with hot soup or boiling water during brief rest periods on the march. Upon witnessing the flames from the magic scroll failing to scorch the beast leather armor, the tent's occupants gasped in astonishment once more. The elder subtly demonstrated that this was indeed an authentic set of beast leather armor. A dark-skinned merchant seated across from the tent inquired, "Grant, how many gold coins is this beast leather armor worth?" The elder, named Grant, pocketed the fire-gathering scroll, turning to the merchant with a half-smile and asking, "What is this, Kenyon? Do you have something in mind?" Baron Terry Carnegie, positioned at the head of the table, wore a somewhat displeased expression, yet out of noble pride. He refrained from voicing his discontent, merely furrowing his brow slightly. Merchant Kenyon chuckled awkwardly, quickly realizing that this beast leather armor was not something to be assessed merely in gold coins. In truth, this was a prized possession brought forth by Baron Terry Carnegie in exchange for military merits. Kenyon hastily waved his hands, stating, "No, I was merely inquiring." The wrinkles on Grant's face and his grizzled beard lent his smile an air of shrewdness and wisdom. Although he did not directly answer Kenyon's question, he began to elucidate the value of the beast leather armor to everyone present. He gestured towards the armor, explaining, "This beast leather armor is crafted from scraps of leather sourced from different creatures, not from a single beast. The upper portion is made from the skin of a flame serpent lizard, while the lower half consists primarily of the thick hide of a swamp giant crocodile. Thus, this beast leather armor is not as valuable as you might assume." The unexpected intricacies of the beast leather armor sparked a silent exchange of glances between Hibwichang and Surdak, both rendered speechless. Grant continued, "If this were in the imperial capital, such a mismatched beast leather armor would likely be worth around 15 magic crystals." Upon hearing Grant's appraisal, Lakin immediately interjected, "Grant, this armor exceeds our budget. In fact, we were only hoping to exchange 4 demon heads for a set of reasonably good heavy armor." He felt it necessary to clarify his position, as he had only brought 4 demon heads, which could be exchanged for 4 magic crystals, falling short by 11 magic crystals in comparison to the beast leather armor's value. He did not believe that Surdak and Hibwichang could procure such a sum. However, Grant smiled mysteriously, casting his gaze upon Surdak and Hibwichang, saying, "Perhaps the owners of these spoils hold a different perspective." With that, all eyes turned toward the two of them. As Hibwichang's representative, Surdak glanced curiously at Merchant Grant, asking, "Are you suggesting that I possess the purchasing power for this beast leather armor?" Grant confidently replied, "Certainly, Captain Surdak." He stood in the center of the tent, surveying the surroundings before stating, "It is common knowledge that the most valuable parts of a demon are not their heads. I do not mean to imply that these demon heads lack value. Rather, the most prized possessions are black magic crystals. Each unverified black magic crystal is worth 2 ordinary magic crystals. Therefore, these 4 demon heads could yield at least 4 unverified black magic crystals. If Captain Surdak is willing to sell those unverified black magic crystals, the total value of these spoils would not differ greatly from that of this beast leather armor." He then fixed his keen, perceptive gaze upon Surdak, asking, "So, Captain Surdak, would you care to consider this?" At that moment, Surdak suddenly recalled that Yibuqiang had indeed mentioned a few magic cores earlier. This thought piqued his interest, and he quickly inquired, would 4 unverified black magic crystals and 4 demon heads suffice to trade for your beast leather armor? Grant smiled and shook his head, not entirely rejecting the offer, but rather guiding the conversation. In fact, you still fall a bit short. Perhaps you could add something else. Inspired by Grant, Surdak promptly remembered that Yibuqiang possessed 3 military daggers. These weapons, used by demons, were of decent quality. Thus, Surdak immediately proposed, I also have 3 military daggers used by demons. If these do not meet your expectations, I suppose we will have to consider that set of bronze armor instead. Without hesitation, Grant decisively declared, deal. Baron Terry Carnegie had come to the front lines of the forest not to forge friendships, but rather to procure military merits from individuals like Surdak. Yibuqiang silently criticized this in his mind. At that moment, Surdak unfastened the 3 military daggers, each over a meter in length, from Yibuqiang's waist and handed them to Grant, asking, may I try it on? Grant appeared quite generous, spreading his hands towards Surdak and replying, of course. Please feel free to make any modifications as necessary. We have skilled leather craftsmen who can make slight adjustments to the size. At that moment, Surdak remembered that it would be prudent to discuss this matter with Yibuqiang before making a decision, realizing he had acted rather hastily and recklessly. After all, the few unidentified magic crystals were still in Yibuqiang's possession. He glanced at Yibuqiang with a hint of unease and inquired, Surdak, what do you think of this set of beast leather armor? Yibuqiang looked at Surdak, speechless, feeling a bit embarrassed. Surdak rubbed his forehead and turned to Grant, saying, I apologize, please wait a moment. I need to discuss this privately with Surdak. Subsequently, he led Yibuqiang outside the tent, where they stood on the grass beside it. At this point, it was mostly Surdak who spoke incessantly, I believe this beast leather armor is quite good. When passing through the magical portal, it can perfectly evade taxes. And even if taken to the Green Empire, it is unlikely to depreciate. Most importantly, it is precisely what you need right now. Why not we purchase this set? Upon seeing Yibuqiang's gesture of agreement, Surdak joyfully pumped his fist and exclaimed, then it's settled. We shall buy it. Yibuqiang retrieved the 5 black magic cores from his pocket and handed them to Surdak. Huh, how do you have 5 black magic cores? Surdak asked, puzzled. Yibuqiang, somewhat exasperated, recalled that it had previously been mentioned that 5 evil spirits had been collected, but Surdak had simply not been paying attention. Such trivial matters did not warrant a debate. At this moment, Surdak finally grasped the situation and asked Yibuqiang, are you saying that the Earth Violent Bear killed 5 evil spirits in total, and you only brought back 4 evil spirit heads and 3 military daggers? Yibuqiang nodded. Then we can keep 1 black magic crystal. Seeing that their opinions were largely aligned, Surdak took Yibuqiang back into the tent, continuing, actually, this is quite splendid. I never considered you would have such a substantial income. Once we return to Halansa City, you could purchase a fine estate. Trust me. This is a venture with no risk, and it holds great value. Noticing Yibuqiang's gesture, Surdak shook his head vigorously. You mean to gift me the beast leather armor while we buy the bronze armor? That is entirely unnecessary. I am the captain of the 2nd Squad of the 6th Battalion. The standard armor I wear is of excellent quality. I do not require. When they emerged from the tent again, Yibuqiang was adorned with a precious set of beast leather armor that appeared quite fitting. The other transactions within the tent continued, but lodging followed the two out. He silently marveled at Grant's keen eye, recognizing that Surdak still possessed unidentified black magic crystals, which led to the procurement of the valuable beast leather armor, a mutually beneficial transaction that showcased his acumen as a remarkable merchant. The news of the Kimpato River battle wafted through the air, carried by the humid wind that offered no respite from the oppressive heat. Clothes soaked in sweat clung to skin, permeating the vicinity with a pungent odor. The blazing sun reddened the faces of passers-by, while vendors crouched beneath its rays, basking in the dual pleasure of a sweat bath and sunbathing. To express gratitude to Lajin, Surdak invited him to sit at a tavern in the marketplace. A warm smile adorned Lajin's face, his greasy visage radiating a subtle sense of self-satisfaction as he engaged in quiet conversation with Surdak. He was a shrewd businessman, meticulously calculating every transaction, yet this time he refrained from mentioning any commission for the sale of the evil spirit heads, treating it as a trivial matter. Yibuqiang had initially anticipated that donning such a heavy leather armor would be stifling. A stroll through the marketplace could potentially leave him completely overwhelmed by the heat, risking heatstroke. However, to his surprise, upon wearing the beast leather armor, a refreshing coolness emanated from the pants of the swamp crocodile armor, instantly alleviating much of the heat he felt, rendering him unaware of the sweltering environment. Reflecting on the steep price of the armor, he understood the necessity for its uniqueness. Even in daylight, the open-air tavern was bustling with patrons. Those seeking fortune had few entertainment options, making the tavern one of the rare places to pass time. Many enjoyed stopping by for a drink, where 10 copper coins would suffice for a mug of rich barley ale. He Buqiang approached the bar, purchasing 3 large, foam-topped mugs of ale, and spotted Surdak and Lajin at a vacant table in the corner. He maneuvered through the crowd, balancing the mugs. Soldiers from the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, drinking in the tavern, greeted Surdak warmly. As the newly appointed squad leader of the 4th Battalion, he had become somewhat renowned. Surdak's leadership in eliminating an evil spirit gate at Mount Gander had become a well-known tale among the regiment. Lajin eagerly tossed a few ice cubes into his cup and took a hearty sip, remarking to Surdak, "When I first arrived in the Warsaw realm with the 57th Regiment, you were just a young lad. I never imagined you would rise to the rank of squad leader." Surdak shared a reminiscent smile, his blue eyes reflecting nostalgia. "Indeed, those early days were quite arduous. I owe much to your support." It seemed every new recruit experienced an adjustment period. And it was during this time that Surdak and Lajin forged their friendship. Lajin chuckled proudly. "Why mention it? We are from the same hometown, after all. We ought to look out for one another." He Buqiang, however, was not fond of the slightly sour taste of the ale. Whenever he drank, he would be reminded of the flavors of Nyolan Mountain and fried peanuts, leading him to a quiet sigh. At that moment, the conversation from a neighboring table caught his attention. "Have you heard? There are significant movements expected around the Campeado River," one patron remarked. Strangely, amidst the bustling atmosphere, their voices were crystal clear. Another replied, "The Benna Legion is primarily stationed in the Handanar County, while the most elite Royal Construct Knights of the Green Empire are gathering at the Campeado River. If the supply line along the Campeado River is not secured, Duke Busman's Alex City will be isolated and helpless." The first patron, his back turned to He Buqiang, spoke in a low tone. "Do you think Prince Wales will succeed this time?" The other responded, "For the victory of the Campeado River battle. The grand decisive battle in Handanar County will likely be delayed for some time. The troops stationed at the border of Handanar County and Campeado County have already moved to the northern bank of the Campeado River." The patron, turning his back to He Buqiang, took a deep breath before speaking, dragging this out as acceptable in past planar wars. The auxiliary legions of priests and battle clerics from the temple managed to control casualties. Now, however, the temple has suddenly become a turtle retreating into its shell. These high-ranking officials probably have yet to grasp the current situation. The death toll is staggering, and all we have received recently are dire tidings. Another person chimed in. "What about Duke Bushman? That old fox claims his legion is scattered across various war zones in the Warsaw Plain, making it impossible to assemble them in the short term." He Buqiang, not wishing to eavesdrop on private conversations, raised his gaze and focused on Surdak and Lakin. The tavern server brought a platter of dried meat, a common accompaniment in outdoor taverns, though slightly too salty for his taste. Surdak inquired of Lakin, "Having been out for so long, when do you plan to return?" Lakin's wine glass was nearly empty, prompting He Buqiang to rush to the bar for 2 large cups. "What will happen to all these troops if our merchant convoy retreats? Duke Newman lacks a dedicated supply line. We merchants will have to hold out for a while longer." Lakin remarked, "As for you, once your military service is over, you should not linger here. Return swiftly to the Roland continent." Surdak chuckled, saying, "Of course. I want to remain here, and this time, little Dak will accompany me back. By the way, can you procure a teleportation pass?" Lakin was taken aback by Surdak's request for a teleportation pass and glanced at He Buqiang, asking, "For little Dak?" Surdak nodded. Lakin frowned, replying, "That item is quite expensive. Prepare your gold coins, and I will see what I can do." Recently, Surdak had made a small fortune hunting Tim Fish with the 2nd Squad, so he was less concerned about money. He assured Lakin, "Do not worry about this. I will find a way to gather the necessary funds." After taking a sip of his drink, Lakin added, "By the way, a new magical goods shop has opened on this street. If you have time, it might be wise to visit and purchase some emergency supplies. This battle at Mayun Ridge cannot be taken lightly. Making ample preparations is advisable." Surdak's eyes brightened, and he replied eagerly, "Very well. I will find a time to go with little Dak." In the makeshift market, the new magical goods shop was inviting. Upon entering the tent, they noticed a row of crystal balls on the wooden shelves, with several wands hanging from the overhead beam. As the tent flap was lifted, the pine wands swayed like wind chimes, yet produced no sound. The tent had excellent soundproofing, and inside, He Buqiang and Surdak could scarcely discern the din outside. The space within the tent was cramped, requiring care to avoid knocking over any valuable items. Shelves on either side displayed bundles of magical scrolls, various colors of magical ink, and thick stacks of magical parchment, among other items. Prominently displayed was a wooden sign inscribed with charcoal, "High prices paid for magical herbs." Beneath the sign were jars filled with magical herbs, their vibrant appearance striking, some even retaining their roots intact. He Buqiang, intrigued, leaned closer to examine the herbs more closely. At that moment, a thin, elderly man emerged silently from behind the shelves. Noticing He Buqiang's interest in the magical herbs, his fish-like eyes widened with excitement as he approached quickly. His face, lined with age and wrinkles, tilted upward as he grasped He Buiqiang's sleeve. His gaze filled with a mix of fear and hope. With a voice laced with earnestness, he said, "Brave warrior, do you happen to possess any of these magical herbs? I will pay a high price for any of them." He Buiqiang shook his head decisively. The hope in the old man's eyes extinguished. He ran a hand through his thinning hair, his gray eyes filled with disappointment as his enthusiasm rapidly waned. His once lively eyes transformed into lifeless orbs, revealing the whites. And he nasal voiced to Surdak, "So, you two are not here to sell magical herbs. Then, what is it that you wish to buy?" The condescending tone made one want to turn and leave, yet Surdak remained unfazed, smiling warmly at the elderly man. "Esteemed apothecary, we belong to the vanguard of the 57 Heavy Infantry Corps, soon to head to the Mayan ridge of Mount Gander. We have heard that certain magical herbs flourish in Gander Mountain, and we primarily wish to learn about the most common magical herbs found there and any pertinent details regarding their collection. Although I possess basic skinning skills, I am utterly clueless when it comes to gathering." Surdak's words immediately softened the old man's demeanor, easing the tension on his face. The elderly man grumbled, "Humph. I am no apothecary, so do not mislabel me. So, you are indeed heading to Gander Mountain? That is splendid." Seeing the shopkeeper's mood brighten, Surdak's smile became all the more amiable. "You wish to know which magical herbs are produced in Gander Mountain?" The old man inquired once more. At that moment, He Buiqiang noticed that the elder was clad in a tattered robe, stained by unknown dyes, its sleeves and collar frayed and worn, giving him a rather shabby appearance. The old man, engrossed in conversation with Surdak, seemed eager to discuss magical herbs, stating, "No one here knows these magical herbs better than I do. Allow me to elaborate. The most common herb in Gander Mountain is likely this silverleaf grass. I mention its commonality in comparison to other magical herbs. However, with the current scarcity of magical herbs, finding a single stalk of silverleaf grass is not an easy task. This herb shuns sunlight and typically grows in dry, shaded areas. Its most distinctive feature is its oval-shaped silver leaves." After listening to the eccentric old man ramble on about herbs for quite some time, Surdak managed to establish a rapport with him. He confidently patted his chest, promising that should they locate any magical herbs, they would certainly return to sell them here. This assurance greatly pleased the elderly man. At last, Surdak revealed the purpose of their visit. The vanguard of the infantry corps is heading to Gander Mountain primarily to clear a path for the rear's construct knights and to establish a camp beneath Mayan Ridge. Surdak spoke earnestly. "You can surely understand the dangers of such a task. However, it also grants us greater opportunities to encounter the magical herbs of this mountainous region. Therefore, we wish to purchase some practical emergency magical scrolls from you." The space within the magical grocery store's tent was quite cramped, barely accommodating 2 individuals. At that moment, someone outside attempted to enter, lifting the curtain only to discover the tent was packed with people. After uttering a few complaints, the gaunt old man inside paid them no mind, promptly lowering the entrance curtain and dismissing those outside. He then spoke with a serious demeanor. "Let me think. You are correct. The advance party certainly has the first opportunity to enter the mountains and gather magical herbs, significantly more than other troops. Do you have any suitable magical scrolls?" He turned and approached a shelf brimming with scrolls, swiftly retrieving a bundle and placing it on the counter. As he began to sift through the scrolls, he remarked, "Let me see. The selection is indeed quite limited." The old man furrowed his brow and returned the scrolls to their original place. "These won't do. These attack-type scrolls require at least an apprentice mage to wield. And these are not very useful either." Finally, he rummaged at the bottom of a shelf and produced 2 palm-sized magical scrolls. Addressing Surdak, "This fire ignition scroll allows you to ignite a campfire at any moment, though it may be unnecessary in the forest. You might want to prepare this water-gathering scroll, and this watchtower scroll seems rather useless as well." Surdak and He Buiqiang craned their necks, pondering how much such advanced scrolls might cost. The old man finally said, "This water-gathering scroll is worth 25 silver coins. But since you are seeking magical herbs in the mountains, you can take it for 20 silver coins." Surdak and He Buiqiang exchanged glances, seemingly willing to accept. Then, Surdak boldly inquired, "Do you have any healing potions?" "Healing potions? You are quite ambitious. Currently, magical herbs are in severely short supply, making these potions exceedingly precious in the market. I suggest you do not hold high hopes of acquiring any healing potions. At least, I do not have any. Since we are on the topic of potions, you may find these useful. I also have some bandages for bleeding. You may take a few." The gaunt old man sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Surdak, his expression rather contemptuous. Although he did not produce the healing potions Surdak desired, he did find 2 vials of green liquid from a corner of the shelf. He Buiqiang recognized this liquid. Surdak had previously possessed a vial of such a detoxification potion. Subsequently, the gaunt old man tossed Surdak a dirty roll of bandages and ushered them out of the tent. Outside the magical grocery store, a crowd had gathered, eager to see what lay within. As they noticed people exiting, They surged forward, only to be met by the old man's thin arm extending from the tent, placing a wooden sign reading "Closed" at the entrance. The would-be visitors exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Surdak and Hibokiang squeezed through the throng, discussing the precise time to reconvene the following day before Surdak returned to the military camp. The night before departure in the past month and a half, the influx of troops arriving at the forest camp gradually revitalized the previously desolate temporary marketplace outside. Numerous merchant caravans had astutely sensed the opportunity, converging from all directions to this verdant foothill. The white tents sprang up like mushrooms after rain, dotting the hillside. Upon returning to the merchant Lakin's campsite, Hibokiang was about to enter the tent when he spotted the curly-haired boy, Gabby, peeking out from another tent, grinning and making faces at him. Hibokiang approached, silently observing Gabby. The curly-haired boy gazed enviously at Hibokiang's beastskin armor, cheerfully exclaiming, "Zydak, your armor is truly splendid." Hibokiang leaned against the grass outside Gabby's tent, both watching the distant Dandelion Mountains. Beyond the sea of clouds, a golden sun was poised to set behind the peaks. Gabby lay back on the grass and asked, "Are you going into the mountains with Surdak tomorrow?" Hibokiang nodded. "Be careful on the way," Gabby cautioned. His face bore faint freckles, and when he smiled, his eyes squinted into narrow slits. He reached into the tent, retrieving a metal can and placing it in front of Hibokiang, saying, "I think you might need this." Hibokiang took it, feeling the weight in his hand. The thin metal box resembled. "This is canned meat," Gabby proudly declared. "Lakin treated me and Ulysses to it once. It was delicious." Hibokiang was astonished that this world even had canned goods. He felt it was worth tasting, regardless of its flavor. "Though it is a bit pricey, I can hardly afford more than a few cans with my monthly salary. However, it is quite convenient to carry." "Would you like a few?" Gabby asked. Hibokiang nodded, gesturing to inquire about the price. Gabby's eyes widened with joy and disbelief as he asked, "Are you really going to buy it?" "Honestly, I think bread and jerky are more economical." After repeatedly affirming his decision, Gabby scurried into the tent like a mouse, returning with several cans and presenting them to Hibokiang. "All right, you need not worry about logistics. There will be merchant caravans organizing supplies for the mountains." Hibokiang patted Gabby's shoulder, indicating that he wasn't too concerned about that. He then unfastened his money pouch from his waist, counting out the required silver coins to hand to Gabby. The goods belonged to Lakin, and Gabby usually sold them at his stall. Gabby diligently counted the coins. Having never learned arithmetic, he lined up the cans and placed coins in front of each one. Once filled, he took the coins, while Hibokiang collected the cans. Hibokiang packed 6 cans into his backpack, pushing the last one toward Gabby. "Are you giving this to me?" Gabby asked. Hibokiang nodded. "Oh, no, I cannot accept such a gift." Hibokiang did not force it upon him, but instead drew a dagger from his calf, slicing open the can's lid. To his surprise, it contained a whole piece of cooked beef. He attempted to cut a piece off and taste it. The meat was tender and flavorful, albeit with a peculiar spice. He then handed the open can and the dagger to Gabby, who stared wide-eyed, exclaiming with delight as he grabbed it, scooping a large piece into his mouth. "This pairs perfectly with roasted bread," he exclaimed. "I cannot fathom how the orcs managed to pack such a large piece of beef into a tin, and it preserves so well. I am incredibly envious of the orcs on the Pi Plateau. I have heard that when they roam the plains with their herds, their bags are filled with this. They eat camp meat as we do roasted bread. I truly envy the lives of those orcs." Listening to the incessant lamentations of the curly-haired lad, Hibokiang retreated to his tent. Recently, lodging had received a plethora of merchandise, making the tent feel even more cramped, with even oilskin packages crowding beneath the bed. Hibokiang sat on the bed, emptied his coin pouch, and amidst the clinking sounds, a heap of silver coins mingled with copper coins, gold coins, and 3 magic crystals the size of pigeon eggs emerged. This constituted his entire fortune. Tomorrow he would need to pay the blacksmith for the modification of his Roman sword, which would cost him over 80 silver coins, leaving him with even fewer. Hibokiang selected 4 gold coins from the pile. These were his share from the spoils sold by the second squad. According to Red Sock, this amount equated to nearly half a year's military pay. Given the substantial denomination of the gold coins, silver coins and loose copper coins served as the primary circulating currency. Contemplating his impending departure from the logging camp, Hibokiang suddenly felt an urge to stroll through the marketplace once more. He meticulously sorted the coins back into his pouch, the sound of clinking providing him with a sense of security as he shook it in his hand. Stepping out of the tent, the hulking Ulysses had already awakened, clutching an iron rod and seated on a wooden rack outside the tent. His primary duty was to keep watch at night to prevent vagabonds and thieves from pilfering lodging's goods. Hibokiang waved at Ulysses, who, in his hearty voice, inquired, "Little Dak, where are you headed so late?" Hibokiang pointed towards the marketplace and strode out. The sky gradually darkened, and stars twinkled into view. Soldiers from the military camp returned in succession, rendering the street quieter. Torches made of resin were lit in the marketplace, and some stalls were adorned with colorful magical street lamps. Qiang walked past each stall, pausing to peruse the magic cores displayed. The stall owners attempted to engage him in conversation, but found this young gambler of magic cores to be taciturn. He would purchase any selected cores as long as the price was not exorbitant. However, they observed that he would simply pocket the chosen magic core without ever opening any of them, leaving in silence. After wandering the marketplace extensively, Qiang realized he had unknowingly acquired 8 level 1 magic cores. He had spent all 80 silver coins and even depleted the 4 gold coins pressed in his pack. At a street stall, he noticed small files for sale and casually spent 5 silver coins to procure one. Upon returning to his tent, he discovered that only a handful of copper coins remained in his pouch, as the gold and silver coins had all transformed into 8 small magic cores. Sitting at the entrance of the tent, he used the faint glow of the street lamps outside to file away the hard exterior of the magic cores. The outer shells were quite tough, requiring considerable effort to peel away layer by layer. After filing away dozens of times, he was astonished to uncover crystalline shards within, resembling fragments of diamonds. As the magic core was opened, tiny crystalline fragments, akin to grains of rice, scattered into Qiang's hands. Qiang was momentarily taken aback, staring at the minuscule magic crystals, astonished that the first core yielded a mere collection of not particularly valuable fragments. These shards were too small to fetch a reasonable price and could only be ground into powder for use as an ingredient in magical ink. The next 5 level 1 magic cores similarly yielded only fragmentary magic crystals, 4 of which were as fine as sand, while only 2 exhibited a more substantial crystalline structure, rendering those fragments slightly more valuable. Each of the 8 magic crystals emanated a faint magical aura. After grinding them, Qiang discerned that not all magic cores radiating magical energy contained genuine magic crystals. Many merely held some diminutive fragments. With a hint of resignation, he filed open the last 2 slightly larger magic cores, revealing crystals that resembled longan grapes. He sighed in relief, concluding that the first 6 cores had yielded a mere break-even, while the last 2 had provided a slight profit. 73. Onward to Mayan Ridge, the morning sun streamed through the tent flap, casting a narrow white line on the ground, resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at Qiang's face, prompting him to hastily cover his head with a blanket. Awakening amidst perspiration and heat, he threw off the blanket and lay in bed, gasping for breath. A cacophony of sounds emanated from outside, startling Qiang into sitting upright, reminding him that he needed to rush to the blacksmith to retrieve the modified Roman sword. 3,000 heavy infantrymen simultaneously set forth for Mayan Ridge, a joint operation involving the 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment and its brother regiment, the 58th. Although they were heavy infantry, their tasks resembled those typically assigned to logistic militia grimy work. The 2 regiments were tasked with establishing a thoroughfare through the forest between the logging camp and Mayan Ridge, capable of accommodating 16 warhorses side by side. Both the heavy cavalry regiment that trained daily at the logging camp and the assembled night regiment en route to the camp required a clear path to maximize their cavalry's advantages. Due to the delay of the logistic militia under Duke Newman, the commander of the Mayan Ridge campaign, Marquis Grover Newman, commanded Earl Mondgosper to collaborate with Earl Eustace Constable of the 58th Heavy Infantry Regiment in clearing the forest path. Thus, the 2 earls led their respective battalions of 1,500 heavy infantrymen toward Mayan Ridge to complete the task within the deadline. The regiments could not advance methodically from the logging camp to Mayan Ridge, as this would fail to leverage their numerical superiority. Marquis Grover believed that dividing the 2 heavy infantry regiments into 10 construction units spread across the path would be the most effective strategy. Although this audacious plan incited Earl Mondgosper to return to his tent, cursing Grover and all his kin, including Duke Newman himself, he could not evade the responsibility of the task and had to face it head-on. Having been stationed at the logging camp for nearly half a year, Earl Mondgosper possessed a better understanding of the terrain. Consequently, when the routes were assigned, Earl Eustace Constable received the relatively safer front half of the forest path, while Mondgosper was tasked with the rear half closer to Mayan Ridge. Qiang yawned as he emerged from the tent, stretching on the grass outside while gazing at the military camp at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, a significant portion of the camp had been dismantled. Tents were neatly folded and carried on the soldiers' backs, leaving a wide expanse of bare ground, littered with various excavated pits and scattered wooden frames. Some white cloth strips tied to the frames fluttered in the breeze, reminiscent of courtesans beckoning to the onlooking cavalrymen with their snowy arms. Surdak and the 2nd Squad found themselves amidst the ranks of the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment. Their team had prepared meticulously, rising early to dismantle their tents, which were carried by Red Socks and Big Beard, while the supplies were distributed evenly among each soldier. Ahead, the regiment had already reached the foot of the mountains, 2 kilometers away, and it was finally the turn of Surdak's 2nd Squad to join the procession. As they passed through the makeshift market on the slope, the hillside was teeming with spectators. The supply convoy for the grain merchants would depart from this very spot the following day, trailing behind the heavily armored infantry into the mountains. Rather than rejoicing in this mundane journey, the crowd on the hillside appeared animated. Largely because only through the outbreak of war could these merchants find opportunities for trade. Regardless of victory or defeat, a portion of individuals would ultimately profit. The most dreaded scenario was a silent, stagnant garrison for a year or two without any combat, leading to the merchant's eventual bankruptcy. Spotting Yibuqiang standing out distinctly in the crowd, Surdak waved vigorously at him. Yibuqiang's backpack was entirely covered by a robust dwarven chain shield, and at his waist hung a hefty Roman sword. The thick blade made the sword appear somewhat blunt. With a perfectly arched tip, the copper-colored edge gleamed brilliantly. A testament to the blacksmith's superior craftsmanship, which not only elongated the blade but also skillfully balanced its weight, creating an aesthetically pleasing curve. However, the cost of such a refined Roman sword was also quite substantial, and, unfortunately for Yibuqiang, he was out of funds. He had spent all his money the previous night, left with only 5 magic crystal stones and a small pouch of crystal fragments. Fortunately, the blacksmith was a good-natured man who assisted Yibuqiang in finding a merchant who purchased magic crystal fragments, allowing him to exchange them for 5 gold coins. Enabling him to settle his bill with the blacksmith, Yibuqiang squeezed through the crowd, and Red Sox paused for a moment, allowing him to join the marching formation. Surrounded by the soldiers of the 4th Squad, this situation was not new to them. No one voiced any discontent. And thus the auxiliary member Yibuqiang once again became part of the expedition. Big Beard, following closely behind Red Sox, noticed Yibuqiang clad in exquisite leather armor. This ranger, a graduate of the Serious Warrior Academy, recognized the uniqueness of the armor and expressed his astonishment in a hushed tone. "Hey, Surdak, where did you get such impressive heavy leather armor? It's really cool." He admired the dwarven chain shield, crafted from fine iron brought over from the dwarven realm, remarking on its substantial weight. "Wow, it seems you're well prepared. Those hard wooden shields wrapped in iron can withstand the bites of hyenas but not the piercing strikes of malevolent spirits. This shield could." Surdak, leading the front of the line, sternly interjected, "Silence. No one will mistake you for a mute if you refrain from speaking. Be cautious of the enforcer's whips." The young Big Beard, startled, quickly lowered his head and continued on. Baron Sidney rode atop an ancient horse, leading the 4th Squad. Ever mindful of his appearance, he donned refined magical rune armor, and as they passed the market slope, some in the crowd even cheered for him. The soldiers of the 2nd Squad, filled with enthusiasm, followed the 57 Regiment into the heart of the Canner Mountains. Upon entering the forest, the 57 Heavy Infantry Regiment and their brother regiment split into 2 paths towards the Moyen Ridge. The heat was unbearable, and within just a few steps, the linen shirt clung to the skin, soaked through. The humidity in the mountains was oppressive, dense fog rolled in, and the warm breeze carried a hint of rain. The distant landscape was shrouded in a gray haze, with the plaintive cries of mountain cats echoing from dozens of feet away, invisible yet palpable. Once in the Canner Mountains, it became apparent that the path here was far less navigable than that of the forest. In truth, there was hardly any path at all. The leading squad had to forcefully clear the obstructing thickets and underbrush with machetes, carving a path for the larger forces behind them. As they traversed the undulating mountains, the ridges were steep and jagged, with sudden fractures leading to rocky chasms below. The sides were cloaked in dense shrubbery, entwined with thorny vines and brambles, creating an impenetrable barrier. Occasionally, they encountered cliff walls, necessitating navigation along precarious mountain paths, with sheer cliffs on one side and deep ravines on the other. The narrow passage was crowded with soldiers of the Heavy Infantry Regiment, making movement forward or backward nearly impossible. The mountain trails proved far more arduous than anticipated. A 5-man scout team managed to navigate through the craggy cliffs with relative ease, but when the larger group became congested, even a slight delay from those at the front would ripple back, causing significant bottlenecks. Red Sox unfastened his water flask from his waist, took a sip, and offered it to Yibuqiang, saying, "Conserve your drink. We have no idea how long we'll be waiting on this path. This wretched weather, despite the humidity, leaves one parched." Yibuqiang patted his copper flask, indicating it was still quite full. Yibuqiang chopped a section of bamboo from the cliffside, skillfully whittling it down to create a smooth cane, which he placed beneath Red Sox's heavy backpack. This way, Red Sox wouldn't have to unload his burdensome pack. He could lean against the cliff and rest comfortably with the support of the bamboo. Thus, even if the squad moved forward suddenly, he could simply rise and continue without preparation. "Your ideas are always clever," Red Sox praised Yibuqiang. Approaching the cliff's edge, Yibuqiang noticed the dense forest below. A misstep could lead to a tumble, not fatal but ensnared by thorny branches, making it exceedingly difficult to climb back up. The path was muddy. As the soldiers trampled the wild grass, water seeped up, soaking their boots. Half of the soldiers in the 2nd Squad carried machetes, while the other half wielded axes, all working to carve a path suitable for cavalry through the gentle slopes. The sound of jingling bells emerged from the fog, and soon Baron Sidney rode up from behind. prompting the soldiers to press themselves against the cliff to allow him passage as he sought to ascertain the situation ahead. Shortly thereafter, the command from the Earl arrived. The infantry regiment would camp for the night. The narrow mountain path offered no space for tents, but fortunately, following a recent fervor in hunting red-eyed hyenas, Surdak had equipped each soldier of the second squad with a sleeping bag made of hyena hide. This durable leather was highly water-resistant, ensuring that even when laid down on the sodden ground, it remained dry. Red Sox unloaded his large backpack and spread out his sleeping bag on the narrow path, securing it to the vines protruding from the cliff to prevent any nighttime tumbles. The other squad members looked on enviously at the second squad's luxurious hyena hide sleeping bags. He Buqiang had a restless night, plagued by insomnia. Just as he finally succumbed to a fleeting slumber, he was abruptly roused by the shout of Red Sox. Gazing at the starry sky, he felt disoriented. Commands echoed ahead, signaling readiness for departure. Red Sox explained that Surdak had distributed baked flatbreads to each member of the squad, accompanied by cool water from their canteens, which sufficed as breakfast. As dawn broke, the warriors of the second squad were already on their way. Traversing a narrow mountain path, they encountered clear signs of conflict. The metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, while the casualty status of the infantry regiment remained unknown. 3 decapitated and skinned demon corpses hung from the treetops on one side of the ravine, their once vibrant purple blood now dried, their bodies marred by countless wounds. It was uncertain what cost the preceding squad had paid to eliminate these 3 fiends. Upon exiting the perilous terrain, the group plunged into the endless green expanse of the forest, rife with venomous insects, giant serpents, and toxic plants. The most effective defense against these dangers was to arm themselves completely from head to toe. The burly Kager captured a massive python, which he then cleaved into 3 sections with his axe. The severed head continued to lash out in defiance until Augustus, seizing the moment, thrust his Pagliolo spear into the creature's skull, pinning it firmly to the ground, thus concluding the struggle. Consequently, this 5-meter-long serpent, as thick as a man's arm, naturally became the second squad's dinner. From a distance, He Buqiang could discern the majestic Mount Mayan, the highest peak in the eastern Gander mountain range. The demons had established their stronghold atop this mountain, aiming to leverage its formidable terrain to weather their impending vulnerabilities. They awaited the sequential opening of the demon gates within the mountain, through which they would surge into Mayan, constructing a fortified base that would firmly anchor the Duke Newman's legion along the western front. Without a strategy to eradicate the demon forces on Mayan, the Benna Legion's units stationed in the western defense of Handanar County would be irrevocably pinned down. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment had traversed the mountain forest for 3 consecutive days before finally reaching the periphery of the area designated for the clearing of forest paths. According to Count Montgosber's plan, the 5 battalions of the 57th were to split, each responsible for a segment of the path-clearing task. The 4th Battalion was assigned to the area closest to Mayun, reputed to frequently encounter demon scout teams, making it the most perilous assignment among all infantry battalions. Baron Sidney, mounted on his noble steed, led the 4th Battalion away from the main force with his chin held high, exuding an air of confidence that dismissed the threats posed by the demons atop Mayun. The veterans of the 4th Battalion followed behind the Baron, their expressions grim as they ventured toward the distant Mayan. In truth, Count Montgosber faced his own dilemmas. The 57th Heavy Infantry Regiment, comprising approximately 500 armored soldiers, was divided into 5 battalions. Among these, 3 belonged to the direct command of Count Mond, specifically the 1st, 2nd, and 4th battalions, while the 3rd was a motley assembly of retainers from various minor lords within the Count's domain. The 5th battalion was even more heterogeneous, consisting of logistics personnel and young nobles of dubious backgrounds, all eager to complete their service and return home to inherit their estates. Among these young nobles, some were willing to invest personal wealth to privately procure military accolades, seeking to embellish their military careers. The leaders of the 1st and 2nd battalions were esteemed officers whom Count Mond relied upon greatly, while Baron Sidney's position as battalion leader was significantly bolstered by his connections. Despite his youth and arrogance, Sidney was a remarkably capable commander, though his military experience had yet to refine his rough edges, making him appear somewhat unconventional. When assigning the task of clearing the forest paths, Count Mond's primary desire was to place the 3rd Battalion at the foot of Mayan, allowing this ragtag unit to bear the brunt of the demon's wrath, thereby conserving his own strength. However, if he were to take such an action, it would irreparably tarnish his reputation. In times of advantage, he would readily deploy his elite troops for tasks such as battlefield cleanup or escort missions. Yet in moments of difficulty, he would thrust the makeshift army into danger. While tolerable once or twice, repeated occurrences would inevitably lead to discontent among the minor lords, eroding their loyalty. Thus, despite knowing the peril that lay closer to Mayan, Count Mond had no choice but to place one of his own battalions at the forefront. Not long ago, The 4th Battalion had stumbled into a trap set by indigenous peoples in a mountain hollow, nearly suffering total annihilation. Recently, however, they had not only replenished their ranks with new soldiers, but had also received comparatively lighter tasks assigned by the regiment, which Baron Sidney had executed with remarkable flair. Consequently, during this allocation of tasks, Count Mond was compelled to position Baron Sidney at the forefront. Before the Baron set off, Count Mond summoned him for a private council, imparting cautionary advice that essentially boiled down to exercising prudence, avoiding reckless ambition, and remaining vigilant against surprise attacks by the demons. Under such circumstances, Baron Sidney led the 4th Battalion toward Moyun. In truth, Baron Sidney possessed a degree of competence. Otherwise, Count Mond would not have chosen to favor him among many. However, his prior disdain for the indigenous people of Handanar had led him to underestimate the dangers during the operation against the indigenous hunters, resulting in his reckless fall into a trap. This time, the stakes were different, as the adversaries were the demons of Moyun, prompting Baron Sidney to approach the situation with heightened caution. The 4th Battalion, under Sidney's command, comprised over half-seasoned veterans, all of whom had prior combat experience against demons. Consequently, they dispatched numerous scout teams to assess their surroundings as they progressed. Surdak's 2nd Squad emerged as the standout star among the 4th Battalion, having recently accomplished the remarkable feat of locating the missing Pajir swordsman in the mountains, and subsequently collaborating with the renowned swordsman to eliminate a demon gate, garnering commendation from Count Mond. Thus, it was no surprise that the 2nd Squad was designated as the reconnaissance unit of the vanguard, tasked with reaching the foot of Moyun first to investigate the situation there. Upon receiving the assignment from Baron Sidney, Captain Surdak took a minimal map and, accompanied by 13 warriors, plunged into the verdant sea of the forest. Perhaps due to the demons' occupation of Moyun, the closer they drew to the mountain, the more challenging it became to spot the lurking beasts within the thicket. In times past, one might have glimpsed a few beasts of the wilds from afar amidst the mountains. However, these creatures were not without their own cunning, and upon sighting a substantial contingent of human warriors, they would refrain from launching suicidal assaults. Those beasts endowed with a modicum of intelligence were even more adept at evading peril. Yet, upon drawing near to the Mount Cloud Ridge, it became evident that not only were the demonic beasts scarce, but even the smaller denizens of the forest were far fewer in number than elsewhere. The 2nd Squad unearthed a colossal skeleton at the foot of a mountain in Mount Cloud Ridge. It was the skeletal remains of a mountain howler beast, its immense size rivaling that of a thunderous rhinoceros. It appeared that this mountain howler beast had likely been the master of Mount Cloud Ridge, and though it seemed to have advanced to a third-order demonic beast, it could not escape the fate of being slaughtered by the fiends. The mountain howler beast's skull was shattered into fragments scattered across the woodland, its body devoured by the fiends, leaving behind a field of bones strewn across the hillside. The woodland was ravaged, resembling the aftermath of a wild buffalo stampede, with many trees uprooted or snapped in two, and bloodstains marking the landscape. Witnessing the devastation within the woodland, Surdak raised his hand, signaling the 2nd Squad to halt their advance any further, and they risked entering the fiendish legion's line of sight. Currently, the 2nd Squad was ill-equipped to engage the fiends. Upon detecting their presence, their options were either a swift retreat or concealment. Just then, a bear, who had been trailing behind the squad, approached Surdak. Surdak and a bear often conferred, and even a mere glance from a bear could convey his intentions. "Are you suggesting we deploy a sentry scroll here?" Surdak inquired. A bear nodded in affirmation. The sentry scrolls, once deemed worthless by the gaunt old man at the Magic Emporium, had been purchased by a bear on a whim. Little did anyone anticipate that this mountain expedition would entail such a perilous reconnaissance mission. Though activating a sentry scroll would mean parting with a handful of silver coins, no one would dare hoard such an item in these dire circumstances. With the 2nd Squad on full alert, a bear ventured into the heart of the mountain howler beast's skeletal remains. There, amidst the ribcage, which resembled a house in size, lay the sturdy ribs like the bars of a cage. A bear inserted a wand-like magical artifact into the center of the ribcage and promptly retreated. "Finished?" Surdak questioned. A bear nodded once more. "Lads, let's withdraw," Surdak urged. The area was rife with fiendish footprints, and he had no intention of following their trail. The fiends seemed ill-suited for traversing mountainous terrain, their cumbersome bodies leaving behind a clear trail of footprints in the woodland. Besides tracking the movements of the fiendish patrols in the area, the 2nd Squad's mission was to locate a suitable campsite in preparation for the cavalry regiment's subsequent entry into Mount Cloud Ridge. The task of the 2nd Squad was to reconnoiter the movements of the fiends in Mount Cloud Ridge and to find a suitable campsite at the foot of the mountain for the main force, thus preventing the infantry regiment from encountering the fiends while clearing the forest path. Baron Sidney had meticulously delineated the patrol areas for each squad on a simple parchment map. Surdak's squad was responsible for reconnaissance and surveillance in the southwest of Mount Cloud Ridge, less than 5 kilometers from the main force clearing the forest path. However, The rugged terrain of the mountains, with its ravines and valleys, made the mountain path exceedingly difficult to traverse. The 4th Battalion had wisely chosen to avoid this complex area when clearing the forest path. The 2nd Squad could not afford to wander aimlessly through this perilous woodland, as they would be unable to escape if they encountered the fiends. Cinnamon twigs possessed a pungent aroma that the fiends detested. This discovery had been made by a scout in Duke Ryan's Bushman Legion and was now widely employed by reconnaissance soldiers. However, cinnamon twigs were not easy to come by. Cinnamon groves were rare in the woodlands of Mount Gandair. The warriors of the 2nd Squad were fortunate that Augustus stumbled upon a cinnamon tree while passing through a woodland. As a result, each member of the squad donned a layer of cinnamon twigs as camouflage. A bear reclined in the grass on the slope, with 2 recruits lying beside him, their eyes fixed on the situation below the slope. Below the slope was a narrow exit. After reconnaissance by the squad members, it was determined that this was the only way to enter Mount Cloud Ridge in this area. Soldak decided that the 2nd Squad would conceal themselves here to monitor the movements of the fiends in Mount Cloud Ridge. Soldak divided the warriors into 3 groups. Soldak, a bear, and 2 recruits formed the first group. Red Socks, Big Beard, Augustus, and a fellow villager formed the second group. The remaining 5 warriors formed the third group. The 3 groups formed a cross-surveillance network in the area. Although dense forests surrounded them, they could still communicate with each other from their positions on the hilltop. A 3-meter-long pine-striped crested iguana darted past the grass below the slope, scurrying away from Mount Cloud Ridge. The pine-striped crested iguana was a rare species of low-level demonic beast, renowned for its stone skin ability, which allowed it to resemble a rock in appearance and texture. Moreover, this iguana possessed exceptional endurance, able to remain hidden in rock crevices for up to half a month without food or water, like a large rock wedged in a crevice. This iguana was not aggressive but possessed venomous teeth, which it used to hunt small woodland creatures. Unexpectedly, even this iguana, known for its camouflage and concealment, was now fleeing Mount Cloud Ridge. The iguana skin of the pine-striped crested iguana was highly sought after by the petty lords of the Grin Empire. As such, this docile iguana was considered a rare and coveted prey by many adventure groups. Its appearance in the 2nd Squad's line of sight caused a stir among the warriors of the 2nd group. Augustus, on the distant hillside, signaled Soldak, requesting permission to hunt the crested iguana. Soldak considered the request carefully, recognizing it as a rare opportunity. He decided to seize it, leaving 2 recruits on the hillside to keep watch and warn them of any approaching fiends. He then pulled a bear and ran down the hillside. The pine-striped crested iguana seemed to possess a premonition of danger. As soon as it detected the slightest movement on the hillside, it bolted towards a pile of rocks hundreds of meters away. Despite its size, it was not clumsy when running, its 4 legs propelling it forward like a land-based canoe. With each powerful stride, its body surged forward. Soldak had not anticipated that the iguana would be so alert. By the time a bear reached the bottom of the hillside, the iguana had already disappeared into the pile of rocks. At this point, Augustus, Red Socks, Big Beard, and the others ran over from the other side of the hill. Having witnessed the iguana disappear into the pile of rocks, they converged on it. Red Socks and Big Beard, armed with alloy bows, guarded the east and west sides of the pile of rocks. If the pine-striped crested iguana emerged from the pile, it would be within their range. Given its size, the iguana would have difficulty evading the arrows of the 2 amateur archers. However, after a thorough search of the pile of rocks, the most embarrassing thing occurred. The giant lizard had vanished without a trace. Sordak spat upon a massive boulder and instructed his 4 warriors. Augustus, gripping the Paglione spear, was the first to leap onto the stone, thrusting his spear towards a protruding rock, the tip embedding itself into the cliffside. Sparks flew as a chunk of rock shattered. Yet it was not the elusive, spiny-headed lizard. Augustus shouted, "Red Socks, we need to mark this one, not the other." Indeed, if they could not find the spiny-headed lizard hidden among the rubble, the most effective method would be a thorough search, systematically eliminating the nearby stones. Hibuchiang followed closely behind Sordak, ready to strike the boulder with his Roman sword, but Sordak swiftly intervened. "Have you lost your mind? You cannot use your newly forged sword like that. Do you still want the blade intact? Red Socks, fetch your axe." "Captain," but Red Socks protested, resembling a wilted vegetable as he stood beside the rock. "What else is there? If you break the blade, you can just get another back at camp." Sordak glared. "Yes, Captain." Red Socks quickly replied, standing tall. Bang, bang, bang. The white granite in this strewn pile was sparse. A single blow to a stone could reveal if it was the spiny-headed lizard. Each shattered rock was marked, and within 15 minutes, nearly half of the stones bore a blackened mark. Hibuchiang straddled 2 stones, mottled with color and adorned with patches of moss, rubbing his sore shoulders. The wooden handle of his axe bore cracks from the powerful recoil, and the axe head was utterly ruined. Having recently advanced, he was still adjusting to his newfound strength. And now, with all his might swinging the axe, it had become unrecognizable, resembling more of a hammer. As Hibuchiang struck a nearby boulder, He felt the ground tremble beneath him. Upon closer inspection, a faint magical aura emanated from the rock. He had unwittingly stepped on the head of the spiny-headed lizard. The creature's once vibrant patterns had vanished, its skin blending seamlessly with the surrounding rock, even its mottled markings indistinguishable. Realizing this, He-Bui-Chiang refrained from startling the lizard and signaled for his team to gather closer. Augustus, nearest to He-Bui-Chiang, approached, spear in hand, asking, "What's the matter?" "Little Dak?" He-Bui-Chiang pointed at the peculiar stone beneath him, prompting Augustus to observe the unusual sight. With a firm grip, Augustus raised his spear high, summoning all his strength to plunge it into the rock beneath He-Bui-Chiang's feet. Sparks flew, and fragments scattered, revealing flesh within the layers, a clear sign of the lizard. However, Augustus's strength was limited. His thrust landed on the lizard's back, fully embedding the spear, yet failing to inflict substantial harm. The boulder beneath He-Bui-Chiang suddenly rolled, and he lost his balance, teetering backward. The lizard's enormous maw, lined with venomous fangs, opened wide, aiming directly for He-Bui-Chiang's left foot. In a split second, He-Bui-Chiang instinctively hurled his axe at the lizard, the head striking its jaws. The creature bit down, severing the axe head cleanly, and with a fierce shake, it snapped the handle in two, its mouth gaping once more toward He-Bui-Chiang. Augustus, witnessing He-Bui-Chiang's peril, leaped onto the lizard's back, gripping the spear tightly to restrain it. This timely intervention allowed He-Bui-Chiang to narrowly escape the lizard's attack. Surdak rushed in, his sword swinging down upon the lizard's head, delivering a powerful blow that sent it reeling. He plunged his knightly sword into the exposed belly of the beast. While slashing would have been futile, a thrust pierced through its hardened skin, penetrating its chest and heart. Surdak was quick to withdraw his sword as the lizard bled profusely, attempting to retreat into the crevices of the rocks. Unfortunately for it, its size rendered such escape impossible, and the wounds it sustained bled heavily, staining its back crimson. The color of its petrified skin began to fade, revealing ordinary lizard scales beneath. Surdak pursued, driving his sword into the lizard's skull, pinning it to the ground. He-Bui-Chiang, having regained his footing, helped Augustus up from the boulder where he had fallen, disoriented. Surdak coldly tossed the Paglione's spear back to Augustus, who had also been caught off guard by the swift conclusion of the battle. Red Sox and the bearded warrior rushed over, astonished that the fight had ended so quickly. Red Sox lamented the destruction of his axe handle, now reduced to splinters, while the axe head lay crushed in the lizard's jaws, resembling a piece of battered scrap metal. Surdak wasted no time waiting for the lizard to perish, drawing a brand-new golden-handled skinning knife from his waist. This exquisite knife had cost him a gold and 50 silver pieces, rumored to contain lapis lazuli, preventing it from dulling. Yet, the truth remained that all skinning knives required sharpness for effective use. He-Bui-Chiang, however, halted Surdak's actions, signaling for him to wait. "What is it, little Dak?" Surdak inquired. "Perhaps we should drag this spiny-headed lizard into the woods. It might not be safe here, it's too large to move. Let us just dispose of it here." He-Bui-Chiang replied, grabbing his axe and methodically severing the lizard's bloodied head. "Who would have thought? Little Dak can be quite ruthless." Augustus remarked. "What do you think has gotten into him, Captain?" Silence. At that moment, He-Bui-Chiang extracted a magical core from the cranium of the giant lizard and casually tossed it to the bearded man nearby. He then carried the bloodied lizard head to a flat patch of grass. From his belongings, he produced 4 small ceramic bowls, positioning them at the 4 cardinal points. He filled these bowls with a gray powder before placing the lizard's head at the center of the bowls. Standing before the lizard's skull, he turned and beckoned to Surdak. Without hesitation, Surdak approached, but halted just outside the circle of bowls. He-Bui-Chiang stood at the heart of the ritual, his hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed. With no further movement, unlike the grand wizards who would perform elaborate dances, an ethereal figure of a 2-meter-tall demon materialized silently before him. Its smiling visage turned towards He-Bui-Chiang. Without a moment's hesitation, He-Bui-Chiang offered the lizard's head as a sacrifice to the dual-faced deity, which represented the angelic side and emitted a faint glow from its eyes. In his heart, He-Bui-Chiang whispered, "I have truth." He then gestured towards Surdak, and a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Surdak in an instant, though this spectacle was merely a visual manifestation to those around them. For He-Bui-Chiang, the magical effects were more direct. He observed countless particles of energy cascading from the beam, entering Surdak's body. Around Surdak's eyes, golden magical runes materialized, forming a complex array that quickly vanished into Surdak's vision. Others seemed oblivious to this wondrous transformation. Yet Surdak stared in disbelief at his hands, his eyes wide with astonishment, before casting a curious glance at those around him. He-Bui-Chiang was eager to inquire about the peculiar sights Surdak was experiencing under the influence of the Eye of Truth. This ability allowed one to perceive the laws of this dimension, briefly grasping the rules governing the world. The Archmage Inoyatilo was known for dissecting magical beasts under the effect of the Eye of Truth, maximizing the retention of the precious natural magic patterns within their bodies. This was particularly crucial for beast hides, as many possessed excellent magical conductivity, making them ideal materials for crafting magical constructs. The integrity of the leather significantly influenced the success rate of inscriptionists. The more intact the hide, the higher the likelihood of successful creation. Thus, it was precisely for this reason that He Buqiang had granted Surdak the Eye of Truth during the skinning process, which required a small ritual. Surdak, still acclimating to his extraordinary transformation, approached the corpse of the lizard without asking He Buqiang what to do. With a swift motion of his knife, he effortlessly peeled the lizard's skin away as if it were a garment, his fluid movements a visual delight to onlookers. He skillfully removed the lizard's hide, though he regretted not taking the head skin as well. A nearly flawless lizard hide lay upon the ground as the bearded man retrieved some salt from his pocket, promptly using it to cure the hide while it was still moist, ensuring it wouldn't become rigid upon drying. Surdak cleaned the grease and blood from his skinning knife, sheathed it, and looked at He Buqiang, who lay on the grassy slope, and asked, "Is this what you learned from the Archmage Inoyatila in the native village these past few days?" He Buqiang, resting with his hands behind his head and a piece of flatbread in his mouth, nodded in acknowledgement. "Are there any special conditions required?" Surdak inquired, his curiosity piqued. The other members of the second team regarded He Buqiang with eager anticipation. He Buqiang nodded again before sitting up, picking a blade of grass, and inscribing 2 words in the soil, ritual and sacrifice. "So, the extraordinary ability you just conferred upon me was due to the simple altar and the sacrifice of the lizard's head?" Surdak asked, to which He Buqiang affirmed with another nod. Surdak continued, "If we had sufficient sacrifices, could you beseech divine blessings for all of us? Is there a limit to this? Or would it deplete your strength?" He Buqiang first nodded, then shook his head. For a water element support mage, casting enhancement spells merely required a simple incantation and a modicum of magical energy. However, for He Buqiang, offering magical-grade sacrifices was necessary to exchange for the 6 abilities: Divine Body, Eye of Truth, Blessing Shield, Whispers of Death, Withering of Death, and Burning Life. Therefore, to acquire any one of these powers, a certain price must be paid. Surdak clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? We need to find more of these lizards. It's a shame we can't venture over to the river valley. But if we could capture a batch of Tim fish, wouldn't that grant each of us the powerful, mysterious strength of the native hunters?" He Buqiang vigorously shook his head, indicating that it was impossible for him to bestow such formidable power upon everyone. In truth, during the confrontation with the Bahalai swordsman to dismantle the Valley of the Evil Spirits, the Archmage Inoyatila had implanted the black-patterned demon skin into 3 native hunters using the Eye of Truth, thus granting them immense strength temporarily. The black-patterned skin, stripped from the demon, was transferred to the hunters. Unfortunately, the 3 hunters' bodies could not withstand the overwhelming power of the implantation, necessitating that Inoyatila invoke the blessing of the divine body during the ritual to protect them from exploding due to the infused strength. Inoyatila had informed He Buqiang that the art of implantation was a complex discipline requiring not only unique insights into the skinning technique, but also an understanding of the characteristics of each magic pattern. Most bearers were suited only for specific natural magic patterns, and if the attributes of the bearer and the magic skin were incompatible, a powerful bearer could cause the implantation to fail. If the skin possessed greater power, the bearer risked a fatal explosion. Inoyatila's understanding of implantation was rudimentary, and he advised He Buqiang that mastering the art of magic pattern implantation required not only exceptional skinning skills but also extensive knowledge of magic patterns. It was precisely due to He Buqiang's lack of expertise in skinning that he had utilized the Eye of Truth on Surdak. In fact, even if he applied the Eye of Truth to himself, he might not be able to remove the lizard's skin in its entirety. Seeing He Buqiang shake his head, Surdak settled for a compromise, stating, "Even if we cannot gain such immense power, securing some blessings should still be possible, right?" He nodded in affirmation this time. Having participated in the Battle of Meersborg in the Warsaw Plain, Surdak officially metamorphosed from a raw recruit into a valiant infantryman during that campaign. Possessing extensive combat experience against imps, he was acutely aware of their behavioral patterns. Surdak invariably evaded the imp patrol squads whenever they appeared in the area. As long as their patrol zone didn't extend outward, they wouldn't discover the logging road under construction 2 kilometers away, making it entirely unnecessary to disturb them. Besides patrolling the logging area, the second squad began seeking out low-level magical beasts that had fled from Mount Mayan. Unexpectedly, in just over 2 days, the second squad managed to acquire some low-level magical beast heads that could serve as sacrificial offerings, successively collecting 4 magical beast-level offerings. However, because these magical beasts were rudimentary, no magic cores were found within their skulls. Gazing at the magical beast heads with dried bloodstains, Augustus remarked with a sense of wistfulness, "Had I known that hunting magical beasts was this straightforward, I should have joined an adventure after completing my military service. Traveled the world, saved up some money, and then returned to my hometown to live quietly when I could no longer move." Augustus, having formally graduated from the Warrior Academy, came to the Benna Legion for military service, a veritable academy warrior, his aspirations for the future residing in an idealized realm. The bearded man retorted without mincing words. You don't actually think hunting magical beasts is really this simple, do you? Augustus replied nonchalantly. Aren't we hunting magical beasts? I think as long as one clearly recognizes one's own strength and doesn't actively seek death, even if one participates in an adventure, safety shouldn't be too much of an issue. Adventurers also selectively hunt those rudimentary magical beasts and aren't always challenging powerful magical beasts beyond their capabilities. The bearded man said with a smile, Buddy, you're oversimplifying things. The dangers faced by adventurers aren't just from magical beasts. Hearing the dispute between the bearded man and Augustus,Surdak finally said, It's still a bit early for you to be discussing this. What you need to do now is to keep a close watch on the imps on Mount Moyun. Yes, Captain, the two said simultaneously. Almost every day at dusk, an imp patrol squad would emerge from the depths of the dense forest. Their approximate route was to circle the forested area at the southern foot of Mount Moyun and then return to Mount Moyun under the cover of night. The second squad hid on the hillside covered with thorny, oval-leaved shrubs. The members of the second squad hid in the grass at the top of the slope, and the imp scouts couldn't see them at all. Watching the 5-man imp squad pass by under the slope again, the warriors in the squad breathed a sigh of relief. Calculating in their minds that they had passed another day peacefully, they wondered how far that logging road had been developed. The second squad prepared to dispatch manpower to follow behind the imp patrol squad and escort them out of the jurisdiction. At this moment, in the woodland on the west side of the jurisdiction, a dazzling magic flare suddenly rose. In the dusk, the red light of the flare traveled far,